Yeah, yeah.
Where's my baby? Calm down. Where's my taco? Where's my baby at?
Can y'all hear good?
I don't get. Where's my kid? Is she in the house? Is she in the ambulance? Is she in the fucking hearse? Where the fuck is my kid?
He says, I'm
I think y'all can hear good. All right,
home. I've got Libby's keys. Where is she, you say? He replies, dead. You need to be honest. You need to be completely honest. You've got 2 kids to worry about. If you know more, if you were there, you need to tell us now because your life's about to change, okay?
In the early hours of October 31st,
It's just so funny because I got like the country accent, so they're like, "Hey, bruh, your life's gonna change if you don't tell us, brother."
2020, Lily Hudson, a Hemp Hill resident, was driving to meet up with a friend when she noticed both a Honda Accord and a Ford F-150 pulled onto the side of the road. Worried that this might be the result of Halloween drinking gone wrong, Lily pulled over and inspected the Honda. However, to Lily's shock and horror, she didn't just find an unfortunate drunk driver. When she stuck her head inside the Honda Accord, she was met with the dead body of a young woman.
Rip.
Terrified, Lily made a call to 911, and in this never-before-seen footage, you'll see how this unimaginable case unfolded. The following footage and never-before-seen exclusive interviews have been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor and a former detective, former licensed polygraph examiner, and former hostage negotiation commander and instructor.
Okay.
How y'all doing?
Professionals.
Who was the one that actually drove by? You saw it first? Can you, I know you've had to explain it a bunch of times. Can you do it just one more time? Because I got to take the statement, okay?
Look, he's going to video it too, so.
So you won't have to write nothing down, okay?
All I know is I was going to go that way, but I was like, I don't think I'm going to make it, so I'm going to go to the gas.
Okay.
I seen that where her thingies were on, and I was like, well, maybe, she's just having car problems. So I pull over, and I seen throughout my passenger seat, and I was like, she must be just slumped over. Maybe she's just drunk,
So you know her?
I didn't know. I thought I knew. I thought it was Kanisha.
Okay.
The person that I knew. So I'm literally, like, right here. Like, I'm, like, see my tires right there.
Hold on.
Okay, so you said you thought it was...
Let me change this to 1.25 times speed. A little bit faster, but not fast enough to where you can notice it.
Your friend Kanisha, you saw her head on.
So the door was already open.
Until we get to the interrogation.
Like, I shook her. And I was like, hey. And I was like, Kanisha. And nothing. So I looked at her. I was like, no, that's not Kanisha. So I, like, made sure, like, pulse, because I work for Burger. I was like, I already know.
Mm-hmm.
I touched her, and I was like, there's nothing. That's when I called 911. And then I seen her face, and I was like, that's when I just started, like, going in shock. I was like, I didn't know what else to do after that.
As the police investigate the scene, they're shocked to discover that Lily wasn't the only living person there. Behind the Honda Accord, they found an unresponsive man curled up in the fetal position. As he was rushed off to the hospital, the police took note that he'd been lying next to a pair of boots, a baseball cap, and a black rifle. Through a wallet found at the scene, the police were able to determine that the deceased young woman in the car was 19-year-old Livy Lewis.
Hey, I don't know if dispatch has notified her next of kin or not. I know who it is, so that's not a problem. I think they should have a phone number for it, the SO. I was waiting for you to decide if you wanted to do that or not yet.
When was this?
Let's get her out of here first.
Okay.
I mean, that technically, it's y'all's thing, but however y'all want to do it. I just think if you notify them and it's closed, they're going to
Okay, I'll say 2020.
Yeah, I agree.
Hoping to process the scene without any disruptions, the officers...
Yeah, I was just wondering because they had like the masks on, so I was just wondering when this was because it looked
decided
old.
not to notify Livy's family until their work
it's
is
not that
done
old.
and her body has been removed. Unfortunately, with word of the crime spreading like wildfire, this plan quickly falls apart. Darcy Bass, Livy's mother, soon arrives at the crime scene.
Where's my baby? Calm down. Where's my taco? Where's my baby at? I don't have to talk to the kid. Listen, it's your kid. Where's my kid? I don't care. Where's my kid? Is she in the house? Is she in the ambulance? Is she in the hearse? Where's my kid? Oh my God! You're gonna ask me that stupid question right now? Where's my kid? Who's my kid? Where is my child? Libby Lewis. Where is she?
Oh.
Where is she at? Y'all won't tell me a goddamn thing?
After several minutes of begging for information, Darcy Bass, Livy's mother, is finally able to pry some information out of the stony officers.
That sucks.
Y'all can be straight up with me and y'all can tell me. Y'all have me right. Y'all can be straight up with me and y'all can tell me. So,
But that'd be so awkward. That's probably like the worst part about being a cop. Is you gotta be like, yeah, Your kid is
Have me running
not there
around
no
here
more.
looking crazy. Y'all won't answer my
R.I.P.
questions.
As of this point, we do not know.
Don't know what if she's alive or dead. You couldn't tell me that.
She is not alive.
Okay, well you could have told me. Oh my God! What the? What? There's an investigation. If y'all, okay, there's an investigation. This is funny to you? Is this funny to you?
Not at all.
Is he
Funny
laughing?
to you?
Not at all.
Huh? Yeah, he was. I saw his fucking eyes.
In his eyes?
This kind of tense situation is
Bruh, how you gonna laugh with your eyes? What?
exactly what officers were hoping to
Huh?
avoid. As some of the officers deal with containing Darcy, the rest of them continue to process the crime scene. With Livy's body still in the car, it was hard to tell exactly what happened to her. However, they could see that there was a large amount of blood around Livy's face and all around the car. Upon further inspection of the outside of the car, it was clear that someone had forced their way into the vehicle. Damage to the rear passenger window suggested that someone had tried to use some sort of object to break through it. After that was unsuccessful, they eventually began kicking and striking the driver's side doors. Eventually, this individual must have been able to pry open Livy's door, leaving her vulnerable to their attack. As the search of the car continues, police eventually find a crucial piece of evidence that points them towards Livy's cause of death. What appeared to be a bullet hole was found in the dashboard of Livy's car. The size and shape of the hole matched that of a .308, the exact type of rifle found on the scene of the crime. Based off this bullet hole and the blood found in the car, it was eventually determined that Livy had been killed by a bullet wound to the neck. Desperate for more answers, the officers began looking into the other vehicle on the scene.
Okay. So it was like, she was in a car on the side of the street, and somebody was trying to get into the car. So that means they had to be broken down or something. Because otherwise, like, you know, even if you're drunk, you're still gonna, like, if someone's breaking in the whip, you're gonna be like, skirt, and get away.
While the truck didn't reveal as much as the officers had hoped, they were still able to glean some useful information from it. Not only did they find identification for Matthew Edgar, the unresponsive man found on the scene, but they also found 2 phones in the car, one belonging to Matthew and the other belonging to Livy. As the police searched the area for anything else that could point them towards the truth, Darcy tries to find out what the officers know, and more importantly, what information they might be keeping from her.
So the investigation, her and one other individual
Very possible.
were in the car.
Absolutely. We don't know yet. What happened? We're in the middle of the investigation.
Well, can you tell me some information about what happened to my kid and why she's dead in her car?
All we know is right now that she's deceased in the car.
Whose gun is it? Run the numbers on the gun. Was it Matthew's gun?
We don't know yet. We have not.
Well, if you were to come with a conclusion right now, what would you say?
We don't make conclusions. We don't make assumptions. We don't know what the evidence has for us. We don't have all the evidence yet. Not at all.
I'm trying to protect. Y'all trying to protect somebody. You're trying to protect somebody.
Hey, you can't go over that. They got these people that go over.
Oh, that's my kid! Well, my baby just did.
I know. Just can't go over
So
that.
Why?
awkward.
Because y'all trying to protect somebody?
Oh, this is a crime scene.
My child. So you're gonna leave my kid just out there? Y'all cover my kid up.
Yes.
No, y'all gonna just leave my kid in the car?
Right now, we have to. That is standard operating procedure.
Then what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Doing the investigation so my kid get off the side of the road and be late? I mean, just what the?
It's not long before Darcy finds out that not only was Matthew Edgar the one found at the crime, but he was rushed to the hospital.
May I ask what Mr. Egger's injury was? I teach y'all a lie like that?
Everything okay, Buster?
Who can tell me why he went to the hospital? Why did y'all take him to the hospital? Why did y'all take him to the hospital?
He was leaving the hospital when I arrived.
Okay, well, who was here
It's
before
just
you?
so
He was gone when I
awkward.
got here.
Okay, well,
Like, I don't know, bro. Just be like, yeah, I'm sorry, etc., etc. You gotta dip the scene. I'm sorry.
who was here before you?
That's it.
Just the ambulance. I'm not.
What was his injuries? What was wrong with Mr. Egger?
That ambulance is already gone. These are just go for now.
How do you know if they was here or not?
Because I was here when that ambulance. I passed the ambulance when I was turning on to this road, going back into YuGiOh hospital. We have a sister named Tanya. Okay. Tanya is up here at the top of the hill, and wants to know if you'll come up there with her. Like it's Tanya.
No, I'm not going up there with them.
Despite several attempts from the cops to remove her from the crime scene, Darcy is determined to stay right where she is. The longer Darcy stays on the scene, the more tense the situation gets, and it's only a matter of time before somebody snaps.
What is everybody?
I'm here.
You're him? Damn, you're 3 hours. How long? When did
I'm
this happen,
him.
Mr. Maddox? When did this happen?
I've been at the hospital, young lady. Hey, I'll answer your question.
This is my daughter.
Right now.
This is my daughter. This is my daughter.
Right now,
You can answer my
I
question.
know who it is, but anyway, if you would, if you're way back up yonder, the thing would be up there.
No, I'm not going way up there.
Yes, ma'am, you are. You're either gonna go peacefully or we're gonna put you in the car. All right, it's just up to you.
I'm not leaving my kid. You're going to force me to go up there.
Yes, ma'am, I am. Because we've got to process this thing, and I'm not gonna be sitting here talking to you while I'm doing it.
I won't talk to you.
All right, get up, back up there.
I've never been
Come on,
up there.
Philip.
I know.
I got her.
Oh, damn it. Golly, I wouldn't even be in.
Get on.
No, this ain't gonna treat a mother that just lost her child. You're gonna treat a mother that just lost her child
I sympathize with you.
Yeah,
But hey, we've got a job to do.
With this, the investigators' focus was back to the task at hand,
Okay.
finding out what
Okay.
happened to Livy.
I'm gonna be honest. They probably should have done that before. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on now. I mean, it sucks. It's a horrible situation, but, like, you're not helping by saying, what happened, like, over and over again. You know what I mean? It does suck,
It was
but
quickly becoming clear that the only person
want
who
them to
could
do their
answer the
job.
investigators'
It's the best
many
of the
questions
thing
was
that-
Matthew
best-
himself.
to the best of their capabilities.
So an officer was sent to the hospital for an interview.
Okay, Matthew, can you tell me a little bit about what happened while we're waiting on that camera to...
I had no clue what happened.
No clue.
None.
So what happened? Do you remember what happened?
Bruh, is that a beard or is it blood? I can't even tell. I'd probably act the same as her. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Eventually, you just gotta think about it better, I guess. But it would suck, of course.
Earlier in the
Of
evening?
course.
Last thing I remember is I put my kids to bed and I was on my porch.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last thing I remember.
Okay. Been drinking in this evening? How much?
Bottle,
Bottle of
Jim Beam,
Jim Beam? Anything else?
a few beers earlier in the day.
God, yes.
Okay. So you just woke up and here you are at the hospital trying to figure out what the hell's going on?
Go up the ambulance.
Woke up in an ambulance? Okay. Okay. How'd you get all the blood all over your face?
I don't know.
Because the hospital said you don't have any injury. Don't know. Okay. All right, Matthew. You don't mind if I call you Matthew? You call me JP. You don't have to call me anything else. I'm going to take some pictures of you. Okay?
What am I being questioned for?
Well, there's another vehicle parked in front of yours. Inside that vehicle is a dead female. That's why you're being questioned. I don't know. I have not made it out there yet. So we're just trying to figure out what's going on. Okay? In dealing with me, Matthew, you're going to find out. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be flat out honest with you. But unfortunately, there is a deceased female in that vehicle that's in front of yours. And my job is to find out why she's dead.
Although Matthew doesn't seem to remember anything revolving around Livy's death, JP is still determined to get some useful information out of him.
You have a girlfriend?
Kinda.
What's her name?
I got an ex-wife. Her name's Montana. Got an ex-girlfriend named Livy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care that's there. I'm kind of talking to her a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When's the last time you saw Livy?
Tonight.
Tonight? What was that about?
It was all at my buddy's house.
Okay. What house was that?
Bobby.
Bobby Ozan, right there on 944?
She was her, my ex-wife, Oak was there.
Okay. Who's your ex-wife?
Montana Bouquet.
Any kind of arguments with anybody going on over there while you're over at Bobby?
While appearing groggy, Matthew shakes his head before answering and not really.
Alright, I'm not even gonna lie. This is just some advice from DB Grinder right here, because this guy's just misplaying. If the cops want to talk to you, you know, you probably should just and not talk, because everything you say can and will be used against you in court. So, yeah, you know what I mean? It's just like YuGiOh, right? You don't want to give them more information. They're gonna play through the hand better. If Talents looks at hand, they're gonna play through the hand better. Come on now, you can't give out all the information.
Really, not only is this a qualifier, and it is.
Well, I mean, I guess. The guy might be like super intoxicated still. He did say he drank an entire bottle and some beers before this. He said noted.
Isn't a clear no.
I'm
but there
just
seems to
saying,
be
bro.
a
I'm
delay
just
in his
saying.
verbal and nonverbal sync.
Just saying.
Okay. When you say ex-wife and ex-girlfriend, what's your relationship like with both of them?
It's awesome.
Okay. So it's not a typical,
No,
I hate your
hell no.
guts.
Hell no.
Okay.
It's awesome.
Okay.
My ex-wife and her, they're big buddies.
Mm-hmm.
We had my youngest son out day today. And the 12 and hung out all day. That's why she came over to bring him back to me.
Mm-hmm.
This is my weekend.
It was your weekend?
Yeah.
So who brought the youngest one?
Libby did.
Libby? Okay. Is she the mother?
No.
No.
Montana's the mother of both of them.
Bro, this guy's living the life. He's got a girlfriend, an ex-wife, drinking. God, yeah, he's just living the life.
Okay. Okay.
But
Up to
they
this
got- We all
point.
got a relationship and we all hang out.
Well,
and stuff
up to
like
this
that.
Right.
point.
It's better for the boys.
No, I understand. I agree.
God,
wholeheartedly.
yes.
It's the man thing to do. Raise your boy, huh?
Yes,
For
sir.
the boys.
Yeah.
Our best.
JP tries to find out more about the last moments Matthew remembers before waking up in the ambulance.
Okay, so you're at Bobby Ozan's. What else can you tell me of what happened last night?
Me and the boys went to the house. We got home. I put him to bed. I put Fletcher in his room. I put Cooper in my room. Turned on TV for him.
Mm-hmm.
I sat down on the porch.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That's all you remember.
That's all I remember.
He seems to shake his head no when he says, "That's all I remember," which is a mismatch between his words and his movements.
Okay. Everybody over there drinking?
Fletcher and Cooper.
Okay. What kind of car you have?
I have a 2007 3/4 ton Dodge coming. And I got a 2018 Dodge Journey SUV.
Okay. You know where those vehicles are at right now?
My house.
Your house?
Although Matthew may not realize it, he's just given JP crucial information. Neither of the cars that Matthew listed as his match the Ford F-150 found at the crime scene. Could there have been someone else there? Even with that possibility, there's no denying that Matthew looks suspicious.
It's not looking good for you, Matthew. Because I still don't know what's going on. You don't remember nothing, which is fine. But the cause of death for that girl is not natural. Well, it looked like she got shot. That's what I was out there talking to some of the deputies that are out there. Now, I don't know that for a fact, Matthew. I'm not out there. They don't know either. So you've got to wait for the autopsy and all that stuff. You know how we do things, just like on TV.
Normally, we would expect an officer to not reveal this detail so soon. This is usually because they want to keep certain things hidden so they could see if a suspect knows something that only the perpetrator would know.
Not exactly, but... All right.
So they just say the cop misplayed? Did they just say, yeah, did they just say the cop misplayed? He's giving out info too quick? Nah, there's no shot, bro. There's no shot. It's literally low rated.
And here again, Matthew, I will tell you flat out what's going on.
Did they tell you a name?
Hmm?
Did they tell you a name?
Libby.
Let's see, is it real? Is he crying for real? Better see some tears on them face, bro. I'm judging hard. Because right now, you're my prime
I'm sorry
suspect.
for your loss, Matthew.
Yeah, R.I.P. Sorry
Alright,
for your
Matthew.
loss, but I'm checking.
I'm gonna take you over to the jailhouse now, okay? At this point, I'm gonna place you in custody, okay? Charge is gonna be homicide.
I don't know, bro. Does it look like he was crying? I don't know.
All right.
Doesn't look like it.
It's certainly interesting that Matthew isn't showing any anger or emotion at hearing this. We would typically expect to see some kind of reaction, but his face is oddly blank.
Now pay attention to me. I want you to understand why, okay? Okay. You were found behind the vehicle where the decedent was. There is a family relationship, meaning there was some kind of relationship between you and her. Past, present, future, you know. All right? There is a weapon laying on the ground behind the vehicle, close to where you were found. Okay? Based on that and a few other things, I'm gonna place you in custody right now for homicide, okay? So we're gonna take you over to the jailhouse. We're gonna get you some regular clothes. Your clothes are gonna be with me. There is blood stain on the clothes, okay? Which will be indicative of, they're basically what we call transfers, okay? In other words, you were in contact with somebody bleeding, okay? Obviously, the amount of blood on the clothing is not sufficient for your injuries because the only place you're injured is a little bit right up under here, okay? You had no open cuts, no open other than your hand, okay? Here again, that's another reason I'm gonna go ahead and place you in custody right now for homicide.
Although Matthew was taken into custody for Libby's murder, there was a lot of investigation to do to prove that he was their killer. It's believed that he refused to talk to police, maintaining that he didn't remember anything. While Matthew wasn't able to give the investigators a lot of information to go off, they knew a good place to start would be everyone who was at Bobby's party on that fateful night, starting with Montana and Bobby.
Oh, y'all went to a party last night?
Yes, sir.
Did you go by yourself or did you?
I was by myself. Yes.
Okay. What, did everybody leave at the same time?
Everybody left, and then all that was left was me, Livy, and Bobby. And I don't remember the exact time.
Well, during the party, what was going on?
Nothing. Everybody was having a good time. Everybody was getting along.
I went to bed about 1 o'clock that night. I slept everybody else outside doing, their thing. They come in there and woke me up.
They being?
Montana and Libby come in there and woke me up and said, "Hey, get up, let's go outside and drink." And I'm done. I've had enough. And I told them, I said, y'all can all stay here if y'all want to, because they was pretty drunk.
That night, there had been a party hosted by Bobby. Later into the evening, Matthew got mad when he heard that Livy was going to spend the night.
I was in there for 5-10 minutes maybe, and then she said that she was going to stay the night there. And that's whenever I was like, well, if you're staying, I'm going to leave. I'm going. I don't have no reason to stay. I got up and I walked out, and when I walked out, Matthew was standing in the doorway, so he heard her say that.
You think he heard Livy say she's going to stay the night?
Oh, I know he heard her, because that's what made him so mad.
Based on Matthew's statement to JP, Livy was his ex-girlfriend, and they had a great relationship despite being broken up. If that were the case, why would hearing this make him so upset?
What's the relationship with Matthew and Livy?
They were dating. They've been split up for a month or so.
When was the last time they were together, to your knowledge?
Dating wise, her birthday weekend, beginning of October.
So you come out, he's standing there, what happened then?
I turned around and I opened Bobby's door back up, and I was like, Matthew's here, and he's pissed. I just knew he was mad. I seen it.
Bobby's bedroom door?
Mm-hmm.
Montana then walked out of my hallway, which walks into my garage area. And I could hear a bunch of screaming and beating, and so I knew they was fighting automatically.
I tried to walk past him to leave, and
he wouldn't let you?
No. He tried to choke me.
He what?
He tried to choke me. And then that's when I went and got Bobby.
Montana and Bobby's version of this party is a far cry from the harmless, peaceful party that Matthew described earlier.
Well, when I go out there, he's over there kicking her car.
But before it even happens, I bet you Bobby walks out there, he just pieces him up. Bobby just hits him. Bobby looks like the kind of guy that's just ready to beat somebody up.
And beating her car and all that. Well, he goes after her again. Well, I just grab him and hold him up against the car. And that, scream at quit, whatever. Well, he's just yelling top line, he's going to kill us and all this other stuff. And about that time, Livy comes behind me, headed toward her car. Everybody had a car. He had a vehicle. Montana had a vehicle. Livy, they all three had their own vehicle. Her car was parked over towards Woodline. Well, she started to her car, and he took off after her again. Or took off after her. So I got him and strained him up against the car again. And she comes shooting out of the driveway, turning up the road, and then Montana got to her car and got back in it. And then as soon as I let him go, he tore out and got his car, and he gave chase. And I figured that was the end of it.
Although they may have escaped from the chaos at Bobby's house, this night of terror wasn't over for Montana or Livy.
And then once I got to town, I called Livy to check on her and asked her if she was okay. And she had turned, like going toward Matthew's house.
She said she was okay when you called her?
Mm-hmm. She kept going past the houses. I don't know where she went.
She drove by Matthew's house?
Matthew's house and his grandparents' house where I stayed at. I pulled in at the brick house, and I never heard from her after that.
Did he stop behind you?
Yeah, he pulled in behind me. I went to get it, or he was kicking my door again. I went to get out, and he started choking me again. And I was honking the horn so somebody would come outside.
What was he saying?
Threatening to kill me.
What?
Threatening to kill me.
What, you don't remember what he was saying specifically?
I will kill you. I will kill you.
Did he say why, or just that's all he was saying?
Mm-hmm. Because I knew that Livy was going to stay the night at Bobby's, and that's why he was so mad at me.
Did his mother or grandmother, anybody come outside?
No, sir. I went inside, and I laid down.
So you got out of the car and went in the house. Did he try to come in or anything?
It's not looking good for Matthew. I'm not gonna lie. It's not looking good for Matthew. It's not looking good for Matthew at all.
He just left. Okay. Did you tell Cindy what was going on?
Yes, sir.
Unless if all of them are capping, and they all planned this, and they set him up, and they gave him the bottle, so that way he was so messed up he doesn't remember it. Okay.
What'd she say?
Keep that in the back of my mind.
She told me to calm down because I was upset. And I just finally fell asleep. And then I woke up at 6-something this morning to them crying on the back porch because the first story that we got was that Matthew had gotten in a wreck. We didn't know anything.
But the first thing, you just woke up the next morning, Cindy's on the back porch crying?
Mm-hmm.
Were y'all all intoxicated?
Who? Oh,
You and Livy and Matthew.
yes, sir.
What were you drinking?
Hey, yo, you just admitted to drunk driving.
They were drinking whiskey, and I was drinking vodka.
When did y'all find out, and how did you find out that Livy was dead?
I didn't find out until after it was 8:30, 9 o'clock.
With Montana's story out in the open, it's time to dig a little further into the details.
What do you think happened?
I have no idea. Because I would have never thought Matthew would do something like this.
Has Matthew ever been assaultive towards you before this?
Not. The whole time we were together, he never put his hands on me, ever. Never once laid a finger on me. And a couple months ago is the first time he ever put his hands on me.
Montana delays for a long time before answering the question, followed by a slight stumble in her words.
Not.
It appears that she's thinking a lot about her answers. However, what she says next makes it clear that something changed recently.
The whole time we were together, he never put his hands on me, ever. Never once laid a finger on me. And a couple months ago is the first time he ever put his hands on me.
So at some point this morning, Cindy went down and got the boy, but you don't know how, if he called her, she just decided to go with
Mama
what?
went and got him, I think.
Who did?
Mama.
What's Mama's name?
Sandra.
Matthew's grandmother?
Cindy's mom.
But you don't know if Matthew called her or she just went. You don't know why she went and got him.
Probably worried about him, knowing he was acting crazy.
Has he ever been heavy-handed towards his mother or grandmother?
Not in front of me.
She makes another very careful
About to say, she didn't say no. Is he just out here beating everyone up? Bro, Bobby should have just laid the hands on him. Bobby should have just laid the hands on him.
statement by saying, "Not around me," once again making it seem like she's being cautious about what she's sharing.
Have you ever seen a Matthew be rough with Livy?
I haven't.
Double cup?
Have you ever heard it? She complained to you?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
They both complained about it. She hit him, and he hit her.
Montana's interview was certainly enlightening. However, the investigators still had questions. What had happened between Matthew and Livy after Montana had left them? Desperate for answers, investigators searched Matthew's home. Not much of use was found in the house. However, it was lucky that investigators searched it when they did. Just a few days after their search was completed, Matthew's house burned to the ground. While Matthew's mother Cindy claimed the fire was started by a gas leak, many around town felt that someone had burned it down in retribution for Livy's death.
Oh,
Despite the strange...
I was gonna say, did they burn their own house down? They hiding something? Nah, okay, someone else burnt it down.
Surrounding the house fire, no one was ever found responsible, and it was ultimately written off as an accident. Still, investigators began to feel the pressure. They had to solve this case before someone burned down more evidence, or possibly even attacked someone involved with the case. Unexpectedly, one of the biggest pieces of evidence was found at Matthew's grandparents'
Like I was just like Coca-Cola everywhere we go. Every case photo has just got a Coca-Cola next to alcohol in it. It's so beautiful.
house. In the afternoon of October 31st, Zachary Hogan, Matthew's cousin, discovered Livy's key fob in the front lawn of the house. How had Livy's keys ended up so far from her car? This wasn't the only shocking discovery Zach made that day. While out on the lawn, he realized that his prized vehicle had been stolen, his Ford F-150.
So at any point in time, did you give Matthew permission to operate your vehicle?
No.
Has he ever operated your vehicle before?
Yes.
All right, and he knows the door code, and the keys are generally left in the ignition because you have a door code.
Yes. I told him the door code that day by name.
So what was your reaction when you found out your truck was not there?
I was mad.
Okay. Did you have a assumption of your ticket?
Yeah.
And who was that?
Matthew.
Matthew. Did you know where your truck was when you saw it missing?
Yeah.
It's clear that at some point in the night, Matthew drove back to the brick house to swap cars, although his motivation behind this strange decision isn't clear. Is it possible that when Matthew swapped cars, he may have been seen by someone at the house, someone who might have been willing to help him?
The police were already over at Matthew's, and you were walking out just to see what's going on?
Yeah.
And you found these keys?
Yeah.
Tell me about these keys you found.
They were just laying in the rocks right beside the driveway.
The little white rock, blue rock, what?
It's like
Blue rock, kind of like blue rock?
Yeah.
Next to the driveway on the right side of the
We're
driveway.
pulling up on the highway.
Yeah.
It's on the right.
It's on the right.
So halfway down the driveway.
And they were just laying there?
Yeah.
That's not where they normally stay?
No.
Where do they normally stay?
I mean, I imagine with her in her car.
Sounds like a stupid question, but I gotta ask.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I understand. All right, so you pick up these keys. You realize that they're not yours.
I thought they were I was making sure they weren't Montana's, so I was going to tell Montana, here's your keys.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized it wasn't hers, so I just set them down on the, under the carport on the little brick. I don't even know what you call it.
Little brick lid? Yeah.
Montana also had some intriguing information for the police about Livy's keys.
But the key fob...
It's a wild interrogation room. It's got, like, his kid's drawings up there. Nah, this isn't even an interrogation room. This is just an office. Okay. Alright. Don't want her to feel like a suspect. I get it.
Livy's car was found
In the driveway.
in the driveway. Who found it?
Matthew's mom.
Matthew's mom. What did she say?
She took it into the house and put it up. And whenever the Texas Rangers come, she did not want to give it to them, and that's when Matthew's uncle walked in there and told her that she had to give it to them, that they were going to cooperate through the whole investigation. And she gave it to him.
Where was the key fob? Were you there when she found it? Or?
I was in the house with Matthew's cousin Macy, talking to her, and they come inside talking about that they had found it. And I want to say she put, like, when you walk in the brick house, there's like a big china cabinet that has dishes and everything in it. And I want to say she put it in one of those little bowls that has extra keys and everything else in it.
Did that strike you as odd that she didn't want to give it back?
Investigators had noticed that Montana's claims about the key fob being found were very different from Zach's. Would Cindy really go to extreme lengths to cover her son's tracks? Or was Montana trying to make Cindy look suspicious for some reason? Investigators were going to get an answer to this question sooner than they expected when a woman contacted them and explained that she'd driven by the crime scene before Lily Hudson, the woman who called 911, had ever arrived. The information given to them by this unexpected witness was so shocking that 7 months after her initial interview, Montana was called in for another.
Yo? Now she's being brought in into like an actual interrogation? Bro, there's no shot. I really thought it was going to be Matthew.
At any point, after the party puppy was in, were you ever on the scene where the lady was killed?
No.
Oh. She just got caught capping. You're capping. Lock her up.
Montana makes a strange headshake here that looks more like a yes than a no. She's completely
Misplay, bro. Misplay. Oh my god, bro. If you're ever in this situation, you're in an interrogation room, and they got papers, they read you your Miranda rights. Bro, just be like, I'm not talking, bro. I need an attorney. I'm out of there. Even if you're innocent, bro. You can't just, oh my god, you can't do that. You can't talk to the cops. Especially if you're actually lying. Like, there's no point. So
closed
dumb.
off her nonverbal, and it's as close to the wall as she can get. It appears that she's even more detached from this interview than the last one. It's also noteworthy that in short time between her interviews, Montana has dyed her hair darker. This will come up later on.
I did not even know Libby was killed until 8:30 or 9 o'clock the next morning.
She doesn't provide any more information about being at the scene of the crime or not. Rather, she shifts to when she found out Livy had been killed, which is a very clear deflection.
Now, you said you called at some point, Livy, when she was in Hemphill?
Yes, when we were driving through town, I called her.
Did she answer?
Yes. I said, hey, are you okay? She said, yes, I'm fine. Are you okay? I said, yes. She said, please go home. I said, I can't because he's very into me right now. I want to go somewhere where there's people. And I hung up. She had lost signal. Mm-hmm. And then that's the last time I heard from her.
Okay.
In the span of a few seconds, Montana has made some odd remarks. She said that Matthew rear-ended her, but didn't clarify if he hit her.
I said, I can't because he's very into me right now.
There's a chance she meant to say tailgating, and her anxiety is affecting her ability to think of the right words. Similarly,
what you mean by rear-ending? Ayo? Isn't it sus to get a lawyer? Nah. You can't get in trouble for not talking. Like, you know what I mean? What are you gonna do? You're gonna go to court and they're like, oh, bro, they wouldn't talk. That's not illegal. You know what I mean? That's the First Amendment right of America, baby. Nah, you should never talk, for sure. Do a crime and send an interrogation video for criminal grinder to go over and point out your misplays? Nah, cause it'd be boring, cause if you start talking, you misplayed. That's it. Just be quiet the entire time.
She says that she hung up or lost signal.
And I hung up. She had lost signal.
Which are two very different endings to the call, and it's strange to get them mixed up.
Can you supply these text messages to the text
Yes.
Yes. Now, most of those text messages were what they call iMessages.
Yes.
Because you had internet service.
Right.
The last message you sent them is, WTF are you doing?
Yes.
What was that about?
I don't know.
But you never left the house?
No.
Never went outside?
No.
Because that text message, that indicates that you were outside of Wi-Fi when you sent that text message.
Damn!
But it's a whole. All your other messages were iMessages, so you had internet service, you had Wi-Fi, whatever. When you sent that message, it's a text message, so it means you were outside of
coverage.
Right. But I never left the house and I never went outside.
Though it's hard to see because of the table, it seems like Montana is displaying some anchor point shifting and leg fidgeting. Either way, it's clear she's experiencing increased discomfort about that text. She's pushed herself up against the wall, trying to put as much distance as she can between her and the detectives. Despite Montana's insistence that she never left Cindy and Sandra's house, it's clear that the investigators have information that makes them suspect otherwise.
I mean, bruh, someone called and said otherwise. She capped. The text messages are outside. Bro, wait. It makes sense. Isn't she the ex-wife? The ex-wife went and popped the girlfriend and then blamed it on the boyfriend because he was just so drunk and going crazy. Okay. I'm cooking.
And one of
I'm
those text
cooking.
messages Edgar told you asked where's Libby. What was his response?
Yo?
Did he ever tell you Libby was dead?
Yes.
And that was during those reports of those text messages you supplied to the text man.
Yes.
What do you think?
I didn't believe him.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought he was talking out of his head. He was drunk.
And you've seen Matthew drunk before?
Yes.
How drunk was he that night?
Drunk. He didn't drink the whiskey.
He just whiskey or?
Yeah, just whiskey. He had
Said cop DBG arc incoming. Nah. I never even would want to be a cop. I'd never want to be a cop. I'd tell people, hey, shut up. Don't talk. I know interrogation cops are supposed to make you talk, but like, nah, just don't do it.
been drinking no beer. Or it was mixed.
It also just sounds horrible. Horrible
Montana's
job
body
for
language
me.
isn't aligned with what she's saying, and she corrects herself after she's shaking her head no. She's clearly really nervous, which could be because she's just lost her best friend and the father of her child appears to be involved in some way. This would shake anyone.
This was 7 months after. She didn't just lose her best friend. That was 7 months before.
But he never touched any beer.
Not that I know of.
Just, have you ever known him to have whiskey before?
Yes.
And how did he react to it?
He just can't handle it. Like,
What do you mean you can't handle
I always thought it made him like mad. Like he got mad easier. Got drunk faster.
it? So you've been with him when he drank whiskey prior to this, and he's gotten drunk. What does he do when he wakes up? Does he remember? Does he not remember? Does he ask you what happened? Nothing like that. Anything like that? No.
Not really is an interesting answer here, perhaps indicating that sometimes he has memory loss, but not as much as he's acting like he has now.
Is he normally able to recall events after having drank whiskey?
It's certainly convenient that Matthew would have mysterious amnesia on the night that his ex-girlfriend was shot and killed. While Montana has been providing the investigators with plenty of useful information about Matthew, she's not out of the doghouse yet.
So what's the other cop doing? I don't know, right? It literally just looks like he's scrolling through Snapchat and messages.
Why?
Oh, now he's not.
Why would a witness who had driven by the scene prior to the 911 call, accident, if you will, put your car at the scene of that?
My car?
Yes, ma'am.
Repeating back "my car" is a technique to give herself a moment to think.
I don't know
Your
because my car
car.
never moved until that the evening after everything had happened to come to go stay at my parents' house.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so your car was never there?
No.
Even though I got a witness that can say that car, because this witness sat behind your car for 2 minutes before you or somebody, a female, waved her on to go around.
My car, as far as I know, my car never left.
Mm-hmm.
And if it did, I was not driving it.
Montana makes a qualifying statement here by saying, "as far as I know." This gives her a chance to adjust her answer later if more evidence is presented to her. It's also interesting that she clarifies, if it did, I wasn't driving it. She hasn't ruled out the possibility that someone else took her car.
You wouldn't have been driving.
I don't know.
Who else has keys to your car?
Nobody. I have one set of keys. That's it.
And they were with you?
They were, I don't remember if I took my keys out of my car and put them on the counter at the grandparents' house or if I left them in the car.
Hold on.
Out of my car and put them on the counter at the grandparents' house or if I left them in the car.
There's no shot he's got a dip in his lip right now. He didn't drink that. He just spit into the cup. There's no shot he's got tobacco in his lip right now. There's no shot.
We've got a lady that's willing to step on the stand and put your vehicle there. Just want you to hear me.
This is
Okay, I'm not trying to box you, and I need you to be straight. I know you got kids, and you're probably trying to say out of it as best you can. Okay, don't answer me. Okay, just listen to me. If you were there, okay, for any reason, just because you're scared or you're trying to help this bad situation, we need to know about it. Because if you're lying about it, okay, for any reason, like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I mean, people get like that. I need to know if you were there or if you were called down there for any reason to help him or whatever. Like, what have you done or whatever, you know. I need to know because this ain't done. And if we put you there, like we already got one witness, put your color there, okay. There's a difference.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a good one. He said no, it's Montana. That was a good one.
Between being
That was
a
a good
witness,
one.
okay, and being a suspect. You understand? You need to be honest. You told me that you told him that you had no idea that she was dead. Well, he texted you clear as day. Let me see your phone, and I'll show you the text. You know, he clearly says, "I have Libby's keys." So let me read it out to you that way you know. Going to get Libby. Where is she? I'm pulling out of the driveway. You call him up. So you're sorry to speak I've ever seen. He left his kids there.
His grandma. Because he was, I think, he was pulling out his grandma's pulling up to pick him up.
Okay. I'm home. This is all at 3:23 a.m. He says going to sleep. That's where that conversation. So you with me?
Yes, sir.
Then you call him a sort of 3:28 a.m. Quick trip apparently, because at 3:34, but you're awake. Okay. He says, I'm home. I've got Libby's keys and her phone. Where is she, you say? He replies, dead. All this goes down within simply from 3:23 to he says, you're dead. That's 3:34 a.m. Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, Montana.
Yo, he did that quick though. He did that quick. My man left the crib, went, caught a M, and came back with the keys in 10 minutes. Hey, bro, he's efficient.
Right,
he's efficient. I'll give him that.
You need to be honest.
Messed up,
okay.
but efficient.
You need to be completely honest. You've got 2 kids to worry about. Okay? If you know more, if you were there, you need to tell us now because your life's about to change. I'm telling you.
It appears that Montana never told the police that Matthew texted her saying that Livy was dead. Instead, they had to pull out her text messages and confront her. Even if she thought Matthew was speaking figuratively because he was so upset with Livy, you'd expect her to mention this text to detectives after Livy was actually killed. At the very least, most people in her situation would be upset about the possibility that Matthew was being honest when he texted, especially after allegedly choking and attacking her. Things aren't looking good for Montana, and they're only going to get worse.
I'm not holding anything back. I told y'all everything that I know. I never left that house once I got there. Never. Not till the next day whenever my mom come pick me up and we went to my apartment to get diapers and I come back.
You mean to tell me less than an eighth of a mile while you're awake? And how many minutes is that? A 10-minute span? 11? 11 minutes? And you're still talking to it. You never heard 2 rifle shots going on?
I did not. No, I did not hear nothing. I never heard nothing. I never went down there. Nothing. I never
Did anybody in that house go down there and use your car?
Not that I know.
I need you to think. Put that thinking cap on, girl. I'm telling you. Because your car has been put at the scene.
Though she repeats I never left the house several times, she doesn't seem to be getting angry about being accused. We would normally expect an innocent person to be showing some kind of irritation by now, because they know the detectives are...
Yeah, I can't even lie. I've been falsely accused of something crazy before, and the cops tried talking to me, and I was like, nah, y'all are crazy. I was so angry. Like, that's how you're gonna be. That's how you're gonna be. You're gonna be super angry. You're not gonna be like, nah, man, that wasn't me. You're either not gonna talk or you're gonna be super angry. I shouldn't have talked, but I was also like 16 at the time, so I just didn't know any better. I was a kid.
Wrong.
We have a problem. This is a car that has one set of keys to it that you're in possession with. You with me? I'm using your words, not mine.
I'm with you, but I never got in. Once I got there, I never got in my car.
Well, his mother who went down?
She could have. If she did, I was asleep. Or his grandma.
You wasn't asleep.
The witness who saw Montana's car also claimed to have seen a woman at the scene of the crime, though she wasn't able to get a good look at her face and couldn't positively identify her. Still, this leaves an intriguing question. If Montana is being honest and the witness is correct, could another woman have driven her car to the scene?
Okay, you're texting this gentleman. Why he's in the middle of a homicide?
Okay, but I was awake. His mom never left.
Nobody said it.
Correct.
I know there's something you holding back.
There's nothing.
Ma'am, I'm just telling you, like I said.
There's nothing I'm holding back.
Montana has been repeating "not that I know of" and has her palms up in a non-confident position while making her statement. She's also engaging in a lot of self-soothing. This is completely understandable given the accusations, but again, innocent people are going to start being really irritated that they're being accused. And so far, she hasn't been showing much anger or frustration.
Nothing. I'm telling y'all everything I know. Everything. I understand I have 2 kids. This is why I've agreed to do everything that y'all asked me to do. Everything. I'm not holding nothing back. Libby was my friend. She was my kid's stepmom.
Never back down, never what?
Despite Montana's emotional pleading,
Never back down, never
still
what?
think there's something she's holding back. Determined to get the answers they're looking for, they hook her up to a polygraph machine. It's important to note that polygraph machines are not admissible in court and have been known to be inaccurate.
Well, have you ever had a polygraph before? Okay. A little nervous coming in, worried about it?
Yeah.
Are you? Most people are, and I'll tell you my experience with that is the nervousness comes from one of 2 or 3 different areas. One, just the unknown, never having done it before, it's just nerve-wracking.
Part of settling Montana down for the test also included her once again going through the events of the evening that Livy died. This time, her story includes an interesting detail. She explains that she went to the brick house where Matthew's mom lives after Matthew had allegedly attacked her at Bobby's house and followed her with his truck.
And as I go to get out, he's at my driver's side door and starts choking me again. I start honking the horn, hoping somebody would hear me and come out there and get him off of me and get him to calm down or something like that. Well, when I start honking my horn, he leaves and he goes back to his house. And then I go in through the back door of the brick, we call it the brick house. Go in through the back door of the brick house, and his mom is sitting there watching TV. I guess she never heard me. And I just start crying, and I hit my knees telling her what was going on because I was so upset, plus being drunk. It was just a mix of emotions running through me. And she gives me a nerve pill to calm me down. And I lay down on the couch, and I was going through my phone, and I seen where Matthew had commented on something on Facebook that I posted earlier that day. We had our work Halloween party at work that day, and we were all of the employees were the emojis or whatever, and I was the cowboy emoji or whatever, and I had a cowboy hat on in a picture, and it was a straw hat, and he commented on it and said, "It's felt season," talking about a felt cowboy hat. I never commented back or anything. I texted him, and I said, "How are you going to threaten to kill me?" and then comment something on Facebook, because the whole time he was choking me, he was threatening to kill me and all that. And that's when he starts texting me. We were exchanging messages back and forth, and he told me to come get the kid because he had the kids at the time. He told me to come get them because he was about to leave to go pick Livy up. Well, his grandma nor his mom would let me leave, so the grandma goes down there and gets the boys, and she brings the boys back up there to the house with us, and we exchanged a few more messages, and I went to sleep.
What was the content of those messages?
Oh, just about how he wanted to kill me, Bobby, and Livy, and he said he had Livy's keys in her phone or something, and I asked him where Livy was, and he said dead, and which I never thought anything of it because.
Oh, so now you bring it up. Okay. This is the 1 finals. Who's winning? Yeah, the cops are definitely winning. They're up huge right now. They're up huge.
When he gets drunk like that and gets mad, he always says stuff to that extent. So I never once thought that he was actually going to do something like what he did.
In this story, Montana mentions that she was given a pill to calm down, and this could perhaps explain why she can't be sure of things like where her keys are, and if someone may have borrowed her vehicle that night. She also finally clarifies why she didn't take Matthew's message about Livy being dead serious, though it's still odd she didn't originally bring this up to investigators herself.
What's your opinion of what happened that night after you got home? What's your opinion? What do you think happened?
I'm sorry if I get emotional.
I would expect you to.
It's not fair.
It's not fair. Elaborate just a little bit for me.
Livy didn't deserve what happened to her. She was young.
I'm trying to see if she's actually crying.
You believe Matthew did it? How do you feel about Matthew?
So much anger built up toward him.
Because of this or other things?
This and just being irresponsible and stupid and leaving his kids behind.
Any love left between you and him?
I'll always have a special place for him because he's the father to my kids, but
No.
After getting Montana's insight on Libby's death, the officer runs Montana through a practice test, one with interesting results.
Oh, and just to let you know, your body did respond the way that it should when you tell the truth and you tell a lie. You are a terrible liar. Your body responds really strong.
I am a terrible liar.
During a polygraph exam, the individual being questioned is asked some easy questions with obvious answers, as well as difficult questions related to their case. To answer each question, Montana is instructed to tap once on her leg for yes and 2 for no.
Regarding Libby's death, do you intend to answer truthfully each question about that? Did you shoot Libby? Did you participate in shooting Libby? Are you covering for the person responsible for Libby's death?
Oddly, Montana's last tap is not 1 or 2. It looks like it bounces about 3 times. Given how clear her other taps were, this is strange. As well, her eyes shift, indicating that perhaps her thoughts are racing in that moment, causing her to tap more than twice. Something about being asked, "Are you covering for the person responsible for Libby's death?" seems to have rattled her. There are major problems with the polygraph.
That's crazy. Said polygraphs aren't admissible in court. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything, but you know, they try to do that to make you all like rattled up. They're like, look, you failed the polygraph. We know what you've done. Just come out and tell us. We already know. Like, we haven't even told you everything we know, and you're like, oh no, and then you self-snitch.
For one, the pneumograph sensor is to monitor the breathing and should be attached around her ribs. The examiner should have been paying attention and noticed if she is an abdomen or chest breather. Either way, the lower tube should be placed above the belly button. He has this placed down too low, near her waist. People don't breathe that low. As well, the cardiovascular sensor, or cardio cuff, should almost always be placed over the brachial artery in the upper portion of the arm. It also is on the opposite arm as the GSR, sweat sensors on her fingertips. In a rare event like missing an arm, it can be placed on the calf of the leg, yet he places it around Montana's calf and didn't even attempt to put it around her arm.
Bro, did this guy just mess up everything? It sounds like they're just roasting him. They're like, yeah, I should have put this there. Even if she was missing an arm, then it goes there. Oh, man, this guy messed up.
It's measuring the heart, which is a long way from the calf. There are many other issues with this. One quick one would be the size of the cuff. The calf muscles are also slanted. During the process of inflating or deflating the cuff, it may slip and won't be secured tightly. There would also be a lot of interference around the cuff. It doesn't make sense it was placed on her calf instead of her arm.
All right, Montana, I explained to you early on before we started, these 3 things have to happen at the 100% truthful. Entirely truthful. Second thing was your body need to respond the way it should when you tell the truth and you tell a lie. Your body did that. Third thing was to follow instructions. Yes, no. You had one little hang up, no big deal. You failed that test miserably. Terribly. So what's that tell me?
Apply the pressure.
But I tells you I'm not telling the truth, but I'm telling the truth.
This is kind of like what I told you earlier. I believe that you've told me a whole lot of the truth today, but I don't think you told me anything. You're probably holding something back.
Montana begins showing some ventilating behaviors, pulling at her collar, which is where the term hot under the collar comes from. She's showing her increased anxiety due to being called a liar, and already looks like she's about to start crying.
I know you don't know anything about polygraph, and I don't normally do this with a lot of people, but I want to show you something. See this highlighted area right here? You see this highlighted area right here?
I thought they were going to show us too. I was like, yeah, let's go, content. But they're just using the camera on the back of a laptop.
You see this right here? Along with your cardio going up, all that is a significant sign of deception.
Okay,
when I'm asking you, see that little red right there? That's me asking you a question about Libby. Okay? Go down here. Here it is again. Look. Same thing. This one flattened out a little bit. There's still one. Now, I will tell you, a lot of times on the first charts that we run, the response is maybe a little bit more higher just because the person hadn't really settled down, you know what I mean? But on the second one, look, there it is again. There's ask a question about
You're such an L cameraman. One time I got into a fight, and my buddy was recording, and the fight started here, and it ended up over here, and he didn't move the camera. So it was literally just me running at the dude, and the camera didn't move. Like, oh, L cameraman. It just reminds me of this. There's just nothing going on. You just hear it.
There it is again.
I want to see her. I want to see the pressure.
I mean, it's just every question.
I want to see the pressure.
There's a scoring system used, and if you score a -4...
She started doing strange things with her mouth, including lots of lip licking, compressions, and tongue jutting here. She doesn't like that she's being called out. However, it's important to note that none of these things specifically indicate deception. Rather, they're negative responses to what's being said and signs of increased anxiety.
or less, which would be -4, -5, -6, -7. A -4 or less, you failed. What do you think you scored? -19. It's terrible. Terrible.
The police seem convinced that there may have been a woman helping Matthew cover his tracks that night. Despite the mounting evidence showing that someone was helping, Montana maintains her innocence, and there simply isn't enough evidence to confidently make an arrest. One thing to consider, though, is that if Montana was there on the scene, why would Matthew text her and tell her that Livy was dead? Unfortunately, there's nothing else the police can do to get that information out of her. So they're forced to turn to the gossip train of Hemp Hill for more answers. One intriguing theory police are told is that even if Montana wasn't involved in what happened, she may have been jealous of Livy, despite them getting along so well. The key to this theory, Montana's choice to dye her hair dark like Livy's so close to her death. It certainly wasn't anything concrete, but this theory exemplified the complex nature of the case, and it was only going to get more convoluted.
No, I can't. They're thinking into it too hard. They're thinking into that way too hard. I'm not even gonna lie. They're thinking into that way too hard. DB Grinder scrapping over what, bro? That was like 6 years ago. But I can't talk about what it was over. But I did indeed win. Yes. That dude, I was a sophomore in high school, and that dude was like a year younger than me. He was also like width-wise, he was bigger. Length-wise, I was bigger. Like in height, ayo, pause, in height. But yeah, I definitely cooked him. I did what needed to be done. I also fought him dirty, though, because he was talking crazy. I remember the last thing I did to him was I went to go spit in his face, and I missed. And I spit near his shoe, and he looked down, and he goes, ha, ha. I just, bah, 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 bah. I just went crazy on him.
Okay, what do you know?
That was a long time ago, bro. Anything that happened before I was 18 doesn't count.
Matthew, you said you don't like him. I know you don't like him. Why don't you like him?
He's just, cocky, always wants to run his mouth and everything. I know he was crazy and his family's crazy and everything, and Matthew's done some dumb before. Yeah, I don't like Matthew. I think before all this, I never liked him.
Straight up.
I just think, I don't care for him.
Have you ever known Matthew to threaten to kill anybody?
He was with Livy, but Montana starts dating somebody else. It just pisses him off, and he's like, I'm going to kill him, or, popping off like that. Yeah, I started saying
Have you ever took those threats as being serious or just?
You told me Matthew's a jealous type. He runs around with Montana still. Even though they're ex-wife. Doesn't know. Runs around with Levy. And then we have a third girl that these two don't even know about. And yet he's jealous because they're seeing.
That's kind of.
Is that Matthew or is that?
It's kind of him. Like, I hate to say that, but that's the way I see it.
Can you tell me was he aggravated? Did he seem aggravated that night? Was he happy? Was he?
And before everybody started getting there and everything, it was just being Bobby and him. I mean, he'd been drinking whiskey for like 3 weeks straight, and he'd been acting.
3 weeks straight is crazy. He said, I got drunk that day. He said 3 weeks straight he been drinking on bottles. Hey, yo. I respect that. Yo, Bobby's a trooper, bro. Bobby's a trooper for sure.
Like at daylight, starting drinking whiskey and drinking all day long all night.
So Levy's told you in the past that Matthew would threaten. What would he threaten to do?
Well,
yo, L posture.
I mean, like, she told me, like, there's been times where he's, like, threatened to hit her or whatever, and then one day, they had gotten into an argument, and she came to Taylor's house, and I went over there with her, and we were all just laying in Taylor's bed, and she was telling us about how, I don't remember if she said that Matthew threatened to, or if he really did, but she said something about how he had threatened or either did pull a gun on her.
Have you ever known Matthew to be violent towards Livy or Montana? Yeah. Have you physically seen that?
It's true about seeing bruises, cuts, and all that. And he's told me he's done it before on his own mouth.
You've seen bruises and cuts on who? On both Livy and Montana?
In an exclusive interview with YuGiOh, Colby Pearson, a former friend of Matthew and Livy, gives more insight into the tumultuous relationship hinted at by the residents of Hemp Hill.
When they first got together, it was a toxic relationship to start. Me, Kaylee, Matthew, and Livy used to hang out together, drinking in my garage, having fires. Me and Matthew hunted, fished, stuff like that together. I didn't have any real feelings about it until he started getting physical with her, and then I did have some feelings about that. Livy would tell Kaylee, and Kaylee naturally would tell me.
Dude, I just love, like, these guys are just so chill. Like, they're just like, yeah, bro, we're just drinking all day, drinking all week. God, yes. Hunting, fishing. Come on, brother, dude.
Buddy that I've known for forever, and he's not doing the right thing, but they're just going to get back together next week, and then I'm going to look like a bad guy, and I really wish I'd have navigated in a different way. It was a rocky road. I've came to terms with it. I don't think that I would have ever changed anything, no matter if I would have got physical with him. And shown him how it felt, or that's what I really wanted to do. I mean, hindsight, I wish I would have, but it wouldn't have changed anything. I think it would just created more drama, and I think we still would have been dealing with the same outcome.
While many people in Hemp Hill had heard rumors of Matthew's alleged abuse, Colby says he had a first-hand experience.
Me and Kaylee were in bed one night. Livy called Kaylee and said that she was walking down 944. Matthew had beat her up and kicked her out of the truck. Me and Kaylee get up and we head out to 944, which is just right up the road. Taylor, neighbors, Livy's best friend, had beat us there and picked her up. Livy and Matthew were living at Taylor's house at this time. So we get the call from Taylor that she's picked her up and they're back at Taylor's house. Matthew is supposed to be coming to get all his things from Taylor's house because, you know, they're breaking up again. So me and Kaylee decided to stay, you know, just in case things got physical again. I never personally, with my own two eyes, seen it, but that night he had...
That's just cap. Didn't they just say, like, he just saw it, and then he just said, nah, I didn't see it? Huh? Did they already side decked? Yeah. This is intense. This is game 3.
Had drug her out of
Time's
the truck
coming
by her
too.
hair, and she like had hair missing where he had like pulled it and drug her out of the truck. He showed up, got all his stuff, and I sat in the car in the driveway until he got there, and I didn't want it to be known that I was there. I was just hanging out just in case anything got crazy. He started getting pretty loud and acted like he was going to get violent again. And when he did, we had really dark tinted windows on Kaylee's car. That's what we were in. He was like right outside my door in his truck, and he started getting loud because Taylor was being loud with him. So when that happened, I stepped out. And when I stepped out, it was all this, oh, she hit me first, yada, 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 whatever. And kind of got him calmed down a little bit and was like, man, just, you know, let's just get your stuff packed, get out of here. You know, you should probably go. Nothing happened that night. I remember that story really good.
Matthew's alleged treatment of Livy is...
Sounds like a lot happened that night. He said nothing happened that night. That sounded like a lot happened that night. Sounded like a lot happened that night.
Nothing short of horrific. In another exclusive interview, Ty Pearson, Colby's brother, talks about Matthew's alleged conduct towards other women.
There was his ex-wife. She had told a few people about the abuse, the situation that she was in, and she actually left and got away from it. And
So I'm not laughing about what he's talking about, but it's not the best camera angle.
But yeah, that's probably the point where people started seeing his aggression towards women was with her.
The people of Hemp Hill were clearly eager to tell the police what they knew and had heard through the grapevine. Through this information, the police were able to put together most of the events leading up to Livy's death.
Oh?
Following his...
All right. I want to call it now. All right. So, Matthew is the guy who pulled the trigger. He's the guy who ended her life. But, that Montana girl picked him up from the crime scene and didn't snitch on him.
Break up with Livy in early...
That's the final thing. That's the final thing I'm going to do. All right. I'm going to run a prediction for it, too, but I'm going to keep it going.
In October, Matthew had been on a downward spiral. Weeks of constant drinking had turned him into a shell of the person he was, and it was only a matter of time until he snapped. Driven by jealousy, Matthew attacked Montana at Bobby's house and eventually chased her to his grandparents' house and damaged her car. Eventually, he must have gotten back in his car and searched for Livy. Although they had little information about what might have transpired between the two that night, investigators were able to determine that Matthew ran Livy off the side of the road before kicking and hitting her car. Eventually, he grabbed his rifle and shot her. It's believed that he took her keys and stole his cousin's car sometime after Livy died. Still isn't clear, though.
I didn't get the prediction up quick enough.
That's exactly why he then decided to curl up into the fetal position near Livy's car and wait for someone to discover him. Even though the police now had a better idea of what really happened October 30th, there was still plenty of drama for them to deal with, because this case was far from over.
Wait. Yeah, so they said Matthew did it, but like... Wait, I'm confused. So why did he text Livy... Or, yeah, why did he text Montana and say, I'm home with the keys? Oh, he was just capping. Okay. Hey, look, bro, look at that. DB. You take the B out of that, DN, Dueling Book, Dueling Network, Gadios.
Ranging from conspiracy theories involving the cartel to a prisoner on the run.
Huh? Who is the drug boss who makes the calls? The name I hear over and over again is Blank. But does he get told what to do? I have no idea. The way Blank told me the story, what it is. Matthew owed money to Blank for drugs and a lot of drugs. She said they were at Blank House doing a drug deal. Livy showed up and came in during it. At the time, he told Livy to run, and they clocked Matthew on the back of the head. Livy took off the car running. They shot. Okay, and it ends there. That says, Matthew did not kill Blank. Yes, he's responsible and should be held accountable for what he did. They came for him. There's still a murderer free. This had to happen. Now the ball is in motion. Justice will be all-inclusive in the end. Livy's driver's side door theories. Here's mine. When Blank was staging the scene after realizing they had dug Matthew into the blue truck and then laid him at the crime scene without his boots on, bring boots and attempts to make a print on Livy's car door right before the lady drove by on her way to work and witnessed someone carrying along something. Matthew's gun found at the scene, also left unsecured by Matthew's peer trial testimony. Then they used butt of the gun to hit Livy's windshield after lady drives on before EMT again. Yeah, I don't know. That third person's kind of cooking. The first two people aren't cooking, but the third person's kind of cooking.
And more than one arrest. When prosecutors failed to indict Matthew within 90 days of his arrest, he was out of jail on a lowered bail of only $50,000. Having Matthew back on the streets was a recipe for disaster, and tensions were high all throughout town. While Matthew's mother, Cindy, may have been spamming local Facebook groups with messages about her son's innocence, most people in town fully believed he was guilty, including Darcy Bass, Livy's mother. Things turned ugly when Darcy and Matthew ran into each other at a gas station, and there was a heated exchange. Luckily, the two were separated before either of them could do any damage to each other, but it was clear to everyone that the town was reaching a breaking point. However, before things could boil over, more charges are soon brought against Matthew by Montana, leading to his second, but not final, arrest.
First one is for the criminal mischief to Montana's vehicle, and the second one is for the assault on Montana. It's occurred over Bobby O's hands. Okay? I don't know if your attorney told you this information or not. I just want to make sure you understand, and I'll make sure she understands after I get you inside. I'll come back out and talk to you.
Oh, I can't go in?
No,
You're going to really take him from me?
I have no choice, man. He's under indictment.
You know, JP, she's a liar.
For a brief moment following Matthew's arrest, it seemed as though things might calm down. But later that very same afternoon, Darcy dropped by with issues about this case, this time surrounding Cindy.
You want me to show you something about Cindy? And that's going to be my next thing?
Oh? Oh?
And she might be thinking she's out there helping. What she ended up doing is she's going to end up hurting.
Oh?
This is all I said to her. I said, look, it's starting to bother me that you keep repeating it. Like, she screams at me.
Oh my God.
All these words. But she's being nice, okay?
Mm-hmm.
My son, I know my son is innocent. We want the truth as much as anyone does, okay? So I said, can you please stop? How do you know that, Cindy, if he doesn't remember? He said he was going to kill her, and she's killed. Please tell me how you know he is innocent. But look at this.
Oh my God.
This is how much just look at this, okay? It's very...
Oh, never mind. I thought they were texting paragraphs, but she just uses like the big font on her phone. Okay.
No, look at these. No, just watch. Look at this.
Bro.
This is, I mean, it was extreme. It was a lot. You know, she got me with the little boys, you know.
Bro, I can't even read that much.
Well, they all say the same
I couldn't
thing,
even do it.
Oh, no.
No?
Oh, no. She's saying all kinds of things. All kinds of things. Like, she knew something that I need to go and meet her and talk to her about, and which I didn't, you know.
Mm-hmm.
She's saying that, oh, my daughter would like to fight and all this stuff.
Based on Cindy's alleged harassment of Darcy, it's clear that she's willing to do a lot.
Wait. But she called her twice at the beginning. She didn't get called. She's the one who did the calling. She was probably like, yo. Okay. She was applying pressure. I see her.
Fight and all this stuff.
Based on Cindy's alleged harassment of Darcy, it's clear that she's willing to do a lot if she thinks it's what's best for her son. But just how far would Cindy be willing to go? Seemingly, Cindy wasn't the only one who believed in Matthew's innocence. Within a Facebook group known as the Matthew Edgar Case, Hemp Hill, Texas Unfiltered, a conspiracy began to spread that Matthew had become $30,000 in debt with a drug cartel. The theory then claims that members of this cartel murdered Livy, staged the crime scene in order to frame Matthew, and then injected Matthew with unknown drugs to erase his memory.
Bruh, dude, a cartel is never doing that, bro. That's just too much work. Like, what? Like, they would just shoot Matthew and say GG's. Like, come on now.
Despite how outlandish and ludicrous this theory is, the Facebook group is still active, with select members still posting evidence that supposedly backs up their claims. This evidence usually consists of text messages about local drug dealers or posts tearing apart the information provided by the police. On January 25, 2022, Matthew Edgar's long-awaited trial finally began. Still claiming that he had no memories of the night in question, Matthew entered a not guilty plea. The first 2 days of the trial proceeded normally. However, one glaring issue halted the trial on the third and final day. Matthew Edgar was nowhere to be found.
Oh?
It appeared that while out on bond, Matthew made a run for it, hoping to escape his inevitable conviction.
Come to the trial, day one, everything was, they didn't really lean either way. And day two, it started leaning more towards he was going to prison. And I believe that's when he was like, he's got to go. He got to get out of there. It was all surrounded by his grandparents' house. And we got there and we all went looking for him. Everybody. From that day, from what I understood, from what I talked to everybody that was there, they turned dogs loose on his trail, and they made a circle through the woods, came out to the highway, and lost his scent. So somebody picked him up at the highway.
Matthew's disappearance came as a surprise to many, as there had been no signs that he was planning something so daring. Rumors soon began to surface about the morning of his disappearance.
This is the story that was told.
I ain't gonna lie. If I, hypothetically, caught an M, and I'm going to court for it, and it ain't looking good for me, there's just no way I'm staying and accepting, 30 years of my life minimum gone, bro. I'm out. At least try.
When law enforcement got there, is that he was on the phone with his lawyer. He got mad. He got a gun out of the house, and he took off walking, is what they told law enforcement. He did have an ankle monitor on, which obviously doesn't do any good when they expect the fugitive to charge the ankle monitor.
Despite his absence, it was eventually decided that his trial would continue without him. In absentia, Matthew was found guilty.
Bro, why do we gotta use his pictures?
For Livy's murder, and was sentenced to 99 years in prison. While Matthew's sentencing might have brought Livy a sliver of justice, the community of Hemp Hill wouldn't be satisfied until her killer was behind bars. Unfortunately, it would be quite some time until that became a reality. It was believed that Matthew was hiding out somewhere in Sabine County with the alleged assistance of his family. And on December 29, 2022, after over 11 months of being one of Texas's most wanted fugitives, Matthew was finally caught.
I bet it probably wasn't an hour after they found him that Sabine County posted on their Facebook page his apprehension photo. From what I understand, they were tipped off that he had come back around for the holidays because it was around Christmas that he was caught.
Bro, how stupid can you be? Bro, you can't go celebrate Christmas with your... Oh my God.
Understand, they were tipped off and nobody was told anything. They just kind of moved in and waited and watched.
Few details have been released about the apprehension, but it was announced that Matthew was found in a small house near his grandparents' home in rural Sabine County. According to the federal agents who captured Matthew, he was out smoking a cigarette on the back porch of the house when they pulled up. Although the citizens of Hemp Hill could breathe a sigh of relief with Matthew's capture, there was now a new worry for them. Who had helped Matthew escape? Matthew's proximity to his grandparents' house led many to believe that his family may have been involved. And in November 2023, it was announced that Cindy Edgar, Matthew's mother, had turned herself in and was charged for hindering the apprehension or prosecution of a known felon. She's not been found guilty, and the results of this charge are still pending.
I think she needs to be the...
Oh, there's no way you turn yourself in. If they didn't even catch you, why would you turn yourself in? That's so dumb.
First of others.
With his third and final arrest, Matthew is finally facing justice for the terror and suffering he wreaked on Livy and her loved one.
There's just no way you turn yourself in. There's actually no way you turn yourself in. There's no shot. That reminds me of one time I was in a school cafeteria and some girl threw a packet of ketchup at us. It wasn't open, and I took it and I threw it back, and then we got in trouble. And then this random kid that neither of us even know was like, "Oh my God, I was throwing goldfish up in the air and trying to catch them with my mouth. I didn't catch them. Please get me in trouble too. I need to clean up the cafeteria too." It's like, bro, what? Okay, that was so wild. Okay, so he's so dumb, bro. He's so dumb. There's no shot you go back for the holidays. You go back for the holidays? Bro, I'm not even staying in the same state. I'm I'm not, like, you're in Texas, bro. Just go to Mexico. Like, what are you doing? Hold on. Alright, let's get another one of these going. There's no shot, bro. You're literally in Texas, bro. Actually, I don't know where in Texas that is, but, like, it gotta be close enough to Mexico where you can just leave. Or at least go to, like, Alabama or something where there's, like, nobody's at. Just go where nobody's at. Said, yeah, man, I'm looking over my shoulder until I'm in another country overseas. Yeah, bro had 11 months, and he stayed close near home, and he returned for Christmas, and he got caught smoking a cigarette on the porch. This dude just did not care. This dude he literally stepped outside. He's like, yeah, bro, I need to smoke this cig real quick.
Doors down so you can't ignore it. Hi, Grandma. Have you heard from Mom?
Huh?
3 doors down so you can't ignore it. Hi, Grandma. Have you heard from Mom?
There's like a part of me that knows I shouldn't feel bad, but I can't feel anything for it. I don't know what to do.
I'm not gonna get a birthday or Christmas, and disowned by my entire family.
Dude.
Okay, also this one is called When Evil Teens Think Murder is Hilarious. Huh? North Texas to Mexico can be a 10+ hour drive. But that's less than a day. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where he was at. But shoulda left for sure. Shoulda never came back at least.
Dude, I'm not even getting to work tomorrow.
Shh. Someone's about to get fired. I'll hunt you down like Tyrannosaurus.
On the afternoon of November 2nd, 2018, as the Volusia County officers respond to a 911 call about a burglary, little did they know they were actually stepping into the most disturbing case Volusia County had ever seen.
911, where's your emergency?
I just got home, and my house is completely trashed. It looks like someone broke in the side door.
How long have you been gone?
I've been gone all school day.
Are you there by yourself?
Yeah.
How old are you?
15.
I need you to take a deep breath. I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay. My mom's car is here and it's on, and she's not home, and she's supposed to go to work today, and I can't find her.
Okay. Your mom's car is there. Is there any other way she ever get to work? Does she ever get a ride from anyone else?
No, the car is on. It's turned on.
The car is on, and you're sure she is not there?
I searched the entire place. I've been here for like 8 minutes. I've been working. I can't find her.
I'm right here with you, okay? What's your name?
All right, my full name is Gregory Logan Ramos.
Is there anybody that has made any threats to your mom or to you? Or
No.
As the 911 operator is gathering information from 15-year-old Gregory.
So what's this show called? It's called Explore With Us. Also, hold on. Let me get my like lip balm stuff or whatever it's called, or lip stuff. Chap lips. I always keep this stuff in my book bag, the YuGiOh book bag. I always be getting chapped lips whenever I'm out of those.
Officers are arriving on the scene.
Phil?
I copy that.
Lane Clevenger? Where does she work? She works in an architecture firm up in Orlando.
Is she normally home this time of day?
Oh, she gets home at 6:30.
Okay.
Does she actually leave for work before you? She dropped me off, and then she usually just heads back to the Sunrail and hops in the train with her bike. And
Does anybody else live here once again?
my dad and my 2 step-siblings.
Where are they at?
My dad is on a visit trip in Seattle. He'll be back this afternoon at 6:30.
Okay.
And then the 2 stepchildren have their moms.
Okay.
But everything is gone. Like, except for like the mounted TV on my wall, there's everything is gone.
Hoping to gain some insight into this burglary, 2 officers take a walk through Gregory's house. To their horror and shock, the home had been trashed beyond recognition. Every part of the house has been rifled through. The bedroom's closets are emptied out and dumped all over the floor. In the kitchen, every single cabinet was open and rifled through, including those under the sink. Glass littered the floor of the kitchen as the burglars had taken it upon themselves to smash all the glassware.
That's weird. Why is there all this crap up here spilled? There's a broken glass here. I saw that shit broken, dude.
The damage around the house is more severe than a standard burglary.
Yeah, that's sketch. They're not gonna they're probably not checking under the sink anyways. Like if you're robbing someone's house, you're not trying to go after their Windex.
And the officers can't help but wonder if maybe these burglars had a personal vendetta against Gregory's mother Gail or his family. As the officers make preparations to take 15-year-old Gregory back to the station so he can be comfortable while they process the home, one of the neighbors approaches them.
Just say I do have a key to their house, but I haven't been up here since yesterday evening, or after you and I spoke. I talked to his parents.
Okay.
As I told them, this young man has some depression problems really bad.
Has she had any issues with him lately? Or?
No, not that I know of.
While processing continues at the house, Gregory is taken to the station. Seeking comfort and support, he calls Ken Jones, his sponsor with the Police Explorers, a youth program that allows teens interested in law enforcement to learn the basics and help their local sheriff's office. Ken meets Gregory at the station, and the two sit down for a chat in the following never-before-seen footage. It's been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor, a licensed attorney, and a former detective, former licensed polygraph examiner, and former hostage negotiation commander and instructor.
Wait, so if I heard that right, he called a cop, his sponsor, to get himself in an interrogation room? Huh? What?
Ken helps calm Gregory down. He notices some bruises on Gregory's face.
What happened here? I got in a fight yesterday with one of my friends. I didn't see that yesterday. I had makeup on. Right. It was a conversation with my friends. We got into a disagreement, but I solved the problem. I talked it out with him, and we made up, and he apologized for hitting me, and I accept these. What was his name? We hugged it out. My friend, Joe. Joe? Does the SRD know about the fight? Who? You guys school? Where's the No, there was no fight. He just came up. He's like, Greg, and I was like, what? He kind of punched me. He's like, what the hell, dude? I didn't hit back or anything. It was just, and I was like, okay, well, calm down. Let's talk it out and talk it out. And what's Joe's last name? I don't know. He's your friend. To be honest with me, Greg, what's his last name? I don't know his last name. Who does know?
Dude, he was setting him up. I was about to say he was setting him up for a Joe Mama for sure.
What the matter is though, we made up. It was just a conversation that happened. It wasn't anything too important. We talked it out and we hugged, and it was like, dude, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, and he was justified. And I said, I'm sorry for making that mistake. What time this happened yesterday? Well, dark of the afternoon. So I saw you like at what? What time did you get out of there? Well, I got there at 7. Okay. I just seen that you put makeup on it before you came out there. Yeah. Concealer. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want to work traffic detail with scars on my face. I guess that's reasonable.
The longer he chats with Ken, the more Gregory worries about his mother, Gail.
Do you know if any developments have been made, if anything happened? They're going to tell you everything that goes on. But I'm trying to make sure that you are the right one. Because, when you called me, you were very upset. It was just no, bad situation. Okay. We should call me earlier. I could have come down here earlier with you. That's why I want to come down here and make sure that you're okay. Look at me for a second. No matter what's happened, it's very important, whatever it is, that you're up front and honest. Even remember what Joe's last name is. Mm-hmm. Because that's important. So what we act upon and you tell us things is what we're going to do. We got to be able to trust you.
His sponsor, Detective Jones, is acting like a father figure here, telling him to look at him and to be honest. In contrast, Gregory is sitting cross-armed and doesn't appear comfortable. As a 15-year-old kid, he should be panicking and asking about where his mom is, and yet he's oddly calm.
I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. You have to say for some reason you don't want to tell me Joe's name. I don't know why. Why would you want to tell me Joe? I'm not going to go run after Joe and get him in trouble. But that's just you are. It's kind of like a question to make sure that you're going to be honest with me. You have my full cooperation. It's just I don't want an unrelated incident to be thrown into the morning. But we may need to make sure it is unrelated. We need to make sure that the people didn't come there and hurt you too. Is that possible? No, it's not. Okay. All right. But if it was, I would have voiced my concerns already. Okay. That's fair. But we want to make sure that you're okay. I'm fine. Because these guys are going to ask you a lot of questions. They're going to be hard questions. It's going to be a lot harder than me asking you what that guy's name is. Okay. And I don't want you to put up any walls. I want you to just tell them exactly what happened. I'll answer all their questions. I'm ready.
With Gregory feeling more comfortable, Sergeant Pagliari begins the interview.
Couple things. As you can see, I see as you keep looking at my recorder, so everything that I do obviously is recorded. Okay. Plus you see the camera up in the thing there.
Gregory has read his rights, as is standard procedure. In Florida, there's no requirement for a parent to be present in order to...
Of course it's Florida.
...interrogate a minor. However, there is an obligation to notify a parent or legal guardian when a minor is taken into custody, which isn't the same thing as questioning. The general take on the Florida parental notification requirement is that it's good faith, and the inability to make contact with a parent or guardian doesn't put a halt to any questioning. Still, it's important to note that Miranda rights apply to minors in Florida just as they do to adults. Now it's time for Sergeant Pagliari to get some background information on Gregory's mother and some recent trouble at school.
How would you say your relationship is with your mom?
It has its ups and downs. Okay. I think everyone argues a little bit with their mom. Okay. We love each other a lot, and I really hope she's okay.
Have you ever been in trouble with the law before or anything?
No, sir.
No? Okay. How about trouble in school? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Having his sponsor in the room should make him feel much more comfortable and relaxed, yet Gregory has his arms tightly crossed and his nonverbal communication is not in sync with his verbals, indicating he's feeling anxiety. Given the situation, this is understandable. He doesn't know where his mom is and his house has been burglarized. Still, he's very closed off.
And I'm just getting background before we get into things. That's all I'm trying to do here. So, like, trouble at school, like how?
So I'm trying to think about what it was. Last month, I got ISS and OSS for that.
What is that, sir? I don't know.
ISS is in-school suspension. OSS is out-of-school suspension.
Okay. Why? What happened?
The weekend beforehand, my friend was feeling ill, so I snuck out of my house to go talk to him, and I talked with him, and my friend smokes cigarettes, and he gave me some to take home with me. I put some in my backpack, and I forgot to take them out. So when I was searched randomly at my school, they were gone.
And how'd your mom feel about that?
She was not happy. But we worked on a solution, which was me going to do community service for my church.
Okay. You talk about ups and downs in your mom's relationship, right? So that would probably be one of the downs, I would assume?
No, because she was justified in her anger. That was my fault. But previously, my mom has done things that were not justified.
You want to tell me about those?
All you really need to know is it was just impulse. It wasn't anything serious.
Yeah, that's crazy. 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 So I just watched this interrogation yesterday. It's funny you're seeing it now. It's kind of fire. It's kind of fire. But
Gregory is making an attempt to not only be perceived as a good person by making himself look like someone who would admit it when he did something wrong, but also to control the interview when he adds, all you really need to know, given the fact that he's only 15. This is all very bold.
Okay. I'm not here to get your mom in trouble, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So if you think that what you're going to tell me is going to negatively affect what I think about your mother, that's not it at all.
It's just hard for me to talk about.
Okay.
Now that he understands Gregory a bit better, it's time for Pagliari to start creating a timeline from the day before the burglary.
Who stayed at your house last night?
Who was at my house last night?
Yeah.
Gregory repeats the question before answering, which gives him a pause to think about what exactly he wants to say. The reason this is a red flag is because the question is simple and straightforward, and not a complex question that requires a lot of thought.
Me and my mother.
Okay. All right. Now, Detective Jones was talking to you, and I was, again, listening. You were at a fair or something yesterday?
Yesterday, I was working parking detail for the Orange City Police Explorers. I was helping park cars at the Volusia County Fair.
Do you know what time you came home last night?
8:47, maybe?
Why so specific?
That's just a time I remember, probably from looking at my phone. The thing with the traffic detail ended early. It was supposed to go until 9, but I think it ended a bit early. And so I got home around just closer to 9. So, yeah.
Mom was home?
Yeah.
Okay. And you guys, when you got home, conversation with Mom, ask how your day was, anything?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Good.
Okay.
We talked to me at dinner.
What'd you guys have for dinner?
I don't remember.
You don't remember what you had?
No.
Must not have been very eventful.
No, it was just like a regular night.
There's a slight upward inflection when Gregory answers good. This often indicates a bit of uncertainty.
When you got home, conversation with Mom, ask how your day was, anything?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Good.
The rest of Gregory's answers are also short and vague.
Bruh. I wish I just had someone cooking me food all the time. That sounds so fire, bro. Like, I would never forget it. There's no shot. Like, I know what I ate the last, 5 days straight.
But most interestingly, he also seems to be emphasizing that last night was, as he said, just like every other night. All of this together seems to suggest the opposite of what Gregory is saying, and something about last night was not good or like every other.
So Mom doesn't make good food? Because there seems to me dinner's never eventful. Is that what you're telling me?
I know.
Because when I find her and tell her, I'm going to say, listen, Greg said dinner's uneventful. You think she's going to be upset with me or upset with you when she says that?
Maybe.
There are a few interesting interactions here. For one, a bit earlier, Gregory gives a very specific answer of 8:47, which sets the stage that his memory is very good. Second, the detective seems to have noticed how closed off Gregory is being still, and is doing a little bit of friendly picking on him to build rapport. However, when the detective talks about finding his mom, Gregory makes some anchor point shifts. This thought should have raised a bit of hope or excitement, yet instead, he shows signs of anxiety.
He said she goes off on you for other stuff, so I don't want her to go off on you for that. It's whatever. How do you deal with it when she goes off on you?
I've gotten better at it.
You got better at it?
I used to get really angry and emotional, but I kind of realized that's not worth it.
Well, that's the only way to deal with it. The worst thing to do would be put your hands on her?
I would never do something like that.
You would never put your hands on your mom?
No. And I think I've made that point quite clear to her. We had an argument a couple months ago. It was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And she sat me across the room because she didn't trust me. And I told her I could, yell and scream and yell all I want, do the exact same stuff he did to me, but I'd never lay my hands on you. Never. That's just nothing I do.
Gregory repeats the statement that he would never lay his hands on his mother, and then makes some convincing character reference statements. It's clear that he's working really hard to be seen as a calm, non-violent person who couldn't have hurt his mom. It makes you...
Alright. I'm gonna run a prediction, because there's still an hour and 30 minutes left in this. I'm gonna run a prediction. Do you think he did it or not? Hold on. Slash prediction. Alright, here we go. Story prediction. Did he do it? Let's put yes. No. I might be doing this a little bit too early because, you know what I mean? Like, there could be other people in this, but like, I don't know, man. I'm feeling sketch about this dude already. For sure.
You wonder why he feels the need to emphasize this when she's just missing at this point. Sergeant Pagliari begins building a timeline.
Okay, what happened this morning? I slept good. My alarm was not set. She woke me up around 6:20. I sleep in my clothes.
So what you're wearing right now is what you wore to school?
No, I changed shirts when I got home.
Okay.
I was sweaty.
This is an odd detail. Why would Gregory even think of changing his shirt when he came home and found his house burglarized and his mother missing?
But your pants and shoes are the same.
Yes.
And your socks. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. So 6:20.
You're out of there, buddy. You're out of there.
Hey, you slept in. Okay. Mom came woke you up. Fired up, huh?
She wasn't angry.
Okay. So tell me what happened.
She's like, okay, you gotta get up now. Go brush your teeth and pile in the car. So I grabbed my backpack. I went and brushed my teeth, took out my retainer, kind of messed with my hair a bit, and then I got in the car.
So what time do you think you got to school?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Can't look at your phone?
It's probably in the ballpark of like 6:40.
Okay.
It's certainly interesting that a few minutes ago, Gregory could remember the exact minute he got home, but now he honestly has no clue what time he got to school.
Talk to anybody when you got there? Hey, what's up? You got friends at school?
Yes.
Who'd you talk to? First person you saw at school was who?
First person I saw.
Mm-hmm.
For a brief moment, Gregory unblocks by lowering his arms and leaning forward. He then wrings his hands together before closing back off. Something about this line of questioning made him a bit uncomfortable, but why?
Probably my friend Kat. Kat? Yeah.
Boy or girl?
Female.
You got a last name?
No.
Who's your friend? Your last name?
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't really got that many friends. I'm not like a super social person.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that.
I have a lot of acquaintances that I have that I've either A, had a class with in the past, or B, have class with now, or C, I know from elsewhere. And so, yeah.
Okay. No worries, man. No worries. I get that. What's your first period class, buddy?
Biology.
Who's that teacher?
Mr. Olstowski.
Biology. What building is that? Room? Building and everything else, you know?
Building 3.
Mm-hmm.
Floor 3.
403 is the room?
Well, building 3. Floor 3.
Oh, floor 3.
I don't know the room number.
You want to take a stab at spelling the last name of that teacher?
Latsoy, or maybe W, and ski, like a something like
man,
that.
Woman?
He's a guy.
Guy. Okay. You like him?
He's
Good
alright.
teacher?
I have a D in his class.
You have a D?
Yeah.
How's Mom feel about that?
We had an argument about it last night.
Oh, tell me about that.
We talked about it. Basically, she's like, can't.
Yo, shout out to Live Hard 46 for the sub with the Prime. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Or thank you. Appreciate you.
And I was like, well, I got all A's and B's last quarter. I can pull my grade up before the end of the semester. And she was like, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Don't act so cocky. I'm like, I'm not. I just know I'm capable of doing things like that.
Sergeant Pagliari has honed his skills when it comes to reading behavior, and he's picking up on some strange behavior from Gregory.
You know, one thing you said you'd like being you want to be a detective someday. And in my personal experience, when people start a story and then they go into the blah, blah, blah part, that there's more to the blah, blah, blah. So if you will, Greg, tell me what the blah, blah, blah part was for this argument.
Okay, well, basically, she was just kind of like, whatever. You act narcissistic sometimes. Don't be so cocky.
Using the word basically tends to indicate that someone is leaving something out. This, combined with Gregory's nonverbal behaviors such as self-soothing head rubbing, scratching, possible eye blocking, and his one hand tightly across his stomach in a protective and guarded posture, all seem to indicate that he's feeling a lot of anxiety.
And I was like, well, I'm not cocky. I'm capable. I feel like I have the skills because I've done it before to fix my grades in a short amount of time. And I was like, I probably could fix them by Friday and stuff, and just talking with her about that. And she was like, all right, whatever, go study your biology. And I was like, all right. So I studied my biology for about an hour, and then I went to her room, and she was on the phone with Dad. I said hi to Dad, and then they hung up, and then I said a prayer with her for a good night, and that hour, whatever, for a million hours, for Grandma, for Uncle Joe, stuff like that.
When people say and then, or jump to parts of their story by saying and, repeated a few times in a row, it tends to mean that they're going through events like they're bullet points, and they're usually leaving something out between the ands.
And I was like, I probably could fix them by Friday. And so I studied my biology for about an hour, And then I went into her room, and she was on the phone with Dad. I said, hi, Dad. And then they hung up, and then I said a prayer with her for a good night. And said our whatever, for healing hours, for Grandma, for Uncle Joe, and stuff like that.
Pay close attention to the moments when Gregory says, and then, as the
That's tough. That's tough. Like, how do you even, like, prevent that, bro? Like, if you're talking, well, obviously never talk, but, like, how do you even prevent saying "and" that much? Am I just supposed to say, like, am I just, what are you supposed to say instead of "and" then? Am I supposed to say, like, and, I was literally about to say "and" again. I don't even know.
questioning continues.
And then I kissed her, and I went to sleep. Good. That was around, I went to sleep around 11. That's when I woke up late.
Okay. When was the first time somebody called you about, or did anyone call you about your mother not being at work or anything like that?
I received no communication from anyone about that.
Okay.
With Gregory's school day seeming as normal as can be, the sergeant inquires about what he found when he got home that afternoon. Gregory gives some indication that he's feeling anxiety around the questions of what happened when he got home by fidgeting with his fingers, making anchor point shifts, and doing some self-soothing rubbing on his arm. It's important to note that an innocent person might also experience anxiety with these questions, as coming home to such a house after a robbery would be traumatic. However, it's still going to be noted by the detective.
How long would you say it takes you to get from the bus stop to your house?
10 to 15 minutes.
You weren't running or anything today, were you?
No.
Okay.
Gregory makes even more anchor point movement shifts as this line of questioning starts, moving his leg up into a barrier position and engaging in some self-soothing as well.
Front door was locked. You used the key. Mom's car was in the driveway?
Correct.
And you told Detective Jones it was running?
It was running.
Is that odd?
Yes.
Is it odd the fact that your mom's car is even there at all?
Yes.
Why?
Because she parks at the Sunrail station, and then she takes her bike on the Sunrail to go to her job.
Time's when we usually get home?
6:30.
Car's in the driveway and it's running. That's weird. Car's there at all. It's weird. You agree?
Yes.
So now you used the key and you opened the door. What did you do? What's the first thing you do when you went inside?
Well, I noticed that there was all over the floor, like just a bunch of like crap that was strewn everywhere, and the closet doors were open, and there was stuff spilled on my table. I just noticed that the front view of my house was chaotic.
Spilled on the table where?
I don't know. On the table.
What room's the table?
Oh, it's my house. You go through the front door, and there's this hallway. My room is this way, and then there's a dining room table right here.
Okay. Gotcha.
And the next thing I did was we went in my room, and I noticed that there were things missing, and that there was dressers and crap, all that crap just pulled out and strewn everywhere.
What's missing from your room?
Mainly, I didn't really look thoroughly for like everything that was missing from my room, but I noticed 3 things in particular.
What are those?
My stereo system.
Describe what they are. So 3 things. Stereo system. What's that?
It's like a radio with 2 large speakers, and it lights up LED blue.
You know who makes it?
Zero Clue.
Zero Clue is pretty popular.
Yeah, I know.
Which other things you're missing?
My gaming computer.
Like, is it describe it to me?
It is white. It has a glass side, and inside you can see the wires and the graphics cards and all that stuff inside, and it goes LED blue.
So it's like a tower, not a laptop?
It is, yeah. It's a big boy.
It's attached to a monitor. That's how you play?
Yeah. I paid for this with all my own money from summer jobs and stuff.
Must be pretty pissed off that's gone.
Yes.
I'd be pissed off. You spent all your money that you earned to buy this computer tower, now it's gone?
Well, I'm more pissed off that my mom's gone.
Rightfully so. Yeah.
This is an interesting moment. It appears that Gregory doesn't want to show anger about his missing things, so he deflects it back to his missing mom to appear like the appropriately concerned teenager, but it all seems a little forced.
What's the third thing?
I noticed I have a 25, I forget the weight on it, but it's a hunting legal combat bow. Compact bow. Give me a minute.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy if he didn't do it, because this dude just got, like, full robbed. Like, if he didn't do it, like, they took everything. That'd be crazy.
I just need to talk to me. You talk to Detective Jones.
I'd be
While
so
Sergeant
angry.
Pagliari steps out of the room to make some calls, Gregory chats with Detective Jones.
When do you think my house will not be a crime scene? I don't know. Sometimes it takes hours, sometimes it takes almost a day and a half. I know you've worked cases like this before. I have. It takes a while sometimes. And the more information you can give them, the better off it is, you know. They need to know what to do, where to go. I made a lot of bad decisions in my life.
Oh?
With regards to other things. Yeah. And it's just...
His answer here immediately grabs Detective Jones's attention, and he moves into the confession position. Gregory must have noticed because he quickly clarified with regards to other things, but it makes you wonder, what exactly is his sponsor thinking in this moment?
Now, my mom's gone. Like, she's dead. Like, I don't make the reconcile with myself. Well, why would you think that's the case? Because no one knows where the hell she is. Why would a homie date or take hostage if somebody knows? I hope my mom's okay. Yeah, I do too, Greg. I can't imagine what it'd be like. Love you, Mom, don't you? After you guys had your argument with her last night, if she was here right now, what would you say to her? I would just feel like such a dick after every argument we have. It just makes me angry. We don't understand each other. We're different people. We have different opinions, but we love each other. Oh no! You know, you feel guilty about the fight a little bit? What? I hope she's safe.
Bruh, this dude's messed up like 10 times. Like, bruh, there's no shot. There's no shot. There's no shot.
Did you say you want her back? Where is she? Why is she gone? I don't get it. Don't give up hope.
Gregory makes a big mistake here. He slips up saying,
I hope she's safe.
he may have just given away not only what happened to his mom, but that he may know more about it than he's letting on. To cover, he starts to cry. But if you're wondering if he's actually upset, notice that he gets distracted and has to brush his hair out of his face. After the detective helps Gregory calm down, Pagliari comes back into the room with more questions, hoping to get any information from Gregory that might help them find his mother.
So you were talking about going through the house. You went down, took some inventory.
Well, after I went downstairs looking for my mom and didn't find her, I went back upstairs and I decided I needed to check on my dog.
He's so eager to continue his story that he actually interrupts the detective.
Going through the house, you went down, took some inventory.
Well, after I went downstairs.
He seems pressured to go through what he did when he got home and to explain everything. This is really interesting because an innocent person shouldn't feel the need to explain things. It simply is what it is.
If the house was broken into, robbed,
It is what it is.
I thought there was a good chance they killed my dog. But, I mean, I didn't know he doesn't bark that much, but I didn't know if they were going to do that or if, like, whatever. I didn't know what was going to happen. So I walked into the laundry room, and I saw everything was, like, displaced, right? But my dog was fine. And that's when I noticed the door. The door, here, I'm standing up and show you.
You want to stand up and show me? Okay.
So, let's say this is the knob for the door, and there's a deadbolt here. The deadbolt was unlocked, right? And this was locked. But this entire wooden area on this frame was it looked like it had been busted open. Like the force of the door was so powerful that it had literally broken the wood. And I recognized that as someone kicking in the door.
It's odd that Gregory thinks this is something he needs to demonstrate. It's more likely that he feels the need to burn off nervous energy.
Why do you think that?
Because either that or they somehow forced the door open, but it had to be a strong enough force to break this, to break a lock, basically. It has to be strong enough to do that.
Sure.
So,
did you think that?
Yeah.
The force and everything you're talking about here is just because of that, based off your explorer training?
Common sense.
Common sense.
I'm just assuming, just thinking out loud, like, you have to be able to be, like, either strong enough or there needs to be, like, a certain amount of force for the wood, like, a door frame to, like, basically, like, crack and, like, make the lock give out.
Sure.
As Gregory draws out a layout.
I can't lie. That door didn't seem that crazy. I can't even lie. That door didn't seem like it was too crazy of a door. Like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. You could probably just kick that door in. Like, it's probably not that hard. I'm gonna be honest. It didn't seem that hard. I'm not even like a big dude either. It just doesn't seem that hard with that kind of door.
Out of his home for Sergeant Pagliari, he mentions something odd that he noticed in his mother's room.
I made it to the master bedroom, and it was just really bad. It was terrible in there. And one thing I noticed was that the bed was at an angle.
What's it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be straight on.
Okay.
Now, there's a dresser here. There's a dresser here. There's a couple bookshelves, and there's a mirror here, and then there's a dresser here. And then that's the bedroom going on. But that bed was out of place. That's one of the major things I noticed was that the bed was out of place.
There's been a shift in how Gregory answers these questions, and he's much more open to talking about things that have nothing to do with his mother.
So after I surveyed the house and looked for my mom, I called the cops. I'm pretty sure you know the rest of the story.
Yeah. Did you see, okay. There's one thing I want to ask you.
Huh? Who said that?
I surveyed the house and looked for my mom. I called the cops. I'm pretty sure you know the rest of the story.
Oh, okay. I thought it was one of them that said I'm pretty sure the rest of the story. I was like, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's a 10 out of 10 stream. You should do this more often. This is kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie. I do enjoy this. Cause either I would end stream and do this, or I'm just doing it now. Like I may as well just do it now. It's kind of fire. And I'm hearing what y'all saying about this. What is this video? It's called "When Evil Teens Think Murder is Hilarious."
Yeah. Did you see? Okay. There's one thing I want to ask you about. You said you came home from school and you wore different clothes at school. So you went through the whole house. You did all this surveying and everything. At what point did you think it was pertinent to change your clothes?
All right, let me tell you. So I was sweating my ass off, right? I was really hot, and
Instead of just answering the question directly, he goes into a long story to explain his
God,
actions,
yes.
which is another sign that he feels nervous about what he's saying.
I told my family, I think I told you this, but I got in the house and I felt sick. I couldn't find my mom. I was freaking out. I was not in a good place. And so I went to my bathroom and I threw up in the toilet. And I then proceeded to flush the throw down. And then I took off my school shirt and I changed it to a different shirt. I didn't know if there was any throw up on it or not, but I was feeling hot and sweaty and I needed to change the color.
Where's your shirt at now?
It's in my hamper.
Where's that?
In my room.
Okay.
Sergeant Pagliari clarifies one final detail before diving into Gregory's story. If things seem a little odd so far, then get ready, because this is where things start to get even stranger.
Detective Jones was talking about the marks to your face. And I want to talk about that a little bit more. Right.
All right.
When did that happen?
Can I ask what relevance this has to the conversation?
Everything is relevant, Greg.
Asking about the relevance is the kind of thing you could expect to hear from an experienced criminal as a deflection, or from a savvy adult with a lawyer perhaps. But this is unexpected awareness on the part of a young, seemingly not criminally involved teen. He sounds like a defense lawyer here, not a kid. It also shows that he may be fishing to see what information they have.
Now they're going to say, hey, listen, Greg's mother's missing. Greg has marks on his face. Is it possible that Greg got in some kind of altercation with his mother? Right? They're going to ask me that.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I need to explain when you got those marks on your face.
All right.
Good. When?
Yesterday.
Yesterday? What time?
After school.
Where at?
Student parking lot.
Okay. Who did it?
My friend Joe.
What's his last name?
It starts with an L.
You have a class with him?
No. He's older than me, but he's what? He's older than me?
Older than you. Okay. Joe L. Older. White male, black male, Hispanic male.
White.
Okay. What grade do you think Joe L. is in?
He's a junior.
How long have you known him?
Year and a half.
Okay.
Not gonna explain the situation to you because it probably looks like I got my ass beat.
Well, go ahead, please. Tell me what happened.
All right. So at homecoming, Joe's ex-girlfriend was attempting to grind on me. I don't know if you know what that is. Tell me what it is. It's like
W. Gregory.
You have well, I was hanging out with my friend. My other friend.
Explain
right?
it.
And they're being grinded on, right? But I don't have a girlfriend, and I'm kind of more focused on other things, and I don't have time for that. And so his ex-girlfriend, Joe's ex-girlfriend, comes to grind on me, and I'm like, I don't really want to do that. And she's like, come on, it'll be fun. And so she did it, and I kind of let her because I wanted to fit in, I guess.
Yeah. W. Gregory.
Joe found out.
God,
Joe came up to me,
yes.
and then he slapped me and he punched me. And he goes, dude, what the hell? Why would you do that? And I...
Wait. You let your buddy's ex... Nah, bro. Yeah. I'll slap you too. You deserve that.
We talked to that. And I...
Wait. That's a L. Gregory. What am I talking about? L. Gregory, bro. If Joe is your friend, there's no way you do that. Come on. L. Gregory. Nah,
basically explained to him that I was at fault. I shouldn't have done that. I felt even more than those other people. I value what we have, and I wouldn't want to end that. And I want you to understand that I'm sorry, and that I really want to continue being friends with you. And he was like, it was kind of a dick move for me to come up and hit you without any prefix. So I'm sorry that I did that. Then we hugged. And I said, see you tomorrow. And that was it.
Was there anybody else there that saw this?
No. Not that I know of.
Not that I know of is a
I gotta say
selective memory
that.
statement, but Gregory's entire story is full of red flags, starting with the neck rubbing. It's not particularly believable that most teen boys would get in a fight like that and make up that quickly. Never mind.
Nah, that's cap, bro. That's cap. Like, if they're your friend, 100% you make up that quick. 100%. On God. First fight I ever truly gotten, like, first true actual fight, I lost the fight. I got punched, and in my head I was thinking, I can eat this punch easily. I eat the punch, my head hits like a stud, like, on, like, a porch. Boom! Instantly, bro, I'm seeing stars. And I was like, and the fight got broke up for a second, and I was like, and I I remember the person was like, how many fingers am I holding up? I'm like, 3. And they're like, I bet, go back. And I go back to fighting. I literally just close my eyes and just start throwing punches because, like, I can't see very good. So I'm just throwing punches. Me and him ended up making up that night. Like, that night because we were friends. But, like, come on now. That's just normal. That's how it is, bro. That's how it is.
Mind hug and not even know each other's last names. Either Gregory actually has no clue how normal interactions work, or he thinks the officers are that naive and dumb that they will believe this story.
So you were just in the parking lot. Like, were you walking? Were you hanging out? I mean, how did this... Tell me about how he...
I was hanging out with my friends.
So you were there in the parking lot with other people?
Yeah.
Okay, well, can you name somebody with a first and last name?
Brian Torres.
Brian Porez?
Torres.
Spell it for me, bud. Give it a go.
P-O-R-E-Z.
P-O-R-E-Z? So,
Torres, yeah.
okay. What grade is he in?
He's a senior.
Is he in a class with you?
No. Big guy, no. He saw it all go down.
So Brian Porez saw Joe L. punch you in the face.
Yeah.
In the student parking lot yesterday at University High School.
Yes.
Okay.
Gregory's story is now out in the open, but there are a few issues with it. While Sergeant Pagliari has been speaking with Gregory, another investigator has been verifying information with Gregory's school, and things just aren't lining up.
If I hear that he didn't go to school, instantly guilty.
That's 100%.
That's everything?
No, that's it. I mean, you're telling me that what you're telling me is the truth.
Yeah.
Okay. You're in school all day.
Yep, I've never money.
Should I believe everything that you told me today, Greg?
I mean, it's up to you.
Well, here's the thing, okay? Do you think that I'm not going to go or have some of my detectives go and run down your story and verify all these places you're at?
Yeah.
An honest person is much more likely to just say yes or ask why wouldn't you instead of a more confrontational answer like it's up to you.
And when I do that, what are they going to tell me?
That they're going to tell you it's truthful.
That you were in, you went to every class today.
I was late to 7th period, and I was in the auditorium 6th period. I don't think I mentioned that, but...
Okay, so you didn't take yourself out of school today at 1:10?
No, why?
So the school's wrong.
What do you mean?
So if the school tells me that Greg checked himself out of school today at 1:10 p.m., that's wrong.
Yeah, because I was there all day.
Okay. So if
He said, how does this matter? He said, I'm still wondering how this leads to the house being broken in. That's exactly why. That's exactly why.
Mr. Dye tells me you weren't in school today in his class. He's wrong.
No.
No, he's not wrong.
But I didn't leave the school.
So you lied to me.
Oh, I didn't leave the school. You guys left the school. I said no.
You lied to me. Period. I don't give a damn what it's about. You lied to me.
Yeah.
Damn.
What happened?
Gregory seems to freeze a bit here, like he's trying to decide what his next story is going to look like. The detective just confronted him, and now he's entered the deconflicting stage of the liar's loop for this part of his lie. He now has to make his story fit into what the detective already knows. As well, the detective is doing a good job of slowly entering the confrontation stage of the read technique, bringing up piece by piece to see how Gregory responds. He's also sitting in the same position as Gregory. This kind of mirroring is meant to improve rapport and connection, even while confronting him.
Well, as you know, I have a D in biology.
Wait, before we keep going, does that actually work? Like it's gotta, right? But like, how? How would that work? How does sit in the same way as somebody else build rapport with them? How does that work? Like, you're just sitting down, bro. It's a psychological thing. Okay, I was about to say, because like if I see someone sitting the same way as me, if anything, I might move the way I'm sitting. I might be like, nah, I'm not sitting like that. But okay, all right.
I fell asleep in his class, and so I needed to get shit done. I needed to get on that grind. So
straight up,
I skipped into the auditorium 6th and 7th period, and I sat down and I took that time and I did my bio homework, and that's what I need to do for bio because I'm missing a frick ton of assignments in there. I think I'm missing 6. Those need to be done.
So why would the school say you checked yourself out at 1:10?
Because I would show up absent for both of those classes. You can't check yourself out.
It's hard to tell if Gregory is being genuine, but if he's willing to lie about something like this, then what else could he be lying about?
Why'd you lie to me about stupid as biology?
Because I don't want you to have a bad opinion of me. Because I want you to understand I've done a lot of wrong things in my life. And I acknowledge that. I don't make the best decisions. But if something serious as this, or my mom is missing, I need you to, not have a bad opinion of me.
My opinion of you, Greg, is whatever you tell me. My job is not here to make judgments, good, bad, or indifferent. My job is to get as much as I can from you to help find your mother. Now, when you lie to me, even if it's a little bit, yeah, you lose some credibility. And you can get all upset and cry about it. That's just the way that it goes. No, I get it. You hear what I'm saying? No, I hear what you're saying. And then I get these things about, well, who's the guy that drove you? I don't know. Brian something. Well, I didn't lie to you. I legitimately forgot his name the first time I was talking about him. These things that you tell me, right? Especially when you're not in school. Can anybody verify where were you when you did your biology homework? In the auditorium. So I want to see you on camera in the auditorium doing your biology homework. Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. So if I don't see that and I call you a liar again, am I right to do that? Yeah. That's what you will see. So I'm not really worried about it. Okay. All right. So if I were to hypothetically just say, or just to say, not even hypothetically, if I were to say that you went home last night, got in an argument with your mom for whatever reason, I guess it was the biology thing, right? Because I know she told your dad that you guys got in an argument about it. If I were to say that you went to school and then you came home, somehow you got home, I'm not sure how you got home, but you checked yourself out. Now again, give me some credit here. You checked yourself out, or you left school, checking out. You just left. Somehow you got home. You get home, something happens to your mom, or you and your mom got into hands-on, you did something to your mom. Wouldn't that be far-fetched? What do you mean? You killed your mom. Why would you think I would do that?
Following this accusation, Gregory freezes and pauses for a long time. Right now, he's been pretending that she's just missing, so this is a big jump, but Gregory's response is very suspicious. He doesn't show any anger or indignation as you would expect from an innocent person being accused. He just flipped it and asked the detective a question. He didn't even deny it. He just deflected.
Bro, it took him forever, too. He just sat there. They were like, yeah, you killed your mom. He's like, what you mean by that, bro? Like, what? What? Bro, nah.
You tell me. You guys have ups and downs. You got marks on your face. You told me Joel is the one that punched you in the face, but before you didn't say shit about it. You didn't ask. I did ask. I said, who was there? I don't know. Oh, maybe my friend was there. Your credibility with me, Greg, sometimes is up and down. So again, when I ask you, would it be far-fetched if you came home today and killed your mother? Yeah. You did kill your mother? No. Would it be far-fetched? Yeah. Why? Because I would never do something like that. But she said you. No, she said you.
This is the first big confrontation when Pagliari states, you killed your mom.
Okay, and there's also a difference, bro. Like, getting beat by a parent and, like, taking a parent's life is, like, two completely different things, bro. Two completely different things. Like, a parent can hit their kid, but a kid don't hit their parent. That's just how it works. Y'all feel me? Come on now. Come on now. I remember one time I got hit in the eye with an apple by my mom, bro. She threw an apple at me. Got hit in the eye with that thing. That hurt. I was like, why? That was bad, but like, who cares?
He then attempts to build a theme that she's been hitting Gregory, offering him some kind of justification. But as the accusations against him become more and more severe, Gregory seems to realize that the only way to protect his innocence is to make some tragic and startling revelations.
Have you ever been assaulted? No. Have you? Yes. Okay, I have. I was assaulted. I reported it to the police. They did nothing. Okay. So, the only person that was really there for me were my parents, and specifically my mom. My mom was the one who helped me through that dark time in my life. I felt I attempted to more than once, more than 3 times. She never put me in all facts. She never called the cops. She never did any of that. She helped me through that time in my life where I was in a bad place, and she saved me from myself. I love my mom more than anything. And we have our ups and downs and we have our problems, but I love her.
The timing of his story is questionable. He seems to be trying to deflect from the accusation that he killed his mother and put himself into a victim role in the eyes of the detective. It's a fairly common tactic for narcissistic individuals to use threats or actions like this to manipulate others. He also makes really intense eye contact while leaning forward and seems to be trying to read if he believes his story. This position is similar to the confession position, but the officers don't have him to that point yet. He's just trying to manipulate them into believing him.
And I was explaining to Detective Jones earlier, I had gotten into an argument with my mom maybe a year ago, and she sat me across the room and she said, I'm scared of you. And I said, why? She's like, what if you lay your hands on me? And I said, I would never do that, because I would never do that. That's not something I would do. That's not something I would ever do. I would never lay my hands on my wife.
Gosh.
She's done too much for me. Too much for her family.
5 times back
For me to lay hands on my wife. You're a detective, right? Yes. Okay. So, do you want to know what happened today? Yes. Do you want to
me and you want the same thing. Yes, you want to find my mom. I want to know what happened to your mom. I want to know what happened to my mom as well. And I don't think she's dead. Whatever. I try to think positively, but it's whatever. The point of the matter is, like I said before in our previous conversation,
Like I said before, is a reference statement and saves him from having to repeat a lie again.
I've made some mistakes in my life, and I regret them. And now I'm gonna voice my mistakes to you, so you can understand what happened. I don't know what happened to my mom. That's the first thing I want to get out. I don't know what happened to my mom, but I do know where I was. I know how everything conspired, and I know that I lied to you a lot because I wanted to protect my own name. But I realize now that after you asked me whether I killed my mom or not, I realized that there's something more important than just me, and that's my family. And in order to help my family and get them the answer that they want,
Gregory is really trying to position himself as a good person by repeating how much he cares about his mom, family, and how great of a kid he is.
The only words I can save him here, I want a lawyer. Nah, I'm not even gonna lie. He's in too deep. He's in too deep. He should have started with I want a lawyer. Like he's in far too deep now just to say I want a lawyer. They're gonna get something on him now. Yeah, the amount of misplays here is insane.
A truly innocent person would likely not need to repeat this to convince anyone, as it would be obvious.
they deserve. I need to be completely honest with you, and so that's what I'm gonna do. So flip the page, and I'll tell you what happened.
Oh, said flip the page.
It's clear that he's used to being in charge and telling adults what to do, as it's very bold for a 15-year-old to tell a detective what to do, such as flip the page. As Gregory begins to spill the beans on the events leading up to the incident, his story sounds similar at first, with him getting a ride home from the police explorers the previous night and getting into a fight with his mother over his grades. However, things took a shocking turn after Gregory supposedly went to bed that night.
Around 11 o'clock on Thursday, I went to sleep. But I didn't really go to sleep. I just kind of went to my room and turned off the lights. I'm not allowed to have my phone in my room due to something we'll discuss soon. So I go at 11. No, wasn't 11. I waited until 12:30 until I went to my mom's room and got my phone.
As he launches into this story, Gregory includes a ton of unnecessary details to try to appear honest. This type of embellishment is an attempt to bury the story in the details. It's also interesting because it can help manage the anxiety of being dishonest by including all these tidbits of over-honesty in the story. With this many details, it's almost like he's attempting to derail the conversation away from finding his mom by going into so many tangents.
I then proceeded to call my friends to come pick me up, and I snuck out of my window, and I got picked up by my friends. I then went to...
I just want to say, he lied about having no friends. I gave him a fake teardrop earlier for having no friends. He's a liar.
We drove around town, first off. We did that for about an hour.
Just before he launches into this story, he shifts away from everyone, back into the side, away from his sponsor. It seems like he doesn't want to be a part of this conversation anymore.
In that hour or two, I smoked a lot of cigarettes, drank a lot of alcohol, did a lot of shit. So whatever, right? It's now 1:30.
Smoking darts with the boys. God, yes.
And I'm back. And we go to where me and my friends we're in the car. And I have to understand, while my friends did come, quote unquote, pick me up, I was the one driving. And I wasn't. And while I had some drinks, I wasn't drunk. I wasn't drunk driving. Like, I was fully lucid and conscious. So I was driving my mom's minivan. And we drove to this church, and there's a fire pit in the back. And so me and my friends smoked a bit there. They were there. I bought an LSD tab. So my other friends. Just kind of chilled there, and we would go back and forth between my house to get more money to go to 7-Eleven or other places and get food or drinks or snacks in general. So we traveled a lot between this fire pit and my house, in which case afterwards, and then it was like 5:45.
As he tells this story, it not only changes multiple times and is filled with far too many details than necessary, indicating that he has a memory of extremes, but he's rubbing his nose, touching his mouth, fidgeting with a pen, and then puts his guard back up quickly. All of this indicates that Gregory is experiencing a high level of anxiety.
I mean, okay. So, like, he went out, he smoked darts with the boys, he drank with them, went to a fire pit, popped LSD. I mean, like, he said he popped 1 tab, so he wouldn't be, like, full tripping, but, like, you know, you're not going to be full sober when you do that, guaranteed.
Soon he will show his memory of extremes when he goes from sharing too many details to suddenly leaving something out.
I drove the van home, hopped in to my house. I was wearing black boots and jeans and a gray t-shirt. And I got to my house and I started getting ready for school. Put my bio textbook in my backpack, you know, just started getting ready, et cetera.
After this, Gregory's story once again aligns with the one he told earlier. His mom dropped him off at school and he went through his day like normal until the 6th period.
At 1:10, after 5th period, I met up with my friends. We walked off campus, stopped to go back into the woods. It's not really necessary detail, but that is what happened. And then piled in my friend's car, and we drove to my house. We picked up some more money. Then we drove to the fire pit again, and we smoked more cigarettes there, talked. This is one of my friends. This is the same kid that was suicidal, and I snuck out of the night for him. But I didn't just sneak out. I stole my mom's car, like I did Thursday night, and I had driven over to his house, and I talked to him and stuff. And so this is one of the kids, and so we were just talking about life problems and how to deal with them, and just all this shit.
Gregory is once again trying to make himself look like a good person and an honest person by telling on himself, and then bolsters this by including the story about helping his friend.
Yeah.
Shooting the shit at this fireplace and smoking cigarettes and just kind of chilling. And then we basically went back home and they dropped me off. And then from then on,
Note that Gregory says he basically went back home, along with a super extended and then, followed by a long pause before he answers. He's clearly mentally skipping something, but he makes a poor attempt at covering it up as it's pretty obvious, especially as there will be several more pauses throughout his story.
Bye, Sparky.
Pretty much the same. I noticed my mom's car was there. The lights were on. I walked into the house. Everything was everywhere. Door busted and all that shit, whatever. I already told you. Went through my house, looking for my mom. Wasn't anywhere to be found. Blah, blah, blah. Called the police.
Finally, after hours of interrogation, Gregory begins to divulge some of the truth. At face value, this information might not seem relevant to finding Gregory's mother, but Sergeant Pagliari has a suspicion that it just might be more important to the case than anyone realizes.
Who were you with last night? What's their names?
Brian Flores and Dole Square.
How did you get out of the house? Window. Or your bedroom?
Yeah.
You're wearing black boots, jeans, black jeans, right?
Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I dumped all of this clothing because they smelled like smoke.
Okay. So black boots, though, black jeans?
Right? They weren't black jeans. They were just jeans.
Blue jeans?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then pink or purple or gray, they're just standard blue.
Yeah.
Gray t-shirt.
Yeah.
The detective appears to be trying to mirror Gregory's language, which is a pretty common tactic in rapport building. Mirroring verbal language serves the same purpose as mirroring nonverbal language. It helps with connection and trust.
So now it's you and Dylan. Who else?
Brian.
You picked up Brian and Delton also?
Yes.
Mom's minivan?
It was us three.
It was
us three.
You three.
Yeah.
You drank? What were you drinking?
Alcohol.
What type? Like a beer, liquor?
Tequila.
Tequila. Okay. Who brought the tequila to the party?
Dylan.
Tequila.
You telling me you were drinking tequila, popping LSD, and you were sober? I'm calling cap, bro. You're like 15, dog. There's no shot.
Smoking what?
Cigarettes.
Just cigarettes?
Yes.
And these guys, Dylan and Brian, dropped you off today.
Correct.
At your house.
Well, I told you they dropped me off at.
Right here. Winn-Dixie? Or no, where the hell are you talking about? Where's that place they said they dropped you?
This is High Banks. So they dropped me off here. And I walked the rest of the distance.
So it's not possible that Dylan and Brian came to your house after they dropped you off, stole your shit and killed your mom. Is that possible?
Well, I'd see them drive past me.
Okay. Well, I have to ask because, again, I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened to your mom.
No, they're definitely accounted for because I saw them throughout the school day. And so if whatever happened to my mom, I don't even know what the fuck happened, but whatever happened to my mom, it happened during the school day, obviously, because when I got home, she wasn't there and the house was ransacked, so obviously something, whatever.
Gregory repeats the word obviously, which is a way to push his narrative. Remember, the more you repeat something, the more likely others are to believe it.
So none of that's missing. You didn't take to go trade for drugs or anything else?
No.
Okay. Did your friends?
No.
Okay. Now you understand that. Hopefully you understand that this could have been flushed out hours ago.
Yeah, I do.
So I want to give you some credibility. I mean, what's that got to do with you said you want your to have answers? This isn't any answers for me. I mean, this is you going out, being a teenager, stealing your mom's car, and doing some. I thought you were going to tell me that you know what happened to your mother. Like somebody killed your mom, or
I don't know what happened. I already told you.
Okay.
I'm giving you my alibi, so you know I didn't off my mom.
Stating that he's given his alibi is certainly odd, and rather than actually denying being involved, Gregory seems to be fixated on his story.
Okay. You're not getting hostile with me, are you? I'm here to help you.
Yeah, no, but I'm not trying to get hostile.
Okay.
It's just the fact that.
Well, you have to understand that you could have told me this before, but now, did this guy, Joe, punch you in the face yesterday? Is that legit?
Yeah, it is.
This is the first time we see Gregory get really flustered, though we've seen him do a lot of self-soothing throughout. Perhaps he's realizing he's still not out of the woods, but little does he know this interview is not going to go the way he hoped.
Okay, so Brian saw the guy punch you in his face. Did Dylan see this guy punch you in the face?
No, he wasn't there.
He wasn't there, but Brian's going to vouch for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure, because again, I want to, if you can't understand that I'm taking some of the things you say with a grain of salt.
Making Gregory think that his friends might not corroborate his story and planting a seed of doubt that his friends will give a different story, the detective is using the prisoner's dilemma to try to get him to be honest.
Then,
No, I fully understand.
Okay.
But yeah. So neither one of them know that my mom is missing.
Sergeant Pagliari gives Gregory one last chance to tell the truth before they verify his story with evidence.
I want you to look at me real quick, because what I'm about to tell you, I want you to understand the magnitude of it.
Okay.
Okay. So earlier in our conversation, I've been very transparent with you. I've told you some of our tactics and things that we're going to do. I told you that we're going to verify your story, right?
Yes.
Okay. So one aspect of your story, obviously, is to run down Brian and Dylan, okay, who you said you were with last night, and here you're with today, okay?
Correct.
So think carefully about this.
Okay.
What do you think Dylan or Brian is going to say?
Like about me?
Yes.
They're probably going to act like they don't know me. Or they'll verify everything I've said.
Why would they act if they don't know you?
They don't want to get involved.
Involved in what?
Like, involved with my problems? I guess, I don't know. Point of the matter is, yeah, if you go run them down whenever you do that, whenever you want to do it.
Like right now we're doing it.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll verify my story.
They're going to do what?
They'll verify what I'm saying.
Which is that you have nothing to do with the murder of your mother.
My mom was murdered?
What do you think?
I don't know. I didn't think she was murdered.
While Gregory continues to sit in the hot seat, two other detectives sit down with his friend Dylan Siglarek. Little do they know, Dylan is about to break their case wide open.
Yeah, what's going on, man? Not much. How you doing, Dad? Steve Wheeler. I'm a detective at the Sheriff's Office. Detective Mike Cox. How are you? Pretty all right. How you doing?
Nah, that's crazy.
If we have a moment of your time?
Yeah. You already have an idea what we're doing? Anybody contact you about anything? No. Okay. Have you talked to Greg today?
I saw him at school.
How good of friends are you guys?
I mean, I talked to him, but we're not like super close.
Okay.
Who's he super close with?
I don't really know. I don't talk to him that much to really find out. I only have like 2 close friends myself, so.
Okay. Who are your close friends?
There's Brian. He's a really good friend of mine. And then, yeah, really Brian. He's like the only person I talk to on a daily basis.
What's his last name?
Juarez.
Juarez?
Dorras.
Do you know another kid named Joey? Joey Jr. or something like that?
That may be friends with Greg.
No. I mean, I don't know people by names really. So like I might have seen him, but I don't know him.
While this isn't definitive proof of whether or not Gregory's story so far has been true, there seems to be some discrepancies in the statements given by both of the boys. Dylan doesn't know who Joel is, and maybe it's because there's an entirely different reason that Gregory has scratches on his face. Not only that, but he also seems to be downplaying his relationship with Gregory. According to Gregory, he had saved Dylan from taking his own life. It seems strange that Dylan wouldn't consider Gregory a close friend after such an incident.
Have you ever gone to Greg's house?
Yeah. I'm in a Greg's house.
Okay. When do you think the last time was you were over there?
I mean, probably last time I worked with him. Right? Yeah, last time I worked with him. So like Saturday.
Okay, so recent.
Like, is he okay though?
So Greg's fine. His dad's fine. Everybody's fine except his mom. That's the problem. Is his mom is gone.
We don't know what she's
We have
at.
no idea where this lady is at. We have zero idea where this lady is at.
And that's why we're here talking to you, because we know you're friends with Greg.
Yeah, I was just worried for him.
Yeah.
Greg's fine.
I mean, it looks like he got no fight. He said he got no fight today at school, which is why we were trying to figure out what was going on there, because it's going with all the leads that we possibly can. So
For now, Dylan is aware that he needs to watch everything he says, but later on, he won't be so careful. As soon as he mistakenly thinks the cameras aren't rolling, he will make some truly shocking statements without...
Wait. That... Nah. Like... Okay. Alright. Like... Originally just thought it was that one guy, but like... Bro, this dude's sketch. Why would you say... he literally goes, yeah, I got 2 friends, bro. Like, 2 close friends. I got Brian. And that's really it, bro. It's just Brian. Like, obviously, you were going to say Gregory, but you're trying to get yourself out of the situation, bro. If you're going to cap, at least don't make it so obvious.
Realizing he's being recorded.
She's missing today? Yeah, she's missing today. She's missing right now. And they have no idea where this lady went. There's some unusual circumstances around it that it's abnormal. And
Enough abnormality to get a bunch of detectives out here.
yeah, we were both at home and they called us and said, hey, we need you guys to come in. We
Yeah.
can start talking.
With some general information gathered from Dylan, the detectives start verifying his story.
The only time you saw Greg today was in the morning and in the afternoon at lunch, and you haven't seen him since?
I didn't really see him, no.
What do you mean you didn't really see him?
Like, I didn't face-to-face kind of thing. Saw him walking, but...
When?
After lunch, and then before I left.
Okay, but not out of school?
No.
And Greg never left early and got a ride with you guys at all?
No, I was with Brian.
It's clear that Dylan and Brian are incredibly close and seemingly spent the day together. Wanting to make sure that they have every angle on this story, detectives are sent to question Brian as well.
How you doing, sir?
Are you Brian? Shut up. Yeah.
Hey, Brian, I'm Detective Whitler. This is Detective Johnson.
Yeah.
We need to talk to you. So, a minute to talk to you?
Here, let me step out real quick. Sorry, you just woke me up.
Sorry, man. All right, well, here's the deal, man. We need to talk to you about that burglary that happened over at Greg's house today.
Okay.
You know anything about it?
He messaged me that something happened. That's all I've heard, though.
Yeah. Did you see Greg today?
That's cool.
What time?
From last I saw him was lunch.
Did you see him after lunch?
What?
Did you see him after lunch?
No, I was in class. That's really like one of the last times I saw him, so.
So far, it seems like Brian and Dylan's stories are adding up. However, it doesn't take long before Dylan makes a mistake.
Did you ever know Greg to have how do I describe this? A mean streak, per se, in him? You ever seen him get angry?
Like, anger issues.
Angry, yeah. Any indication that he has it in him? Does he have a lot of anger built up? Does he have a lot of animosity against anything or anyone?
Like, have hate for anything, but he has anger, yeah.
What's he have anger about?
Just, he's like anyone, something little, it just make him angry out of nowhere.
Did you ever see him snap?
No, I've never seen him snap.
How do you know he has anger?
I've just seen him angry, like, about stuff.
What kind of things?
I didn't really ask about it. It's not really my thing to know.
How did he act when he was angry? I mean, does he
Um,
shut down? Does he get fired up? Does
He
he?
shuts down. He just doesn't want to talk to anyone when he gets angry.
Has he given you anything to hold of his from that house?
Last week, he let me borrow his bow, if you want that.
What'd you borrow it for?
I just thought it was cool. I actually don't even know how to shoot it.
So what'd you borrow it for?
I thought it was cool.
So you thought it'd just be cool to have in your room?
Yeah, I collect like stuff like that. Like I have a knife that's also a lighter. Just interesting stuff.
What were you gonna do with the bow? Look at it?
Yeah, much.
You were gonna shoot it at all?
I don't know.
Was there arrows with it?
No, it was just the bow. I have no idea how to shoot it.
That kind of seems odd, though.
Most thing I've ever shot is a BB gun, to be honest.
This is an immediate red flag for the detectives. Gregory had listed his bow as one of the items that were stolen from his house. If Dylan has possession of the bow, that means either he stole it or Gregory lied to the sergeant.
Nah, he either stole it or Gregory sold it to him for money. 100%. There's no shot. He said the bow got stolen and they find it in someone else's house, the kids that he was with. There's no shot.
I'm gonna ask you a couple more things. Yeah. Swear to affirm the information you're about to give me is true and correct to the best of your knowledge. Okay. You and Greg left school together today, didn't you? Okay. You didn't walk off campus today?
I walked off campus.
Did Greg walk with you?
I walked with Brian.
Okay. You walked with Brian. And where did you walk to?
To Brian's truck.
Okay.
Tractor.
His what?
Tractor.
His tractor. And you went where?
I went here.
And what did you do when you got here?
I grabbed my clothes.
Okay.
Me and Brian drove around, and I went to work.
Although Dylan is claiming that he's telling the truth, his story is quickly starting to contradict Brian's.
So I picked up Greg this morning, right? After I picked up Dylan. And then the morning times I really don't talk to them. I just pick them up and bring them to school because I'm tired. I'm not a morning person at all. And then I went to school, went through my classes like usual. Lunchtime I saw him, okay? And then after lunch, that's really like one of the last times I saw him, so.
What time did you leave school?
Sometimes he goes to his 7th, sometimes he doesn't.
What time did you leave school?
What time did I leave?
Brian repeats the question here to give himself some time to think about his answer. He will repeat part of the question again in a moment, making you wonder why he needs to think about this answer when it should be easy to remember.
I left after 5th period.
Who'd you take with you?
With me, it was me and Dylan. And? Greg, but I took him home.
Where did you go?
I took him back
to his house.
As the detectives continue to dig for the truth, Dylan eventually cracks.
We walked off campus. We went to his house. He gave me his stuff to hold.
What stuff?
I can show you.
Tell us what it is.
He gave me his gaming laptop, his gaming PC. He gave me his bow that I borrowed.
Today?
So I hold that.
He gave you his personal computer too, and the bow.
And the bow.
Why did he give you? So it's a laptop, a gaming laptop, a PC, and a bow.
It's a gaming PC.
Okay. Gaming PC, a bow, and what else?
Don't know what else, honestly.
And then what?
Why did he give them to you to hold? Did he tell you?
He said he was in trouble, so he gave me it, and I drove off. I came here, I put it in my closet, and I went to work. After he gave me the stuff, I went to work. I didn't do anything else. I have a job to do.
But why did he say he was giving you that stuff?
What kind of trouble is he in?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's just GG's. That's just GG's for sure. Nah, yeah, that's game. That's game. They're all involved.
And my house looked really torn up. So he told me to take the stuff. I mean, I get what it was looking like.
So you got to the house with Greg and Brian.
He's the driver.
Did Brian get out? Did you all go inside the house?
We got to the door. He ran in. I looked inside. I could see it all messed up. He ran out, gave me that, gave me the bow. He threw a couple other things that we ended up just throwing out. And then I came back here.
What did you throw out?
We threw out like a computer and a printer and just like small stuff like that.
Threw it out where?
We just found a random dumpster and threw it in there.
Where's this random dumpster?
The Winn-Dixie parking lot.
With this confession from Dylan, all of the supposedly stolen items mentioned by Gregory are now accounted for. As detectives try to find out what kind of trouble Gregory might have been in, Dylan makes a shocking and disturbing confession.
I'm sorry for lying.
I know, but now's the time to get it all out. All of it. So tell us what happened.
I mean, he's done this much. He's given you personal items for you to hide or to hold. That's not suspicious to you, and it's not suspicious to you that you guys hold on.
Dylan knows. He knows.
Yeah.
Tell us. Tell us.
Yep.
Tell us what happened.
It's okay, man. It's not on you.
Pretty much what happened. Me and Brian were driving to school this morning, and he called me and Brian. Said, hey, something big happened. He wouldn't say it on the phone, so me and him had to go get him. Then he gets in the car, and he says, I did it. I really did it. I killed my mother. So we drove to school. We did the entire day. We left early. And we get back to the house. He says, take this.
Greg did say something happened to his mother. It was kind of fuzzy because he seemed like he was kind of shooken up. So he said something happened, and like I said, he was really shooken. So he told me something about how his house is messed up. So we went over there, and he asked if I could take some of his stuff, right? He said he needed to get rid of some of the stuff in his house. So we go in there, and we grab some of the stuff out of his house.
So you did go in the house?
Yes, and we put it in the tracker, and he told us what needed to be like kept and what needed to be thrown away. So we stopped and we threw away, like you said, the printer, the jukebox. Yeah. Where else did we stop? The church, right up there in High Banks.
What happened at the church, buddy?
Greg had he put one of the, like a trunk, he put that in the water.
What was in the trunk, buddy?
A whole bunch of random stuff. Like just junk.
His mom probably was in there. Bro, he literally was trying to make it look like he got robbed. He took all the expensive stuff out. You could tell it was him too, bro. There's no shot like someone robbing your house is checking under the sink, breaking the glass. They're not doing all that, bro. They're not gonna break the glass, right? Most likely, they're not doing all that.
You can see like a garage sale.
After hours of investigation, interrogation, and turmoil, detectives finally are getting to the truth.
That's just game.
Despite having this horrid information, there's still so much they need to know. But Brian is still reluctant to admit one crucial detail.
What was said? What did Greg tell you? Don't cover up for Greg.
I'm not trying to cover for Greg.
If he said it, then he said it, and then you did what you did, and that can be explained.
Mm-hmm.
But don't sit here and just continue to lie to us. All right?
Okay.
You and Greg are buddies.
There's more than one person here. It's not just you. Remember that.
By stating there's more than one person here, the detective is clearly using the prisoner's dilemma with Brian.
There's two other parties involved. It's not just you. Okay?
So it's not like we came here blind. Looking for answers.
Yeah. I can tell that by how much you guys already know and all that, so.
Just tell us what he said.
He said that he's telling me like an argument, but not really argument, but he told me that like it's hard to say. It's
just
honestly
just say it. Just say it. We've probably already heard it.
He said that he killed his mother, and I didn't really believe it, so.
Okay, all right.
With both boys having claimed that Gregory killed his mother, the detectives are inclined to believe that they're telling the truth. Although Brian is claiming that he didn't believe Gregory's claims, it's hard to imagine that he wouldn't get suspicious after helping stage the crime scene. No matter what Brian or Dylan want to believe, they helped their friend cover up the brutal and shocking murder of his own mother. As the detectives prepare to inform Sergeant Pagliari about what they've learned, one of them notices that Dylan isn't doing too well.
Yeah. You okay? I know your history. I just want to make sure that you're not thinking about harming yourself or anything. Dylan, you okay? I know it's tough.
I don't feel anything for it.
You don't feel anything for what? What do you mean you don't feel anything for it?
There's like a part of me that knows I should feel bad, but I can't feel anything for it. What do I do?
Listen, just do what you're doing. Sitting here talking to me, okay? I can understand. You're probably not feeling anything because you haven't really processed it yet. You haven't processed what happened.
While one detective comforts Dylan, the other is quick to get Sergeant Pagliari on the phone and let him know what they've discovered.
That's crazy. Like, one of them felt like a genius when he said, yo, if we make this look like a robbery, we should break stuff and like mugs and stuff. Yeah, so bro, why would you say that? That's what I can't even say that word. Sociopath? A crazy person. That's what a crazy person would say. Yeah. Yeah, they are crazy. Like, what? He said, yeah, bro, honestly, I don't feel anything for it. It's like, it's like, that like guarantees you, like, you know it happened. I'm like, I don't know, bro.
Armed with this new information, Pagliari sits down for one final confrontation with Gregory. But even with everything they know, none of them could have been prepared for what exactly Gregory would say.
Do you think?
Sociopath. Sociopath. Yep.
I want to ask you this. I've asked this before. Okay. Because in your hearts of hearts, looking at me face to face, are you a man of integrity? Do you know what that is?
I do know what it is.
Okay. Are you a person of integrity?
I don't think I have the best character. I think I have character flaws, but on the up and up.
Okay.
Usually, I try to be as honest as possible. And when I'm not, it's because I'm being selfish. I can admit that.
Okay.
I tend to be selfish, and that's a problem I have. But
okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I want you. I'm going to do this. I want you to look at me right in my eyes. Okay. Look at like this. And I'm going to ask you: did you kill your mother? Take things from your house, distribute them amongst your friends. Come in here today and lie to my face and say that you didn't do that.
No.
No what?
I didn't do that.
You didn't kill your mother.
No.
Okay.
Notice Gregory's complete stillness. He's working as hard as possible to lie. He's making constant, intense eye contact, and then has no reaction to the accusation. An innocent person would be furious or completely shocked at being accused, angry their friends turned on them. It would show, but from Gregory we see almost nothing.
All right. So, sit back down. I don't believe you.
Why?
Well, the good news about it is that all those things that were missing from your house, we found them. Where? You tell me. I give you a clue. It's one of your buddies.
Are you saying my friends robbed my house?
Is that what you took out of this? Is that I'm saying that your friends robbed your house? The same friends who, by the way, were at school all day and who dropped you off. Here, I'll refer to you a little map here, bud. Remember this. They dropped you right here on High Banks and whatever the hell this road is. And I asked you earlier, is it possible that your two friends could have went to your mom's house and killed your mom and taken those things?
And
you said that's impossible because they would have been driven past you, and then you would have saw them. The time is up, Greg. The time is up. We found the stuff.
Okay.
Okay? Your buddies turned us onto it. Now you need to tell me what happened because they've already told me what happened. Told my pals what happened. So you need to come to Jesus. You're a religious man. You prayed with your mom. You need to tell me what happened.
So what did they tell you?
I'm not telling you what they told me because I don't have to tell you what they told me. You tell me what happened.
I already told you what happened.
Tell me you didn't kill your mother.
I didn't.
Who killed your mother?
I have zero clue.
Who took the shit to your house?
Well, you just told me. Apparently it's my friends.
And when did you think they did that?
I have zero clue.
Do you honestly believe the things that are coming out of your mouth?
Yeah.
So when your buddy says that you told him you killed your mother, he's lying.
After being backed into a corner, Gregory remains silent for quite a while before something snaps inside him and divulges one of the most chilling confessions we've ever heard.
Oh, good, whatever. All right, I'll tell you what happened.
There's no shot. There's no shot. Hold on. There's no shot.
Oh, good, whatever. All right, I'll tell you what happened. All right, so I got home. I got arguing with my mom.
Nah.
She began to hit me. She started beating me. I didn't like it, so I strangled her to death. I put her in a wheelbarrow. I put her in my car. I took the car. I had a mental breakdown where I was committed suicide 3 times.
As he talks, Gregory adds in, I almost had a mental breakdown.
Yo!
Taking his own life, even as he's in the middle of admitting to killing his mom.
What?
He still wants to appear to be the victim.
Nah.
This is very classic narcissistic thinking and behavior.
I drove around Daytona. I dropped the wheelbarrow in some random ass location, and I drove back to the church. I began to dig a hole. I dig a hole right under the fire pit. I dug a pretty deep hole. Pretty deep, deep enough to put a body in. All right. All this time, my mom's decomposing body. I dragged it from my car to the fire pit. In which case, I tried to cut the wedding ring off her finger because I wanted to pawn it, but I couldn't because I didn't have a knife strong enough to cut bones. Oh well, whatever. Anyways, so I dug that hole, threw her body in there, filled it back in, made it look all nice and natural. Dumped my clothes, and then I went home and I caught a ride to school with my friends. And yeah.
What about the part that you staged a crime?
Whoa. Bro, that was crazy. That was 2 minutes. In 2 minutes he said, nah, bro, honestly, fuck it, dog. Like, honestly, yeah, bro, you've already caught me. I'm out. GG. He wanted to pawn the ring. He said, yeah, bro, I didn't have a knife strong enough to cut her finger off. Bro, just bring some butter. Like, bring some butter or something, bro. Like, what? Like, obviously you're not thinking straight in that spot, but he said, nah, bro, I didn't have a knife to cut off her bone. Not no butter or nothing.
Crime scene. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that part. Oh, so, in the middle of the night, I realized that, hey, my mom just up and disappears. That's not going to make any sense. So I decided to make it look like a botched robbery. So I just went in my house and I just threw shit everywhere, which looked pretty convincing. And yeah,
No, it didn't.
Yeah. Again, not what I want to hear. Why do you
That's a robbery of what, like, that's literally what, like, a 15-year-old would think what a robbery looks like, bro. A real robbery, they're not doing that.
why'd you drag your two buddies into this and give them the stolen?
Because I needed to get rid of it.
Gregory's complete lack of remorse is disturbing, to say the least, and it only gets more horrifying as he doubles down.
I think it's a real.
He hasn't doubled down yet?
That with my mom beating up and hitting on me, it wasn't like me being like, I've waited ages for this, and then I kill her. No, this was extremely out of impulse, out of me getting beaten the shit out of me. So I just was like, done with it. So I grabbed her neck and I strangled her. So it was out of complete impulse, which doesn't make it any better. But the point of the matter is, I was shaken up, obviously.
So, your mother talked to your father on the phone. When did you strangle your mother?
I don't know, 12, 12:30.
Where was she at when you did it?
What?
Where was she?
In the room.
Which room?
Her room.
Sleeping?
No, she woke up.
She woke up after you had your hands around her throat?
No, she woke up when I entered her room.
And what happened then?
She said, "What are you doing?"
What did you say?
And I said, "Listen, you have to understand that I was not. The stuff that is on my face right now was a lot worse, and I wasn't feeling good." And I said, "Why'd you have to hit me?" I said, "You said that you wouldn't do that again, but you did it anyways. Why'd you have to do that?" And she's like, "Well, whatever, blah, blah, you
Stop.
Yeah.
Whatever, blah, 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 bullshit. We've covered that.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. What'd she say?
She was like, "Well, you were being a dick." And does that really warrant?
Let it out now. Oh, yeah, it's important. I want you to tell me.
No. Does that really warrant? Not important. Does that really warrant? I wasn't being a dick. I already explained to you the conversation that I had with her, alright? It's still about my bio grade. It's still about all that shit, right? And it's the same conversation I had with her. But it's the same conversation. It's just, like I said, it escalated to screaming and yelling, and then she started hitting me. And I did not hit back. I did not punch her back. Because like I said, I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't do that, bro. I would just kill her, bro. I would just kill her, dog. Cut her finger off, take the ring. I wouldn't hit her, though. I would never do something like that.
Gregory is making a lot of referral statements by saying, like I said, over and over. He's trying to find a way to maintain his story wasn't complete lies by pointing out the pieces of truth he said before.
Until I realized that if I let her keep on beating me around and basically letting her just do whatever she wanted, that eventually it was either going to be me or her. And so I made a decision.
According to Gregory, his mother's murder was a preemptive self-defense, but that doesn't justify such a horrifying and unforgivable crime. He continues to share more grisly details of the cold-blooded attack.
Put your hands around her neck. Was she facing you when you did it?
Yeah.
You extend your arms and put your hands around her throat.
Yes.
And squeeze.
Yeah.
What did she do?
I mean...
I thought when I said I wouldn't do that, I would strangle her, though. I was like, "Hey, yo!" Nah, I get it.
What can you do in that situation?
You tell me what you was doing.
Well, I forced her onto the ground and I was strangling her. And she was trying. She was clawing my arm. She was whatever. I mean, you can probably see on my hand where in this crease here, I was putting so much stress on it because I was over it. I realized that it was either her getting so angry at me one day that she just takes out a kitchen knife and stabs me, or it was me getting so angry with her that I strangled her to death. And so I took the latter because I didn't want her to kill me out.
First degree.
I didn't think that was fitting. That wouldn't have worked out. So I just took action instead.
Gregory seems to really struggle to come up with an explanation here. "I didn't think that was fitting" is particularly odd phrasing in the middle of a confession. Though he admitted he killed her, he's trying his hardest to make it self-defense with a roundabout justification. Though it sounds completely unbelievable,
That's just
it's likely
game.
he's probably actually convinced himself of this.
You throw her, you force her to the floor, and you choke the life out of her. How'd that make you feel?
I felt nothing.
How long did it take?
30 minutes.
You choked your mother on the floor to death for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
How'd you know she was dead?
Okay, actually, let me rephrase this.
'Cause he strangled her for 30 minutes?
I choked her to death, and I thought she was dead, and I went to go get the wheelbarrow, and then she was moving, so I had to get back on top of her and finish the job. And then once she wasn't resisting when I was dragging her dead body across the floor, I knew she was dead.
Gregory continues with his crude and detached tone as he describes how he disposed of his mother's body.
Well, listen, dead bodies are heavy. They're a pain in the ass to carry. I was like, all right, well, this is easy, simple and fireman's carry, right? I'm just pick her up, whatever, bring her to the car, throw her in there. Nah, this is heavy. So I got the wheelbarrow, and I dragged her out to the stairs, and then I positioned the wheelbarrow in the way so I could basically just muscle her body into the wheelbarrow, just perfect enough to where I could get her into the car, actually into the wheelbarrow, without having to, break my bag.
Okay. So you take her to the car. Where do you put her in the minivan?
I just shoved her in there.
in the very back.
Yeah. Open up the trunk, just kind of. I put 2 belts around her legs, and then I dragged her into the car.
2 belts around her legs and dragged her into the car?
Yeah, I tied 2 belts. I had like a belt around her ankle and a belt around her ankle, and then I tied them together and then used it as a crutch.
So you were in the van and just dragged her like from inside the van and dragged her from the wheelbarrow into the back of the van?
Yeah, it was a bit to do, but yeah, I did it.
As Gregory describes his next steps, we get a fascinating glimpse into the twisted mind of a teenage murderer.
Yeah, it was literally all over a biology grade, bro. You weren't even failing yet. Okay, well, I guess like you had a D in biology, bro. Like that's good enough, bro. And like, oh my god, your mom hit you probably because you're stupid, and you probably needed to be hit.
So you pull her into the back of the car, and then where do you go?
Well, I threw a wheelbarrow in there, and I was like, and I got the shovel, and I was like, okay, let's do this. Whatever, it's easy. Yeah, no. Then I had about to break down. I was like, oh shit, blah, blah, whatever.
Nope.
Hey, no, blah, blah, blah.
What that means, fill it in.
Like,
Yep.
You know, whatever am I doing, and you know, or whatever, just ruin my future, blah, 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 whatever.
The repeated blah 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 statements
He doesn't like the blah blah blah. Stop hitting the blah blah blahs.
show the fascinating but disturbing dichotomy of how Gregory presents as intelligent as well as very childish. This is the hallmark of most teens, but it's extremely chilling when tied to discussing murder.
Basically just I was basically reasoning with myself, do I deserve to live? And I realized that I did the thing I did out of self-defense. I mean, sure, she wasn't hitting me in the moment, but it would have eventually just gotten worse and worse and worse. It's always gotten worse and worse and worse over the years, but it was just a matter of time. I was on the highway, I was driving, and then I realized, well, I had lots of thoughts going through my head. My original thought was, oh, well, you know, what if I just dump my mom's body in some random ass location with a wheelbarrow, and then I just go on the run, right? And then I realized, where would I go? I mean, I have my sister's house in Michigan, yeah, but she just turned me to the cops, and whatever, I'm not going to get out of the country, and whatever, how many hours they find her body, so it's not worth it. And I was like, well, I could just go into oncoming traffic. I mean, it's really busy in this area for some reason. I could just move my car into oncoming traffic and myself. And I was like, nah, it's a pussy ass way to go. I'm not going to do that. All right, so I just decided, well, okay, well, I guess we're just back to square one, so I'm going to go back to where I started.
Gregory continues to narrate the account, and he doesn't hesitate to share the disgusting details about what he did to his mother's body.
Drove the body back to the church and dig the hole, realized that my phone flashlight's not going to be enough, go back to the house, get a new flashlight. Then, this is me. This is
When he went back to the house, he could have grabbed the butter.
When I'm talking about me going back to my house to get money, it's just me trying to make excuses for my phone being in certain places. I should have just trashed my phone like I did with my mom's, but I didn't really want to do that because I was listening to music and whatever. I was gonna get caught anyway, so I just
No way, bro. He was definitely just blaring Lil Durk Back in Blood, jamming his way out. On God he was.
And so I get a couple candles, I get flashlights, I get whatever, and I get the area lit up, dig, realize that the body smells terrible. It smells like Jesus Christ. You smell a dead body?
Do I smell a dead body? Yes, I have.
Yeah, they smell like
Casually listening to music while digging a grave and be so comfortable discussing the smell of his mother's dead body show his complete lack of empathy beyond the remorselessness he's displayed so far.
So I was like, okay, you get something clean up. So I went to my house, got a can of bleach, and I was like, okay, when I get the body in there, I'll pour the bleach on it and just make it smell sterile before I cover it back up with dirt. I was like, okay, that seems like a pretty good plan, whatever.
There's been another shift in Gregory's speech patterns. As soon as he decided to confess, he's now talking a lot faster. This is most likely his normal way of talking, as before he was concentrating on being deceptive.
So when we dig the hole, it's like, what, 4:30?
Huh?
On being deceptive.
So
after we dig the hole, there's a we right there, not a me.
When we dig the hole, it's like, what, 4:30? And I said, all right, so we dump the body and then we fill it back up, and then at 5:30 go back. So
who's we?
Myself.
Okay, so you're talking about we being yourself, nobody else is there. This is just you.
Yeah, it's just me. So, anyways, done with the hole. So take the body in the hole.
There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no shot. Bro, hold on. I gotta hear this again, bro.
Done with the hole. So kick the body in the hole, but it doesn't fit. So I had to kind of cram her in there. I don't know if I broke any bones. Whatever. Pour the bleach on her. Put the dirt over her. And I mean, when you go out there, you'll see it. It looks perfectly natural. Doesn't look like there's anything.
How'd you mask the hole? What'd you do?
Well, it was a fire pit. So I literally just threw the dirt back on it, moved the rocks around. It looks perfectly fine.
So she's in the fire pit, or under the fire pit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yet another shocking twist. Gail's body wasn't the only thing Gregory hid in the woods that night.
What else is in the woods?
What else is in there?
Oh?
The broom I used to sweep the drag marks away.
Okay.
Because when you're dragging a dead body, like I said, I trashed the wheelbarrow on Holly Hills, which is a dumbass move because I still needed to get the body out from the trunk of my car and bring it down to this area, right? But I realized whatever, blah, 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 dumb. So if I hadn't wasted maybe an hour and a half, I probably would have gotten away with it. But I did waste an hour and a half because I needed to come to terms with what I did. Anyways, I dragged her body with the 2 belts I had tied to her ankles. I dragged it all the way to the fire pit. And, like when you're dragging the body on leaves and palm fronds and whatnot, that collects quite a lot of shit, to be frank.
So is there anything else? I mean, you said that there's a shovel in the woods, a broom in the woods. How about any of the stolen shit? Or the stuff that you took from the
there's more. Yeah, there's stolen shit. There's nothing big. It's like all small shit. And I just kind of chucked it in there because no one else wanted it, and I needed to get rid of it. So there's a cache of stolen shit in the lake behind the fire pit, but it's probably all whatever. By the way, in the woods by the fire pit, I don't know, I could point out to you exactly, but there's 2 laptops and a 30 caliber gun right behind the fire pit in the woods. And obviously you know the rest of the stuff is.
I do. Go back to before you left your house with your mother's body in the van, you started staging the crime scene. Is that right? You said you took some of the stolen shit out?
Yeah.
Well, not stolen. You took what'd you take out of the house first, and then while your mother's body was in the van?
Well, I just kind of figured, I need to get everything out. I was like, well, not everything, but I was like, how can I make this look legit? I was like, I can't just make my mom disappear and then head to school and be like, oh, everything's okay. And I'm like, that's not gonna work. So I need to make it look like something happened, like a botched robbery or something. And you gotta admit, I don't know if you saw the house. Do you see the house?
I haven't gone inside yet, though.
All right.
See your work.
It looks quite nice.
Okay.
It looks quite legit.
Bro, stop talking about how legit it looks. It doesn't look legit. That's not how a house is actually robbed, bro. They're not taking mugs and throwing them on the ground. Dude, come on, bro. He keeps talking about how legit it is. It's just making me mad. It's not legit at all. Not even close. He said, man, if I had another hour, bro, I definitely was getting away with it. 100%. 100%, bro. Give me 60 more. I lost the time. That's literally what he's saying. He said, I lost the time. There's no shot.
Weird. Why is there all this crap up here spilled? There's a broken glass here. I saw this shit broken, dude.
Oh yeah, it looks so legit. That's why Gregory immediately ended up in the interrogation room confessing right now.
Basically, I just of everything, and I grabbed everything of value, and I kind of just threw it in the van, and yeah.
As Sergeant Pagliari works to understand the rest of this disturbing story, Gregory takes every opportunity to flaunt his horrendous ego.
Now, some of the stuff you gave to your friends. When did you give some of your stuff to your friends?
After school.
After school?
Yeah, there wasn't any time. I was planning, what I was going to plan to do was I was going to drive up to the Sunrail and leave my mom's car there and dump the bike somewhere and make it look like that she went to Orlando and then she just got whatever. And I think actually if I hadn't made the botched robbery and I just kind of drove the car up there and lost the bike and gotten picked up by my friends and we kind of just kept hush-hush about it and I killed my mom and put her under the fire pit, you guys probably would have never caught me because you probably think that she got mugged in Orlando and died, and that probably would have made a lot more sense. But I didn't think it through because I was impulse thinking and I was doing everything on a whim. So if I had more time to think it through, I probably would have done other things, but that's whatever.
Okay. So you went to school though?
What?
How did you get to school?
Brandon picked me up in front of my house. I was wearing jeans covered in dirt, as well as boots covered in dirt. You'll find those in the woods with the broom and the shovel. But I was wearing no shirt. I just grabbed a random shirt and some soap and a washcloth. And then when I got to school, I wiped all the dirt off me, the excess blood that was on my face from my mom hitting me, and I cleaned myself up. And then I went to school, and I think nothing happened.
Hey, bro, don't be like, yeah, from my mom hitting me. Bro, you strangled her, of course.
So then you go to school like nothing's up, right? Let's just go to class for a little while, right?
Yeah, my last day as a free man. Might as well enjoy it.
Okay. Say goodbye to your friends?
More or less, you, whatever.
That's, well, your 2 best buds are the ones you really care about, right?
Well, they screwed me over in the end, so it's whatever.
Well, one person keeps a secret, Greg.
Yeah.
You, when did they find out that you killed your mom?
When they picked me up, because I was covered in blood, which was my blood, but I was covered in blood and dirt, and I wasn't wearing a shirt, and I had soap, and they were like, what the happened? And I was like, well, Brian, I called you last night. He's like, yeah, I know. And I told Dylan.
Okay. So then what was their reaction?
Apathy.
Tell me. Describe. Elaborate.
They didn't care.
They didn't care. They thought you were foolish. I mean,
well, yeah, they thought I was foolish. They only took me back to where I did it.
Which was after school.
Yeah.
And then after school, you took them to the church.
Yeah.
And then you just started divvying out.
Yeah, I said, take what you want.
Knowing that your mother was dead, then you told them to take what you want, and they were good with that?
Yeah, they're good.
Who took what?
I don't know.
Okay.
There's now no denying that Dylan and Brian helped Gregory cover up his mother's murder, and the 2 are detained while Sergeant Pagliari wraps up Gregory's interrogation.
Well, how about the part? I gotta say, I was impressed with the kicking of the door. Did you do all that yourself?
Oh no, I had those two do it.
Oh, okay, so again, more things that these guys did.
Yeah.
Right. So tell me about that.
Yo, okay. I thought this guy was dumb, but like, the Dylan and Brian guy are even more dumb. Like, if your buddy goes out, kills his mom, does all this, there's no way you're like, yeah, bro, 100%. I'm down to kick your door, and you just gotta give me your computer, bro, for sure. That's a come up. That's a come up for sure. Nah, they gotta be more involved or something. There's no shot. They're so dumb.
I was like, hey, I need help staging the crime scene.
They're also dumb.
Okay, we'll help you. So both of them together kicked in the door.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
Okay. Do you guys have this on video or anything? Did you, I mean,
No, I wish I had it on video. That'd be great, but no. But I'm sure if you dust for footprints on the door, you'll find their shoes.
Okay.
You'll find it all over the house as well. But then we went to my mom's room. We got the gloves, gave them gloves because they didn't want to get their fingerprints on anything, even though they already kicked the door open and whatnot. But and even though they're already like basically helping me do this, whatever.
As the interrogation comes to a close, Gregory once again displays his astonishing apathy towards his mother's death.
So, am I going to go to prison or what? What's up?
Well, what's going to happen is I have to obviously let someone from the state attorney's office know about today's events, and then we'll go from there. So I don't have, there's no end game as far as what's going to end up happening to you. And your question is like what, prison and all that jazz? I don't know. But you will be arrested.
Like, yeah, obviously, but like, since I'm a minor, can I even go to prison? Is that like a thing?
That I don't know. Again, I'm just the person who gets the facts and presents them.
Is that a thing?
Again, all we're going to do, Detective Jones and I are just here to get the facts of the case. We present our findings to the legal part of things, which that's not me.
So since I'm in the police station already, ready to do handcuffs and all that jazz?
You probably will be handcuffed at some point, yeah.
Dope, bro. And then I did Act of the Century. Should give me a Grammy for that 9/11 or 911 call.
Yeah.
You should give it a listen. It's quite nice.
Though Gregory is bragging about his 911 call, it's actually something that gave him away from the beginning. When he was asked where the emergency was, he immediately launched into his story, which is an instant red flag.
911, where's your emergency?
I just got home, and my house is completely trashed. It looks like someone broke in the side door.
An innocent person is interested in help, not telling a story. It's incredible that the detectives can keep a straight face listening to him. Before officially arresting Gregory, the sergeant has one last question for him.
You've taken a little bit of pride in what you did. That's all. You know what? It is what it is, right? Are you willing to go with us and show us where at the church where you put her and everything? Do a little reenactment of what happened? So again, if you're willing to ride with us, I'll sit with you in the backseat of a patrol car. Uniformed deputies will come in and handcuff you, of course, and put you back there with me, and then you'll just take us over to the church, and then we'll get out and do a little video reenactment of the scene over there.
There's no
just kind of go
shot.
through some things. Tell us what you were thinking. That's all I'm looking to do at this point.
He's down to do
Want
it.
to do that?
I'd be down.
You're down?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
let's do it.
down.
After arriving at the church,
There's no
Gregory
shot.
leads the officers
I didn't think we'd get to see the video. Nah, it's crazy.
to the burial site.
Drop, and then I put my.
I wanna see him
originally,
start
I put my
digging.
phone, if I can find this code.
Are your phone's out here?
Well, no, it's not.
No, me too.
But oh, whatever. Well, there was a what? Did they find the stuff back here?
We probably found a few things, but go ahead what you recall.
All right. Well, whatever. There's Did you guys find the gun back here?
Did we find a gun back here? It's okay if we
There's
did.
one back there.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Okay. A rifle? Yeah. You guys Yes. found the laptops as well? I believe so, sir. All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
So yeah, whatever. I set my phone so I get some light, but then I realized I needed more, so I had to go back to my house and get more. But
Tell me how you dug the hole. Let's talk about that.
took a shovel and I dug it up.
Okay. All right. And then how did you put your mother's body in the hole? How was she oriented? Did she face up? Did she?
Okay. So originally I was gonna put her in legs first, and I realized that was a bad idea.
Right.
So I put her in head first, and then I folded her legs. And you're gonna when you dig her up, whenever you do that, you'll find the legs first, which should make it easier for you to pull it out. But
Okay. How big a hole are we talking about here, Greg?
pretty big.
Well, I mean, let's say circumference-wise. If you had to put you're a math guy. What do you
Well,
think?
I mean, you guys got rid of the fire pit, but it was the circumference of the fire pit.
That's what the whole thing was, just the circumference of the fire pit?
Yeah, and then it kind of combed down.
Did you get tired?
Well, yeah, that, and I was on a time limit.
Okay. All right. So Detective Escobar, just so you're aware, Greg strangled her to death. 2 hands on her neck. Go with it.
Originally started with one, but then I thought two's better than one.
Okay. All right. And that was 2 on both times.
Checks out.
You choked your.
Well, I will. Yeah. Well, I shoot it up against the wall, and if I was at my house, I'd show you. But
Okay.
it was interesting. So,
No, I just want to know. Okay.
yeah,
Again,
it's both.
So against the wall, like standing up, and then on the floor.
Well, I had her up against the wall on the floor.
Against the wall on the floor.
If
You see how that makes sense?
It does.
It doesn't make sense.
It's
does it?
hard to make sense.
Was her head up against the wall and her body was on the floor?
Yeah.
Like you had her like pinned in the corner.
I had her in a
like
corner.
pinch
I had her in a corner. Yeah.
of the wall on the floor.
Yeah. There you go. It was
Her
like,
bedroom, right? Master bedroom.
yeah, you can see when you go in there, the bed's tilted. We started on the bed. We struggled off the bed onto the left side, where I proceeded to kill her.
While Gregory leads the officers through the woods, Brian and Dylan sit together in the back of a nearby patrol car as the boys talk about their current situation, seeming not to realize they're being recorded. It becomes very clear that they don't understand the consequences they'll soon be facing.
I told the entire thing because they knew it already. Dude, I haven't been in cuffs all night, and then this lady shows up and she puts me in cuffs.
But you were in cuffs? Dude, they showed up and I was okay. And then they're like, okay, wait, were you in cuffs?
They transported me without cuffs.
I'm like, wait, so like Dylan saw his house and was like, no, they're with our other detectives. And was like, shit, he's fired at the police station. So they called my father.
Oh no.
Yeah, they called my father. My father knows that I'm involved in this. I'm gonna get chewed out when I get home, and I'm not gonna get a birthday or Christmas or anything. I'm gonna be grounded for the next 10 years and disowned by my entire family.
Dude, I'm not even getting to work. Come on.
Someone's about to get fired.
Dude, no, we had that job.
Oh man.
We were making 15 an hour. Come on, guys. This is important. Yeah, it was 15 an hour.
Wait, are we not able to anymore?
Be done by now.
What time are we going over there? Only the willpower stay up so long.
No, how it's working. You have to be there 11 o'clock till around 7 o'clock.
That's not good.
Yeah, but it's 8 times 15. It's 140.
Each. I tell them I feel bad that other jackass one.
It seems that the concept of serving jail time for their crimes doesn't even cross the boys' minds. Is this just a sign of their immaturity, or do the two really feel that they haven't committed a crime by helping Greg cover up his mother's murder?
Is that Greg?
It's not Greg. That guy's too tall and like skinny.
No, it's Greg.
Damn! He said he's too tall and skinny.
Murder.
Nah!
Is that Greg?
It's not Greg. That guy's too tall and like skinny.
Nah!
No, it's Greg. Look at his limp.
Yeah, he has to point out where the body is.
That's Greg.
That's Greg.
Mine.
No.
I know.
What?
He's not even mine. Like, honestly.
Look at what Matt's wearing. Like, I'll do a lot of things for a friend.
I was under the impression I was taking some property. I got some speakers out of it. I was enjoying those tonight. I was kind of drunk. You should ask.
The complete lack of accountability from
What?
Dylan and Brian is appalling. However, their utter absence of remorse only becomes more apparent when they bizarrely decide to sing Alien Boy by Oliver Tree.
I was sitting there singing Bruno Mars and all that, just like blasting the speakers. I had them all hooked up and it looked nice in my room.
I fell down to
I was listening to that too. 3 doors down, so you can't ignore it. I'll hunt you down like Tyrannosaurus.
Eventually, all 3 boys are transported back to the police station. After a hectic night of processing, Gregory, Dylan, and Brian are reunited in the back of a patrol car and transported to the Department of Juvenile Justice, where it's very clear they have no idea they're being recorded.
Because, like, I was asking for a bottle of water so much. The one that he was like, the water's in that fountain right there. And I'm just like, I'm not drinking out of that. Like, I'm just going to get AIDS straight from drinking from that water fountain. I know. That's just...
You have handcuffs in cell, when, like, were they in front of you or behind you?
In front.
Okay, I was gonna say, they're
But-
how the hell are you gonna do that? I have to do some like trapeze.
Oh, no, when I had to, like, flush the toilet, I literally had to, like, kick the button pretty much.
Yeah, you need to be quiet for 1 second. 1 Delta 65 Central. 3 juvenile males en route to DJJ. Starting mileage is 581. All right, you guys can go ahead and talk if you want.
Dude, seriously. Oh, I was not sitting down on that toilet. It was, like, steel and there was white stuff all over the toilet. I'm just like, I'll pass on that.
My dad, dude. Oh, my dad.
What? My family isn't here. I guess they just told me already.
You're Brian?
What? Yeah, I'm Brian.
Yeah, they have a lawyer. They're with a lawyer with you.
Well, my family loves me, so. Yeah. I guess I'm not gonna. I'm gonna get disowned anyway. The lawyer is to get me disowned.
The more time the 3 boys spend reunited,
Bruh, I don't even know what to, like, bruh, they're just so dumb. Like, obviously, bruh, you're in a cop car. You don't think you're being recorded? I guess they haven't said anything crazy this time, but they were talking crazy before.
the less remorse they seem to have.
I was arrested on my grandma's birthday. Last night. Last night was my grandma's birthday. I got to see her and said happy birthday first. This to help. Oh my god. Cat's gonna kill me. Why? She freaked out when I didn't answer her for 30 minutes. She had everyone she knew blow up my phone, and she called me like 30 times and texted me about 100 times.
Instead of being worried about what Kat will think of him after she learns about the horrible things he's done, Brian only cares about her being mad at him for not responding to her texts. This just showcases the utter lack of understanding from the boys.
I'm ready to die and get slapped about 30 times when I get back to school. Shit.
You were going to walk back to campus.
I had online work I had to do. I'm worried about school still graduating, you know.
Yeah,
What?
Right.
It's my senior year. I was supposed to graduate this year.
For the first time, it seems as though the boys may be starting to realize that their disturbing actions will have long-term consequences. School, friends, and life as these boys know it will now be changed forever. Not long after arriving at the juvenile center, Brian's family posted his $100,000 bond. In the 3.5 years prior to their court date, Brian finished high school, started college, and was employed. On the other hand, Dylan wasn't offered a bond for 309 days, as the court was concerned that his history of mental health issues may lead him to hurt himself. When he finally was given a bond, it was $200,000, meaning there was essentially no way for him to post his bail. For his part in the crime, Dylan was sentenced to 828 days in jail, followed by 10 years of probation. Despite both boys having been charged with accessory after the fact to second-degree murder, Brian was given a different sentence. At his hearing, Gail's sister spoke on the pain their family had suffered as a result of the actions taken by Gregory, Dylan, and Brian. In response, Brian said that he was sorry the tragic killing had happened, but that he was simply naive at the time and didn't take Gregory's murderous claims seriously. Even at his sentencing, it seemed that Brian was wholly unwilling to take full accountability for his actions. In the end, he was sentenced to 14 years of probation, with the first 364 days of that term being served in the Volusia County Jail.
Wow. I mean, they don't deserve, okay, those two don't deserve to be locked up for, 40 years or whatever, you know what I mean? They're kids, yada, 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 but, bruh, not even a year is crazy. The first guy got 364 days. Right, you gotta get locked up for a little bit longer than that for sure. I bet you, okay, there's 20 seconds left in this video. I bet you the last guy, that dude had to have gotten locked up for, it's gotta be at least 20 years.
According to Volusia County
easily.
Sheriff Mike Chitwood, Gregory Ramos is one of the top 3 sociopaths he's ever come in contact with, and it's easy to see why. For the brutal slaying of his mother, Gregory was charged as an adult and was sentenced to 45 years in prison. While his sentence can be reviewed again in 25 years, Gregory will serve a lifetime probation, no matter what.
Okay. So, I mean, 45 years. Jeez. That would, 40% said no. Yeah, he did that. That payout is crazy. Kids and not even directly involved in the act. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they deserve too much time, but, bro, they're definitely a little bit wild with it, for sure. What? Okay, alright. Let's get to the next one of these. Alright, hold on. Actually, hold on. Actually, I don't know if I've seen any of these, because I've just been binging these for the last, day while I haven't been able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! So, hold on. Let me just click on their thing. Click on their channel. Also, shout out to Explore With Us. That's where I'm watching all these. Pretty nice. Let me see. Let me scroll down. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna click this one. This one's 5 months old.
The courtroom.
Hey, whoa, chill. Alright. So are you banned? No. I got carpal tunnel, so I'm just waiting to see if the medicine and stuff works for it. But alright, this one's called When an Insane Teen Killer Makes Detectives Snap. Makes them snap. I don't like how that's doing a little thing like that. I don't like that. So why can't you play? It just hurts, so I just gotta wait.
The courtroom clips you're witnessing went viral, and though you've probably seen them, no one has ever seen the shocking exclusive footage we obtained that reveals the full story behind the unpredictable case.
Well, you're one of the most evil person I've ever sat across the table from.
No. You're not getting out of jail. It makes me physically sick to look at you.
Do the DNA test will prove me.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
I watch forensic files.
Do you believe everything they put on TV is real? How stupid are you? Really, Isabella? Does that make any goddamn sense to you?
Stop calling me Isabella.
That's your name.
No, it's not.
You've come in here trying to act like you're so goddamn smart.
This is Isabella Guzman. In approximately 3 seconds, she will be confronted, resulting in one of the strangest moments in an interrogation we've ever seen.
Sir, you recognize the...
So, Gamba? We'll wait. I want to see if there's other people involved.
Recognize this?
Who are you?
I'm back out here playing. Do you recognize it?
What was that?
Who are you?
I'm back out here playing. Do you recognize her? Yeah, she's my daughter.
What's her name?
Isabella.
Oh,
Is he
okay.
insane?
Okay, that's his daughter. I was like, bro, what was that? I thought that was a cop for a second. I was like, what?
You're gonna ruin my whole life because I have some random crazy like me.
Your life ended last night when you decided to kill your mother.
You left her to die.
Oh, why is everyone killing their moms, dog?
Brutally, on a bathroom
I did
floor.
not murder anyone.
In one of the most brutal acts of violence the state of Colorado has ever seen, a teenage girl viciously takes the life of her own mother inside their family home. It's an incomprehensible crime, but what authorities find to be even more disturbing is that the suspect claims to be a completely different person who didn't have anything to do with the gruesome killing. As the unbelievable investigation begins to unfold,
I can fix her.
it becomes increasingly apparent that not everything is as it seems, and behind the diabolical act lies a most insane and unpredictable motive.
All you people suck. And that bitch is probably crazy as shit. She's gonna go kill somebody else.
It was a typical summer's evening on Wednesday, August 28, 2013, in Aurora, Colorado. 47-year-old YuGiOh returned to her home around 9:30, bringing dinner for her husband, 40-year-old Ryan Hoy. Working another tiring day at her photography studio at the Aurora Town Center Mall, she looked forward to spending some time with her family, also consisting of her daughter and Ryan's stepdaughter, 18-year-old Isabella Guzman. However, the teenager had a more sinister agenda for the night. Ryan tells his wife that Isabella is home, but he's unsure of exactly where she is. YuGiOh suggests that she and Ryan take a walk after she showers, to which he agrees. Only a few short minutes go by before the unthinkable happens. Ryan is enjoying his dinner when a violent pounding sound begins to shake the house, followed by a haunting scream. He quickly sprints upstairs, where his wife's screams are only intensifying as she calls his name for help. Ryan's adrenaline is racing as he finally reaches the bathroom, but the door is locked. He makes several attempts to break in, but someone is pushing against it, ensuring that they can finish the gruesome act taking place behind the door. Still, Ryan continues trying to get in, hoping to come to his...
I'm sorry, but there's no way, like, if I'm hearing my wife scream like that, there's no way I'm not breaking that door. Like, I don't care how strong the door is, bro. If you just, like, full commit into that door non-stop, like, full commit, there's no shot a door's holding me back. No shot.
His wife's aid.
No shot.
At the same time, he dials 911. It seems almost impossible to break into the room as the sounds of a brutal fight fills the home. But then, Ryan makes a shocking discovery. In the midst of the terrifying...
Go grab a key, bro. There's literally a hole, bro. Go grab a key if you can't get in. Do something, bro. Like...
ordeal. He's horrified to see blood pouring out from underneath the door. And now the screams have slowly transformed into an eerie silence. Finally, the door opens. 18-year-old Isabella stands over her mom's lifeless body with a bloodied knife in hand. She doesn't utter a word. In the blink of an eye, she runs out of the room past Ryan, who's in an absolute state of shock. The bathroom is covered in blood, where YuGiOh's body is lying on top of a baseball bat. When police arrived, Isabella was nowhere to be found, and so began a manhunt for the teenager. Although that would only last one day, as they located Isabella over 12 hours later, hiding in a parking garage off of South Parker Road. But when they actually sat down for an interrogation, they had no idea of exactly who they were going to be speaking with, or what was going to happen in this roller coaster of an investigation. The following never-before-seen footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor and a licensed attorney.
You left her brutally on a bathroom
I did not murder anyone.
How does
Please
that
stop
feel?
accusing me of
Just
this.
tell me how that...
Wait, they didn't have that many people analyze this one compared to the other ones.
Qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor and a licensed attorney.
You left her to die brutally on a bathroom
I did not murder anyone.
So this is not a post-Phantom Nightmare tournament. I got baited. Wait, bro, saw her kill her and still hugs her. Like, I don't know, bro. It's gotta be weird, but like, I don't know. It's just unfortunate, I guess, for him.
Just tell me how that feels.
Please fingerprint me, please fingerprint me, please fingerprint me. I will show you that I am not this freaky, horrible person. I want to meet my boyfriend. He's probably worried about me.
You aren't going to meet anybody.
I wish you could help us just make sense, that's all.
When you prove that I am not her, I'll be able to go.
Isabella states that her name is actually Samantha Gonzalez and that she is 15 years old. However, the detectives are well aware that this is not the truth.
So she's 110 pounds? That's really skinny. I'm 148 pounds.
Isabella, please.
Don't call me Isabella.
That's your name.
My name is not Isabella.
Why would a random 15-year-old be hiding out in a parking garage?
My name is Samantha. There are people in this world that look alike, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You guys are not, like, all-knowing. You don't know everything. You're just accusing me of all this stuff that I didn't do.
We know what you we know what you did, and we know who you are. We know how it happened.
Apparently not,
When it
because you
happened.
guys are completely wrong. You got the wrong girl.
No, we don't. We don't have the wrong girl. You know that.
No, I don't.
How did it feel
How did what feel?
when you did what you did? How did it feel?
I
Make you
didn't
feel
kill
good?
anybody. That's disgusting.
Did it feel good?
It's disgusting. You guys really think I'm a murderer?
Yeah, we're not joking.
Did it make you feel powerful?
Just feel.
Yes or no? Simple question, dude.
Did they didn't even bring that up, right? Like, she's the one that brought it up?
Make you feel powerful to do what you did.
Oh my god, I did not kill anyone. Can you guys stop like interrogating me? Or are you just gonna keep going around and around? And we're really just trying to get fingerprinted so I can meet my boyfriend, so you can prove to me.
Would you like
we
us
don't
just to
have the same
leave, wouldn't you?
fingerprints.
Wouldn't you just like us to leave?
We don't have the same fingerprints. We're not the
Wouldn't you
same
like this all just to go away, rewind back 12 hours, and have this never happen? We'd all like that.
I wish I could have like not walked through the parking garage. So you would have not mistaken me for being someone else.
We're
I could've
we're way past that. We're even not gonna
Worst
acknowledge
shortcut
that
of my
anymore.
life.
What Isabella fails to mention is that she wasn't merely walking through the parking garage, but rather hiding. And in addition to locating the suspect, police discovered an array of items relating to the brutal crime that Isabella also failed to conceal.
This is not gonna go anywhere. You guys keep accusing me of being this girl, and I'm not her.
What'd your mother do?
You just
No, she's 18. She's just pretending to be 15 now. So make a gamble if it's her or not. I mean, nah.
We're not gonna
That's
acknowledge the fact that
GG's.
you're
That's
not telling us who you are.
GG's.
We're
That's
moving right past
GG's.
that.
The detectives don't spend any time trying to build rapport with Isabella, which can damage their ability to get her to speak honestly with them. Not only that, but they appear to be jumping straight into a part of the Reed technique where they reject her lies so that she doesn't become entrenched in repeating them and accusing her. To start an interrogation this way is very unusual. They may be trying a few different techniques to see what works, but so far, they aren't doing a very good job of squashing her lie.
Was it the weed? Was it the weed? Did you like the weed?
When offering to be fingerprinted, Isabella makes a declaratory statement indicating that she feels confident. This could mean that she strongly believes what she's saying. When someone has schizophrenia, they often experience hallucinations and delusions that cause them to hear, see, or feel things that do not exist. Delusions can lead to strong beliefs or perceptions that are not based in reality. This altered perception of the world can create a stark contrast between their experiences and what others perceive, leading to a profound disconnect from shared reality.
what weed?
Marijuana? She liked the marijuana in your place?
What?
Is that what it was?
Oh, it's this? Oh, no. Wait. I'm confused. Is this the weed? Or is this the weed? Cause this doesn't look like it. This just looks like random stuff on the ground. And there's no shot she's just got two big old baggies of it. There's no shot.
Marijuana.
For Christ's sake, you had the master bedroom in the house.
Oh,
My
that's her.
parent gives it to us.
Oh, that was the bathroom. That was the bathroom. Okay, so this is her room. This is a big room. Why does she have the master bedroom?
Not this girl.
What
Oh
parent
my
gives up
god,
their
I am
master
not this
bedroom?
girl.
Explain that. Who does that?
I am not this girl.
What kind of a horrible parent does that?
Bro, it's like a 12-year-old's bedroom too. This is like.
Gives up the master bedroom to their daughter.
You know what? Whoever this person is that you're accusing me of being is probably really terrible, but I am.
Didn't your mother give you a job? Didn't she teach you? Didn't she give you a job, give you
My
employment?
mother's name is Sabrina.
And that's the way you thank her?
The shocking secrets that Isabella kept would slowly but surely unravel. For now, detectives simply want to know why she committed such an unbelievable crime. But it seems that not even she can answer this question.
This can't be happening to me right now. This can't be happening. This can't.
It is.
I never killed anybody.
You killed your mom last night.
No, I did not.
Yep.
No, I did not.
We're going to be able to prove it. Yes, we are going to be able to prove it.
Prove me innocent.
No, the
You
police.
will prove me innocent.
We have a very solid investigation. Okay.
Okay.
This case will be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you will probably spend the rest of your life in prison. That's what's going to happen to you.
Part of the Reed technique is to present irrefutable evidence to trap the suspect in their lies. However, here the detectives are using unsure and uncertain language, such as "we're going to prove it" rather than "we can prove it," which won't be as effective. As well, the Reed technique teaches detectives to avoid talking about the consequences and to minimize the crime in order to get the suspect's defenses down and to keep them talking. By already threatening punishment, the suspect loses any incentive to keep talking. Throughout all of this, Isabella has remained confident in her denials. It appears that detectives may have been upset by the crime when they started the interview, and then grew frustrated because Isabella isn't budging, and now they're letting their emotions lead them.
Said, so, like, were her parents if she's 15, like she claims? Well, like, I don't think they need to, like, be in the room. I'm pretty sure, like, a parent just they don't have to even be in the room with you. They can just, like, tell the cops they have permission to run it like that. Because, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's how it works. Maybe it works different depending where you're at, but would be in shambles if that happened to me. The YouTuber roasting the detectives. Yeah.
So far, this is really poor interrogation practice, and it seems as though they aren't following any actual plan or technique.
Gosh.
Isabella states that she will soon be proven innocent. In the meantime, she wishes to see her boyfriend, although future revelations would reveal that this would be easier said than done, for one very strange reason.
How about we give you a few minutes to think about it?
Think about what?
The truth.
I already told you the truth.
And that's the story you're going to stick with?
It's the truth. What do you mean? I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I'm a murderer.
I have a feeling at some point you're going to change your mind and you're going to probably look back on this day, today, right now,
No, I will
with
not.
some regrets, because you're going to have an opportunity today to set the record straight on why you did what you did, and there may
No,
be
I will not.
some reason in your mind that makes sense.
No, I will not.
The detectives now seem to be jumping to different steps of the Reed technique, such as skipping over minimizing the crime or offering an alternative theory for why the crime was committed. Stating that it's her opportunity to speak without presenting any reason why she should take the opportunity is ineffective. They shouldn't rant about how horrible the crime is, as this will just stop her from speaking. Rather, they should have started with rapport building, introduced themselves, and treated her like a normal human being. Then they could have started asking her about her night, what she'd been up to, and see what her story was before they started finding the holes. Though it can feel uncomfortable to try to establish rapport with someone who has committed a horrendous act, it's essential to the interrogation process. It's as though these detectives were too uncomfortable, so they skipped that part.
I am Samantha Gonzalez. You have got the
Your
wrong
actions
person.
today are going to have a very, very big impact on the rest of your life.
You guys keep interrogating me.
Isabella has a very flat affect when she speaks, which is common with individuals with schizophrenia. Even with her displays of anger earlier, she doesn't really show much on her face, which is another feature of individuals with schizophrenia.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
What the hell is going on? Can you please just...
Do you understand what I'm saying, Isabella? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Don't call me Isabella.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm not Isabella.
Your decisions today are going to have a big impact on the rest of your life. You're 18 years old. You got a long
I'm
ways
15.
to go.
Fingerprint me.
No, you're not in charge.
You're arresting me because I look like somebody. That's wrong.
It is you.
It's not me.
It's strange that they don't take Isabella up on her offer to be fingerprinted, as they could use the fingerprints as evidence to show her that she can't deny she was involved. The detective seems to not want to give Isabella the power to demand something, and he's trying to make her feel powerless by denying her suggestion. He also seems to be making the interrogation personal, which is one of the worst things an investigator can do.
Yeah, bro. There's some L investigators. Said, doesn't it help that we just came off the world champ interrogator? The dude was goated. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that dude was nice, but like, these guys aren't even trying. We're like 5 minutes in, they're like, yeah, bro, you did it, you did it, you did it. Like, and they've already brought up like 4 reasons, like, you know, whatever it is, like why they're gonna go to prison and stuff. Like, what?
As he's not even using interrogation techniques anymore. In this bid for power and control, he's missed an opportunity to gather the evidence to confront her. However, there's also the possibility that this is a procedural issue, as it's usually mandated by state law that fingerprints, and in some cases DNA, be taken from suspects. Perhaps the police figure they'll have them soon enough and didn't want to bother getting her fingerprints earlier.
You're acting like you're running this investigation.
What do you mean?
You're demanding to be fingerprinted. You're demanding to be weighed.
Don't I have a right?
You're telling us that you're not this person, that we've made a big mistake, we've arrested the
Don't I
wrong
have a
person.
right to prove that I am innocent? Yes, right? Please,
Do you understand the
bring
law?
somebody please to fingerprint me.
Do you understand the law?
Kind of. I've never been arrested or anything before.
Where'd you go to high school?
This place called Montgomery High School, Ohio.
Montgomery?
Ohio?
Notice that Isabella's foot started moving suddenly, though she's been mostly still throughout. This is a sign of her anxiety around this topic of questioning. Individuals with delusions can become anxious when confronted about something not covered by their delusion. It's like if the typical person...
Alright. I'll do the prediction. Because there's no shot it wasn't her, though. Alright. Did she do it? Yes or no? Alright. I'll put up a quick 2-minute prediction. But there's no shot. Like, there's no shot. There's no shot. There's no way somebody votes no. There's no way.
went out drinking and woke up with a gap in their memory, when asked about the fuzzy spot, they would be confused and easily suggestible, which would lead to anxiety. The brain makes up answers if it doesn't remember. Everyone's brain does this. As humans, we are uncomfortable with blank spots and uncertainty, so our brain will fill the gap with something to make us feel better. This may be what we're seeing here.
I got kicked out though.
No, you didn't go there. You went to Overland.
You're Overland High
You went to
School
Overland
graduate.
High School.
No, I
You're in
didn't.
the yearbook.
She went to Overland High School. I did not.
No. She is you.
No, she is not.
Okay, well, she is, but is this just your way of dealing with this? You pretend you're somebody you're not? I mean, is that your mechanism for...
This is just really frustrating. I'm not even really scared or anything at all because I know that I'm not this person.
So you're not scared at all?
Because I'm not her.
Are you on any drugs?
No.
Any prescription medication?
No.
You ever been to a doctor for anything?
I've been sick before, like every other normal person.
Yeah.
What kind of things have you had? What kind of sicknesses?
Regular colds, nothing serious.
You been to a psychiatrist?
No.
You ever been diagnosed with any mental problems?
No.
The detectives ask Isabella various questions to ensure that she has all of her faculties.
Do you know what month it is?
This is August, right?
August? Do you know what day it is?
No, I haven't had my phone in a while. What day is it today?
So you do have a phone.
I did back in my
Well,
house.
I know you just said
I left it behind.
Do you drink?
No.
Did you drink anything last night?
No.
Take any pills last night?
No.
Smoke any weed last night?
No.
Oh
So you would have been a clear head last night. Not under the influence of anything.
I didn't kill anybody.
That's not what I asked you.
I'm perfectly normal, bro.
Perfectly normal?
Yeah.
Who are your friends?
I don't really have any friends. All I have is my boyfriend.
That's what everybody we talked to said about you. Said you don't have any friends.
Okay.
People that usually sit in that chair or accused of murder don't have any friends.
These statements are not only personal attacks, but also antagonistic. Those who kill other people often come in many varieties. There's no set rule.
Most people say you're mean.
There's no way a cop says that, right? Like, hey, whoever sits in that seat doesn't have no friends. There's no shot you say that as like a detective. There's no shot.
They don't like you.
I guess she's a mean person. Then.
No, you're the mean person.
I'm not a mean person.
You're not insane. You're a mean person.
I'm not a mean person.
And you're a liar.
Isabella's foot only seems to move when she's uncomfortable. Here it appears to be because she doesn't like being called a mean person, and because they're attacking her. Understandably, most people value being well-regarded, liked, and not being seen as mean. So it makes perfect sense that this would increase her anxiety. What's most interesting here, though, is that despite the fact that she should be really uncomfortable and leaning away from the detectives, she's not. She's leaning forward towards them.
No, I'm not.
And you're a terrible liar.
No, I'm
This
not.
makes no sense at all.
No, you're
So if you just want to sit there and be a cold-blooded killer who the jury will convict in 10 minutes of first-degree murder for killing their mother, then keep it up, Isabella.
The detectives want to know why Isabella would brutally kill her own mother, but the answer is unlike anything they've heard before. There's much more to the story than meets the eye, but the disturbing case is only just beginning.
Sometimes people get mad. Sometimes people are scared. Maybe you acted in self-defense. Maybe she had a knife.
Only now do they decide to try to minimize the crime. But after they talked about her being a cold-blooded killer,
I'm not this girl. I don't know what happened with her and her life and who she is or what school she went to. That's not my problem. My problem right now is finding my boyfriend.
It's a funny game you're playing, but nobody's laughing. You think some juror sitting on a jury is going to believe that you're not the person we suspect killed their mother? When you're caught right down the street with knife injuries to your hand?
Scissors.
It's not scissor injuries.
I told you they were scissors.
It's not scissor injuries.
Yes, it was. You're not going to bully me into admitting what you want me to, like, pretend
No,
to be.
I suspect we're probably not. I mean, that's a decision you have to make in your own head. I mean, that's the bottom line. You're 18 years of age. You understand why you're here. You know what you've done. We've given you an opportunity to talk about what you've done. We've given you an opportunity to give us a reason why you did what you did. And you've continued on this crazy-ass story that this have nothing to do with this, and that story's not believable. We don't
It doesn't have to be believable. It will be proven.
If the police don't believe you, what do you think happens?
Nothing.
You go to court.
Yeah, you go to jail, for one.
You go to court.
And someday you're going to go to court. Yep.
Not quite how it works.
And if this is your way of trying to get through it, then so be it. But just so you know, I mean, obviously we don't believe you. We don't believe anything you've told us here today. And my guess is that you're probably going to continue down the same road, acting like you don't know what we're talking about and pretending that none of this applies to you and you're not that person. And I don't know what.
What if it ends up being the dad? What if it ends up being the dad? She is cooking them. Yeah, they're angry. They're 15 minutes into this. They're angry. Me getting interrogated for liking cash.
TV show you watched that thought this would be a good idea to come up with a plan for defending yourself against a murder charge, but I can tell you it's not going to work. So you're so tired?
I've been sleeping in a park all night.
You're sleeping out running from the police all night. Running from the police is tiring.
I didn't run.
Actually, you were sleeping in a Jeep.
A Jeep?
Yeah, the basement of the parking garage. Do you remember that?
I was not sleeping in a Jeep.
Why are you lying about this where you were sleeping?
Somebody saw you.
How do you think we found you? Somebody saw you and called us.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
it does.
Isabella was sitting in a blue Jeep Wrangler in a parking garage off of South Parker Road when someone noticed her. But what they found to be even more suspicious was the various items sitting outside of the vehicle, such as a backpack and clothes. The car was actually being held for a client of a vehicle service, where a company employee immediately notified police once they spotted the teenager.
Your picture's all over the TV news media.
Why would you leave all your stuff just sitting like that outside the car? Like, why would you not at least take the stuff inside the car?
Okay, here's a picture of a girl that looks like me as a little bit too.
No, your picture is
Why
on
did I
it.
have to be born looking like this?
What kind of a grand coincidence would it be that you just happen to look like this person?
Grand coincidence. It's a shitty coincidence.
Isabella, this is...
Don't call me Isabella.
This is really... It's frustrating. I'm sure you're frustrated too. You'd feel better. We'd have a better understanding of why you did what you did. Maybe
I
somewhere
didn't do
down...
any of this stuff, man.
Maybe somewhere down the
Can you
line,
just fingerprint me?
God would find a way to forgive you.
Can you
I don't know
please
if he will or
fingerprint me?
not. My God's not going to forgive you, but your God might, for all I know. Who knows?
Can you fingerprint me?
Are you listening to me?
Yeah, I am listening
You
to
are?
you.
Okay.
Did you stab your mom?
Whatever this girl is, whatever her
That's not
life
what I
is,
asked.
it's
So
not
you didn't
about-
murder? You keep saying you didn't murder anybody. Did
No.
you stab your mom?
No.
This is the first instance where Isabella is asked if she stabbed her mom, and her response is telling. It's also a response that will change later in the interrogation. We see Isabella engage in grooming behaviors, such as brushing her hair and face multiple times, and then we see her do an anchor point movement and shift her leg. Rather than being crossed, her leg is now at a 90-degree angle where it's become a barrier between her and the detectives. She also rubs her mouth, creating a cluster of nonverbal behaviors which indicate that she has increasing anxiety. When directly asked if she stabbed her mom, she delays answering before saying something unrelated.
You didn't take a knife and stab your mom last night?
No.
So the knife that we found is not going to have your fingerprints and your DNA on it?
No, it will not. She may look like me, but there's
No,
no way we're
no,
gonna
no.
have the same.
I think it's probably going to.
Oh?
Think whatever you like. The test don't lie.
Once again, they're using words like I think and probably. They don't even sound sure or confident when trying to refute her lies.
Hey, you're exactly right. The test is not a lie.
So I'm waiting for you to test.
The parking garage that you were in, you were caught, were you arrested where they pointed guns at you? The knife's in there.
Okay.
How do you explain that?
I walked to a parking garage that a knife was in.
Isabella, do you understand?
Stop calling me Isabella. God damn it.
Understand DNA evidence?
Yeah,
Read
I know
papers,
what
watch
it
the
is.
news. You know what it is?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to do it right now so I can go.
That was like fake anger. That was like fake anger. Said pearly murderous memory. What happens if I pick my nose? Does that make me sus? Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Nah, actually, nah, you got full commit. If you're in the interrogation room, you got a booger up in there, just full commit. Like, if you're in this spot, you may as well. You've already taken the L.
Explain to me what your interpretation of DNA evidence is. What do you think it means?
Doesn't everyone have like different DNA?
Okay. Specific to each individual. So what do you think is going to happen when we take a sample of your DNA and we compare it to the knife that we found? Your DNA is going to be on
The
it.
DNA will not match.
So your DNA is going to be on. That's going to prove that you
The
have
DNA will not match.
Oh.
And those cuts on your hand.
I told you how all this happened to me.
So you obviously bled. We're going to
In the house
analyze.
in
We're
Ohio?
going to analyze the blood that you left. You understand? We're going to be able to type that blood back to you.
No, not your house in Ohio. The bathroom at your house where you killed your mom.
After the discussion of the DNA, she starts swaying in the chair for the first time, which is another red flag. She does have concerns about the DNA now that she's heard all of this information, which is an interesting reaction given how she will behave later on.
Did you see the police dog in there? Is that why you ran out of there?
Police dog.
Yeah.
My police dog.
The police dog that was inside the parking garage when you came running out? Do you remember running out of the parking garage?
I
And
know.
running to police officers? Do you remember that part?
I didn't run. I walked out of a parking garage and was ambushed.
That wasn't you either?
And what?
That wasn't you either? So
I am not this Isabella girl. All this crazy fucking shit keeps happening and I am not this girl.
crazy fucking shit, that's a good way to put it.
How would you feel if this was done to you?
I'd be scared if I were you.
I'm not really scared. I'm just a little freaked out.
So you're not
all
scared by
happening.
this?
No, because the DNA will not match.
Do you have no remorse for what you did?
I did not do anything wrong.
So you don't, do you?
I am not
You could
Isabella.
you could just sit there and continue to deny this with a clear conscience.
I am not Isabella.
Really? You could just sit here and completely deny all of this?
I'm not denying anything. I am being truthful.
That's you.
No, it is not.
There's no question. That's you.
She's pretty.
Yeah, you're a pretty girl. That's you.
That's not.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. He said, yeah, she's pretty. That's
Not
crazy.
me.
That's literally.
Yeah, that's up your Facebook account.
She's a singer.
It's not even a funny game anymore.
Why would she kill anybody?
That's what we want to know.
That is the question.
Why would Isabella kill her mom?
Isabella may not be able to answer their question just yet, but little do they know that there are multiple layers to the sick and twisted story. And the more they uncover, the harder it is to wrap their heads around such a shocking case.
Why would anybody kill their mother? I mean, what do you think? What would cause somebody to become so enraged with their mother that they would kill them? What would
I
happen?
don't know. I
What would
don't
it
know
take?
how people think. I stay away from people because they all
Well,
try
just
to.
tell me what you think. I mean, what's your thoughts on it?
What is my thoughts on this whole situation?
No. Specifically, what would it take for somebody to kill their mother? What would make them so angry that they would do that?
Isabella engages in some grooming behavior here, which generally occurs when people want to be liked or viewed as likable by others. It's approval-seeking behavior. This is followed by her incorrectly rephrasing a question. It's clear that...
Nah, that's not. Nah, bro. Nah, dude. This doesn't mean you want to be liked by people. There's no shot. I literally do that when I'm by myself. Nah, they're capping.
This question has increased her anxiety because not only has she repeated their question, giving her time to think about her answer, but she had to know they would correct her, giving her even more time to think.
I really have no idea. I would never kill my own mother. She may be a horrible person, but I don't have the potential in me to kill anyone.
Why is your mother a horrible person?
She hates me because I'm a illegitimate child.
So she hates you?
Yeah, I kind of ruined her marriage, basically, and they blame me for it.
So you got anger issues?
I don't have anger issues. I just left.
You hate your mom. That's
I
kind
don't
of an
hate
anger
her.
issue.
She's scary.
By playing into her lie and going along with her being another person, the detectives may be finally attempting to build some rapport with her.
Just scary. So I ran away.
Did your mom beat you?
She doesn't beat. She hurts with weapons like scissors.
Keep
going.
Scissors.
What's that? Hello? What's
Is this
that?
scar? I got that when I was a kid. I had stitches.
No, that's not. It's from stitches.
It is from stitches.
How did you get that?
Lines.
Police dog, wasn't it?
Police dog.
Isabella got bit by a police dog, has a scar on her right arm.
This is really freaky.
Yeah, that is really freaky.
So that's it? You
Yeah,
should
that's
just
it.
leave now?
We got the wrong person, we just let you
Yeah.
go.
Let you go?
Yeah.
Okay. Just like that.
Yeah.
See you later. Have a good day.
What's your boyfriend's name?
Gabriel Adams.
Gabriel Adams. You certainly know his phone number, right? Call him right here, we can talk to him. He can just clear this all up. What's his phone number?
He threw his phone away. I was supposed to meet him somewhere.
No.
I can't track him.
You don't want to because he doesn't exist.
He does exist.
Okay.
He's my soulmate.
Oh, that's laughable. That's laughable. You have a soul.
There's no professional explanation for the comment. That's laughable that you have a soul. Even some of the other comments could be possibly pointed to as playing the bad cop, but this goes too far. He's clearly letting his personal feelings about this crime lead the interrogation. Someone should be pulling him out of the room.
He's such a bad cop. Such a bad detective when it comes to this. Like,
I do have a soul. All living creatures have a soul, even animals.
People who do what you did, soulless.
Before police are able to find out exactly what the reason behind the heinous act is, they delve a little deeper into the tumultuous life of their suspect. In doing so, the detectives sit down to interview Ryan, who not only provides valuable information about his stepdaughter, but he also recalls the horrifying timeline of events.
it's like the only other guy it could be, or the only other person it could be. So, like, let's find out.
I saw
There's no
Isabella.
shot,
She had a
though.
blank expression on her face. I'm not sure what happened with the knife she was carrying. It looked like she was still holding on to it. And I looked down and I saw my wife on the floor. Blood everywhere, all over the bathroom. I was talking to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher told me, make sure you get her breathing again. Get her airways open. I don't know CPR. So, but at that time, I looked at my wife's eyes, and I knew that she must not have made it. I just couldn't believe that it had happened like that. Isabella was in a rage like I've never seen before.
What do you mean?
Well, I could just hear her just pummeling my wife. I thought she was just hitting her with her fists.
Okay. So that thumping sound you were
Thumping sound, I thought, was Yumi maybe hitting against the wall, and Isabella just pounding her with her fists.
Okay.
So that's what I originally thought it was, and that's when I called 911.
Although it hasn't been confirmed, it's possible that Isabella also used the baseball bat as a weapon.
Tell me about that. What was the reasoning for that?
She came downstairs where I was sleeping, and she said, I feel very uncomfortable with Isabella in the house. She said that Isabella had threatened her or cursed at her, and spit in her face.
Oh.
She was
Yeah, bro. Like, if you're 18 years old, and like, yeah, like your stepdaughter spits in your face and threatens to kill you, like, yeah, bro, I wouldn't want her in the house either. It's like, hey, look, man, she's crazy. Like, that's it. That's literally it. She's crazy. Like, nah, you don't get spit in the face and like just be like, all right, yeah, sure. Next day,
laying down up there and rambled off some terrible things to her.
Okay. Did she tell you what those terrible things were?
She didn't specifically tell me. I know this morning, she showed me an email that Isabella had written that was written to her, or...
Wait, you said that's the real mother, not the stepmother? Oh, is he the stepdad? Oh... Okay. I guess that would make a little bit more sense why I wouldn't want him kicked out then. Yeah, okay.
Or written to Cecilia. So strange email, but it came to my wife. And I can't remember what the email said. It's on her phone.
Okay.
But it was very disturbing from Isabella. Something very weird.
The email sent by Isabella to her mother on the same day of the killing was chilling beyond words. It read, "You will pay." However, it wasn't made out to Yoon-mi, but rather a woman named Cecilia. Yoon-mi was so concerned about her daughter's behavior that she called 911 just hours before her demise. 4 officers arrived at the house, in addition to Isabella's biological father, Robert Guzman. Isabella was confronted while sitting on a swing in their backyard, but that had little effect on the teenager. She apparently spewed a string of insults to Yoon-mi, though it's unclear as to what was said. The officers warned the teenager that she should not treat her mother in such a volatile manner, stating that Yoon-mi was within her rights to obtain a court order and evict Isabella from the house if she felt it was necessary to do so. Isabella responded with nothing but silence.
They've had a bad relationship.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, they've had a bad relationship for years. She resents her mom very much.
Ryan stated.
Hey, shout out to Milano the Duelist for the raid with 56. What's up? Yeah, I'm just sitting here watching an Explore With Us video. Literally just out here watching murder documentary type thing. But what's up? So, oh no way, we're watching true crime. Yeah, literally. Yeah, just out here doing this. We're like 30 minutes into this one. This girl's crazy. That's all I'm gonna say. This girl's crazy. All true crime content's insane. Yeah, I love this. But
States that at the age of 6 or 7, Yoon-mi sent Isabella to live with Robert due to her disobedient behavior. The pair had divorced when Isabella was just 3 years old, and Ryan and Yoon-mi began a relationship 1 year after. Yoon-mi's hope had been that her daughter would learn to respect others while living with her father. But it seems things didn't change. In fact, Isabella was supposedly continuing to act out, and apparently had a difficult relationship with Robert and his new wife.
And then she moves back in with you guys?
She moves back in with us at 14.
14. Has Isabella ever been, is she on medications? Or has she ever been...
She's not on
doctor's care or anything like that for any
She went to a psychiatrist for maybe a month. And the psychiatrist said, no, she's fine. She's just a typical girl.
How long ago was that?
That's been maybe 2-3 years ago, something like that.
So can you give a quick rundown on what happened so far? All right. So it started off, and it said this girl was at her house. It was the girl, the stepdad, and her mom. And all of a sudden, the dad starts hearing pounding upstairs. So he runs up there. He hears screams, and eventually gets the door open, and she just had her mom dead, stabbed her bunch of times, just like that. And she ran out of the crib, got found the next day. The cops interrogated her. Like, we had a little bit of that happen so far. We're not too far in. And she's just claiming to be a different girl. She's like, nope, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. That wasn't me. That's not my dad. Blah, 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 blah. Etc. Said, but hey, bro, enjoy the stream. Gotta hit my workout. 100. Hey, see you, bro. Good luck with the workout. All right.
Today, after the police come out and speak with her, What was her attitude or her demeanor after that contact with the officers?
She seemed okay. She was friendly. Her dad gave her a big hug, but I don't think she was very happy that her mom called the police.
Following the dispute, Yoon-mi headed back to work.
We were in the house again. Together, no problems.
No problems, any conversation,
Not much of a conversation at all. We
Did
didn't
she
really
give
say
you any
much.
indications that she might be plotting to do something like this?
Oh, no. I knew she was mad at her mom, and I knew she was very, very upset at her mom, but I had no idea she would ever do anything like this.
Though Ryan didn't suspect it, she was indeed plotting something terribly heinous.
When's the last time you cried?
Last time I cried,
Yeah.
when I ran away.
You got a pretty good memory, don't you?
I have a normal person's memory.
Okay. I don't think you're a normal person.
It took me like a week to get here.
Did you hear me? I don't think you're a normal person. I ask you.
Also, these interrogators are horrible at their job. I just want to bring that up. They're just so angry that they're so bad at what they do. Said DB number 1. Hey, shout out to Carradine for the sub with the Prime. Thank you. 2 months. Oh God, yes. Gosh, they're so stupid. Gosh, they're just so stupid.
When the last time you cried?
I told you I cried when I ran away.
You didn't run away from anywhere. You ran away from a crime scene is what you did.
No, I did not.
So you cried when you ran away last night?
I did not do any of these things. I am not Isabella.
Maybe
Oh,
we should just
really?
bring,
Why don't you just bring the DNA test?
Let's bring Robert down here.
Who's Robert?
You know who Robert is.
No, I don't.
Robert could stand right there in that doorway and identify you. You're his own flesh and blood.
According to Ryan, Isabella and Robert were always close, even through thick and thin, but she can't seem to remember that.
How about if we have Ryan come down?
Who's that?
Your stepdad. Have him
That's
come
her
in.
stepdad.
We could have Ryan come in. I mean, he's the one that last saw you before you took off running from the police last night.
This is all her life, and you keep
He's
saying
the
it's
one that
mine.
he's the one that identified you. What do you think about that? We'll have him come down. Maybe you can apologize.
I'm not going to apologize to a stranger. What do you mean? I didn't kill anybody.
He would come in and stand at the doorway and lie about committing somebody who committed him.
Well, obviously somebody died, or this wouldn't be happening. But I didn't kill anybody.
Why would he lie about it?
I don't even know what we're trying to. I don't even understand what we're trying to say right now.
Isabella's flat affect is similar to another case we've covered, Morgan Geyser, also known as the Slender Man stabbing.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Not really.
Where do you think you are?
At a police station.
Morgan was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and again, this kind of flat, emotionless speaking is typical with this diagnosis.
Kathy, maybe?
Who's that?
Come on, I'm Isabella.
Stop calling me Isabella.
You know who that is?
Wait, you guys are like, what? Didn't you say that this girl has no friends?
Well, there's people that know you. They may not be your friend.
Detective sat down with Isabella's friend, Catherine Argueta, also known as Kathy, who gave a bit of insight on who Isabella was outside of her family home. Apparently, Kathy met Isabella at Overland High School, in addition to Isabella's ex-boyfriend, Ilya Abramov, who goes by Tony. The trio, along with Kathy's boyfriend, would apparently use recreational marijuana from time to time. Kathy explained that Isabella had developed a spiritual side to herself within the last year, and had become increasingly quiet. Yet at the same time, there was a noticeable kindness that she had not previously shown, though Kathy didn't elaborate further. It appeared that things may have been looking up for her, or perhaps there was a more sinister intention behind this newfound enlightenment. Kathy goes on to say that she received a chilling text message from Isabella on Monday, August 26th, only 2 days prior to the killing. She angrily insulted Kathy using a derogatory term, and ended the text with a shocking last few words. "I know what you did." Kathy messaged back asking what she was talking about, but Isabella didn't respond. However, on August 28th at 7:15 p.m., her phone buzzed once again. Isabella had sent another text, this time saying, "The astro beam has awakened."
Bro, what? Is this like a Travis Scott marketing scheme or something? What does that even mean, bro? What does that even mean? The astro beam has awakened.
Utterly confused, Kathy responded, asking for an explanation, but to no avail. Only a short time later would Isabella commit the unthinkable.
These are your bags, right?
Yeah.
You know the stores that we wrap up your wrists? Bait Mart?
Actually, these people were real nice to me and gave me these things.
But you bought something, right?
They paid for it for me.
Who?
This Asian lady took pity on me. Came all dirty. She asked me if I was okay, and I cried, and I told her I was trying to call my boyfriend, I could use the phone. She said, "You don't have any stuff. Well, I'll give you some tampons and things. The clothes are mine." But she gave me the underwear and the pads and stuff, because I didn't have money for it.
someone go there to look at the videos, you won't be on the video?
I'll be on the video.
But the H mark, they have surveillance cameras on it. Yeah, like the H mark.
If you want to go look and see if I was an H mark, you'll see that I was.
After fleeing from the scene, Isabella made her way to the H Mart grocery store, where she quickly caught attention due to her disheveled state and bloody clothing. A nice lady took pity on her, and in addition to buying her a few items...
Yo, where is this at? I thought this was in Ohio.
She also provided her own cell phone number in case Isabella needed anything else.
And what did you tell her?
What do you mean, what did I tell her?
What did you tell her?
Yo, what's an H Mart? And I've never heard of an H Mart. What's an H Mart? Cause like that had like Japanese letters over it and everything. Asian food market. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
You called her and talked to her. What story did you tell her? What did you tell her?
She's Korean. She doesn't even speak any English.
We have interpreters. What did she say? What did you tell her?
I told her the truth.
What did you say?
Exactly the same thing that I told you.
Where'd you meet her at?
Where the receipt says.
She what?
Where the receipt says.
Where's that?
It's right by the garage. Where you ambushed me and basically kidnapped me at.
Okay. So you met her inside or outside?
Inside.
So you leave Ohio with all of this stuff, all your worldly possessions. This is what you travel across the country.
I told you, Gabriel said he'll take care of me. I didn't need to bring much.
But you can't get hold of Gabriel if you get on the phone.
No.
How does that make any sense?
He had to dump it.
Your story doesn't make any sense. This is not true. A 2-year-old wouldn't believe your story.
2-year-old, you
Probably
understand?
a 2-year-old come up with a better story.
Next, the detectives asked for her permission to conduct a DNA test. They're not surprised.
The persona she made lives in Ohio. Oh. Well, that's why she's all caught up in this. She should have actually just been from Ohio.
She immediately
never got
agrees,
caught up in
seeing
this.
as it has been her most
Simple
frequent
as that.
request.
Ohio's goated. That's all I'm gonna say. Shout out to
But what
Ohio.
she doesn't understand is just how long it actually takes to obtain the results.
Please bring the DNA test now so I can leave.
You're not leaving. Just so you understand that.
The DNA will not match.
Well, that you can
If the DNA does not match, I will be free,
continue to
right?
think that, but you are not leaving. Just so you
Okay,
know.
theoretically, if the DNA doesn't match, you have to let me go, right?
No.
That doesn't make any sense. Yes.
No, you've been identified as a killer.
I have not been
By an
identified. If the
eyewitness.
DNA does not match, then I will be set free.
Well, that's not going to be the case. We won't know that for months.
For
You're under arrest for
months.
first-degree murder. You have no bond. You ain't going nowhere but jail. And you're not 15. You're 18.
No, I am not. You cannot do this to me. This is wrong.
Yes, we
You
can.
have to prove I am who she is before you can take me anywhere.
No, we don't. We know who you
Isabella,
are.
we're trying to give you
Stop
an
calling
opportunity.
me Isabella.
We're just trying to give you an opportunity to tell us what happened.
Stop calling me Isabella.
You don't understand. You don't understand.
My
the
name
full
is
impact of
Samantha.
this, do you? You don't understand the full impact. Yes, you're going to jail. No, you are not getting out of jail. There is no bond with first-degree murder. Do you understand that?
I didn't murder anybody.
Then we'll easily prove a case against you.
You can't prove anything because I didn't do it.
Yeah, we will.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yeah, what's wrong with
You
all
have
of
no
you?
conscience. None.
I'm not evil. You don't even
Yeah,
know who I am. I'm just a random girl on the street
No.
that you ambushed.
No, you're one of the most evil person I've ever sat across.
Imagine if it's actually not the Isabella person. Imagine if it's actually like just somebody else. Like it's actually just some random 15-year-old girl. That means there's no shot. There's no shot.
I'm not evil.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Very.
The detectives continue to remind Isabella of the consequences and telling her how terrible she is, and stating that she's the most evil he's ever sat across from, all of which hasn't got them very far. At this point, Isabella has been in the room with them for an hour. If she was in her right mind, most people would have asked for a lawyer by now. The conduct of both officers is unprofessional, suggesting a lack of training and an inability to conduct custodial interrogations properly. Somehow, despite their approach, they're just barely able to stay away from crossing the line into coercion, though there's enough nuance here to argue that point from both sides. More importantly, they have completely abandoned the Reed technique and its core tenet of getting a confession through the use of empathy. The point of an interrogation is to be a listener and to create an open environment where the suspect can make disclosures. Even look at the table. It's cluttered and disorganized, creating an environment non-conducive to the sharing of information.
Yeah, but you're supposed to have them talk. The more they talk, then the more they'll mess up, and that's when you're like, hey, yo, but you said this, didn't you? Boom. And they'll be like, huh? No, I meant this. Yeah, you gotta get them locked into a story. Come on, bro. Or imagine a YouTuber says he didn't get enough training, they are down bad. Yeah, they've been getting roasted this whole time.
Their methods of countering her denials are also interesting. It's generally sarcastic and closed off, not inviting Isabella to say more or to keep talking even in the face of having her denial dismissed. Everything about their actions appears intended to harass the suspect, rather than doing their best to support the dialogue necessary for a confession.
You scared the hell out of me. Because you have no conscience.
I scare the hell out of you?
Yeah, you have no conscience. You can do anything to anybody and not even feel
How do you do this thing?
Isabella states that she would like a DNA test as soon as possible.
Why would you even say all that stuff? Like, you have no conscience, you have no conscience. You should be like, no, you do have a conscience, and like, you gotta play, so dumb.
And the detective performs a cheek swab.
A cheek swab?
Say, for instance, somehow we've got this all jacked up, and you are who you say you are, and we've brought the wrong person in here. How would we go about trying to prove that you are who you are? Who could we call? Who could we get in contact
There's no way I'm totally... Why would I call somebody who stabbed me with scissors?
Well, I'm asking you a
That's
question.
all I got.
Okay,
Gabriel's waiting for me.
Can I ask you a question and just not have you interrupt? Because if we're making a mistake, we want to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why don't we start with who's your father? What's your father's name?
I don't really know. Honestly, my mom's kind of a crazy bitch and whores around a lot.
Okay.
She hates me because I'm an illegitimate child.
Okay, so...
All I know is that my dad's Mexican. That's why my last name is Gonzalez.
All I know is an example of a selective memory statement. It can't exactly be refuted, but it doesn't really answer the question. This is a big nonverbal indicator that she's feeling anxious about going deeper into this line of questioning. Look at how her blinking is increased. This is a subconscious stress response. However, we can't confirm that this is because she's being deceptive, as it could just as easily be because she's being verbally attacked by 2 police officers for the past hour.
Okay, so your dad is Mexican. His last name's Gonzalez. Do you know his first name?
She wouldn't tell me.
So you don't know his first name?
No.
Have you met your father?
No.
So you never met your father?
I ran away. Gabriel's all I got.
Okay, slow down. I want to get to the bottom of this. So, Gonzalez is all you know? You don't know first name?
She called me Gonzalez to prove
he
to me
from?
that I'm not good enough to be her daughter or something.
Where's your father from?
I just know he's Mexican.
Where's he
From
from?
Mexico.
He's from Mexico? So he's from Mexico, the country Mexico?
Oh, I guess, obviously.
Isabella is showing other signs that her anxiety has increased as well, such as kicking her foot and avoiding the question. Again, we can't say she's being deceptive, but her anxiety level has increased with this topic. She's either seriously, legitimately 100% delusional, or an extremely skilled liar. It's possible that this is something that has been said to her before, and that's why she's able to quickly push out a response. Isabella states that her mother's name is Sabrina Hicks, who lives at 2657 South Jamaica Circle in Cincinnati, Ohio. However, this address doesn't exist in the state, although 26 South Jamaica Court is located in Aurora, Colorado, right across the street from Isabella's home. But this would only be just one of her many bizarre statements to come.
What's Sabrina's birthday?
I don't know.
You don't know your mom's birthday?
I think that in this world, there's got to be 2 kinds of different moms, right? I heard about that horrible woman, Casey Anthony.
Okay.
There's 2 different kinds of mothers.
Hold up. Okay, I don't have time
There's
for
a
all this.
mother who...
Do you know your mother's birthday or don't you?
I don't.
Do not know.
She doesn't love me. I don't really know anything
Do
about
not know
her.
her birthday. That's
No.
the question. Don't. Okay.
No.
So your father is Gonzalez. You don't know his first name. Your mother is Sabrina Hicks, but you don't know her birthday, and you claim they both live at this 2657 South Jamaica Circle, Cincinnati, Ohio. You don't know the zip code. How about a phone number?
They disconnected the house phone like a while ago because they're fucking cheap.
Cell phones?
I don't have their cell phone numbers. We don't talk to each other. That's why I ran away. It's like...
Okay, where does
they're
Sabrina...
not really my family.
Where does Sabrina Hicks work? Maybe we can go to her work.
She works at a grocery market.
Do you know the name?
We don't talk to each other. We're like strangers. She just hates me. She looks at me like with disgust. Oh, you illegitimate child.
Right. You poor illegitimate child, you.
The detectives ask her if she has any uncles or aunts, but she supposedly doesn't know. Next, they question her about Montgomery High School, where she claims to have attended, although this would turn out to be yet another lie. In actuality, Isabella went to Overland High School in Aurora, Colorado for a period of time before dropping out. However, it's unclear as to when she left the school and why.
What street is your high school on?
I don't know.
Well, you went to school there.
It's not that far from my house. I just
What's-
walk.
what
I know
street's
how
it
to
on?
walk. I don't drive. I don't
What
know
street is it on?
name.
Because what we can do is we can go to your school, we can have officers from Cincinnati go to your school, and see if we can
Why
contact
would
your
you do all
records.
that? Why
Because
can't
we're
you
trying to
just do a DNA
disprove.
test?
We're trying to disprove that you're not this person.
That's great. Do the DNA test and it'll prove everything.
Well, I'm going to have to prove it by more than one way. And the easiest way for me to prove it is if you can put me in touch with somebody back there in Cincinnati, Ohio.
I will
that
not
can-
put you in touch with the people
We
that
can
I
send them a
ran away
picture
from.
of you, and
Look at what
if they
she did to
say
me. I will not put you in touch with them.
if they can
If
say
find
yes,
out I'm
that's
here,
my
I'm gonna
daughter,
have to run away.
then you're out the door.
If they find out I'm here, I'm gonna have to leave here again. I'm not trying to take another bus.
Hoping to catch her in another lie, the detectives ask if Isabella's picture would be in the Montgomery yearbook. Coincidentally, she claims to have skipped picture day.
Okay, so the high school yearbook's not going to work for this year. Did you get your picture taken when you were in 8th grade, the year before?
Pine Lane Middle School.
I'm sorry?
The name is Pine Lane Middle School.
Pine Lane. Okay. Funny, I've heard of that one. There's a Pine Lane here in Colorado. Did you know that?
Okay, there are lots.
No, it's Pine Lane Middle School. What do you think of that? Pine Lane Middle School. Same one you claim you go to.
I don't go there anymore.
In Cincinnati, Ohio. There's one right here in Colorado.
And so, aren't there like a million people are not creative with names?
Is your picture in their yearbook?
Yeah, probably somewhere.
Yeah, just a bad liar. Like, just simply a bad liar. Said like, oh, this address in Cincinnati, this school in Cincinnati, and then it's all like in your home city. Like, why does Ohio have to get like, shots fired at it for no reason?
If you could find it, I don't know if you guys have that kind of technology.
Oh, we can find it. If it exists, we can find it.
The Cincinnati police say all three of the addresses you gave us, none of them don't exist.
Maybe they don't know every single address in all of
It's the
Cincinnati.
freaking police department. If they don't know, who knows?
No,
Call 911.
I'm not Isabella.
We just want you to tell the
Do you
truth.
understand how complicated you've made this?
I am not Isabella. I know you guys know that.
Not only does she have palms up here, showing lack of confidence in what she's saying, but she brings her leg back up in a barrier position.
Okay.
If you're not Samantha, then who are you?
I am Samantha. I'm not Isabella. That's all that matters. I'm not a murderer. Yay, I can leave.
The problem is each lie you tell,
It's not a lie.
you gotta tell another lie. And then you forget the lies you've already told. And pretty soon
What
it
do you
becomes so
mean?
confusing and
Like,
so
that's what-
overwhelming that you don't know what you said.
The detective may be referring to the liar's loop here, but he doesn't really mention having to deconflict stories or anything, just the difficulties in keeping your story straight. Although the detectives are aware that Isabella is being deceitful, they are unaware of the disturbing and shocking reason as to why the heinous crime was committed. Time would eventually tell all, but authorities could have never predicted such an unbelievable ending to the perplexing case.
Have any friends
This address you gave is bogus.
It's
The
not
Cincinnati
bogus.
police say it's not a good address.
It's a good
Well,
address
I
in
don't know what
Aurora.
to tell you.
How do you explain that? Are you confused about the numbers? Are you confused about the name of the street?
Pretty fucking sure that's my address. Yeah, I've heard them. They seem to write it down
Yeah,
somewhere.
that's a perfectly valid address here in the city of Aurora, which is where we're at today.
It's so obvious that I'm not her.
Really?
Yeah.
So she has the same scar you do.
Okay. It's
Merely
not the
another
same.
coincidence?
It's not the same. It's a little different. We
Merely
all
a
have scar on our
coincidence?
arm. Jeez. Do you guys believe
She
in
was
destiny?
involved in a murder last night where her mother brutally stabbed her mother 151 times.
151 times?
In the course of that,
151 times.
in the course of that, her hands got
Holy
cut, just
fuck.
like you. Another coincidence, you say?
Holy fucking shit.
You're found in a parking garage.
151 times is crazy. That's a lot of stabbing, bro. That's like, that's gotta take like at least 2 minutes, bro. That's like 2 minutes of stabbing. Unless you really get it down, you're like, okay. I guess you could get it down pretty quick. But it's not like an Xbox controller where you're getting the button down, mashing in the correct moment. There's no shot. I had to take in a little
With a
while.
knife that appears to be the murder weapon.
You didn't find me
Used
with the
in
knife.
this
Don't
another
lie.
coincidence?
You did not find me with
It's
the
a lot of
coincidence
effort.
again?
Yeah.
Again, it appears that the detective is focused on being in control and having power in the interrogation room, rather than trying to work through the steps to get her to tell the truth. He's using language where he doesn't even sound sure of himself. For example, saying appears to be.
You did not find me with a
Were you
knife.
found in
You
the
are
parking garage
lying.
where the knife was?
Okay, the knife was somewhere
Yes,
in there.
yes, detective, that's
Man,
true.
wrong.
Yes, detective, that's
I
true.
took the wrong
Okay.
fucking shortcut, man.
After an autopsy was performed, it was discovered that Yoon Mi had actually endured 31 stab wounds to the face and 48 stab wounds to the neck, a staggering 79 in total.
I hope you catch her, but I'm not
Oh,
her.
so they just pulled the 151 out of nowhere? DB Grinder watching true crime isn't something I knew I wanted. What's up, Trish? How you doing? We're not 151? Bruh, I feel like I just got baited. Like, 151 is so much more than 79.
And when you take that DNA sample out this room, it will prove that I am not her. That's all the evidence you need. If the DNA doesn't match,
You don't
you
even
can't
need your
keep
DNA
me.
to prove anything.
Yeah, you do.
No, we don't. We don't need
I
it.
watch forensic files. You can't lie to me about
That's a
everything.
TV show, you idiot.
Oh, what do you
That's a
mean?
TV show. Do you believe everything they put on TV is real? How stupid are you?
I thought it was
Honest to
God
God.
damn!
How stupid are you?
supposed to be real.
You're gonna go off some TV show. You're gonna put your life in the hands of some goofy-ass TV show?
DNA is everything.
Answer my question. Are you going to put your life in the hands of some TV show?
No,
Is that what you're going to bargain your life on? Forensic Files says that you got to have a DNA match.
My God, bro, he's so mad. He said Forensic Files, bro. Are you kidding me? Forensic Files, bro.
Yeah.
Really?
Wait.
Really, Isabella? Does that make any goddamn sense to you?
Stop calling me Isabella.
That's your name.
No, it's not.
It is too.
Throws the pen.
Throwing a pen is completely inappropriate, no matter how frustrating.
That whole thing, what? Bro, he's so angry. Nah. She's actually winning. She's actually winning. Literally tilting him so bad right now. Oh my God.
With how the detective is yelling, cussing, and berating her, there's a chance Isabella could have a case for how verbally abusive the interrogation is.
We've been so patient with you, giving you every opportunity.
Oh my God, please do.
Oh, are you getting upset? Are you getting upset?
You would. If this happens to
You make me upset.
I haven't done anything to you.
You've lied continually over and over and over today. You've wasted our time.
You're wasting my time. I didn't.
No. Your time means nothing from this point forward.
Damn.
Your time is counted in minutes, hours, and days that you're going to be spent or will be spent behind bars, looking out into a prison cell.
The detectives are at their wits' end with Isabella, who appears to be in no hurry to confess the truth, perhaps because they've done such a horrible job with this interrogation. And as we continue with Ryan's interview, a terrifying revelation makes its way into the light.
Actually, yeah, you're right. That was a weak pen throw. Like, if I'm throwing a pen, like, it's bouncing hard. No, well, hey, yo,
Isabella
pause.
may have just been a ticking time bomb, waiting to go off.
But my wife was just on pins and needles because of all that had happened around Isabella the last couple of days.
Okay. So has it seemed like things have gotten worse in the last few days between Isabella and her mom?
With what you told me, yes. With what she told me, yes.
And that's
It has gotten
what she
worse.
told you was the statement she had made?
The cursing at her and spitting in her face.
Okay.
And the email she wrote to that ended up in my wife's hands said something about you will pay or you've been cursed.
Okay. And your wife found that email today?
Today at about, I remember she showed it to me. It came in, I think, about 2:42, something like that, before the officers showed up.
And it was from Isabella?
From Isabella. But she marked it to a Cecilia. It was kind of funny. She sent it to my wife, but she made it out to Cecilia.
Ryan states that neither he nor his wife knew anyone by the name of Cecilia, but you need...
First degree. You're out. You said you're gonna pay. You're out. You're done.
He was absolutely horrified by the disturbing email.
50 years.
What's your impression of her as a...
She is very hot-tempered.
Hot-tempered, okay.
Very hot-tempered person. It doesn't, and she runs her mouth like crazy. F you, F this, F that. She seems very depressed, I would have to say. She seems horribly depressed about her life and blames her mom for her misery. The only thing I can say is over the past couple weeks, Isabella has been very angry with her mom. Just a lot of anger. A lot of cussing, cursing, just a lot of anger.
Has something prompted that as far as you know of?
Well, I mean, sometimes my wife she's pretty strong-minded, and she would tell Isabella, no, you shut up, you get out. Or, it would go back and forth like that. So I'm sure Isabella took those things to heart.
Ryan recalls the previous incident he had with Isabella that provides a glimpse into just how quickly her temper could flare. Around 5 years ago, Isabella went down to the basement of the home to retrieve a fan that belonged to Ryan. When he didn't let her take the item, she supposedly retaliated with violence and allegedly punched Ryan in the face.
She was 13.
Interestingly, Isabella is presenting as the complete opposite in the interrogation to how she's described by Ryan. But Isabella's reign of terror would not end here, as there was something much more sinister that would inevitably unleash itself in the most sickening way possible.
You committed a heinous... Okay, you're going to go to prison for that. You're not getting out of jail anytime soon. Okay? And the fact that you can sit there with that stupid goddamn look on your face makes...
God damn! Why is he so angry?
Me sick. It makes me physically sick to look at you.
Do the DNA test that will prove me right.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
Why are you
Don't tell me how to do my job.
I haven't done anything to you.
You've come in here and tried to fucking act like you're so goddamn smart.
What do you mean?
You're putting your life in your hands today, my friend. Think about it.
My hands? That doesn't make any sense. Stabbing someone 151 times takes a long time. Wouldn't the police come before, like, whoever
That's what I was thinking.
did it would be done?
Isabella, please.
How long,
Isabella.
how long
Do
does it
you
take?
think we're stupid?
I'm not Isabella.
Do you think we're stupid?
I am not Isabella.
Do you? Answer my question.
I don't think...
Do him and I look stupid?
I'm not insulting you.
Do we look stupid?
No.
Do you think we believe your story?
Wanted to
Do
say
you think
yes.
we believe your story? Do you think we believe
like it? No.
No, we don't believe your story. What does that tell you? We'll get to the bottom of this.
Yeah. You are a cold-blooded killer, and you're going to go to prison.
Man, you can't send somebody to prison if the DNA test doesn't match. You know that.
Like I said, we don't even need DNA to prove this case.
Yeah, you do.
No, we don't.
DNA is everything. You can't say, oh, this girl murdered somebody and we found another girl in a
There was
similar
an
location
eyewitness.
that looks similar to her. So we're going to blame her because we can't find her. And we look bad because we can't find the murderer of this woman. So we're going to blame it on an innocent person, a little girl who still has her whole life ahead of her.
No, you don't,
You're gonna ruin
you don't
my
have your
life?
life in front of you.
You're going to ruin my whole life because I have some random crazy
Your
bitch who
life
looks like me.
ended last night when you
No,
walked
I
out of
didn't.
that, when you walked into that bed.
I did
bathroom.
not
Let me
kill
finish.
anybody.
While stating, I did not kill anybody, she awkwardly rubs her chin. And then her following hand motions don't match up with her words. This is a red flag that her anxiety is showing, and her brain is not matching up with her statements.
Your life ended last night when you decided you'll kill your mother. Because everything you do from now on is what the police and the government tell you to do.
This is all on camera, right? The United
Yeah.
States does have some sort
It's
of...
right there.
This is not Who Framed Roger Rabbit, okay? The DNA is not going to come back and match because we're not the same person. Nobody's trying to frame me or anything. You got the wrong girl. You made a genuine mistake. People make mistakes. It's okay. I'm not mad at you.
Isabella is turning the tables, now minimizing what she claims to be his mistake. Perhaps Forensic Files prepares people better for interrogation than some police departments. It's interesting to note that the officer appears to have corporal stripes on his left sleeve, yet he looks to be of at least middle age or older. For someone of that age to not have risen above that rank can speak silent volumes.
Oh, out here roasting him. Honestly, he should have been like, yo, look at this bald spot, though. Like, what even is this, bro? It looked like he was trying to get lined up, and they forgot the cut right here. Like, what is this, bro? Like, come on now.
If I knew somebody killed their mother, I stabbed him 151 times, I'd be out to get him too.
The detective is speechless, but no matter what Isabella says, there's no debating that she was the one to commit the crime. However, the case is far from over, and a most shocking revelation will soon make its way into the light, flipping the investigation straight on its head.
You keep making random accusations, but
Oh, I'm
if
not
the
making
DNA
random accusations about
if the
nothing.
DNA
I'm accusing
doesn't
you of killing
match,
your mother.
if the DNA doesn't match, you can't keep me here, and
You
it will
stabbed
not
your mother
match.
to death.
It will not match. This girl stabbed her mother to death. She is not me.
That's you.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. And I'm really fucking angry that you ruined my fucking shitty day and made it even worse.
Well, welcome to the rest of your fucking life.
Okay.
You guys are really mean.
Yeah.
No, we're not. We just don't like being lied to.
I'm not lying to you. And you know it too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The detectives inform Isabella that they're going to have someone come to the station to identify her, but she responds, stating that she wishes to see her boyfriend Gabriel. However, they disregard her request.
What were you worried about last night?
Because I want to know where you spent the night.
In a fucking park.
In a park with a little red slide. I got all that. Someplace in Denver, but you know what street you're on?
No. I don't even know the fucking streets in Ohio. This place is even more confusing.
Let's get all mad about it.
Well,
thought I asked
of
a
course
simple
I'd be
question.
mad. What if some...
Nah. I gotta hear that again. That was crazy. He's like, hey, bro, you ain't gotta get all mad about it. Like,
Let's get all mad about it.
Well,
thought I asked
of
a
course I'd
simple
be
question.
mad. What if someone did this to you? That's a terrible thing to do.
What is?
Accusing the wrong person and pointing a gun at him.
I didn't point a gun at
Gabriel
you.
is still waiting for me. I know.
He didn't point a gun at you.
Some bunch of other men did. Like 5 men just standing there, get down on the ground or we're gonna shoot you, we're gonna tase you. Do you realize how terrified I was?
Have you ever had guns pointed at you before by the police?
No. This is the fucking scariest day of my fucking life.
Scariest day of your life. Okay.
Having your mom hurt you is one thing. Having the police confront you with guns and saying they're gonna tase you and you're a fucking murderer, you did this, you did that, you stabbed a bitch 151 times. Yeah, that's fucking terrifying. To think that I might, or you would even consider sending the wrong person to jail.
Isabella shows a bit of doubt here, stating to think that I might. For a moment here, there's a glimpse into her wondering if her world is real. Whatever her brain has done to protect her from the trauma of the terrible thing that she has done, she's doubting it now and almost lets it slip. However, she cuts the sentence off and holds on tighter to her delusions to avoid facing what she's done.
We would never call
Forever.
anybody that got stabbed 151 times a bitch. We never said that.
That was your
I was
word.
calling her a bitch. Isabella.
Hmm?
Are you confused?
A little. You
I'm
said
confused
stab the
too.
bitch 151 times was your statement. That was your statement.
I'm so upset. I don't understand this shit. Maybe I'm just too upset and I'm fucking saying shit backwards. I don't know. This is a really bad day.
Isabella claims to have run away from her home in Ohio, where she took a bus to Colorado. Not only that, but her supposed boyfriend Gabriel is apparently waiting for her at the French Quarter apartment complex as they speak.
Oh my god. There's no shot this dude's real. Like, they better show the actual picture of this dude later. There's no shot. So are you confused? A little? Yeah, she's slipping bad now.
Once again, the detectives aren't entertained, and instead bring Robert, Isabella's father, into the interrogation room.
Who's that? That's my baby.
Sir, do you recognize this?
Who are you?
Come on back out here, please. Do you recognize her? Yeah, she's my daughter.
What's her name?
Isabella.
Isabella. What's her last name?
Guzman.
Isabella Guzman. Okay. This photograph here. Is that photograph? Is that your daughter there?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is your daughter here.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and we'll sleep back here and then we'll see about coming back over. Okay.
GG.
Back there.
See, now imagine if he said no. What if he was like, that's not my daughter? I don't think that's her. But I don't know. I don't know. Imagine that happens. Come on now. Kind of crazy.
Does she have,
Yeah,
like, a
L
crazy
dad.
family, like a completely crazy family? Is that why she's psychotic and killed her mom? My name is Samantha. Who's that man?
It's impossible to know if Isabella is delusional or if she knows she's making stuff up and lying. However, if someone is faking, they will break the lie, especially an adolescent. They just can't keep it up that long. It may be hard to believe, but the chances are that she's really this delusional.
So we're all lying and that man's insane? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. He probably is insane. Why don't you do more research on this fucking girl?
Do you think that it was just a coincidence, another coincidence, that that gentleman came down here tonight?
I'm not Isabella. I am Samantha.
Isabella, that's your father. Okay? He's your biological father. We know that.
That's Isabella's dad. I'm not Isabella. Stop calling me Isabella. My name is
That's the reason
Samantha.
we asked him to come down here. Okay? Like I told you, we were trying to do everything in our power to verify who you are. Okay?
You know what?
This whole thing with Samantha,
It seems like total sense to me.
because
It seems like total sense to me that a girl who stabbed her mom 151 times probably has a completely mentally ill family, and he probably thinks that I'm her or something because we look similar. Man, you're making my life hell.
Really?
Yes, please.
That's your big concern right
Take
now.
me to French Quarter so I can see Gabriel.
That's your big concern is how your life is.
Yes.
Do you not have
He is not my father.
Do you not have any concern for how his life is?
No, who the fuck is he? His fucking problems are not my own.
Okay. Do you not have any concern for
That's my baby.
mother?
God, you know how creepy that is?
Do you not have any concern about that?
I think that's really fucking terrible. Yeah. You should never
Your
kill
only
your mom.
concern is about you. Through this whole
This is
thing.
my life. My life. Her life is not connected with mine. Why the fuck do we
We've
have
been
to look
trying to
alike?
tell you all along that this is about your life, because this is about your life. This is an opportunity for you to try to make sense or help us make sense of what happened last night.
Isabella once again tries to reason with the detective.
I hope it just ends up like the last one. Like, that kid literally said, yeah, you know what, fuck it. Yeah, I killed my mom, and then I did this, and then did that, and then did this, and then did that. I hope it just ends up like this. I hope she just randomly is like, you know what? Yeah, I'm Isabella. GG's, I've lost. I can't do this no more. I'm over it.
Detectives, but what she fails to understand is that she's only digging herself into a deeper hole.
Yeah, you seem like a nice person who made a genuine mistake. I'm not mad at you. Please just do the DNA
Listen
test.
to me. You have no business judging me. Okay?
What do you mean?
Do not judge me. Do not tell me I'm a nice person.
He was not my dad.
Do not tell me anything like that that makes me mad. Okay? We're doing everything we can to try to give you an opportunity. If you continue to just sit here and dick us around, I think we're done being pleasant.
This is what pleasant is? Huh?
Yeah. Life is hard.
Have we watched the Demon Kid one? Maybe that was the last one. I mean, he wasn't a demon, but like, my man did catch an M on his mom, got his friends in trouble for it. It was crazy.
Typically, when a detective mentions an opportunity, they then expand on this by showing what this opportunity is going to do for her. However, they don't do that with Isabella, essentially never giving her a good reason to confess.
What we know is that's your father.
That's
He
not my
walked into this
father.
room and
That's not my father. Ah, this can't be happening to me. No, I'm not going to prison for the rest of my life after this. No, please. Take me back to Gabriel.
I think you're going to feel a whole lot better if you just tell us what happened.
this may be the first time the detectives display a more professional attitude.
If you get this off your chest, give you an opportunity to feel better about what you did.
Isabella, bitch. She's ruining my whole fucking life.
Isabella, there's more people we could bring in.
Stop calling me Isabella.
We could bring your boyfriend in.
What boyfriend?
We could bring your
What
stepfather in.
boyfriend?
Oh, we know their names. We've talked to them.
In reality, Isabella's supposed boyfriend Gabriel would turn out to be a complete fabrication. However, Isabella did have a boyfriend, or an ex for that matter. Detectives sat down with 22-year-old Ilya Abramov, also known as Tony, who was just as shocked at the horrific crime. But what authorities didn't expect was that the young man may have been concealing a secret of his own that also involved 18-year-old Isabella.
Oh.
Apparently, their relationship ended over a week before Yunmi's death, after 3 years together. But that wouldn't be the last of their encounters. Tony states that a couple days before August 28th, he returned to Isabella's house to drop off some of her belongings. However, when Isabella opened the door, she was furious and tried to attack him with a golf club, though it's unclear if Tony was injured. Apparently, the couple had parted ways because Isabella believed that Tony was cheating on her with their friend, Kathy. Though he asserts that this never happened, Isabella was enraged.
Okay, so did you go to the house on the day that this happened? Wednesday. You weren't there at all that day? Somebody saw you there that day. Your stepdad said you came by the house, walked in the house, and went upstairs and had to get some stuff.
Oh yeah, I grabbed my stuff from the closet. I
Okay,
didn't see her.
So you were there that day?
But I didn't see
You didn't see her. Where was she at?
I don't know.
Okay. So when you go to the house that day, what time is it when you go there then?
I think it was around 5.
So 5 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Tony says that he tried to call Isabella. When he didn't receive an answer, he walked in the house. He remembers seeing Ryan, but they didn't speak.
There's no shot that's the front door.
Isabella. When he didn't receive an answer, he walked in the house.
There's no shot that's the front door. Alright, fair enough.
You remember
fair
seeing
enough.
Ryan, but they
Who
didn't
am I to
speak to each
judge?
other. Tony made his way to Isabella's room,
This
grabbed
room
some of
just-
his clothes, and
Nah, this room is too nice for that to be the front door. I don't believe it. There's no shot.
left the house, all without seeing his ex-girlfriend. But there may be more to the story than he's letting on.
Why do you want to come into the police station and start lying to the detectives? Ilya, what's your deal? You went to her house twice that day. You went in the morning, she chased you away with a golf club, and then you went back that afternoon.
Tony has just confessed to another lie, where he had previously stated that his violent interaction with Isabella happened prior to the day of the killing. Now the detective is more suspicious than ever, but the topic of conversation suddenly shifts to Isabella and her home life, where Tony divulges some shocking information. Apparently, Isabella had at one point mentioned to Tony that Yunmi allegedly tried to poison her, along with their dogs. She apparently became very sick after eating something from the fridge, and claimed she'd smelled an odor of bleach emanating from the dog's water bowl. Although these accusations have never been confirmed, Tony confesses that he has never witnessed a physical altercation between Isabella and her family members, but rather verbal arguments between she and her mom. And last but most disturbing, Isabella supposedly disclosed another alleged incident where Yunmi apparently poked herself in the back of her head with scissors, reportedly stating that she wished for she and Isabella to die together. But the detective isn't buying the claims and continues his efforts to untangle the web of lies, although poorly.
Yeah, that's the really bad part for you is you just turned 18 a few months ago, so you're going to go to prison forever.
She fucking Isabella. Stop calling me Isabella, please.
Isabella has completely shut down. She's closed off and as close to the fetal position as she can get while staying in her chair. Her level of anxiety at this point is astronomical.
Don't bring the crazy man back in here, please. So what's the deal? Why the fuck did that guy say he's my father?
Really? Come on now. You know why. He is your father.
You? No.
He's sitting in the next room over here, okay? And he's in tears because he wants to know what the hell is going on with his kid,
That's not my problem, that's his.
okay? Well, yeah, I guess when you're just a selfish, callous, heartless person like yourself,
Why are you
you would
insulting
have
me?
no feelings whatsoever for your own
Why are
father.
you insulting me?
Clearly, you had no feelings for your own mother, so I don't know why I would be at all surprised by
Not
your demeanor.
Isabella.
But yeah, he's wondering why his own
Yes,
daughter, his own
nothing
flesh and
knows.
blood would
It always
act
have
that
been.
way. But you know, I just found out
Always
something
will
different. You want to hear what I found out?
Oh?
Okay. You were at H Mart today? Yes?
Yes, I'm fucking Asian market. I stopped by there on the way because I needed fucking pads.
Can you sit up, please, so I can hear you? Stop talking into your knees.
I stopped by there because I needed some fucking pads. I was hoping somebody
Right.
would be nice enough to let me borrow them, and she actually bought me some shit.
Okay, she bought you those clothing items right there.
She didn't buy me clothing. The clothes are fucking mine. She bought me the fucking pads and the underwear.
The detectives are in possession of more information than Isabella is aware of, yet she continues to lie. That is, until the truth is staring her right in the face.
Funny thing just happened. Somebody called the police department from the H Mart.
Oh?
Guess what? They got video down there. Guess what's on that video?
Me and H Mart because I told you I
Yeah,
was
you
there.
and H Mart.
Because I was there.
She robbed them.
What'd you tell those people down there at H Mart happened to you?
That I ran away.
No. There's something else. You told them something else about you.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Just kept saying, where's the worst?
Sit up. Don't talk into your knees. It's disrespectful. What did you tell them?
I told him the same shit I told you.
No, you told them something else too.
Okay, you know what? I told you the truth about who I am because I have to. You are the police. I'm not required to tell the truth about my life to anyone else. Okay?
Let me ask you a question. When you went into H Mart today, were you covered in blood?
No.
Oh, yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
You're on the video. You went into H Mart and you told them that somebody tried to sexually assault you.
Because I have bleeding hands. And they asked what happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
I have blood all over my hands, yeah, kind of. I never really got the chance to clean it. I left it so dirty. They gave me some proper nail scoring and shit. I did those because I needed help, yes. Not blood. But I did not tell them about my family and my mom, okay? I did tell them someone tried to beat me. I'm not gonna lie to you because I don't want them to know all about my family. They're not the police. I didn't have to tell them who I am. I just needed help. I'm ashamed of who I am. It's better to be the victim than the abused, beaten girl. Yes, I lied to them, okay? But I have not lied to you.
But that's not the story you told.
Bro, when is the confession gonna come? It's gotta be so close.
When you sat down here and we asked you about
It's gotta be so close.
these bags, where you got them, and the circumstances.
Clothes are mine.
That's not the story you told us.
The pads they got for me. And they gave me proper bandages.
Yeah, that's not the
fucking-
story you told us, okay? Plain and simple, it's not. You told us something completely different.
You're scared of me.
Didn't you? You told us something completely different. Because you lied, right?
I haven't lied.
Yes, you did. That's a lie.
Just do the DNA test. It will prove everything.
I just took a DNA test, found out I'm 100% that bitch. Yes, sir.
And then I can be happy.
I don't know, that's what came to my head when I heard that.
That's all I want. I want a true love like I want in my books.
The detectives then confront her with yet another piece of evidence, where they explain that the H Mart video camera shows a bloody Isabella walking into the bathroom. When they checked the contents of the room, they found clothing and bandages, all with large amounts of blood. Isabella only responds by saying that she's being framed for the horrific crime.
Stop acting like a victim.
I am a victim.
No, you're not. You're not a victim of anything. The man who's sitting in the room next door who came in here and identified you
He must be
as,
crazy.
as your father is a victim.
He must be crazy.
It would have made more sense that instead of saying she's not a victim, they could have played into her saying she was mistreated by her mom to minimize the crime and make it less morally reprehensible, and therefore more likely that she confesses.
That's the only answer I can think
Your
of.
stepfather, Ryan, is a victim.
He must be
Your
crazy.
mother, who is now lying down in the corner's
are my
office in
family
Arapahoe
members.
County.
I don't understand how you think I'm her. It's obvious I'm her.
No, we're not even going there anymore. We're not debating the fact that it's not you. We just want to know why you did it.
That's not up for argument.
I can't go.
I'm sorry, that was just crazy. Like, what?
Debating the fact that it's not you. We just want to know why you did it.
That's not up for argument.
I can't go to prison.
You're going to prison.
No.
Yeah.
It really seems as though they think they can just bully her into confessing.
Bro, that's literally, that's like Trish saying, yeah. Bro, I swear to God, I've heard him say that exact kind of yeah.
It really seems as though they think they can just bully her into confessing.
I didn't do it.
Oh,
You did a horrible thing. We want to know.
Isabella did a horrible thing. Stop calling me her name.
The detectives once again question Isabella about the reason behind such a gruesome act of violence.
How long had you been planning to stab your mother and kill her? Was it something that just cropped up, or were you planning on doing it for a while?
You. I really hope you fucking find Isabella.
Did your mother say anything to
I
you?
hope I don't fucking end
when
up
you
in
started
prison and
attacking
you
her?
find Isabella instead. I'm like, oh, we're sorry, Samantha. We found the bitch.
We've given you all
I
the
thought my life was going to
opportunities.
be better when I ran away. I guess that's only going to get worse. I'll probably get fucking in prison too because I'm pretty.
Isabella has said multiple times how pretty she is, and this could be a sign of her having narcissistic tendencies. However, it's just as interesting that she switches to show anger and aggression here. When she realizes she's not going to get away and that her story isn't going to work, she starts acting like the Isabella that her stepdad described. It makes you wonder about the veracity of her delusions.
I don't think you're pretty.
That's mean.
I don't think you are either.
Isabella turns her body towards the corner of the room and begins to cry. Likely not for her deceased mother, but rather the fact that she cannot escape the ensuing consequences.
It's going to be dark soon. When the DNA test gonna come back? I don't want to walk around in the dark.
You're going to jail. You're not going anywhere.
Man, fuck you.
Well, that's the way it's going to be.
We're gonna have the jail nurse come over, have a look at the wounds, and then we'll be able to talk from there.
She's probably killed in the hospital. She's probably in that one.
Yeah, we're just trying to make
You're not going to fucking jail.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry?
I'm not going to fucking jail unless you fucking Photoshop my fucking eyes.
Okay. You can still
Do you see her fucking face? She has fucking brown eyes.
Okay.
I fucking hate you fucking people. All you people fucking suck. And that bitch is probably fucking crazy as shit and she's gonna go kill somebody else. At least you can take some happiness in that.
Why do you think I was being happy?
I'm going to die, at least you're fucking going down with me.
Alrighty. Can you stand up for me? This is for the, we're gonna go over to the hospital and get your hands stitched up, okay?
Yeah, that's for the jail.
Why?
Because we're gonna get your hands stitched up, both of them. Put your hands behind your back.
Why? Why? Ow, 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 that's where I stabbed.
Okay, hang on. Just relax.
I'm taking the fucking DNA test now.
Because it hasn't been 6 to 8 months yet, like I told you.
I hate you.
I know. I
My
suck.
name is Samantha.
Right to the end, Isabella refuses to acknowledge her real identity, though there may be an explanation behind her sheer roller coaster of a story. After being charged with the first-degree murder of her own mother, authorities still had one unanswered question: why? But they would have their long-awaited reasons soon enough. As it turns out, Isabella was suffering from schizophrenia, where she experienced delusions for years. But in a shocking revelation, the teenager was supposedly hearing voices and asserted that Yoon-mi was not her mother, but rather a woman named Cecilia. Had she not taken Cecilia's life, Isabella believed that the world would come to an end. Because of this, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity and transported to the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo. However, in 2020, 7 years after the brutal killing, Isabella claimed that she was ready to be released, stating, "I was not myself when I did that, and I have since been restored to full health." In 2021, she was granted permission to leave the facility for therapy, in which she must wear a GPS tracker. However, there's no telling when or if she will ever be permanently released, or if her visits outside the facility will be limited only to therapy sessions.
Wait.
The courtroom clips.
What about the astral beam? No, what about the astral beam? Oh, I wanted to hear more about that. There's no shot. Say Google it. The astral beam? No. Not guilty verdict. No payout, baby. Huh? Nah, that's gotta be a no. Cause she said she did it. No. Like, hold on. Let's go back to the end. Let's go back to the end real quick. Let's go back to the end. Look, hold on. Wait.
But in a shocking revelation, the teenager was supposedly hearing voices and asserted that Yoon-mi was not her mother, but rather a woman named Cecilia.
Hold on.
Had she not taken Cecilia's life, Isabella believed that the world...
Had she had not...
A woman named Cecilia. Had she not
taken Cecilia's life, she believed the world would have come to an end. That's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear. Prediction? Yeah. 7% no? Nah, like, from the first, like, minute, it was like, nah, this girl's crazy. Had to be her. The world didn't come to an end, so... Scammed. Hold on. Alright. Let me find another one. Real quick. There's gotta be another nice one for sure. There's so many on this. It's actually crazy. Y'all said the demon child? I kind of want to find an old one. One that maybe not too many people have watched. Huh. I don't want to go to too old of a one. Get the demon kid. Hold on. Let me just look it up. Okay, won't type. Here we go. The demon kid. The demon kid. Interrogation? Maybe? Yeah, I can't find it. The only one I found when I looked that up was of the Parkland dude. But, bro, my stomach is hungry. Did y'all just hear that, bro? That was crazy. That was literally like pasta screaming for me. That's fine. No, I mean, I'm not actually that hungry. I had a bunch of pasta right before I streamed. By the way, shouldn't we be just chatting instead of Master Duel? I'm gonna be honest, I haven't left Master Duel in forever. Hold on. Let me just go back to that. Yeah, because I can't find the Demon Child one. I'm just a bot. Hold on. Is there another place that uploads things like this? What are we doing, Bozo? Just watching, wait, it was the Parkland kid? Oh. Oh, okay. Wait, I've already seen that one before, I'm not gonna lie. YouTube JCS inspired. JCS inspired. Oh. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot here. There's definitely a lot here. Okay, alright. I'm gonna click this one.
In this video.
Wait. Oh, hold on. Let me click the one that Trish sent real quick. Oh, yeah. I've seen that one, actually. I've seen that already. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna watch it again just because I've seen it already. But, yeah. I remember, yeah, I watched the Parkland shooter one. Yeah, I forgot that was even in it. I'm not gonna remember. It's been a while since I've watched it.
We will be comparing 3 different types of so-called geniuses that challenged their interrogators. We will also be presenting a summary of each interrogation's respective case. The most in-depth summary will be the main focus of this video, the case of certified genius Din Bowman. But before we can show you what the behavior of a certified genius looks like, we need to introduce to you the 2 other criminals whose level of genius is much easier to question.
But if I'm chipping away at that timeline, right, it can be exculpatory for you, meaning that it excludes you as a suspect.
I know, my vernacular is very good.
Sweet.
So, you don't have to explain your words to me.
Damn! He said my vernacular. I don't even know what that is. He said binoculars, bro. He said my binoculars are very good, bro. You don't have to explain your words to me.
This is David Wright, the first type of genius, the know-it-all. At 3:40 a.m. on February 17th, 2019, David Wright and his friend Chris Phelps headed on their way to a Jack in the Box parking lot to sell drugs. Both parties involved in this drug deal secretly planned to rob each other. When the 2 parties met, David took the offensive and pushed for the other group to hand over their belongings. This did not go as David planned, and the other party pepper-sprayed Chris and then took off running. David acted quickly, and he immediately fired a gunshot at Raul Quadro. Raul was hit directly in the chest, and he passed away while lying on the pavement in the parking lot. David and Chris then hopped into a vehicle driven by their getaway drivers, Cody Anderson and Raymond Tanhill. They were then taken to a nearby farmhouse where they disposed of the weapon and changed their clothes. All of the parties were quickly identified due to multiple cameras surrounding the scene of the crime, and 2 days later, David was brought in for questioning.
So, I would like to hear from you what happens. Well, I have no clue because I'm just now hearing about this. So,
I mean, the whole, I don't know what you're talking about, is kind of out the door at this point. I've got several people who have already identified you. You're identified on video. So it's not a question of that you were there. It's more a question of what led up to this, because I don't think this is what was actually supposed to happen, right? So you're just going to play that you have no idea what happened because you weren't there.
I was not, no. I've been out of jail for all of a week and a half. I've spent almost every minute.
Tell me he's been out of jail for a week, and he already caught an M. That's crazy. I think I have the power. How do I do it? You can change the categories, I think. Wait! Am I not allowed to be in Master Duel? Hold on. Hold on. Category. What am I supposed to be in? You said watching? I know, chatting. Just chatting. Yeah, okay. Alright. There we go.
Of it with my girlfriend. As for, did I plan to kill anybody? Did I kill anybody? No, I didn't.
So when I look at the GPS on your...
I should probably also change the title of this, because it's still tourney finals, and that's like 5 hours ago. Watching JCS inspired murdery stuff. There we go. Sounds about right. Alright, bet.
Your phone, it's not going to tell me that... It's going to tell me that you were with your girlfriend the whole time, that you never were. We're over at Jack in the Box.
It should.
And the only reason you might tell me that is because maybe you didn't take your phone.
Or maybe somebody else had my phone. It's been known to happen. Quite often, actually. My phone has been... I left it in one person's car. and it took me a day and a half to get it back.
When was that?
That was earlier in the week, and then I let somebody use my phone. They were supposed to just go to 7-Eleven to go meet somebody that was selling something to an OfferUp. And they had apparently 7 or 8 things that they had to do between then and when they got back to the house.
So what day was that?
I don't remember.
And who was that?
That was a guy that goes by Memphis. It's a nickname. I think his first name's Joe. Black guy.
The problem with David's overly confident attitude is that he seems to have gone into this with no foresight or strategy. He constantly realizes that what he is saying could come back later to bite him. He changes his story in the moment and then tries to play it off cool. But these story changes add up, and it only makes it more clear that David has no solid alibi.
You know that we have all your co-suspects under arrest. All I want from you is a reason. I understand what happened. I just need to know why.
The only person I know you have under arrest is Chris.
Okay. We have Cody under arrest, and we have Tannehill, is his name, Ray?
Ray.
He's in custody as well. Chris is under arrest because we viewed messages on the phones that organized picking you up. Those same messages from you to Cody. We have them on their phone. We've already viewed them. We have the Facebook communications between Chris and Brianna.
You can't threaten me with jamming her up.
It's not a threat, man. I'm just telling you how it plays out. Like, I'm going to go talk to her, and she's going to be dumb enough to lie for you when I got video evidence that you weren't with her. I don't think you were a stone cold killer. I don't. Like, if you accidentally shot the dude because you flinched or you got scared because of something he did, now is the time.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, that Samantha girl had a plan though. She full committed to that plan the entire time.
If you come up with that stuff later, nobody is going to believe a word you say.
The detective is going above and beyond to guide David into making the right decision, not only for himself, but the people that he is close to. He informed David that if he doesn't cooperate truthfully, those who are loyal to him will suffer the consequences. He even extended an olive branch to David, providing him with a valid excuse for the shooting, practically advising him to say that it was an accident. David has 2 options. Take the detective's advice and say that it was an accident, or double down. What choice do you think David made?
2! It's 2! Yeah!
But somebody accidentally shoot somebody.
David is clearly driven by one thing, his ego. He would rather dig himself a deeper hole than admit that somebody else is smarter than him. For the rest of this interrogation, he does just that.
Just because I met up with somebody doesn't mean that I went with them to go do something. People buy guns for all sorts of reasons, man.
Yeah, but in this instance, there was a murder.
So you clearly have a genuine distrust of the police. Is that fair to say?
I distrust almost everybody. I ain't shoot nobody. He should put himself around better people.
Okay. You know he's going to read this, right? I mean, he's going to have disclosure.
It's fine.
It's on tape, man. There ain't no secret. Like,
dude, I've got to walk my dog. Of course I leave the house. Periodic.
Okay. Well, that's not home. Did you lie to me? I don't even get a smile out of that one. I didn't get you on that one. I feel like I got you on that.
Then doesn't seem like a big deal to me where I go.
Okay, unless you're being charged with murder, and it kind of is a big deal, right?
Yeah, but if I don't pay attention to and keep track of these things, how the fuck am I going to tell you where I was without lying to you then? Because I don't know exactly when I was there.
Well, if you could at least try.
Yeah, I would try. If it can rule you out as a suspect in a homicide, I would try.
The fact that you're talking to me like I'm a child.
I'm not talking to you like a child. How did I talk to you like a child? Tell me when.
I think you have to explain a word that you're using to me.
Most people don't know what that word means. I
Most people are
apologize.
fucking idiots.
Okay, you can pretend you're getting upset about it, but you're really not.
No, what I'm getting upset about is you call me a liar.
Because you lied. You lied. And I don't actually think I called you a liar. I did say you lied, but I don't think I actually called you a liar. So I'll call it to you now so we can just move past it. You are a liar. You have lied.
With this statement, David must have realized that he had talked far too much and said nothing for the rest of his time in custody. He was later taken to court and pled not guilty, which only resulted in David receiving the maximum sentence, 40 years without the possibility of parole. The obvious takeaway from this example is that a genius would not speak to the authorities without an attorney present.
True.
The second type of so-called genius.
That's the DB Grinder advice. Do not speak. Cops are not there to help you. If you're being interrogated, don't hold the L. Don't talk. Simple as that. Take the L and then get an A, Y, W, E, R on the end of it. There you go. Lawyer.
Is a little bit different. His name is Mark Denklo. He also agreed to answer questions, but seems to have a bit more experience in dealing with the authorities. Unlike David, Mark has a plan going into this to set strong boundaries.
Mark? Yep. My name's Scott Curtis with the Clark County Sheriff's Office.
Right. What's your name?
Kevin.
Kevin?
Also with Clark County. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read them to you. All right. Before you are asked any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before we ask you any questions and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one before any questioning. Okay. I have read each of the above rights and understand them. Is that correct, sir?
Yep.
All right. If I can have you sign right there, please.
What's going on, fellas?
Well, that was just a waste of time. I thought he was gonna like argue it or something.
You're with a motorcycle club. You have some affiliation with one. Is that right?
I don't have any answers for questions like that.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking is that a few months back, a gentleman named Jeff Sudan, you know him? He threw your name out in conjunction with a kind of a repossession of a car, or collection of a car. Does that sound familiar to you?
No. Jeff Sudan almost might. I'm not sure about that. It seems like Sudan rings a bell somewhere, but no collections of a car. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
The officers spend the next few moments trying to get general information about Mark and his partner Nicole.
Okay, so this last time, how long was she?
So there's my background. That's it on Nicole. What else you want to know?
Okay.
Is Nicole the problem here? I mean, I know that she's had the cops over a few times,
Okay.
and she's had problems with the hospital and her.
Tell me about the hospital.
Well, if you don't know about it, then that's not what you're talking to me
Okay.
about. You'd already. Do you know what I'm talking about? Is that what this is about?
No.
Is it about the other night?
It does involve Nicole. So
Okay.
I don't know what the hospital thing is, so if that's not part of Nicole's issues, then...
Okay.
So... Nicole had a...
I'm not going to answer any more questions about Nicole.
Okay.
I don't have any more answers for you until I find out what you're talking about. If you don't want to tell me what the heck I'm doing here, say so. Because I'm not going to sit here and give you a bunch of my background so you can play whatever kind of game you're playing.
To answer Mark's question, he was brought in due to the kidnapping, torture, and murder of a former member of his club, the Gypsy Jokers. Robert Huggins. Or
Hold on, bro. This guy's got a mean mustache. That is a mean mustache. Like that just goes perfect. You can tell how like angry he is, but like that's a great picture. That's a great
or
picture.
Bagger Bob, as Mark calls him, was allegedly kicked out of the gang for stealing from the club and blaming it on heroin. As payback for being kicked out of the gang, Robert allegedly broke into Mark's home. He assaulted and tied up Mark's partner Nicole and proceeded to steal many of the firearms that Mark kept in the house. Robert's body was found days later, battered with lacerations across the chest, a fractured skull, and his nipples cut off. The detectives are easing into the interrogation, trying to make Mark feel safe.
Nipples cut off are crazy.
Instead of outright accusing him of murdering Bagger Bob. They are doing this by using Jeff Sudan as a cover story for why he is being questioned, and leaving out details about Bagger Bob's death in order to bring them up strategically. However, Mark is fully aware of this and is being strategic as well. He is operating under his own rules and boundaries in what he should and shouldn't talk about. He only gives the detectives small pieces of insignificant information to make it seem like he is cooperating with them.
You guys are way off, man.
Okay.
You guys don't know. I don't know who's telling you these stories, and I'm not sure who Jeff Sudan is, but I can tell you now, nobody's ever returned a car to me from anybody ever in my life.
So if we got the story wrong, can you help us out with that?
Well, I'm not going to straighten your story out. No, I'm not. Not until I find out why I'm sitting here.
That look familiar to you, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what do you know that guy by?
I'm not going to answer your questions.
That's a picture of Jeff Sudan.
Oh, okay. I did not know that was that guy's name.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Now I'm starting to put it together.
Okay.
But I thought that those charges were dropped on him and stuff like that.
Is Bagger Bob part of that? Part of her junkie friends?
Bagger Bob?
Yeah. That ring a bell?
Fuck, you're talking. Yeah, I know who that is. He's fucking the guy that got killed about a fucking year and a half ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was he one of the ones who set this up with Nicole?
Man, you know, you're gonna have to, if you're trying to like tie that into this or something like that, you're gonna have to talk to Nicole about that.
Okay.
I don't really understand why this stuff that you're talking about with this dude and the car stuff, why would that get handcuffs put on me?
Well,
why would those handcuffs go on me? What did I do that was illegal in any of that stuff? What did I even have to do with it? I wasn't even there for any of it. None of it. Not anything that you talked about so far. I was a long way away from it. So why would I get handcuffs put around my fucking wrist for it? Do you suspect me of something?
Well, help us get this unconfused.
Because if you suspect me of doing a crime, let me know so I can get a lawyer. You know what I mean?
You gotta word it different. You can't say so that way I can get a lawyer. You gotta say I want a lawyer. Just like that.
We've accused you of committing
No, you
a crime.
haven't, and that's why I'm still looking at these marks on my wrist and going, man, what a way to treat somebody who's not suspected of doing a crime. So, now what?
Well,
am I arrested for anything?
You're being detained at this point.
Okay, but I'm not under arrest quite yet.
That's correct.
Okay, then I don't need a lawyer quite yet.
As previously alluded to, Mark is operating under his own set of terms.
So close.
One of Mark's terms is that he would need a lawyer if he is being arrested or being accused of a crime. So, the detectives are careful with their words, only saying that he is currently detained. Mark does not realize that by definition, being detained means that they've already accused him of a crime. Put simply, criminal code states that in order to detain somebody without warrant, police must have reason to believe that this person has committed or will commit an indictable offense. By his own rules, Mark should have already asked for a lawyer. It's not until the end of the interrogation, when the charges are brought up, that Mark finally asks for an attorney.
You're not free to leave. You can't leave.
Okay.
Charges are being figured out right now.
All right. In that
likely
case,
there's going to be charges. So
okay. Then in that case, I have nothing else to say, and let me know when I need a lawyer. No problem. Thank you for making me realize that. In that case, I have nothing, absolutely nothing to say, and let me know when I need a lawyer.
All right.
It's technical misunderstandings like this that will exemplify why a lawyer is crucial. Boundaries during an interrogation are fortified by legal literacy, so having a lawyer ASAP is the safest option. Mark eventually went to trial and was found guilty on all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison. That brings us to the main subject of our video. The story begins in Seattle, Washington on the evening of August 31st, 2012. Kevin Watts and his friend Angelo Rama were driving around a quiet suburban neighborhood when they heard 5 pops behind them. The next thing they saw was a BMW speeding past them into oncoming traffic through a red light. When they saw this, they decided to take justice into their own hands, and a brief car chase ensued. But they couldn't manage to catch up. They turned around to investigate where they heard the pops come from. Their intuition was correct. A shooting had taken place. A red Subaru Forester still sat before the intersection with its motor running. Glass from a car window was shattered all over the ground. 911 was called, and when detectives arrived on the scene, they confirmed that the victim was Yancey Knoll. Yancey was an avid outdoorsman who volunteered for Habitat for Humanity. He taught kids how to rock climb, and was a course marshal during the Seattle Marathon. He was described as the glue that held together a large group of friends and neighbors. Yancey had just left the QFC store on Capitol Hill where he worked as a wine steward. He was idling behind a bus, waiting for a red light to change at 15th Avenue Northeast and Northeast 75th Street, when someone pulled alongside him and opened fire. One of the shots fired had actually missed, and 92-year-old Mrs. Schulmeister nearly tripped on a bullet in her house. It was from a 9mm pistol. The bullet went out through the passenger side window of Yancey's car, through a fence, through a window, through a lampshade, into a hallway, and directly impacted a picture of Mrs. Schulmeister's precious kitty cat, Miss BP, before falling to the floor. The other 4 bullets had connected with Yancey, who had 4 gunshot wounds to his face and...
Bet you this guy was trying to get some crack. And he was a crack dealer, and they pulled up, and they went pow, 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 pow. Because he stole their crack.
Head. What made this crime scene peculiar was the shattered glass on Yancey's driver's side. It turns out that his window was rolled down and unscathed, meaning the glass was not from his vehicle. The shooter must have shot through his own passenger side window. Fortunately, Kevin and Angelo were able to get a good look at the getaway vehicle as it sped past them, and detectives were able to issue a BOLO, aka a be on the lookout, notice for a silver BMW Z4 convertible with silver rims and a broken passenger side window. Additionally, since the passenger side window was shattered, Kevin Watts got a quick glimpse of the man behind the steering wheel and was able to give a detailed description of him. The police released this sketch to the public, as well as still photos of the vehicle from a nearby security camera. Over the next 2 weeks, they received hundreds of tips and pulled over many BMW Z4s all over the city. However, one anonymous tip in particular caught their eye. An address was provided for a man named Din Bowman. However, besides the description, he seemed like the least likely of potential suspects to commit such a horrific crime. At age 13, Din was featured in a 1996 Seattle Times story when he was nationally ranked in fencing and already taking computer science courses at the Seattle Pacific University. By age 17, he had started his own successful robotics company, Vague Industries. He has been described by his peers as a brilliant engineer and has the certified IQ of a genius. Police set up a stakeout surrounding the Bowman residence, which was merely 10 blocks away from where Yancey Knoll was gunned down. They monitored him for a week before catching one fateful glimpse into his garage. They spotted a silver BMW Z4. They were able to obtain a search warrant for his house and car, as well as an arrest warrant. He was taken into custody and brought in for an interrogation.
So let you know this is a police facility and everything's being recorded, okay? I'll just let you know that.
Din is left waiting for nearly 2 hours. This is a classic technique investigators will use to wear down the suspect before an interrogation begins. Even the most confident suspects can begin to second-guess their story when left alone in the room for prolonged periods of time. However, Din seems as calm and as comfortable as ever, enjoying his coffee and snacks, all while smirking to himself. He was even bold enough to express how annoyed he was with detectives wasting his time.
Were you okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, kind of getting a little annoyed at how long this is taking. Do I need to, like, it has to take as long as it takes, okay?
Detectives finally enter the interrogation room, but he immediately requests a lawyer.
Do you want to talk to a lawyer, or do you want to talk to us first?
No, I guess I'd like to talk to a lawyer.
Din is the first of the 3 subjects in this video to make the essential move of asking for an attorney, giving detectives as little information as possible. What Din wasn't prepared for was that the detectives already possessed enough evidence to press charges against him, long before his attorney arrived.
You're going to be charged with a crime.
Of what?
Murder.
Of what? Of who?
Murder of a human being.
Okay.
Since Din provided officers with no information at all, he likely remained confident after hearing that he was being charged. Unbeknownst to Din, his wife Jennifer was already in another room and agreed to answer some questions. Din met Jennifer at an education seminar in 2000.
Oh my god, wife. There's no shot, bro. There's no shot. Oh my god, there's no way she, like, he, oh my god, he was finally, like, the first person to ask for a lawyer. Oh, let's see how she snitches.
2007. She was a successful dentist, and within a year, they were married and living together in their suburban Seattle home. Their friends described them as a compatible match because they were both intelligent and understood each other. They seemed to have the same understanding in the interrogation room as well. While she didn't request an attorney like Din did, she responded overwhelmingly with, "I'm not sure."
Have you heard of any murders like within a few blocks of your house in the last few weeks?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? It's a yes or no question.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
When the forensics team was investigating the BMW and the garage it sat in, they discovered that the dazzling silver rims had been painted black, and the smell was just additional proof it had been done recently.
What about the paint smell that we're smelling in there?
I'm not sure.
Do you know anything that goes on in your house?
This wasn't the only modification that was made to the vehicle. The couple had made multiple trips to several auto shops following Yancey's death. Yancey was killed on August 31st, and their Portland day trip was the very next day, on September 1st. Their story was that they were having lunch in Portland when a thief broke into their car by shattering the window, and that is why they stopped at a window repair shop nearby. However, the receipts from Jennifer's purse proved that they had gotten the window repaired before getting food at around 7 p.m. Their next trip was 3 weeks later to a tire...
Oh my god. So she's involved? There's no way. I thought it was just gonna be him who did it, but she's involved.
shop in northern Seattle. They had swapped out the expensive, practically new BMW brand tires with cheaper ones. They later found those same tires hidden away at his company's building.
Why did you get new tires?
I'm not sure.
Were the other ones wore out?
I'm not sure.
What if we put you on a polygraph test today?
You fail it like a sack of potatoes. I mean, I can tell you're lying just looking at you.
Jennifer's demeanor throughout this interrogation was deteriorating, dissimilar to the unfaltering confidence of her husband. She seemed nervous, had poor eye contact, and was visibly shaky. The detective saw this as an opportunity to apply more pressure.
You're a good person. Don't let him do this to you.
He might be nice to you, but we've gotten tips on him. Why do you think we've been watching your house for the last couple weeks?
And for you to say you don't know, it defies any kind of logic I can ever think of. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm tired of you sitting there playing dumb. You're a smart woman trying to be the good wife and protecting this guy, okay? When he's out friggin' murdering people, okay? This guy died, okay? He bled all over the frickin' streets of Seattle, okay? He's dead. He's got women, he's got a girlfriend, he's got family, and they all frickin' cry every day. We've had them in this very same room. This very same room. You're gonna sit in here and protect him? That is sick. That is sick. That is disgusting. And I'm disgusted by it. You need to grow up, lady. You need to grow up. Take a stand.
Cry. I feel like I'm about to.
Well, then cry and tell us the truth.
Cry easily.
Tell us the truth.
I feel like I'm being interrogated here. What is this all
Tell
about?
me the truth right now.
I have told you the truth.
We proved you wrong already. We're going to prove you wrong more.
Following these interrogations, Din was to be held in custody until his final trial began. In the meantime, the investigation continued. They searched his computer and discovered an absurd amount of documents collected over the years, all surrounding the topic of death and murder. They also found that he was obsessed with 007 and based much of his life around that.
Bond. James Bond.
There were videos showcasing his stunt driving skills and footage of his marksman-level accuracy in a shooting competition. There was even a video lesson on shooting through automotive glass, where the instructor essentially gives a play-by-play of what happened to Yancey.
I've come into a situation where I feel threatened by somebody off to my passenger side. I recognize, I come down, I grip, I cross parallel, extend.
The investigators believed that Din's actions were inspired by this video, and after murdering Yancey, Din referred to his plethora of manuals on how to get away with murder. Inside these documents are instructions on how to secretly dispose of a gun, get rid of gunshot residue, and many other steps to cover up a crime. As someone who obsessed over murder, fast cars, and sharpshooting, an opportunity presented itself on the road, and he couldn't resist the urge. What is perhaps even more twisted are the hundreds of recorded phone calls while he was in jail. He and Jennifer used pet names Bunny and Snuggles, and spoke to each other in baby talk.
Bunny, how are you? I'm doing good. How's my little snuggle cake? I just wrote you an email.
Huh?
How are you? I'm doing good. How's my little snuggle cake? I just wrote you an email. Yay. I miss so many things right now. I know.
Okay, it sounded like the same person at first. It literally sounded like the same person.
The snuggles. You don't have a snuggle plum next to you. I'm just gonna say love, 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 love. Love, 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 love. Oh, little snuggles. I am a bunny, you're my sexy hot top, love, you're my ex, I'm your bunny hot, and we cut
Oh my god!
I love you, little sweetheart, bunny bun.
His trial took place 2 years after Yancey's death. He was facing the charge of first-degree murder. The main highlight from this trial was Din Bowman's testimony. He and his defense team had a new narrative to tell the jury, one of self-defense and panic resulting in a tragic accident. Din claims to have cut Yancey off on Interstate 5, and after exiting the highway, he ran into him again at the red light. He claims to have been met with a slew of swear words from the man in the red Forester. Apparently, he was then struck in the head by a wine bottle. This made Din feel as if his life was threatened, and he essentially blacked out. However, there were no witnesses to back up these statements.
Yeah, also he had his window up, so the wine bottle was not going to go through the window.
Yancey's family and friends took offense at this, since they were confident that Yancey would never waste his precious wine in a road rage incident. The idea of Yancey having road rage in the first place was thought to be ridiculous. They said he had a kind soul and apparently drove like a grandma. The prosecution spent 3 days tearing down this narrative to the best of their ability.
You threw away the evidence that you could show the police to prove you were not a criminal, right?
I didn't think they would even believe me.
So you don't think that most husbands would go home to their wives and say, oh my God, I almost got killed. You lied to your parents, you lied to your wife, right?
Is that a question?
Mr. Bowman, you have no trouble answering yes or no to Mr. Brown. Is there something wrong with the way I ask questions of you?
No. It's a strange question.
Okay, well, that's the first no I think I've gotten from you, so I guess the point's been made.
Din had spent 2 years getting his story straight with the help of his attorney, but whether it would put reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury was uncertain. On December 9th, 2014, Din's 32nd birthday, the jury began deliberations. While they awaited a verdict, Din and Jennifer had more jailhouse phone calls, comforting each other and validating each other's feelings about the trial.
It seems ridiculous. It is pretty ridiculous. They can't prove premeditation. Wait, people actually thought their case was right? Was actually legitimate? I mean, you could take anything that the prosecutor said. I know. The statement was, I know, fabricated. Here comes the fact. Yep, that's fabricated. Here comes a detail. Yep, that's inaccurate. I feel like I could be a prosecutor against myself and play a much better job of it. I know, sweetheart.
Oh my god. Stop.
Yep, little pumpkin pie, pumpkin pie. Sugar muffin cake, sugar muffin cake.
Nah!
In just over 24 hours.
I don't want to hear this.
And we have an update now on the breaking news we brought you at the top of this newscast. A jury has found Din Bowman guilty of murdering Yancey Knoll. Prosecutors said he killed Knoll for the thrill of it.
Yes, Michelle. Now, this jury had just over a day to deliberate. They deliberated all day yesterday and a couple hours this morning. Then they gathered in the courtroom, and the judge read the verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Thomas Ben Bowman, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree as charged.
Yancey Knoll was driving home from work back in August of 2012 when prosecutors say he was shot by someone for the thrill of it. Din Bowman, 32 years old, pleaded. He actually took the stand in this case saying that he admits he killed Knoll but says it was road rage. I can tell you the jury didn't believe that. Instead, they convicted Bowman of first-degree murder. That carries a sentence of 28 to 31 years in prison. We expect the sentence to happen next month.
Din's smug look was swept away after the judge read the verdict, and his anguish only grew as his parents begged the judge for mercy. Din Bowman was sentenced to 29 years in prison, and just hours later, Bowman attempted to shorten his...
Yeah, imagine having, like, an IQ of a genius and still being this stupid. Sorry, what did they say?
For mercy. Din Bowman was sentenced to 29 years in prison, and just hours later, Bowman attempted to shorten his sentence, and officers found a sharp object in his cell. This attempt was unsuccessful, and he is currently serving out his sentence at the Clallam Bay Correction Center in Clallam County, Washington.
I mean, can't lie, bro. If I'm like 30 and they're putting me in jail for like 30 more years, like, I mean, sure, bro. But also, you have a wife that you can talk pumpkin pie through to the phone. May as well full commit and just talk pumpkin pie all the time. 29 years is short? Nah. Do you think he's still with his wife? Oh, for sure. For sure. They're still talking bunny over the phone. 100%. Is this the dude that Superman punched the judge? Nah. Wait. I wonder if I can actually find that. Dude tackles judge. Oh, yeah, here we go. Hold on. Yeah, let me click this one. This one's only a minute long. The other one was like 5 minutes long. Oh, okay.
Remember, we showed you this shocking video of a 3-time felon attacking a Las Vegas judge. Well, he was hit with new criminal charges today. We have the new details from CBS's Carter Evans.
Shocking courtroom video from Las Vegas shows the moment 30-year-old Deobra Redden leaps over the bench, tackling Judge Mary Kay Holthus. Redden is a 3-time felon, in court this time for sentencing after pleading guilty to attempted battery with substantial bodily harm. Redden was not in custody at the time, and moments before the attack, he calmly asked the judge for probation.
I feel like I shouldn't be sent to prison, but if it's appropriate for you, then you have to do what you have to do.
But the judge said probation wasn't working.
I think it's time that you get a taste of something else, because I just can't let that history. In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada.
Redden tackled the judge to the ground before being wrestled off her. Judge Holthus was injured, but not hospitalized. A courtroom marshal was treated at a hospital for his injuries. Redden is in jail now, facing multiple new charges, including battery on a protected person. He's due back in court next week. Carter Evans.
Yeah, that's just game. No shot. He was like, come on, bro. Just give me probation, bro. I know I'm a 3-time felon, but like, come on, man. Just give me some probation, man. Obviously, I'm not gonna do this. I'm never gonna do this again. Like, what? Obviously, I would never do it again. It's crazy. From 1 year to 10 years, GG's. Yeah, he's locked up for a while after that one, for sure. Hold on. Okay, so this one is. Oh, this is literally a channel called JCS Inspired. Man, they haven't uploaded in months. Oh, they only uploaded a little bit and then stopped. Okay. Alright. Let me think. Which one do I want to do?
Judge.
This is a cool looking guy right here. Okay.
Richard Gurley said after 37 years of serving different capacities in the court system, including 16 years as a judge, this is one of the most horrific cases he's ever experienced.
On February 27, 2021, the picturesque city of Grand Junction, Colorado, known for its natural beauty and fine wine, was gripped by an unthinkable horror as a teenager's disturbing ideas were transformed into a chilling reality, leaving the community in shock and disbelief. Brian Cohey, a teenager, hid a chilling secret deep within himself, a disturbing fascination with murder in the most brutal way imaginable. When the realization struck that his easiest victim would be a homeless person, there was no turning.
Said, I love America. Huh? Nah. This is not the average American.
Back for Brian.
Less?
Months of careful planning had culminated into one of the most disturbing and ruthless cases when he chose to murder Warren Barnes, a 69-year-old homeless man who was loved by the community. However, as Brian's dark plan unfolded, reality came crashing down when his own mother stumbled upon the victim's decapitated head and dismembered limbs in their once ordinary family home. This horrifying discovery swiftly triggered Brian Cohey's arrest and subsequent interrogation. The detectives tasked with unraveling the truth must now understand what truly happened.
Brian, hi. My name's Pete. I'll be right back with you. I just didn't know if you needed a drink or...
My biggest monitor, please.
Okay. All right. Well, this is Lisa. She was your house.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So, we never met, have we?
No.
Okay. Can you, it's Brian, walk me through, how do you spell your last name?
You want my full name or my last name?
Your full name, good.
Thomas. Cohey, C-O-H-E-E. Junior or the second, whichever one.
What's your birthday, Brian?
January 10th, 2002.
And how did you get here?
This dude's young. Like, yeah, this isn't even that old. He's got to be like 18, 19 or something.
I murdered someone.
Okay. You want to look at a form with me?
I know the basics, parental rights.
Yeah, that's what it is, but I got to go over a form with you just to make sure we both understand them, okay?
Yeah.
So, we go back over, I didn't quite understand the dates or what ended up to the body. You said you tried, but it didn't work out.
What do you want to know?
Just start back at the beginning and go slow and tell me as many details as you can remember.
So, because, I mean, Murray going to jail for the 15 years, probably?
I have no idea.
Because
we're at the beginning.
It's murder. I mean, I'm going to jail for 20, probably, but I figure, why fight it?
Okay. So, what's important?
Yeah, why fight it? Come on now. Let's go. Yeah, no point of even fighting it. Come on. Just give me some content.
The man is to learn as much about you and what you did and as I can. Well, as many details as you can give me, the better.
At the start of the interrogation, Brian Cohey surprises the detectives by openly admitting to the murder. It's rare to encounter such a careless, calm, and seemingly nonchalant behavior. The detective's initial task of getting a confession is already accomplished, leaving them with the job of uncovering the motives and details behind the heinous act.
I drive a 2007 Ford 500, and I keep a small 18-inch bat in there for self-defense, and a large kitchen knife in the glove box, both for self-defense, because I don't really trust anyone, or really any part of this town, so that's why I have both. Yeah, it was the night of February 27th. It was a full moon, and it
was a full moon. It's crazy.
Figured I can see so well, why not drive out? And I am in a bad state of mind at that time. I have major depressive disorder, so I am not thinking something positively.
Brian Cohy's life was that of a loner with few friends, diagnosed with multiple mental illnesses. With diagnoses of major depressive disorder, schizophrenia, autism, and ADHD, one might feel sympathy for his struggles. However, as Cohy reveals the horrifying events of that day, any inclination to pity him fades away.
Yeah, it's like, bro, I don't care how many diseases you have, unless if you're like actually like truly mentally insane, bro. If you kill somebody, bro, like none of that stuff matters. It's like calling it right now, admitting murder almost always earns you insanity, to be honest. Insanity plea is broken. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, insanity plea do be kind of meta though. Like, yeah, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. He's definitely just going for that.
Gruesome confession is enough to turn one's stomach and remove any remaining sympathy for the teenager who was once just an outcast.
And I'm cruising around for an hour and a half. Yeah, there's a road underneath, right? Under the overpass. And I was driving along, and I see a shape here on the railway track. So I'm like, oh, interesting. So I go up, and as I'm looking, I see a large thing wrapped in a canvas. Okay. And I'm like, that's a homeless person. So I grab my knife.
It's a homeless guy, bro. I gotta stab him, bro. I just gotta stab him.
I put on 3 layers of gloves because plastic gloves can betray their users because they're so thin, the vinyl gloves, by putting your fingerprints through. So I put on 2, 3 on one hand. I took the knife, I pulled back the canvas, and I stabbed his neck. This is him. I was straddled on top of him like this. Okay. And he couldn't fight back. It was actually surprisingly easy. I was barely breaking the sweat. I thought, oh this guy, he's going to be tough. But no, it was actually surprisingly easy.
Brian Cohy was driving around in Grand Junction, looking for a victim.
Fair.
As he came across a tent under the bridge on Crosby Avenue occupied by 69-year-old Warren Barnes, a homeless person. His dark impulses fueled the thought of Warren as an easy victim, someone that, according to Brian, nobody would care about if he were to go missing. Since he was young, Brian had a fixation on the idea of murder, influenced by serial killers who portrayed killing as the best feeling one can experience. His first taste with the...
Is that kind of like us right now? Is that kind of like us? Cause like, I just been watching a bunch of, you know, murder documentaries for like 5 hours straight. So like,
The act of killing occurred a few years prior when he killed a cat near his parents' house, keeping its body for 3 days before disposing of it. These alarming actions foreshadowed the unspeakable tragedy that would later unfold, as most serial killers start off by abusing and...
We're just wine moms is fine. Yeah. We're just, drama.
Killing animals before moving over to humans.
I paused and he's like, why are you doing this? And I said, I've been wanting to do this for a long fucking time. Murder someone.
What are you worried about? I mean, this looks like it's pretty close to the road and stuff. Somebody seeing you or catching you?
It was 11 p.m., so not many were driving by. Well, it was behind the pillar, so people would only see a brief thing here and here. Yeah, but no one stopped, and I'm just like, proves the bystander effect.
The bystander effect is a well-known social psychological phenomenon where people are less likely to intervene in emergencies when others are present. Brian's suggestion that society is cold-hearted, implying that no one...
Wait, what?
Bystander effect is a well-known social psychological phenomenon where people are less likely to intervene in emergencies when others are present.
Why? I feel like that's opposite. I don't know. Maybe I guess like if someone's recording, I guess sure. Like people are pulling out their phones to record. I don't know.
Brian's suggestion that society is cold-hearted, implying that no one would have helped his victim, Warren Barnes, only adds to the disturbing nature of his confession. Ironically, in the next sentence, he proceeds to describe in chilling detail how he gruesomely chopped his victim into pieces.
There's other people, I don't have to do anything because I think someone else will take action. Yeah, actually, that's fair. That's fair. I've actually thought about that before. Like, if someone was, like, bleeding out or something, I need to give them CPR. It's like, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Someone else can do it better than me. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, if someone else can do it better than me, somebody there's gotta do it. Yeah, so I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair.
This contrast between his judgment of society and the horrifying brutality he inflicted on another human reveals a deeply disturbed and detached mindset.
And then I cut off his hands. I put those in plastic Ziploc bags. And then I cut off his right arm at this joint and at this joint. And then at this arm, I tried cutting it here, and then I tried cutting it here. But what happened was I accidentally broke his bone. And then I took the head, put it in a leftover box from dinner a few nights ago. And then I took the hands, put them in the back, drove home, hid the hands and head in my room, cleaned the knife, threw away the garbage with the blood on it. And then I tried going to sleep, but I was worried that because there was a hole in my gloves right here, I was worried that they would be able to obtain a partial print. So I figured, why not go all the way?
After getting back home and cleaning...
He hasn't gone all the way yet? That's crazy. How many times do we see someone get robbed at YCS and say, damn, that's crazy? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I feel like if I had the guy who just robbed somebody run, like, right past me, I don't know, maybe I'll try tackling them. I've never actually had them, like, run past me or anything.
Cleaning up after the murder, Brian noticed a hole in one of his gloves that could potentially link back to him. To eliminate DNA traces and cover his tracks, he came up with the idea of disposing the body in a lake. But it turned out to be a grave mistake that quickly drew his mother and the police into the crime scene.
I drove back in a different outfit, picked up his body, put it in my trunk, and drove to the Blue Heron drop-off station. The ramp is quite steep, and you need to have four-wheel drive to pull out.
So with your 150-pound body, my boy! First of all, I am 6'1", I can run fast, and I can run for a long distance. So, like, if someone stole my stuff, you better be able to run, like, minimum, like, miles. Because I will chase you, and I will catch up, and I will tackle. At the bare minimum. The bare minimum.
Okay. And my car didn't. I put it in reverse, A, so that it's easier to pull the body out. And B, because the back tires would provide propulsion to push up.
Right.
And I open the trunk, I take his body out, I put it in the water. So I just try moving it with my shoes. That worked successfully. He goes out, some part in the river, and flips off. Then, when I tried to inevitably try it out, my car didn't come out.
From Blue Heron.
Yeah, from Blue Heron.
Yeah.
My car was stuck. And so then I tried putting it in low gear. I'm trying everything at this point.
Right.
And it still doesn't come out. And then it slides into the river.
Oh!
My car slides into the river, me inside. It's the middle of February.
It's cold.
At night.
Yeah.
In a river that's almost freezing.
Yes.
I'm drenched. I almost died. So I'm able to climb out, and I'm sitting there. I need to act fast or else I'll die of hypothermia. I'm panicking a bit at this point. I'm going to be, this is what I'm going to be remembered for, dying of hypothermia and a botched attempt at hiding a body, and I'm just like, fuck. So I'm running. So I go up the road, and I'm trying to flag down the car. One doesn't come by for 5 minutes. Eventually it does. And it was an old high school friend.
By coincidence, a car driven by Brian's old high school friend happened to stop nearby. Brian used his friend's phone to call his mother, fabricating a story about going out late at night to clear his mind. He claimed that his car slid into Lake Blue Heron because he had parked too low. This explanation led to the police being called to the scene, initially thinking it was just a typical teenage car accident. However, as they investigated further and towed the car away, they began to sense that something was off.
Oh my god, bro, that like jump scared me. I gotta watch that again. That was sleep.
Further and towed the car away, they began to sense that something was off.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Hi.
Did he say hi to you?
Yeah, just saying hi.
How do we call a tow for that?
I don't know, because he'd have to get the friggin' water.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, this is my first time too.
Really?
It's a new one for me.
What's that?
So I've never seen one of these either, so it's a new one for me.
I'm like, oh man.
What immediately caught the police's attention is the blood from the body was on the reverse bumper. See, I forgot to wipe it off. And I was so panicked that I wasn't thinking. And so when they pull it out, they immediately see blood on the bumper. They notice more blood on the door handle, the other door handle, passenger one.
Did the cops from the police department, did they talk to you about that this morning?
No, I was not contacted.
Oh.
All they were planning to do with me today is get my insurance information.
Sure.
A few days after the incident with the car and the subsequent discovery of the blood that Brian could not explain, body parts of Warren Barnes were found under the bridge near Crosby Avenue, marking a crucial turning point in the investigation, with Brian becoming the main suspect.
It's right here. Yeah. Because there's an arm.
Oh, shit.
Hey.
Why'd she laugh like that?
Search ever.
There's an arm, there's another arm.
Okay, hold on. Do some pictures.
There's another one.
Right, here's a leg.
Well, there's three. There, and there.
3 arms?
On that same day, friends of Warren Barnes, concerned for his safety, were questioned about the circumstances of his disappearance. It is shocking that they were questioned just hours after the discovery of the body parts found under the bridge.
We're trying to find out where there's like little apartments that would be super cheap, because he works for a company that does just like temp agency, and they were the ones that actually contacted me because he's never missed work, and they know that he sits behind my shop. So I
When was the last time you saw him?
Saturday, 5 o'clock. I said, I'll see you tomorrow, Warren, and he was like, okay, meaning he planned on coming down on Sunday, and then he did not show up.
So every morning it's around 6?
Yeah.
Without fail?
Without fail.
7 days a week?
Yes. He is there every morning.
All by himself?
Yeah, and he's the nicest guy ever. Rough looking, but he is the nicest guy.
I was planning to buy an empty paint bucket, put the head in it, seal it, and then I was going to throw it off in some ditch.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I have it right.
There's no way that was his plan. Yeah, but I'm just gonna take the head, throw it in a ditch.
The head is inside of a trash bag.
It was.
Well, where is it now?
In the kitchen sink. My parents searched through my room and they found the head and hands.
The fact that Brian...
Wait, did they move the head?
And Cohey kept body parts of his victim and stored them in the family home is truly shocking and disturbing. One can only imagine the shock and disbelief that his parents must have experienced when they discovered limbs and a dismembered head in Brian's room. Despite his troubled past, this act was beyond extreme, and it eventually led to the arrest and subsequent interrogation of him.
You know, Brian, I have to ask, a lot of people that we have talked with,
They're silent.
Well, or they're just not as well spoken, if you were to be honest with you. You're very articulate. You're very articulate.
I think I'm bad with words.
It is fascinating to observe an interrogation where the suspect not only willingly admits to the crime, but also seems to derive pleasure from confessing every detail. In some instances, socially awkward individuals experience an unexpected surge of confidence, freely sharing their thoughts and providing intricate information with an unusual sense of assurance. This pattern resonates with Brian's somewhat awkward and introverted personality, suggesting that this interrogation might be the first time he feels comfortable expressing himself to people who not only listen, but also display genuine interest in his words.
So before this guy, how close have you come in the past?
Not at all.
Not at all? You just drive around?
Yeah, well, just try and find
You think anybody interesting?
No.
In your mind thought of a plan?
Well, occasionally when you see girls walking down the street, I take a glance at them. Because, it really is like Ed Kemper where half of me says, well, I'm quite inept with women. I'm being honest, I'm no Casanova. But half of me says, I want to take that girl home and make her feel nice. And the other half of me, just like what Ed said, is I want to see what her head looks like on a stick.
Yo! Hey, yo!
It is unsettling to comprehend that individuals with such disturbing thoughts exist within society. The prevention of Warren Barnes's murder is a complex matter, and we can never be certain of what could have stopped it from happening. Ultimately, it appears to be the result of an egotistical and deeply evil mind. Brian's curiosity about the sensation of taking someone's...
He's got an upside down cross behind his ear. Isn't the upside down cross like the Christ sign? I mean, not the Christ sign, like the sign of the devil or something. Am I wrong? I actually don't know. I think so though. Say, ooh, I'm so bad with women, I just want to put their head on a stick. It's an Antichrist. Yeah, that's...
His life was so intense that he was willing to commit this heinous act. knowing it could lead to a lifetime behind bars, all for an experience lasting mere seconds.
So I've been watching this stuff, literally the same channel. Yeah, this channel's fire. What's up, bro? What's up? So it's a St. Peter's cross, to be honest. Yeah, fair.
Such acts challenge our understanding of human nature and the lengths to which some individuals are driven by dark and disturbing impulses.
And when did you start thinking about killing people?
6 months ago.
So, how old are you?
I turned 19 last month.
So when thinking
January,
back,
2 months ago.
okay, thinking back, it sounds like you killed a cat.
Well, actually, I was thinking of killing people during the cat, but I wasn't acting on it. But I started seriously thinking about killing people a year ago.
How about when you were 12? Did you think about killing people? So what in your life has changed, or what in your mind has changed? I don't know.
Years before the murder, Brian's urge to kill people gradually intensified, and he would frequently drive around late at night with what he referred to as a kill kit, a box filled with tools and weapons for both murder and torture. His initial plan was to kidnap and torture a prostitute. However, one night when he was caught with the kill kit, he was given an ultimatum by his parents. He had to either dispose of everything or face the risk of having the police called on him, possibly leading to charges of conspiracy.
If I go back that night, I wouldn't have done it.
Oh, like, what do you even do if you're a parent and you catch your kid with a kill kit? What even is a kill kit? What even is that? Is that like, okay, probably like a gun, like some gloves maybe, I don't know. Like what would you, like, a kill kit is really just a gun. What else, like, what else is there? Like, what else would even be in there? I guess some like wipes. Some like those like wet wipes, so that way you can like wipe stuff down, I guess. I don't know. Hand sanitizer. Hey, shout out to Krabby and my Patty with the 500 bits that appreciate the murder commentary. Hey, I appreciate your bits. Also, I gotta change the bits thing to a capybara 100%. That's came up twice today where I needed it to be a capybara. My bad. Next time it'll be a capybara. But do you not have one? I can't confirm or deny. I cannot confirm or deny.
Knowing that, knowing what it felt like, knowing how this will all turn out, I wouldn't have done it.
Well, what did you think it was going to feel like? What did you said you were curious. What did you think it was going to feel like?
I thought it would be the best feeling in the world.
And it was.
What do we need to know about you that we haven't had?
I was planning to go into the military.
Okay.
Planning to go into forensics or nursing, and eventually go to law enforcement.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
How come go to?
Right. Imagine if he became law enforcement. That would not be good. So just came back. The crazy Asian chick did kill her mom, right? Yes, they did. Wait. Just said DB Grinder added permitted term crazy Asian chick. No, I didn't want to add that term. What does it even mean I added the term? Okay, whatever, sure.
Forensic and then to law enforcement.
Forensic helps with the law enforcement degree.
As the case unfolded in court, Brian ironically found himself entangled with the same law enforcement he once aspired to join. Cohey chose to plead not guilty by reason of insanity to all the charges. However, the court allowed little room for debate, and he was ultimately convicted of first-degree murder, along with tampering with a deceased human body and evidence. As a consequence, he received a life sentence in prison without the possibility of parole.
The jury finds Cohey guilty for murder in the first degree, guilty for 2 counts of tampering with a deceased human body, and guilty for tampering with physical evidence.
I would just like to express our family's deep and sincere sympathies to the community and the family of Mr. Barnes.
Warren Barnes, affectionately known as the reading man of Grand Junction, was widely recognized for his deep passion for books and his selfless nature. Despite being homeless, he left a lasting impression as an exceptionally kind and hard-working individual, supporting himself and politely declining food offered by others. In his honor, a memorial was placed on the very bench where he used to read, forever preserving his memory in the heart of the community.
Fair enough. Hey, shout out to him. So that pictures went hard. Hold on, let me subscribe to these people. God, yes. That was the Confession Killer JCS inspired. But okay, I guess I gotta let y'all go now, cause I still gotta record a video. So I still gotta get one of those out. So let me go ahead and send y'all over to somebody real quick. Okay. I guess I'll send y'all over to... Wait, that's the wrong thing. I almost copied and pasted the wrong thing. Okay, here we go. Said no. Okay. I actually can't. Cause yeah, I was supposed to eat a while ago. So I gotta take my medicine. Live recording. Nah, actually, like, low-key? Nah, I was gonna say low-key, I could go live again. Like, after I'm done recording and eating and stuff. I might actually go live again. I'm not even gonna lie. Y'all might actually see me live again in, like, an hour, bro. But I gotta get some noodles in me, and I gotta record a video. I gotta get the noodles, 100%. There's no doubt. I'll be here. Yeah, I might actually go live in an hour. Because literally, like, since I've had like my wrist like this, I can't really do much. Like for the next like 3 days, I just have to like chill and pretty much do nothing and only record like maybe like 2 videos a day or something. So like literally all I've been doing is just like watching YouTube, watching One Piece, scrolling on Twitter, just doing a bunch of nothing. So I may as well stream it. This is a lot more enjoyable than what I was doing before. Are you in rehab for an injury? Nah, I got carpal tunnel in my wrists, and so I'm on steroids for it right now. And then after like a couple more days of that, then I gotta go back and reevaluate, see if it's getting better or worse. Hopefully it gets better. And then once that happens, then if it's not getting better, then I gotta go to a therapist guy who's gonna like, he's gonna like give me a shot and something. So then that'll happen. Bro got carpal tunnel from Fire King combos. I'm not even gonna lie. I've had it for a while. Like, I remember the regional that I taught Pearly with, like at the beginning of August. Like, I literally almost like dropped out the regional because like my right wrist was just killing me. But all right, I'm gonna go ahead and raid YuGiOh now. But it's fine. I think my wrist will get better because my wrist hurt a lot, and then I went to Germany, and then I came back, and my wrist didn't hurt because I didn't do anything for like a week. Like I didn't do like any like actual like repetitive movements. So as long as I like don't do too much of that now, I should be fine. But alright, I'm gonna send y'all over to GG. Again, I might be back in like an hour. I gotta make some noodles and stuff and record a video first. But I might be. It's like a 50-50 right now. But alright, I'm gonna send y'all over to YuGiOh. Hopefully, swear to God, if he is playing cash without Zephyros or IP, I am going to... I don't even know. It's just hopefully not. It's a W stream. Hey, thank you, Spark. Thank you. I appreciate that. But alright, I'm going to send you over to YuGiOh now. I'll see you. I got to go get these noodles. Sociopath. Or however you say that word. You know what I'm talking about when it sounds crazy.
My mom puts dinner on the table. I'm asking you. No, oh, okay. And, no, forget that.
In a few seconds, you're going to witness some of the most shocking interrogation footage that we've ever received.
I think you're hurting pretty bad. You ain't nothing. You telling me you understand, we make mistakes. No. Here, let me spell it out for you. No, forget that. I did do it. You know what? Yes. Don't you know we're all put on this earth to do this?
The incomprehensible story behind it will prove to be all the more horrifying.
I know how to use a knife real well. Am I here? Yeah, mambo Italia. Yeah, mambo. Next time we get arrested, George Warren. At least for that Raider shirt.
On January 24th, 2007, the quiet confines of Boise, Idaho would be changed forever when 42-year-old mother Judith Wyndham is found gruesomely murdered in her own home. Her 16-year-old son, Ethan Wyndham, would ultimately be the one to stumble across the horrifying scene.
16? This dude looks like a 30-year-old man.
And so begins one of the most disturbing investigations we've ever seen. However, as authorities sit down with the distraught teenager, they can't help but wonder if his terrifying story is just a ruse, hiding something much more sinister. In the early morning hours of January 25, 2007, Craig Wyndham is frantically woken by his wife. She tells him that his son, Ethan Wyndham, has arrived at their house in hysterics. Ethan lives with his mother, Craig's ex-wife Judith Wyndham, also known as Judy. Ethan had left his home that morning, setting off to his father's house on foot in the freezing winter temperatures, all for one terrifying reason. Craig quickly gets out of bed and runs to meet Ethan in the living room, where his son can barely speak. But when he finally does, he utters a disturbing set of words. His mom, Judy, is dead. Craig immediately calls police, who were dispatched to Judy's address, as well as to his own home. However, not a single person could have anticipated the absolute nightmare that was just beginning to unfold.
Hi, Ethan. Dr. Stevens. Were you at your mom's house tonight? Were you sleeping?
I was on my couch.
On your couch?
On my chair.
Okay.
I sometimes fall asleep watching the movies.
Okay, I understand. And where was your mom at when you were sleeping, or were you hanging out?
In her room.
She's in her room?
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw her? What time?
At 9 o'clock, I believe. I came home from my friend Matt.
Okay, and that's when 9 o'clock tonight?
Yeah.
And that's when you saw your mom?
And I saw her, and she was in her bed.
Okay, was she fine and awake when you talked to her?
Yeah,
she was in her bed?
Yeah, she was okay.
You just want to take it easy, and we're going to get paramedics over there, and we're going to get police over there and see if she's okay.
If you stay calm and breathe good, you should be okay.
Ethan seems to struggle to comprehend the unbelievable sight that he's just witnessed, but authorities are eager to speak with the 16-year-old, and he has quite the story to tell. They quickly take him in for questioning while another set of officers make their way to Judy's home on Normandy Drive. What they discover is disturbing beyond belief.
There's blood everywhere, guys. It's right to your head. There's dry blood on the floor of the bedroom. Gunshot. Yep. Somebody did. Yep. Yep. Yeah. There's a knife. There's pictures of a couple kids on the kitchen cabinets, and there's a bunch of cards for St. Luke's medical clinic. Like all these kids are freaking whacked out on some kind of medication. Yeah, and these are the boys right there. That one right there. That's your suspect. The bigger one. Probably this one.
It's something straight out of a horror movie. 42-year-old Judy has been murdered in her own bed. Authorities later reported that her face was disfigured beyond recognition, and it appeared that someone used a shotgun in the incomprehensible crime. However, police will soon discover that the deranged killer used more than just one weapon. The following interrogation has never been seen before. It's been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor, a licensed clinical psychologist, and a former detective, former licensed polygraph examiner, and former hostage negotiation commander and instructor. The detectives now sit across from 16-year-old Ethan, and they read him his Miranda rights. In the state of Idaho, police are generally free to interrogate minors without any limitations, beyond constitutional provisions that would equally apply to adults in a similar situation. The minor doesn't have to have someone present to represent their interests prior to questioning, until and unless the minor specifically makes a request for counsel, or the presence of a parent or guardian. In that case, an interrogation would have to stop upon the request. The detectives ask Ethan if he would like his father to be present during the interrogation, but Ethan states that he would like to continue without his father in the room.
Can you tell me what happened tonight?
I was sleeping in the chair in the living room. You know, lights are off and everything. I got woken up to this kind of, that really loud, just thud kind of noise. And, I have no idea what that is,
The detectives jump right into questioning Ethan without spending any time building rapport. This can be very detrimental, as rapport building is not just about getting the other person to talk, but also to build a foundation of a relationship, which can then minimize the person's anxiety and get them to relax, open up more, or even to trust the interrogator.
I saw my mother earlier, around 9 o'clock, which would be fine, right before I started watching a movie. And I watched the movie and, fell asleep, but in the chair. But then I came, saw that, it was, all the lights were off in the house anyway. But, just kind of got a glimpse that something was going on.
So, Gamba? Oh, don't worry. I'll have a Gamba, but I want to see if there's somebody else involved first. I'll give it like 5 minutes. See if there's another suspect. If not, it'll be Gamba on if he did it or not.
What's going on? The guy was whacking her and stabbing her.
It's noteworthy that Ethan not only says the guy was whacking her and stabbing her, but that he also motioned the actions. These movements were remarkably in sync for him allegedly just seeing the actions.
We've been to the house, okay, so we kind of have an understanding of what happened. And like I told you before, we kind of know a little bit about everything that went on tonight before we even came in to talk to you. You understand that, Ethan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ethan's fast and repeated head nodding here is likely an indication of anxiety. However, he may be reeling from his traumatic experience of finding his mother dead.
I know quite a bit about you and your mother and your relationship. Yeah. So what I'd like to do, Ethan, is kind of rewind a little bit to the beginning, to tonight. All right, when you're at home with your mom, and kind of have you start over, because I think what's happening is you're kind of going down the wrong path. Okay.
It's no secret that Ethan and his mother had a tumultuous relationship, to say the least. But
what does that even mean? Tumultuous? I hear saying big words.
Authorities have only scratched the surface of the horrifying nightmare that was hidden behind closed doors.
Did you go to school today?
I did.
On Wednesday?
I did, but I had to go home early because I was having these weird spasms all over my body.
Even though he's answering the questions, Ethan is still pretty closed off, with his arms tightly crossed. Though we can't totally see his legs, it looks like they're also crossed and aimed away from the investigator, indicating that Ethan has his guard up and isn't super engaged with the investigator. The investigator should have engaged in rapport building before he started questioning him, because it may have prevented him from being quite so closed off.
Investigator. Investigator.
I didn't really want to go around the full day, take a weird step and, kind of just have a weird spasm in my legs, so I called up my dad, had him back home.
What happened after that, Ethan?
After that,
after you woke up sleeping from it this afternoon, when your mom come home?
I don't know, mainly around 3 or so. I was just sitting there in the chair, just kind of watching some movies.
What kind of movies were you watching?
One I've seen over and over again.
Like what?
Happy Accidents.
Happy what?
Accidents.
Happy Accidents?
You ever seen that?
No. So you and your mom were watching these together?
No. She wasn't,
Ethan goes into a long tangent, setting up his timeline. He shakes his head no when saying the time his mom came home, as well as that he was watching some movies, indicating a slight brain and body disconnect.
I don't know, mainly around 3 or so.
Said, bro, what I walk into? What is bro watching? Oh, hold on. Let me change the stream title. Let me change the stream title real quick. 'Cause I don't think I ever changed it. All right. I did change it. It's the True Crime Grinder. Come on now. I'm watching when a dad realizes his son is a psychopath. Or psychopath. I'll learn how to say that word eventually.
Watching some movies.
Notably, he thinks about it, and then names a movie he said he's seen over and over, which is an easy way to keep his story straight if he's lying.
Sometimes she would come, and actually do watch some movie.
Did you take a nap yesterday, being Wednesday, after school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ethan had a rather interesting taste in film, but there would be one movie in particular that he favored above the rest. Authorities will soon learn exactly which movie that is, and Ethan's terrifying reasons as to why he loved it so much.
Then what happened?
A little later, I worked out with my friend. He lives across the street. I usually work out in my house because I got a little gym set up in my house. But I just decided to work out with him because he said he wanted to work out. And
you're a big guy, and it looks like you've been working out pretty hard.
Yeah, I just mainly only worry about arms and shoulders, but
girls like to see.
Yeah, right. It's the chest.
Ethan's recent interest in fitness was growing into borderline obsession. Over the last several months, he had gained a significant amount of weight. According to official police documents, the teenager was consistently drinking weight gainer and may have been using steroids, although there was a strange explanation behind his sudden newfound hobby. As he continues with his story, he states that he returned home from his friend's house around 8:30 that night. Judy was reportedly asleep in her room at this time. Ethan decided to sit down in his chair in the living room where he supposedly watched several films before falling asleep. He would apparently be woken to the horrifying sounds of his mother being gruesomely murdered.
Then Ethan.
Then what I told you, I woke up.
Right.
What I told you is a referral statement, and Ethan delivers it pointedly. In contrast, though, he does a few exaggerated head nods and a slight one-shoulder shrug when saying, "when I woke up."
I will pump.
which indicate his anxiety and low confidence in what he's saying. Along with the intense eye contact he's making with the detective, it's clear Ethan is really trying to appear honest.
Yo, they're coming at his neck right now. They said he's moving weird, he's talking weird, he ain't doing nothing right. He's just misplaying everywhere. Said steroids based. Hey, I mean, it looks like it's working. I mean, he's a big guy.
Ethan, understand a couple things, okay? Yeah. We've been over to your house, all right? We have a pretty good understanding of what happened. Yeah. I'd like you to tell me what happened, Ethan. Okay? You need to be honest with me and tell me what really happened today or yesterday, okay? Can you do that, Ethan? I am. Can you do that for me? I don't want you to tell me something that's been made up or anything like that. I want you to tell me the truth. I understand. Can you do that, Ethan? Yeah, I understand. So you want to tell me the truth about what happened? Yeah, I told you.
Did you notice that? Ethan repeatedly nods his head again once the detective applies more pressure. As he talks, his hands and arms are moving like they should be involved with his words, but he's keeping them tight across his chest so that they can't betray him. He very rarely drops the barrier and allows his hands to be expressive as he would in normal conversation. Watch when he does use his hands, though, as they're often in exaggerated, slightly unnatural movements, as though he's thinking too hard.
Alright, we gotta watch for the hands now. The hand movements.
I told you to. Well, no, you didn't tell me the truth yet. I need you to go ahead and tell me the truth. Well, then what's the truth? I understand you have some issues, okay? I understand that you've had problems at school. I understand that you've had some fights with your mom in the past. But that's normal. I mean, that's what teenagers do, right? Sometimes we don't get along with our parents. And that's understandable. Okay? But I honestly need you to rewind what happened yesterday. So I need you to tell me, Ethan. See, that's the part, listen. That's the part you're not listening. You're not understanding. I'm listening, but you're telling me. You're not listening. Because I am, because you're telling me what you're telling me. Right? And you want to hear, the truth. I'm telling you, I just want to hear the truth. And okay, then I want to hear, why don't you understanding this? I know. Why? I'm not going to tell you everything that I know, okay? That's not how the process works, all right?
Ethan is attempting to get the detective to tell him what they know and what evidence they have so that he can get his story to match and not give away more than he has to.
What I want to do is I want you to tell me. I want you to be an honest man, okay? I'm trying to be honest. You're telling me I'm not. Tell me exactly what happened there. Okay, I think you feel bad. Okay, I'm not calling you a liar. Okay, no, I'm not calling you a liar. No, I'm not calling you a liar, Ethan. No, I'm not calling you a liar. I'm saying I think we need to go back and revisit what happened, so we can walk through, in your words, what exactly happened over there.
This is literally like a judge in a he said she said moment. Literally just like that.
Ethan sticks to his alibi, but the detective is under the impression that there's something he's holding back. And by the end of this shocking interrogation, a crazy and completely unexpected revelation will be made. For now, Ethan is confronted by the other detective in the room.
I've been working homicides for 30 years, and there's a couple things that I need to tell you. Everybody makes mistakes, okay? And I want you to listen to me. You made a big mistake. We understand. I want you to listen to me first, okay? We already know what went in there. Here's something you need to...
Hey, shout out to Jude YuGiOh with the rate of 158. I appreciate you. Cephala Garala. Let's go. What's up? I was actually watching your stream when you were doing the DC Cup a little while back. You were like singing along to the songs and stuff. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of hype. But what's up? Yeah, we're currently watching. We're just going over Explore With Us video, True Crime. This is called When a Dad Realizes His Son is a Sociopath. God, I'll get that word right one day. I'm so close to getting that word right consistently. Just wait, my time is coming. But yeah, we're just watching the video right now. Sociopath. Yeah, sociopath. There we go. I keep saying like frame, like sociopath. Okay. Let's get back into the video.
You understand. Number one, you don't know, look at me. You don't know that there wasn't a surveillance van outside the house that we've had planted. They're working on somebody else that has a 360-degree camera facing on your front door. Nobody went in or outside of your house.
Nah, there's no shot. There was a surveillance van outside the crib that he committed a murder in. There's no shot. I wouldn't believe that. I'd be like, you're capping. You're lying. There's no way.
Continue that. Nobody.
Despite the interrogator not sounding particularly convincing here about the 360 camera, Ethan's facial expressions give him away. It's like the look that a child gives you when you're calling them out on a lie. He clearly thinks he's got it together and has a good story, but he doesn't, and it shows all over him, especially in his incredibly conspicuous and exaggerated facial expressions.
Secondarily, I know your fascination with Mr. Ellis and the whole thing there. So I mean, okay. And you changed the answering machine. Are you listening to me?
The detective references the author Bret Easton Ellis, who's most notable for his 1991 novel, American Psycho. Ethan is a big fan of his work. However, his fascination with the fictional story has transformed into an unsettling obsession. The story is set in Manhattan in the late 1980s, and it follows the life of a mid-20s wealthy investment banker who lives among the Wall Street elite. The well-educated and meticulously well-manicured Patrick Bateman, who narrates the story, earns his fortune by day, but is a ruthless serial killer by night. In addition to its novel form, a satirical psychological horror film was released in 2000. Of course, to Ethan, it was much more than just a book or a movie, as you'll see.
He's not calling you a liar, but what he's saying is we know what happened didn't happen. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. You hurt your mother. And I know you.
Why would I do this?
Well, that's what we're here to do. That's what we're here to talk to you.
Why would I hurt her?
Listen to me. Everybody makes mistakes.
For no reason?
First of all, do you know the difference between right and wrong?
Child, of course I do.
Do you believe in God?
No.
Okay.
After Ethan makes more attempts at trying to get the detectives to tell him what they know, he has a massive shift in his behavior. Prior, he seemed okay, but he's suddenly talking differently and even using a different accent. He's also dropped his barrier. One thing to note is that he appears very uncomfortable with the detective being in his personal space, and he's backed into the corner with no easy access to the door. However, this is a strange reaction to being asked if he knows the difference between right and wrong. It doesn't make logical sense as a trigger for the average person, so perhaps it's something that's been said to him in the past.
Nah, I mean, I wouldn't want some, like, 60-year-old dude up in my face being like, yeah, bro, you killed your mom. You did that, bro. Like, you know, even if he was innocent, he wouldn't want that. If he's guilty or innocent, you wouldn't want that. Like, what? That's just normal. I don't want someone up in my face like that yelling at me.
That camera outside absolutely shows nobody went in or outside of your house. Do you understand that?
Okay.
What am I telling you?
That you guys didn't check the back.
The only person, no, there is no back. The only person that went in,
there's no back door.
It's locked with the thing.
I locked that back door.
Listen to me. The door was locked. A bad guy can't lock the door on his way out.
I locked the back door.
You're not listening to me. Listen to me. If you say you know the difference between right and wrong, then a judge is going to have to make a decision on what to do.
With this answer, Ethan throws his hands in the air, known as a gravity-defying gesture, which is a bit of an odd reaction. He's clearly agitated, with his body completely turned away from the officer. The officer is intentionally interrupting his lie so that he doesn't get entrenched in it. But it does seem like this officer is doing a lot of the talking and not allowing Ethan to fill in the story.
You understand that? He's going to say, Detective Doug and Detective Smith, when you had the ability to go talk to Ethan, was he remorseful in what he did? Did he feel bad about what he did, or did he go, you know what, some other guy...
I already know these things because I'm getting charged with battery.
The 16-year-old was a top-notch student at Bora High School, where he took several advanced placement classes and excelled in his academic career. However, his favorite subject to study was that of the criminal mind, serial killers to be exact.
And what you need to do now is take a step back and tell us why you hurt your mom. She did something to you, or this was some fascination that you have here watching these movies that you acted out.
Do you not understand this book?
Hey, tell me about this book.
This is a book.
This is a book. Nah, I actually want to hear what he says about this, because he's gonna be like, this is art. This is art right here. This guy is a god.
Okay, have you never even heard about books like these? Have you never even heard about books like these?
Tell me about it.
Do you not understand the concept?
Tell me about it.
Of the idea of the business world itself?
Tell me what it is.
Why don't you look at Patrick Bateman as a business himself?
Okay.
What does he do? Anyone that gets in his way, he knocks out. What do big businesses in Wall Street? What does Walmart do? The mom and pop shops, they knock it out. You gotta understand, I'm an AP English. I've been analyzing this stuff beyond belief because this is my author study.
It's clear that Patrick Bateman's fictional success in the world of Wall Street banking has had a profound effect on Ethan, and he seems to think he's of the same mindset. However, his other likenesses to the character are far more disturbing.
Hey. You know what I mean? He full committed. At least he full committed to it. You know, he said, bro, Walmart, they're the bad guys. I'm not the bad guy, bro. Look at Walmart. I'm not the bad guy here. Come on. You don't know business like I know business.
Because, you know, I understand what he's doing. If you've seen his books, he's making
Here's
fun.
something I do understand. Here's something I do understand. I think right now you're scared.
I'm scared.
You're
No,
scared.
I'm wondering.
You're scared of what you did, and you're afraid of what's going to happen to you. A. And B. You're not willing to admit that what you did.
The detectives have missed a couple of opportunities to build rapport with Ethan, which could have aided their interview. For example, they could have tried to relate to him over his interests. It seems like they're pushing too quickly without rapport, and at this point, it's just making Ethan more and more angry. Because of this, we're missing key parts of Ethan's background, such as why exactly he started bulking up.
Do you have a conscience?
Why does that matter? Why does it matter if he started bulking up or not? Like, I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out.
Do you have a conscience? Do you feel bad about what happened in there? I'm not sure you do. I'm not sure you feel bad about what happened in there, Ethan. It's eating you up inside, isn't it?
What's eating me up?
What you did to your mom?
What did I do to my mom?
What you did to your mom was you hurt her very bad.
Hurt her very bad.
Yes, you
That
did.
lady ain't living.
No, she isn't.
Huh? Huh?
Why isn't she?
That ain't hurting very bad. Why would I kill my mom? You know what? Okay. The door was locked. Hello. Do you not understand that when I get home, I lock the doors? So you have some 360-degree camera in my house, huh? Is that what you're saying? That you can see that someone coming in from the back?
Listen,
You're not.
The detective had tried to minimize, and it backfires, resulting in Ethan getting upset that he doesn't acknowledge that his parent is dead. For being so young, Ethan is challenging the detective in a very bold manner. He hasn't been emotionally broken down by the interrogation process, and seems to be trying to hang on, even though he appears to be struggling with his speech.
I'm not even gonna lie. If it was a fight, I feel like the 16-year-old's beating up the old guy. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like they gotta get a younger guy in there that's like a little bit more bulky or something. Like, nah, he's pressing him right now. He's pressing him hard.
Fingerprints? Those are my weights.
I didn't hear anything about it. Like, what happened to the weights?
The weights? Did you not see that I saw her? I saw the food. I saw her.
Relax, Ethan. Relax.
No. How am I supposed to relax when I saw what that person did to my mom?
Okay, what happened to the weights?
What happened to the weight?
Yeah.
You
I
really
benched
want
it.
me to go in through this?
Ethan is doing a lot of self-soothing leg rubbing, and he also finally squares his body to fully face the officer. This can sometimes mean someone is engaged in the conversation, but in this case, it's a very aggressive stance, and he's clearly anxious. What's interesting, though, is that when Ethan hits his hand on the table, it's way before he starts talking, which shows that his nonverbals are mistimed again.
You really want me to go in through this?
His emotion, while still slightly elevated, is suddenly much flatter than it was previously. This rapid emotion change generally indicates that it was a fake display. By repeating the questions asked by the detective, it seems like Ethan is trying to buy himself time to come up with an answer.
Well, I want you to relax.
How am I supposed to relax when someone crunches her skull and rips out her brains with a weight?
Yeah, so tell me how they did that.
How did he do that? What did I tell you what that was? Hello? Do you not see the blood splatters? Can you not make it? I thought you were a detective. If you're such a detective, why can't you see blood splatters? I saw everything. When I turned on the lights, dear, oh my God, you gotta be effing kidding me. And now you're trying to pinpoint this on me?
It's a little strange and telling of his actual emotional control that he self-censors here. Few teens are going to actually censor themselves in the heat of genuine anger. This more than anything indicates this display is an act. He's not actually angry. He's acting angry.
You know what? Tell your prosecutor that I don't have remorse. I don't care.
You don't have any remorse for this?
I don't got no remorse for you. You know?
He's walking on eggshells. He's walking on eggshells. He's getting close to self-snitching. He's getting close. He's getting close. He might be getting a little too angry.
But you ain't got nothing better to do with your time? Huh? You listen to my dad? Is that what my dad tells you? You wanna know what? My dad doesn't even work. Holmes is tripping. If you don't understand, that guy right there don't give a care about.
Wait, is he trying to like have an accent like the dude from the movie? Is that what he's trying to do? He's definitely got an accent going on now, 100%.
You wanna know what? Really?
It would have been better for the detective to agree with him rather than disagreeing to further damage rapport. Or if not agreeing, then he should have asked for more information. However, this may be the root of where his anger is coming from here. He thinks nobody cares about him and sees himself as a victim.
He booted me out of his house the other weekend because his wife thought I didn't appreciate them. Said I watch the kids all the time. No, you don't. Don't tell me you know you do. You don't even know.
What makes this interrogation all the more disturbing is that the detectives are only getting a small glimpse into Ethan's short temper. But his family is all too familiar with the teenager's intensifying anger. As investigators sit down with Craig, Ethan's father, he provides a brief insight into the troubled life that his son is leading.
What I feel like I need to tell you right now is past.
Oh, God!
Well, that's something we're trying to piece together, sir. I'd like to chat with you. I'd give you some time here to kind of collect yourself.
I'm ready to chat.
And he instantly said, Ethan did it, huh? Instantly.
He said he'd been wandering around all night, or walking around all night, and then I called the police. He said dead, and I couldn't get out of him, but I can tell you the first thing that came to my mind is he's responsible.
Apparently, Ethan initially started to walk to his father's house, following his mother's death. However, he apparently hitchhiked the rest of the way. When he arrived, Craig's wife opened the door. She was shocked to see that not only was Ethan incessantly crying, but he was also wearing a Kevlar vest. The protection gear made his visit all the more suspicious. When he spoke with his father, Ethan told him that they should not go to Judy's home, as her face was beat down. Horrified, Craig immediately called the police. Sitting down with investigators, Craig mentions that Judy had confided in him on several previous occasions that she was scared of her own son. And not for just one reason alone. As it turns out, Ethan was living a shocking double life, and behind closed doors, he was anything but your typical teenager.
My mom puts dinner on the table. She gives me nice clothes. I have no reason to do nothing to her. I have no reason to do nothing at all. That woman...
Can I ask you this, Ethan?
What do you want to ask me? Huh?
For chances through another part of Ethan? I can tell there's a part...
A part of Ethan.
Another part.
Another part. Wait, I saw alternate personality? I'm going to tell you, Holmes, MPD don't work. MPD's got more than a bunch of personalities.
Ethan makes some very strange mouth movements, like he's talking faster than he means to and isn't sure what to say. His fake laugh ends as quickly as it begins and signals a rapid shift in his expressed emotions. This is pretty similar to the Patrick Bateman laugh in the movie, and is one of many indications that Ethan is trying to act like the character, though the similarities only become eerie as the interview continues. Unfortunately, the interrogation methods are being poorly implemented, and the officer is jumping all over the place. Ethan is literally laughing at all the interrogation techniques because they're not being executed properly.
But you want to do some little schizophrenia in my head, Holmes? I'll tell you, because I know all the symptoms. Don't tell me there's another part of Ethan. Ethan is Ethan, and that's it.
Ethan has shifted the way he's talking, which is a marked change in the interrogation. By saying MPD, he's referring to multiple personality disorder, but the detective probably just means how everyone has a good side and a bad side. Ethan takes it to the extreme, so it sounds completely insane, which is a common tactic among individuals trying to be deceptive.
I'm happy they brought that up. I had no idea what MPD was until they said that. I had no idea. I thought that was like the police department, like their police department.
And is a form of manipulation. The tactic is to take something small and innocuous and turn it into a mountain so you can deny it without actually lying. Ethan was facing a multitude of personal struggles, though he doesn't mention it. In 2006, the year prior, he was diagnosed with major depressive disorder and struggled with anxiety. He was prescribed various medications and began seeing a counselor who became very concerned in regards to his condition. They believed him to be a psychopath.
He was 15. That's crazy. That's crazy. I thought MVD was his nickname or something. Shake my head. I had no idea. Said I have a full psych minor, so I know all about this stuff. Oh, bet. Oh, that's crazy. I feel like knowing psych would be so crazy. Because, like, these guys, they're like, hey, bro, if you put your palms up and you do this, you're lying. Like, I feel like you just tell if people are lying or not more often or something.
Technically, psychopathy isn't a separate diagnosis from antisocial personality disorder, though a psychopath is part of a small percentage of individuals with ASPD who would be at the extreme end of the disorder spectrum. However, as he's 16, Ethan would not technically qualify for ASPD, but in extreme circumstances, individuals may get labeled as having a personality disorder with antisocial characteristics a bit younger than 18.
And I think you're hurting pretty bad. I think you are. I'll fall on the ceiling.
First thing about me.
Yo, tell me about you. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
I I'm thinking you ain't know nothing.
Oh.
You telling me you understand, we make mistakes, you know what?
Do you know how many Ethans I've talked to that's been sitting in that chair in 31 years of police work? Thousands of them.
Really? Congratulations.
Do you know how many Ethans have sat right there and told me, I don't know nothing about nothing, and I put them in prison for murder? Every one of them.
Every one of them.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
Every one of them, and you're not going to be an exception.
Normally, the detective shouldn't remind a suspect of the impending consequences at this point in the interrogation. What appears to be happening is that the detective is getting irritated with Ethan and taking it personally. He's not cooperating and he's being pretty disrespectful, and it almost comes across as threatening.
Yeah, you want to know what prison is? I sit in a cell, like full time.
You okay with that?
Are you dumb? Do you not understand how that system works? That's one of the dumbest correctional systems I've ever heard of. All I can sit in a cell for the rest of my life and be happy and know your name. But no, you think you're somehow smarter than me. You've been on the force for 30 years. You know what? I talked to your gang detective too. Guy was an idiot. Thinks I'm from some gang or something, trying to tell me I like Finch said. You guys don't listen, you detectives. It's like, you know what? I could have saved us 20 minutes there of your BS by telling you I don't like 50 Cent. I don't really like this little club scene. All that gangster scene, it's all just music. It's all just show. But no, Holmes is trying to tell me what it is because he's so smart.
Typically, an innocent person gets angry when they're being accused of something they didn't do, but Ethan is unusually combative. Rather than being a sign of innocence, Ethan's faked and exaggerated anger is an indication of his immaturity and apparent social skills deficits. Innocent people get truly angry, and real anger or emotion doesn't flip back and forth like a switch. Ethan switches it off and on. As well, a mature liar knows that getting angry makes people not like you, and that affects whether they believe you or not. It's why typical liars and killers don't react as much to accusations and interrogation, because they know it will affect their chances of being believed. Teenagers, for the most part, haven't had the time to perfect it. As well, Ethan has learned aggression and anger gets in his way, something that most people usually learn doesn't work as effectively as sweet-talking by the time they're a bit older. However, this is of no surprise, given his past. Although Ethan was mostly compliant to those in positions of authority, most notably his teachers, he didn't show the same level of respect for his mother. Their relationship began to deteriorate when Ethan became controlling and would apparently bully Judy into getting what he wanted. For instance, he told his mother that he would like to use the master bedroom as his own, and supposedly forced her into moving her belongings into the smallest room. He then took over the living room, where he apparently pushed all of the furniture to one side of the room, so he could place his chair in front of the TV. Ethan would mostly use it while playing video games and watching movies.
There's no shot. Bro, there's no shot. There's no shot. Like, sometimes you just gotta hit your kid. You gotta pow, pow, pow. Pull out the belt. Pachow, pachow, pachow.
On the occasions when he didn't get his way, things would supposedly escalate, and in a most violent manner. Ethan's brazen comments and interrogation show his lack of respect for authority, which is a red flag indicating possible conduct disorder or oppositional defiant disorder. He could be diagnosed with either of these disorders at his age, and they're precursors to ASPD.
This isn't going to go away.
I already know it is because this is your guys' stuff, whatever.
This is going to go away. Yeah, we're going to make a decision on what to do with you when we leave this room. What do you think we should do with you?
You actually think I want to let me go?
The officer walked right into that one. Ethan seems to be running this interrogation. Notice the shift in his hand gestures to more lively movements. This is a marked change that he's feeling more confident.
Just let me go. Let me be.
Let you go where?
Wherever.
That's not
after. You just asked me, what should we do? What kind of question is
So you think for what you did?
What I did. What I did.
Because I told you.
What I did.
Nobody goes in the front.
Because no one gets in the front, only goes in the back.
And it's just you.
Really?
It's just you and your mother.
Oh, okay. So what we could be saying here is,
you're going to be arrested for murder.
There's no one that could be hiding in the garage. No one could be hiding nowhere. No, of course not. Because you guys are all smart. You guys got taps all over my house or something.
Are you ready to listen to me now for a minute?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Will you listen to me for a minute?
Did I just tell you twice? No.
If perchance I brought you...
Yo, this guy's spitting facts right now. He said no. So do I really gotta tell you a third time, bro? Said sit down a little, bro. Dude. these detectives are like, this detective is just getting sauced on right now by this guy. He's got to get tagged out for someone else real quick, for sure.
Your dad in here, would you talk to him too?
Yeah, right.
Would you?
Yeah, right. Did you not hear me? I said no. At least how many times? Does that not compute? No. Here, let me spell it out for you. N-O.
Would you explain this to me, okay?
Next, the interrogation moves on to the topic of one of Ethan's greatest fascinations.
There's an idea of a Patrick Bateman, but he's simply not there. Think of it this way. Business. He's a business. He's a big corporate business, like Walmart.
Is this right here a movie? Is that American Psycho? Is that a movie?
Yeah, it is.
Does something happen in that movie? Did somebody get hurt in that movie?
Are you trying to tell me what I don't know? Or
I haven't seen it.
Of course, but if you don't understand,
Did somebody get hurt in the movie?
it's a book, too.
Okay, so
You have to know the book before you can watch a movie. Same thing with any book.
I guess.
Hey, whoa. Calm down, buddy. Calm down. Come on. I don't want to read the book.
My question is, help me because I haven't seen the movie. Who gets hurt in the movie?
People that get in his way
And how is it they get hurt?
any way they can.
Does he hurt his mother?
Does he hurt his... Man, he doesn't even mention his mother barely. In the movie, it doesn't mention his mother nothing. In the book, it mentions mother, but their family's dysfunctional. If you don't follow his reading, you don't understand nothing about nothing.
Tell me how you see your family in relation to this. Do you see your family?
I don't see my family in relation to that.
Ethan's favorite movie would turn out to be the film adaptation of his most treasured book, the controversial yet popular American Psycho. Ethan soon began to emulate Patrick Bateman's character. He apparently forced his mother to buy him expensive skincare products, like those that Patrick Bateman uses in the movie. In addition, Ethan supposedly bullied Judy into buying him a white comforter for his bed. Patrick Bateman also had the same one. There was also Ethan's obsession with fitness, yet another similarity between him and the film's main character. As well, Ethan's mention of Patrick Bateman's family being dysfunctional is a further indication that he relates to and feels a strong affiliation with the character. As the interrogation progresses, the detectives will learn that there were even more ways that Ethan tried to become Patrick Bateman. You'll notice that Ethan also has the book Without Conscience, too, and some other fairly advanced clinical and forensics books. Either he's trying to understand himself, or he's been planning.
Why would I go to my dad's house and go and talk to him about this?
You know why?
If I did this?
You know why?
What? Because I'm supposed to feel guilt?
Because you feel bad.
I haven't talked to my therapist, have you?
Can I?
Can you? Hell no! You know, they didn't get out on my side for me.
I really do.
You feel sorry for me?
I really do.
I feel sorry for you.
Okay. Well, I'm not the one that's going to be charged with this.
Yeah, but you're the one that's living in a world where you're controlled.
Nobody goes on.
Really, because you got...
The Matrix. Oh my gosh, that's what this was all about. I should have known he was talking about the business, Walmart being bad. He's talking... Okay.
You got cameras on that side?
We haven't processed the scene yet to see exactly what you left in there.
Really?
Yeah, we haven't.
What?
I'll tell you what we will do. We'll go process it, and then we'll come back and talk to you and tell you what we found, okay?
What did you find in there?
It's only fair to go through
I
that.
already tell what you found in there. I covered up everything.
Okay.
I covered up everything because it's a horrible sight. I tried to wipe out the...
Huh? Nah, what? He said I covered... Bro, L. How are you giving out self-Ls right now?
The blood?
Why?
Why?
Why don't you call the cops and say, my mom's hurt?
Because what's the first thing that's gonna happen? You guys are gonna accuse me, like you're doing right now.
Relax, Ethan.
No, forget that. Because you know what? You're not thinking of other alternatives. They could escape through the side window.
The detectives do have to consider that Ethan may be telling the truth. If there was an intruder, it's possible that they could have committed the heinous crime and escaped through a window. But investigators find this to be unlikely, especially given the fact that it would have been a random killing. Judy was not the kind of person to have enemies. The dedicated mother worked as a special education teacher at Eagle High School. Family, friends, and her fellow co-workers described her as the epitome of kindness. However, Judy's life was full of trials and tribulations. She and Ethan's father divorced after having 2 children together, and in the year 2000, she was reportedly hit by a car while walking. The incident would almost claim her life. It was following her recovery that she went back to college and pursued a degree in special education. Wanting to help others overcome their disabilities, she took on what she felt to be the most rewarding job, teaching. To think that someone would want to take her life was almost incomprehensible. But evil comes in all forms, and it knows no bounds.
Just ask me what you want to find.
Well, we're going to go out and take a look and see what's in
Tell me what you want.
I don't know what there is to find.
In what room?
All of it.
All room?
Every room.
My room.
Every room.
My room. On my white sheets?
Can I get you a glass of water? You want a glass of water? You want a glass of water?
I ain't drink water. I already drank enough water today.
Would you like some more?
Why would I want some more? I already tell you. On my white sheets?
We aren't going to go
there.
Right back.
On my white sheets? No, you don't.
He needs a protein shake.
Well, listen.
Yeah, I'm listening.
On my white sheets, there's a stain of black from the weights.
Okay.
Huh?
I love that bed like no other. I made it white for a reason. Now, wouldn't I wipe that black off if I did that myself?
It's bad timing to interrupt and leave when Ethan is ready to talk. This specific officer hasn't been doing well with Ethan so far, and he probably should have left earlier. However, though this tactic may seem counterproductive, Ethan is escalated, and the officer hasn't done anything to de-escalate him, and he's still not responding well to him. Walking away, letting Ethan calm down and trying again with someone else is actually the best course of action at this point. As you'll see, they'll next try a good cop ploy and try to calm Ethan down. This attempt will have a bit more success.
You talk about what black stuff on your sheets?
There's black stain on the end of the side of the bed.
No.
So stuff like this makes me afraid to have kids. Nah. Like, his mom just accepted the bullying. Like, she should have laid down the law. Been like, look, I'm gonna beat you with a belt every time you talk back to me. You wanna talk back to me? You're getting hit. Simple as that. You're not doing that around here no more. Nope. This living room, my living room. That master bedroom, that's mine. I pay the bills. You're a child. Pretty much, you know what I mean? You just gotta lay down the law. Let them know what's up with it.
I'm on your...
On the end of the bed that are made by the weights. I saw it when I'm getting out.
Okay, well, just relax, man. Okay.
No, Charlie here thinks he's number one top cop.
Okay, he's gone. I'm not understanding. There's like from the weights, see how they create that black stuff.
Yeah, they make a black stain.
Weights on and off and changing all the time.
They made a black stain.
On your sheets, but how do they get on your sheets?
Charlie, whoever comes in there puts it in my room to make less noise.
So what kind of weight was it? Was it a weight or a barbell or a dumbbell or was
What they did with it was they put it as a barbell and they put one of the things right here.
The collar? I won't call it for a barbell.
No, one of the spinning things on this end.
Oh, I got you.
With 2 5s or 2 10s. I can't remember. I think it's two 10s. I can't remember.
So two 10s on each side?
No, on one side.
1 10 and then a 10, so 20 pounds.
One side that has weights on it. And they club her.
Okay.
Have you ever seen that?
How'd they get on your bed?
How'd they get in my bed? All they have to do is just bring the weight, put it on my bed.
Okay.
Huh? Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. That doesn't make sense at all. So they're going in there, trying to kill your mom, and they're gonna go to your weights, put the weights on, do it, and then go back to your room and put the weights on the bed? Nah.
Put the weight together on your bed?
Well, yeah.
Okay, you're a smart kid. Okay, trust me.
Yeah,
You know what? And you're not a kid. You're a young man, aren't you? And you're a very smart young man.
I'm smarter than anyone I know.
This may be a touch of narcissism showing, or it may be Ethan mimicking Bateman's character. At this point, it's hard to know what is actually Ethan, and what is the character that he's wholeheartily embraced as his model.
And you know what?
Street smarts.
I would agree.
Street smarts I got better than any stupid idiot. Everyone I know. Everyone's too easy to figure out. You know how they figure out what they want, what their needs are, what to say to them.
The ability to understand what people want and the right things to say and do to manipulate them to do what you want is a trademark of a budding psychopath.
You had to learn about that, right? You didn't.
No, I didn't. I just had to watch them, and I could see
You
it.
learn. You're a smart young man. You learned this stuff yourself, didn't you? You read books. You
They
educated
had to read
yourself.
notebooks to
Learn this
figure
stuff.
out people.
Right.
Street smarts come just naturally.
Natural to you.
Street smarts are called street smarts for a reason. People either have it or they don't.
Right.
People around here don't.
So you get educated on the street.
I get educated by being myself.
Right.
For
I
real,
can see people. I can see their needs, their wants, their desires. If I want someone to even, decide hint that I want them to, maybe like them or do a favor for them, I can easily say what they want to hear. I do that all the time for people. I cover for my friends all the time when they cheat on their girlfriends. I tell them exactly what they want to hear.
W friend.
Fun. Fun to be because people are stupid.
If Ethan's rambling is true, this is the definition of someone with antisocial traits. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder have a keen awareness of people's needs, their wants, and their desires. Ethan likely feels a bit more comfortable with this detective, so he's essentially divulging important information about his personality and his ability to be manipulative and to lie. It's disturbing the way he views other people just by what they can offer him, but this is also very classic narcissistic traits. People's value lies only in what they have to offer. This could also be another moment of Ethan mirroring Bateman's character. Ethan has brought up how he uses people, such as his mom spending money on him, that his friends are only useful to him for better weights. He also claims that he's smarter than everyone and is always telling people what they should do, and points out that he sucks up to teachers and attempts to manipulate them.
Let's just forget about the cameras, okay? We're getting so hung up and so mad about these cameras, all right? Yeah. Let's just forget about it, right? Let's talk about your relationship with your mother.
If you guys want to look through all the clothes I have a lot of nice clothes. She buys me nice stuff. My colognes and my colognes, Armani Code, that's $70 right there. Jean Paul Gaultier, I spent $100 on that and some deodorant. She spends nice money on me.
Okay, right. No one's saying that she's not doing that, okay?
Yeah, but now you're telling me that I'm killing her for the Dear God Fund, and I'm so dumb I get influenced by books.
You know, there's a lot of people, a lot of things that influence our lives. There's a lot of things. You know that, right?
People who get influenced are stupid.
Hey, whoa. I feel like I'm being called out right. I've been listening to a lot of audiobooks recently. You know what I mean? I feel like okay, ouch.
Your friends a little bit. My friends? Yeah. You should, because you're a nice guy. And so, people, if you have friends, all your friends, everyone kind of influences each other, right? That's why you have friends. Because you have things in common. That's why you're friends.
I ain't got no things in common with my friends.
Nothing at all.
I hate my friends.
You live way. Yeah,
that's because he has better weights. He just wanted to work out. I just needed a better, since he's got a better weights, then why not take advantage of it? That guy's a small little guy. He said anything different from what I said, he knows I'd take him.
Do you think that influences him a little bit, though? That if he knows you can beat him up?
I don't care if I influence my friends because I don't like my friends.
Well, what I'm getting back to is you said that only stupid people are influenced.
My friends are stupid.
Okay.
My friends are dumb.
I don't know your friends, so I'm
They're
not going to say.
idiots.
I don't know your friends, so I'm not going to say what it is.
You know what? When I give them a piece of advice or tell them what they should do, they never listen. It always turns out the way that I told them that would happen if they didn't listen.
Hey, bro, but aren't they not supposed to get influenced? Also, L friend. I know I said W friend like a minute ago. L friend now.
Oh, well, you're right. It's like, no duh. I know how the world works. I'm not freaking retarded like you guys.
Even though it seems like everything is making Ethan mad, he seems to be intentionally pulling the detectives into arguments to distract them, and it's working really well as a great deflector. They're caught up trying to argue points with him and engaging in a power struggle.
So you make all your own choices. No one influences you at all.
Man, I can develop little portions, the way I act. I develop that.
Sure.
But I don't change my whole character on that. I can change any character I want to be. Because that's easy to do.
Right.
Typically, when an interrogator offers a theme, such as being influenced in this case, they would move on from it if the suspect doesn't agree. However, the officer may be trying to agree with them, so he will calm down and move on. He's also trying to stroke Ethan's ego, since he's probably figured out by now that Ethan has narcissistic and antisocial tendencies. One thing that is particularly interesting is that this disdain of his friends also is reflective of the Patrick Bateman character. It also sounds like he's getting this from his books on psychopathy. He's molded himself into this person and just built his world around it. People with antisocial traits are often considered chameleons in the sense that they can adapt themselves to practically any situation, and can warm up to other people easily in order to manipulate them and get what they want. It seems that Ethan did just that. However, when it came to his mother, he supposedly felt that intimidation alone would be enough to control her. According to police documents, Judy would become upset on various occasions when Ethan's friends were at the house. Supposedly, a few of the high schoolers would use substances, and Judy did not approve. However, Ethan grew angry and regularly argued with his mother, even reportedly punching a hole in one of the home's walls. But this was just the tip of the iceberg.
Your buddy over there, hasn't done his homework on, just because I watch movies. Does he not understand that most of my books, my reference books, are all on psychopaths? Okay. The psychopathic mind. Right. Because I've always been trying to figure this out. Who are some of the greatest and smart, actually Donald was a sissy. Gacy. Dear God, how many people did he kill? What was he? He was a hired deputy at times, clown, knew different people, Ted Bundy. He had a great life. This man did so many things. Great lawyer, represented himself really great. Even the judge, but he said, I'm sorry to do this because I would have loved to have you practice in my court.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that part.
Yeah. He said that. The guy worked with the Republican Party for a little bit. He worked with some of that. He did a lot of
Bro, you got a license for all this dick you're riding right now? God damn.
things that were just out and amazing of character. But it all continues down to one thing. How does his mind work? American Psycho, that's just because that's what my author studies on. We got to do a big project on this author. I like Bret Easton Ellis. He's a good writer. But all this stuff, I don't know the name they call for it, the writers call for it, but it's all about making fun of the way certain things are, because, you know, it's truly there, but, you know, they kind of take it to a point of, I mean, you see, this is truly, I mean, you know, absurd.
Though these are accurate observations, it seems that Ethan has taken the contents of the story to heart.
But just because a person reads a book doesn't mean that's how their life is going to be.
Let me ask you this, Ethan. Have you ever heard of cases before, or people before? And you've read a lot, so you probably have. Have you ever heard of people before who have been influenced by, listen, a lot of psycho books?
Everyone's heard of, they call them mind shootings and all that.
I'm not talking about that.
That was all those, but people use those as scapegoats. Anyone can use that as a scapegoat.
Right. Sure.
It's
Four
just,
tokens.
They're too dumb. Of course, they want to hurt someone, but they're just too dumb to create their own way.
Okay.
That's how it is. People just don't understand it like that.
But they're not smart enough to create their own way. They have to be driven by somebody else.
They have that drive. They're just too dumb to actually make it happen without seeing something or watching something. Any of those stupid Quentin Tarantino movies, dear God, I hate that guy with a passion.
It seems like Ethan is going off on a tangent, but the detective switches gears and further questions him regarding his relationship with his mother.
My mom and I have been getting along for a while now. You know, there's been times where, you know, she's gotten on my nerves because she said my friends were too loud or something like that, and she, like, you know, shut your door.
That's normal.
But, you know, and we got into arguments like that. But whatever my old man's saying about her calling him up, man, she wouldn't even call that loser up.
Have you ever had arguments with your mom and your dad said to come pick you up? You stayed the night with your dad's house?
Yeah, she does that all the time, but that's because she's a whiny baby.
She gets into the drama.
Yeah, she's a whiny baby. My dad comes up the next day, and I was ticked. Because I'm watching, this is when we had DirecTV. I was watching the Longest Yard, the old version. I never saw that before. I can't rent that. He makes me turn it off, and he's trying to talk to me. He calls up an officer because I walk out, I'm like, you know what, you're full of crap. Because he's trying to tell me how I should feel and tell me how life is. Guy hasn't even been around since I was 6. He's been gone since I was 6. I made him cry when the officer left. No, I made him cry before, but he tried to hold it in. And when I went outside, the officer was like, well, it looks like your family's about to cry. I'm like, yeah, they kind of sometimes tend to do that. It's like, well, you know, you seem to be a nice person, and, you know, you seem to just, you know, be careful and stuff. You know, he didn't tell, I don't think, he told the officer the actual situation. I'm sure all he told the officer was that I was being disruptive. Instead of, he's taking money from me.
How long ago was that?
That was like a year ago.
Oh, a year ago.
Ethan fails to mention the terrifying reason behind Judy's concerning phone calls to her ex-husband, but that will be revealed shortly.
You think that both your mom and your dad are kind of real dramatic? They kind of...
My mom, she...
Alright. I feel like it's time to do the prediction now. Alright, I'm gonna start the prediction on if he did it or not. One sec.
And, you know, she's depressed. And I'm pretty sure that she was on the scale. But, I mean, I couldn't, you know, she was at least on the scale by the way she acted. I knew it, but...
Yeah, sometimes it's tough, man, being 16 and getting along with your parents all the time, isn't it? I remember.
Well, I don't, you know...
I remember being grounded for a year.
Back in those days, that's what the parents did. They take a swing at you until you learn how to catch that hand. And it's like, you know, you catch that hand, They ain't got no power anymore.
Damn. Bam. You get swung on with the other hand.
Ethan claims that he can't remember the last time that he and Judy got into an argument. He states that recently they've been getting along. However, his definition of a harmonious relationship may be drastically different than that of his mother's.
You know, I was talking to my stepmom about getting in with someone because my therapist, I can't see him every week. I can barely ever see him every 2 weeks if I'm lucky. But, you know, he says to me, I mean, my dad, you know, I'm like, well, I'd like to, you know, get in with someone that's, you know, every week. And my dad's like, well, we could just do 2 weeks, you know, every 2 weeks. Be a lot less cheap. I was ready to slap that. I swear to God, that stuff doesn't even work. He plays music at bars to get a little extra cash.
Hey, bro, that's working. Also, it sounds like my dad.
The money that's made, it's made all by the wife. You know, and I already know when I went in there, he already thought that I did that. That I was the one that did that. I could tell. You know, I didn't even know.
Tell by the way he talked to you, look on his face.
I didn't look at him, man.
You didn't look at him at all?
No, I was trying to hold up vomit, trying to, you know, bawl my eyes out and stuff. I seen dead people. I ain't never seen dead people in real life. Before I left, you know, I covered up my mom. I started to wash out the walls, you know, but as like, you know, there's too much. It was a big too splatter. You know, I put the dog and the cat in her room. I mean, the dog and cat were already in her room, but the dog was shaking. You know, the cat, I saw her. She usually, I mean, she's usually in that room, but she was in the weight room because she don't fight and stuff. You know, I put her in there and just, we had some stuff full of dog food and cat food. And I just dumped it on the floor, filled out some water stuff, put a candle in there, and just, you know, close the door, turn out the light.
What? So you're saying your mom just died, and you're like, hey, bro, hold on. Let me make sure these dogs and cats got some food real quick, bro. Let me light a candle for them real quick. Let me turn off the light. Let me clean up all this. Hey, at no point in time are you thinking like, I should call the cops. Maybe I should get out of here in case the dude's still here. You know, anything else? Anything else?
I was still targeting blood. Just going to
There's a strange, sudden change in his speech patterns here, almost like a different person is talking. This is probably more normal speech for Ethan, and his other speech patterns have been him acting like a character modeled on Bateman. It's an unnerving display and perfectly demonstrates the way that a psychopath can be a chameleon, mimicking mannerisms and gestures that aren't inherent to themselves. Ethan states that he used a couple of wash rags to wipe the blood off the walls, but it's still extremely suspicious that he even cleaned part of the crime scene before going to his dad's house.
Get anything else out of that house or anything like that?
I grabbed the one thing that I know my mom always takes with her cigarettes.
You scared?
Well, I saw my neighbor, one of my guys, one of my neighbors, you know, I remember he saw me, but, you know, I kind of tried to play it off like he didn't see me. You know, I knew he was going to turn a certain way, or, you know, if he didn't, I could at least duck under some brush, because I knew he would, you know, question, you know, go back on me and stuff, so I just kept walking.
How did you feel when you were inside the house?
Apparently, on January 25th, 2007, while Ethan's neighbor was driving around at 1:30 in the morning, he spotted Ethan walking along the street. According to police documents, he shouted Ethan's name out of his car window. It was loud enough to where there was no doubt that Ethan could hear him. However, the teenager kept walking.
How do you feel right now?
Angry. You know why I think I do that?
Sad.
Yeah.
You feel bad for your mom. You feel bad for yourself.
This officer is really doing a much better job with Ethan. He's much more relaxed and there are no major signs of anxiety.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why I'm doing this.
I mean, it's one of those things where you're the only one there, and we're just trying to understand if there's some. I mean, man, what's going on? Do
Man, if I really wanted to,
do what you can.
wouldn't I put her out of her misery like, in the easiest possible way?
I don't know. I mean,
Huh?
Man, if I really wanted to, wouldn't I put her out of her misery in the easiest possible way?
I don't know.
Truly, wouldn't you?
What would that way be? What would be the easiest possible way?
Not the way she went.
Okay, what would be the easiest possible way?
I don't know.
I don't think of anything that would be to put her out of her misery in an easy way.
I know. It's gone.
Do you guys have guns in the house at all?
I have some airsoft guns. It's not loaded.
Yeah, got real guns and stuff. Yeah, knives and stuff like that.
I got one of my cases. I got a Duel.
What do you think did?
I don't know. Because
it's a terrible thing that happened.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, if you said his mom got killed around 9 or 10, then leaving at 1:40 is wild. Yeah, so he just chilled. He just chilled and pet the cat and dog and just chilled out, lit a candle.
Your mom, like you said,
I wish it would have happened to me.
It didn't. But let's think about how terrible this was to your mom.
They had a knife.
Okay.
I don't have knives. I couldn't see this person. It was dark. I know they had a knife.
Okay.
And I know it's long. It's a longer knife than any of the ones I have. But he made me take the one knife that is semi-sharp.
Why did you do that?
No. Make it look like I did it. It's my way. It's my knife. Truly. Check it out. Truly. Because I don't even know. There's probably not going to be nothing on cameras. I don't know.
Did you make me do that to put her out of her misery?
No, she was dead by that time.
Before you put the knife in her head, she was already dead?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was already dead, but...
Your knife, what kind of knife was it?
It's a small Winchester.
Ethan claims to have got the knife from his father, and he states that he keeps it in his bedroom at his mother's house.
Yeah, that's GG's. Oh my gosh, he's so stupid. He's actually so stupid.
The only thing I can show that it wasn't me is look how deep the knife cuts were. That knife couldn't do deep knife cuts.
Too dull to do the deep knife
cuts?
cuts?
No. It's not dull.
Lengthwise.
Lengthwise, that's what I'm saying.
So the blade on a knife isn't long enough to do all
I don't know. Truly, that's the only way. If cameras show something different, I don't know what to do, man.
Wait, so all you did with that knife was stick it in her head?
Yeah,
How far into her head did it go?
I don't know, he made me just watch it, he had a knife.
Where at on her head?
When he cracked her skull, there was a brain that was, I don't know what it was.
Okay, where'd you stick the knife in at?
Well, he cracked it around here, man. So her eye was closed, but you could see that she still had the eyes, but you could see inside, and it made me lodge it, just put it in there.
Inside her brain? Inside the skull, or was it?
Inside the brain, because it must have been cracked, because there was blood everywhere.
She loved you.
I loved her, man.
I know you did.
Look, it might have been my brother, I don't know. But, earlier...
Oh, come on. Blaming your brother is crazy.
I'm sure it wasn't, because earlier, she went out to get with him to buy groceries for him, so he gave me money. I don't know.
During the afternoon of Wednesday, January 24th, just before her death, Judy, her son Mason, and his girlfriend went grocery shopping together around 6 p.m. Following their errand run, Judy made her way back to her house, while Mason and his girlfriend departed for their home. Once they arrived, Mason realized that they had accidentally taken some of Judy's food, and he quickly drove to her house. According to police documents, Mason only saw Ethan at the house, but not his mother. It's unclear as to what time this took place. However, Mason left the residence thinking nothing of the situation. Little did he know he would never see his mother again.
Listen, what I'm talking about is being able to say everyone in this world does things that you look back on and say, they know a lot.
But I didn't do it.
Ethan, you and I both know there was another person in the house. Listen,
no,
Ethan, listen. Man, just hook me and books me. You know that, okay? You know that.
I know you don't. I do. I know the truth. I was there. I saw her face.
Wow.
There's a delay with his illustrators here.
Okay.
His words come out before his hands hit the table, which is another instance of brain and body misalignment.
But I didn't do it.
Ethan seems to resort to aggression when he's angry and emotional. He may have been having an emotional moment here, and then it's like a switch is flipped. This is a red flag indicating that when he gets angry, he may not be able to control his impulses. He seems very used to using his size and aggression to intimidate and control others, like his mother. The officer handles this perfectly by not even seeming to blink and stands his ground. But he also doesn't push, just allows Ethan to react and show more of who he really is.
I didn't do it. You want me to spell it out? I'm going to give me paper off. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. You ready? No. It's not even a question.
What is this?
Is that you smoke? You know what? Can't. No. Why not? I have $2. $2. I have a wife and kids. You know we're all put on this earth to reproduce. It's just the way it is.
Ethan turns dark here as he maintains unwavering eye contact with the detective. The teenager's intimidation tactics are like those of someone much older and far more experienced at victimizing others. He inquires about the detective's personal life, but the detective leaves before Ethan can berate him any further. While he's waiting, Ethan begins a string of odd behavior.
Dances and the charming songs, but we're not made. Some things wrong. Next to me, the rest of the short one. The black shirt. Or at least for that razor shirt.
Finally, the detective re-enters the room where Ethan appears to have calmed down.
Woke up and went in. Milo comes out loud, he went in and saw this guy in the mom's room. He said it was real dark and couldn't make out who it was or anything, but that he had stabbed your mother, right? It was that she had a big say had a knife. And he got you. Okay. And what did he do with that?
Before routine, don't move. Right. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. People move. You'll kill you.
Ethan claims that he has no idea what the person looked like, but he alleges that it could have been his brother, Mason.
Makes me go to my room. At night, because I'm in my room.
Makes you go to your room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Grabs that.
He grabbed that knife.
Makes me grab the knife.
Winchester.
The Winchester, does that. Makes me want to be launched. Says, I'm looking for some money.
Did you look for some money?
Take a car. I look in her backpack. I just kind of feel around. She has a purse that I know has money, but I didn't find it. But I was surprised that he was gone.
So he came back and he was gone.
I mean, yeah, that really told me to not. Just said, that's like, oh, like, I don't know if I can find some money, whether it's if you win money.
So I can knock on the door.
Knocking, I'm not open the door consciously.
When you came back inside, were you afraid of this guy? How come you didn't run out the garage door?
Not bad.
Yeah, just run right out the back garage door.
Man, I wasn't even equipped. I didn't have no clothes.
You're taking
No,
But I don't care if I'm butt naked in that situation. I'm booking it.
I had like some shorts and a t-shirt. I didn't have no gear at all.
Did you run over to some friend's house or something like that and call police? And say there's a man in my house.
When he's confronted with something, Ethan keeps saying, yeah, but. He's trying to weakly justify what he did, and the detective is slowly poking more and more holes in his story.
What would prompt you to go back inside? What would prompt you to go back inside with the guy with the knife?
To comply with them, to get killed.
Okay, you were out in the garage with the door closed. He couldn't kill you if you were outside.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's locked the door. Locked the door. Just when you find some money, you know, I wasn't even playing on games.
The detective is likely under the impression that Ethan's spinning a complete lie. However, he doesn't want to outright confront him again, seeing how the teenager's emotions can go from one extreme to the next.
Why didn't you change the message on the phone?
Why? Because I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't want anyone, coming over to our house or calling, because I tried to find her cell phone. I couldn't find it, but I didn't want no one coming over to our house.
You're telling me he changed like the thing that when you call someone and they don't pick up, he changed that? No shot.
Why did you find them over your house?
Or anywhere, no. To see that, come over by surprise, by accident. So, if they call ahead, or if her work calls, or if my school calls, that's the message they get. We're out somewhere else. Because I was just walking the streets. I didn't know where I was going to go at first.
Strangely enough, following his mother's gruesome death, Ethan decided to change the voice message on the answering machine for their home phone.
Hey, this is the Wyndham residence. If you're trying to reach me or Ethan, we're actually out in Washington right now. So I have a couple of family problems, so we had to take a trip out there. I'm sure we'll be in back by next week. Bye.
But this was only one of 2 messages that Ethan made. In another chilling recording where
Okay, alright, that's fair. We're
able to hear what he sent to one of his friends the same night his mother died. The messages are cause for suspicion, to say the least, but the disturbing fact lies in their similarities to the movie American Psycho. During the film, after murdering one of his victims, Patrick Bateman changes their answering machine, stating that they would be out of town. After taking the lives of several other victims, he calls his secretary, informing her that he would not be coming into work the next day. The eerie resemblance between Ethan's behavior and the film character's actions have authorities extremely on edge as they brace themselves for what's about to come next.
Bro, I've never seen that movie, so I didn't know that was about to be said. Dude, that's crazy. Okay. Yeah, of course. It's your favorite movie and you literally copy it word for word? Come on, bro.
Steve loves you all, buddy. Ethan, this guy, he said he's smaller than you. And you've got a knife in your hand, and this whole time inside the house, and you never once try to take him off. Never once. He's a smaller guy than you. You're a big, strong
It's a
guy.
big knife. Besides, if he's got a plan, I ain't gonna take no chances.
So you a bitch.
I didn't want you on the roof. You can just slice me for that.
How do you think this guy got into your house?
I have no idea. There's no exposure.
Like what? What do you want?
You can get in through the back, you can get in through the windows. Look, in our backyard, a lot of our windows don't have grates. Our back window, our front window don't have grates. Those open in the tidbit. You can just go for it inside.
Think there's any explanation for this? So no person coming into your house and doing this?
Drugs. Sure, they're on drugs. If my college team is in there, it could just be one.
People on drugs don't just randomly pick a house and go in there and do
Yeah,
this.
they've been, they know where I live. They've seen me around my other buddy.
Ethan is again saying "you know," which is another sign of deception, because he's trying to convince the detective. A question that he never really answers at this point is why he didn't try to attack or stop the person who killed his mom. The officer does a good job getting him to admit he knows how to fight and take care of himself, which is a great way to confront this inconsistency in his story.
There's a reason. You and I just can't come to an understanding.
Didn't tell me your reason.
I don't know the reason, Ethan. That's why I want to talk to you. That's why I keep talking to you, Ethan.
Ethan's attempt to put on an innocent facade is masking an array of dark and twisted secrets. But little does he know, authorities are learning new information as they speak. Judy's best friend has plenty to say about the disturbed 16-year-old.
He bullied her, and she says, he scares me. She said that. I'm not making it up. And that's when I told her, I said, you know, it's not normal to be afraid of your own kid. And I said, he needs his ass kicked, is what I said. And I said, we can arrange that. But, you know, she's my best friend, and I don't want him to be hurt or anything, and neither did she. I don't think she wanted him to hate her any more than he already did, which is sad because she was the only one that did anything for him ever.
How did she spend her time after school?
She slept. The rest of people do that a lot. She didn't like to do things in her house. I know she was out in her backyard turning over the dirt, and I said, well, are you going to plant grass? Or she was, no, I was just digging. I'm like, okay. And she walked a lot.
Did she say why she liked to be outside so much?
You know, I kind of, now I look back and I think, well, probably she didn't want to be in the house with Ethan, and, you know, that stress, that tension, kind of with a knife. Even when I go over there, it's an uncomfortable feeling.
Apparently, Ethan's concerning behavior had drastically escalated during the course of the previous year. The once quiet teenager was transforming into someone completely different. He reportedly became abrasive while puffing his chest out at everyone. Not only that, but according to police documents, Ethan was supposedly using various substances, though this has never been confirmed. In an anonymous statement given to authorities, one of Ethan's assumed-to-be friends stated that he'd apparently taken some of his pills to a party. There, he allegedly handed them out to other students, the reason being so that the partygoers could snort them, and the behaviors yet again mimicked those of Patrick Bateman.
Oh my gosh. Okay, first of all, the Judy girl was right. Our Judy's best friend, yeah. Kid definitely needed to be beat. 100%.
During the course of the story, Patrick's dismissiveness, substance use, and aggression all increased in intensity, much like Ethan's alleged recent conduct. But that wasn't all. One of Judy's neighbors recalled the roaring arguments that could be overheard at Judy's residence. They stated that the altercation seemed to have recently leveled off. However, Judy apparently expressed her feelings of terror to them in regard to her youngest son. Despite her fear, Judy never gave up on working towards a better relationship with Ethan, but he was not so willing. In fact, Ethan's rage was supposedly morphing into horrifying acts of violence against his own mother. He'd allegedly hit Judy at one point, although the incident isn't clearly explained. According to police documents, he would reportedly go so far as throwing her against a wall during an argument before spitting in her face. According to one anonymous statement, Ethan reportedly claimed, "I hate my mom, I want to kill her." In addition, police would learn that Ethan apparently told his brother that Judy would eventually get what she deserved.
She had no control. He had no discipline. I thought, before I heard the weapon thing earlier that day, I thought, you know, I bet he just snapped. They were arguing or something, and he just snapped and beat the crap out of her.
Judy was living in constant fear, yet she still wanted nothing but the best for her child, and everyone could see that but Ethan. He wouldn't be satisfied until he got exactly what he wanted, even if it meant committing the unthinkable.
One would come into your house and sneak around, and go to your weight room. I mean, how would anyone know where your weights are?
If they come through that window, then you just found the weights.
Okay, so if you were gonna come to someone's house and happen upon these weights and manipulate these weights to use as a weapon, what would make you take those weights up from the room that you're already in, go into an adjoining room, or not an adjoining room, but another room, and then manipulate those weights in another room before going out into the hallway? See, even that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah,
it sounds like someone lives there. Great big guy like you, big strong guy sitting in a chair in the living room. Your small little mother sleeping in her bed, and this guy comes into the house with a weight and manipulates this weight in your room as a weapon, and then comes out of the room. Why would he choose your mother over you? Aren't you the threat to him?
I don't know.
Aren't you the big guy?
Why are you asking me these questions? How am I supposed to think of it in his way? I'm not this guy.
Because you're the one who's telling me this.
I'm telling you as about as much as I can figure. If you guys have got some other explanation, maybe he didn't. Maybe he changed the weights in that room. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. All I can do is assume. But that's about it.
No, you're assuming. I think you know. And that's why you're
telling me this.
That's why you would know that you pick the weight up from one room, take it into another room, use the bed so it doesn't make a sound.
All I can tell you is I'm speculating. Man,
Some guy's going to come in and rob you. The cat already has a knife. It's going to take time to manipulate a weight, and now he has a weight and a knife.
what happens if you don't stand the person in the right spot?
They don't die.
That's right.
Yeah, and then you take the weight and you hit them. Also, they're 9 hours into this interrogation. 9 hours. They haven't offered this man KFC. They haven't offered this man some Burger King. They haven't offered this man nothing.
Right? They make noise. Man, I'm only speculating. Okay, what are you guys doing? See, I could just say the same thing about you. You know, everything you're telling me. How do I know you didn't do this?
Because I can tell you where I was at. So, it wasn't a sure house.
Ethan begins another attempt at deflection, but the detective doesn't play his game. Instead, he questions Ethan about a most unsettling topic.
My question for you is, a guy who studies these psychology books that you have,
yeah,
and these crime scene evidence books that you have, and all these videos.
What crime scene evidence books?
The crime scene investigation books in your room.
What crime scene investigation books?
And the videos that you have.
No, what crime scene investigation books?
The one that's in your room.
I got one forensic book that I've never read. You want to know who gave that to my grandparents? I never read that.
All right, still in your room. Okay.
Okay.
You have these psychology books. You have all these videos on serial killers. You have all these books on serial killers.
I have all these books? No, I don't.
So let me.
How many books do I have on?
A guy who reads all that stuff.
How many books do I have on serial killers? One.
One.
One out of all the other ones. And on top of that.
What's that book called?
It was called American Psycho.
Okay. So on top of that, okay, so you read all this stuff, right?
I read that book, yeah.
What do you do in the morning? Every morning when you get up, what do you do?
I wake up, 6:45. I usually sleep in a little bit. Take a shower, put my contacts in, take a shower. Then I go, you know. Sometimes I have my clothes already out. Other times I just, you know, grab my clothes as I go.
You ever put any stuff on your face?
Not usually. I don't have enough time.
Okay. We've done that in the past. It's kind of a routine when you get up in the morning, you put this cream stuff on your face.
Cream stuff?
Mask type stuff?
I've used a mask. I've used a mask pill. It's relaxing for your face.
This is intriguing considering that Patrick Bateman had a very elaborate morning routine that included exercise as well as a multi-step skincare regimen that he followed religiously. Of course, what 16-year-old boy wouldn't enjoy using a calming face mask? Or at least Ethan would like us to believe that he wasn't modeling his own behavior after that of his fictional bloodthirsty idol. It only becomes more eerie from here.
Said Monday 8 a.m. Officer D.B. Grinder arrives to the crime scene. Two twin brothers had a dispute about an inheritance and seemingly killed each other. D.B. reads their files and they were born in 1984. 40. Okay. I was seeing where that was leading. I had no idea. That
I'll tell you how little studying I've done on actual serial killers. All those books. If you'd like to read through them, one, I'll tell you which books I've read. And two, if you read through them, most of them aren't about killers. Most of them are about the manipulative type. The type that just live on every day. They're everyday citizens. Don't get into big trouble.
Okay, which books are these? Which books are these?
The psychopath books.
Okay.
By Robert D. Hare.
Is there a series of them?
He's the one that actually created the PCLR. It's the psychopathy checklist.
It's ironic that Ethan talks so much about how most of the books he reads are about manipulative people, and he starts to describe himself. He's been playing semantics and going down rabbit holes to avoid talking about the real issue, which is who killed his mother. Even at this point, Ethan is still trying to manipulate the officer and trying to take control of where this is going. However, the officer does a good job staying focused. Ethan's fascination with the criminal mind was of particular notice to his teachers. During one class, Ethan apparently expressed to his fellow students that he was having thoughts of killing. Chillingly, he went on, supposedly claiming that there would be times when the thought was so overwhelming that he was unable to sleep. Ethan reportedly mentioned that he doesn't feel love, or any emotion for that matter, and allegedly confided in 2 separate anonymous sources that he wanted to be a psychopath and a famous serial killer. In addition, he apparently spoke with one of his classmates, reportedly stating something along the lines of ripping her head off before supposedly laughing in her face.
American Psycho doesn't even have to do with real psychos. You know how false that is from how actual psychopaths are?
I don't never been on that side.
That guy is he's so perfect and so well mannered that it's impossible. Most psychopaths are impulsive. They don't respond well to irritability. This guy's too nice and acts good around people, and he's not as manipulative as an actual psychopath is. It's just a book.
It was almost as if he wanted to be exactly like Patrick Bateman. Ethan supposedly began to dress in business suits while carrying a briefcase, just as the fictional character does. But most perplexing was his shift in behavior, as his cold and callous demeanor was something that he wore almost as a badge of honor.
And she would be in tears and pretend that, that they had an altercation. Generally, it seemed like it was getting a lot of friends over, and she wouldn't allow it, and just normal stuff that I think that he could push her around and get away with it. I never had any problems like that. A week or so ago, he had kind of a blowout with my, and they've always got along all right, but that was the first time I was aware of seeing it firsthand. He exploded and she was like, get him out of here, take him home. And he said he was homicidal more than once. He had an altercation at school where he was brought to juvenile detention for hitting a kid or pushing a kid or something. And that still couldn't, at that time, he had said something like, well, I'll just act psychotic and they'll put me in a mountain. And so, more than once he's threatened or made comment about being committed.
According to police documents, Ethan apparently wished to be committed to a mental institution, but his request was never granted. Although it is unclear if he truly believed that he needed help.
She called me up frantic and said, you're going to have to come and get Ethan because I can't handle him. I'm afraid. I thought she should be over dramatic.
He's got a bag of Crown Royale. You got a Crown Royale bag? No, there's no shot. He's just hanging that up.
He's like, I'm afraid he's going to kill me in my sleep.
Despite Judy's fear, it seemed like no one was listening. However, the shocking information that Ethan is about to divulge will undeniably prove that she had good reason to live in constant fear.
You're a psychopath?
Do I think? Man, if I was a psychopath, I'd be truly impulsive. I don't get into fights often. I'm not having promiscuous sex. And on top of that, you can't diagnose someone under the age of 18 as a psychopath.
Is there anything else you want to tell me, Ethan? Anything you want to talk about?
Like what?
I'm asking you because I'm getting ready to walk out of here. So I'm giving you the opportunity to anything you want to ask me about today.
I do have to defecate.
I'll arrange for you to go to the restroom here in a second. Okay?
No, wait. Okay, so what happened? Okay, how long will I be more in here?
Ethan, I'll be honest with you, okay? You and your mother were in that home, okay?
I already know what you guys' opinion is.
And only you and your mother.
I already know what you guys' opinion is. I'm just asking. I didn't ask what your opinion was. I already know what it is.
What are you asking?
How long am I going to be here? And then where am I going from here?
Not much longer.
I'll
decide where you're going to go from here.
Huh?
And I'll decide where you're going to go from here.
Where's that?
Okay. Well, it's either going to be jail or I think you're going to jail. Okay?
Do I get my own cell?
You're not going to juvenile detention either.
No, do I get my own cell?
I don't know. I don't run the jail. Why do you need your own cell?
Well, no, I just like to be more alone and have to share it with some guy. I can actually get them sleep. I don't have my contacts case either.
Ethan doesn't seem to understand the magnitude of the harrowing situation at hand. His own mother is dead, but he simply doesn't care.
I've been nice, but, I can be mean too.
Don't want to be mean. You don't have to be mean.
No, I don't.
Where does that get you?
But why are you?
Why am I being mean? How am I being mean? I sent you to jail.
No,
killing your
I
mother.
didn't say. No, for even accusing me of that. Then telling me that I do these things, then telling me I'm a liar, and then also, you're telling bud. I can tell when people are mad. Telling tells a big thing.
Trust me, it's not personal, all right? You killed your mother. You'll say
tell me that.
Tell me the truth, and I can arrange for you to get your own cell. That I can promise you.
There is a law in a few states that is called the Hope of Benefit Clause. Basically, it says that a confession is inadmissible if it was induced by the remotest fear of injury. This is very rare, and it usually involves a statement made after the person is threatened to be physically harmed, or promise that they would receive a lesser sentence if they confess. In this case, Ethan asked for a private cell, and the officer said he would see what he could do. The officer also said, "Tell me the truth and I will give you the cell." However, it's important to remember that the Supreme Court has said that police can lie to suspects, and the officer could be lying. In this case, though, it's not coercion because Ethan said he would tell the truth if he got his own cell, and the officer knows that this is a juvenile case and because of the charges, would get his own cell anyway.
Basically, it's okay for cops to do anything. I mean, yeah, bro, cops are allowed to lie to you. I mean, if you decide to talk, that's on you. You know what I mean? You're not even supposed to put yourself in this scenario. 9 hours, 34 minutes ago, and 1 second ago, he could have said, I want a lawyer. I want an attorney present. I'm not talking to you. Boom. Done. Easy. Out of there. Hey, shout out to Hey It's That Dude 17 for the raid. What's up? What's up? I'm out here watching this crime right now. Well, I guess not crime right now, but this interrogation thing. It's only got like 15 minutes left in it. This dude is 100% guilty for killing his mom. 100%. 100%. 100%.
Sure, I guess I did.
I guess I did or I didn't?
Yeah, you did.
How did you do it?
I whacked him in the head.
Okay, how'd you whack her in the head?
Easily.
Okay, how easy was it? Alright.
Oh?
That's how easy it was.
Okay, tell me about it.
What do you want to know?
Start from what started it?
That's GG's. That's GG's. He's just out here admitting it now. He said, I did it. GG's. You're out of here.
I was up at night. I've been having muscle twitches. I tried to take calm myself down. It was just the calling. It was the growing inside me. I told my psychiatrist, my therapist, that this has been growing inside my full time. Hey, listen. Charlie, that's how it happened. It's a growing inside of me.
What's growing inside of you, Ethan?
Killing.
Killing?
A need for killing.
This is almost a direct quote from Patrick Bateman. It's growing inside of me, the need for killing.
And that fostered into you last night with pains in your body?
I don't know what happened. I don't know what it was. The pain in my body, I don't even know what the hell those were. They weren't even pains, they were just bloody aches. Made me off balance.
Okay, so what happened last night? Tell me.
Because I slept late. Couldn't sleep nothing. It just happened from there.
Mom do something to make you mad?
Nope.
So you whacked her with the weights where?
In the head.
How many times?
I didn't count.
Approximately. Yes.
I don't remember. She got me, it was either she was making noise or her brains was making noise.
Like what kind of noise?
Is a noise.
A hissing sound?
Kind of a hissing sound. I'm pretty sure it was the freaking brain. Or it's kind of, kind of thing.
Okay. Gurgling?
Kind of like that,
A gurgling and a hissing sound?
Yeah.
Okay. As you hit her with the weights?
No.
How hard did you hit her? Real hard?
She used just both hands.
Both hands on the end of the dumbbell?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't know how many times? Just real hard?
No. Yeah, I just whacked her. Yeah. I ended her in one shot to the side of the head. I wasn't sure if she was going to scream or not.
Okay. One wasn't good enough?
I guess not, because I wasn't sure if she was going to scream or not. I couldn't tell if she was alive or not. Making noises?
Sadly, Judy's worst fear came true, and worse. Ethan doesn't seem to have the least bit of remorse. In fact, it seems that he may have been planning the sickening act all along. Throughout the confessions, he's coming across as arrogant, defiant, and confrontational. But what he's not showing is emotion. Instead, it seems like he's telling this officer that he doesn't care at all, and in fact, he's proud of what he did.
Then I stabbed her.
With what?
A knife.
What knife?
Knife. Charlie, you give me something extra? If I tell you where it is?
What else can I give you, man?
The KFC. The KFC.
You want me to stand before? What, man? What else can I give you? I'm giving you your own cell, man.
So I'm
I'll have my boss call over there as soon as we're done here and make an arrangement for you to have your own cell.
All right. And do I have to? So I'm gonna have to go to court. Is this true?
Yeah, let's go to court. That's part of the system.
Charlie, I'm not already guilty.
Well, you still have to go to court and say whether you're guilty or not. I mean, come on, dude, you know.
Do I get some? Wait. Wait. I don't have no things. I ain't got no shavers. I don't have my deodorants or nothing.
We can get just personal body hygiene stuff.
Yeah, my personal body hygiene.
Your personal stuff?
Can you do that?
What kind of personal hygiene stuff? Come on, you.
Armani and Jean-Paul Gaultier. I use them everywhere.
Ethan was fantasizing about killing someone for quite some time. Authorities would eventually locate his school planner, where they found several drawings of women being horrifically tortured and murdered. In the right-hand corner of one of the pages was a chilling to-do list. It reads, 1. Kill everyone. 2. Cut them into pieces. 3. Fry organs like the heart and brain and see how it tastes. And 4. Heart is an okay organ to eat if fried. It seemed that Ethan wanted to do much more than just commit murder. This is almost identical to the American Psycho movie at the end when the secretary is looking through Bateman's planner.
You said you hit your mom twice with the dumbbell.
More than twice.
More than twice.
I don't know how many times. Okay. Then I stabbed her.
Less than 10? More than 10?
I don't know. Probably less than 10. I wouldn't have the strength in my body to just weren't up to that.
Okay.
She's still making noise. I stabbed her in the heart a couple of times.
With what?
The knife.
Which knife? The Winchester knife or a bigger knife?
Special knife.
Okay. What special knife? Where'd you get the special knife?
Yeah. My brother, when he moved into that new house, that house was owned by some crackhead. Those knives were just lying around. He didn't use those.
Okay.
I took that one from him because it was a special butterfly knife with a ring finger.
Okay.
Not many people have much of this. I know how to use a knife real well. But I couldn't get in the angle for the 3-shot kill.
What's a 3-shot kill? What are you talking about?
One right here. One right here. One right here. It's a 1, a 2, and a 3, and you're dead.
All in the same quick motion, 1, 2, 3. Yep. But you couldn't get that because of the way she was laying. How was she laying?
She's on her side.
Okay.
And she turned over. I thought I stabbed her in the heart because I was checking where my own heart was. And I thought I stabbed her in there. Still, there was hissing coming from there. Or gurgling, I don't know what the hell it was. So I stabbed her in the lungs. And I don't know, maybe I slit her throat.
Why would you stab her in the heart if you thought the heart tasted good? Wouldn't you, like, not stab the part you're trying to eat?
Before I stabbed her in the lungs. I can't remember. I think I stabbed her in the lungs and then slit her throat. A lot of stab wounds there. And they are more than just superficial.
Okay, they're real good deep stab wounds, what you're saying?
It's like, I've never seen actual skin be torn apart like that. It's like paper, but worse.
Worse?
Yeah. It's, clay kind of thing, you just spread it apart. That's how it is, kind of elastic. It's weird.
Yeah, you're weird.
Oh, no, I just went right in there. It just got through there. No problem.
No, pretty sharp butter knife.
Oh.
Or butter fly knife.
This thing's a monster. I had the glove over her mouth the whole time. Or what I thought was her mouth.
What glove?
A bloody one.
Not sure if you slit her throat?
I thought I did, but I wasn't sure, I tried to make the motion. It's harder than it looks.
Okay. Did you do anything else after that?
I think I whacked her once more time.
With the dumbbell?
Yeah.
How does the Winchester knife come into it?
It's just a root almost.
Okay. So that was just another knife stuck in there. Okay. Where's the butterfly knife?
Very close by. Very, very close by. So on your pass, there's another pass by the mall.
Okay.
There's a bridge that goes.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to hook it over a little fence. Didn't even make it over there.
Unfortunately, the butterfly knife used in the gruesome murder would never be found.
What'd you do with your clothes?
What clothes?
Clothes you were wearing when you did this.
They're still on.
Was it the same clothes?
Yeah.
How'd you get the blood off you?
There was no blood.
No blood at all on you?
Charlie, all got on my arms.
On your gloves?
Yeah, I made sure it didn't get all over. I mean, though there was some splatters, I got lucky.
What'd you do afterwards?
Afterwards what?
After you stabbed her and cleaned up?
Cleaned myself up. Put a blanket over, stuff over, fed the dog, cats, gave them their water, put them in that room, put the candle in there. Didn't find no money. She usually keeps in her purse if I can find that for. So, I just grabbed as many energy drinks I could, grabbed some of my medicine. Just got it all booted up, and walked.
Strangely, Ethan also scattered cat and dog food on Judy's bedroom floor before making his way to his father's house. Ethan murdered his mother in the late-night hours of Wednesday, January 24th, but he wouldn't arrive at his father's house until early the next day.
How do you feel about what you did, Ethan?
Nothing.
You don't feel nothing about it? Feel good about it?
I feel good about it. I told you, I don't feel nothing. I don't regret nothing. I already knew it was going to end this way. I had my guy send him a letter. I didn't know what the letter said. I was supposed to meet with him next week, Friday. Funny thing is, though, he's a psychiatrist at the jail.
Okay.
No, it's fair, huh? It's pretty funny, huh?
Kind of ironic.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, huh? I already told
That's definitely just like, he's like out here trying to admit to first degree, bro. Well, I guess. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Honestly, it was just always going down bad for him.
I've been having, these thoughts, been always there. 8th grade, always there. Always there, just growing inside. Just growing.
Since 8th grade.
Yeah. That's how it's always been. That's just life. I continue to ask him, can you give me something for impulses? Really, you could give me something. Really. Too little, too late,
Why your mom?
Closest person. I was thinking of going downtown and stabbing a couple of bums, too. They're worthless bums.
Had a higher chance of getting away with that.
They live on the street. Make up all these excuses for why they can't work. That shit.
This is another American Psycho movie reference. I thought of going downtown to stab a couple bums. The interrogation has revealed countless ways that Ethan is trying to be the same as Bateman. In the movie, Bateman kills without provocation and purpose. Ethan said that he wasn't provoked by and did not have a specific purpose for killing his mother. Throughout the movie, Bateman tells people of his homicidal thoughts, and Ethan shared his homicidal thoughts with many people as well. Bateman tells people in the movie that he is insane, and Ethan told friends and students he was a psychopath. Bateman states that something horrible is happening inside him and that he cannot explain it, and Ethan made eerily similar statements about something growing inside him and having feelings he cannot explain. After killing, Bateman changes the answering machine to reflect the victim being out of town. After killing, Ethan does the same thing to their
Yo, this dude's just a copycat, bro. Nah, he's just a copy. He's literally said, "Oh, I can't get influenced by other people. I'm street smart, homie." And now here we are.
answering machine. It's unclear if Ethan even knows which parts of himself are real and which are just trying to copy a fictional character.
Mom's the closest.
Yeah, she was there. I was just gonna leave, but she woke up and heard me leave because she wakes up quite easily. Then that would have been left with some plans. So, besides, I was gonna go kill a couple of bums anyway. Why not add to the list?
What, so she woke up and you were getting ready to leave? No.
No, she was asleep.
Or she would have woke up, so you're saying.
Yeah, probably.
Got ready to leave, so.
Probably. She probably would have woke up. I was thinking about that, and I was like, well,
Is this all after you're done watching TV?
No, I was trying to go to sleep.
In bed trying to sleep or on the chair trying to sleep?
In bed.
You don't feel bad about what you did at all? You're okay with it?
Buddy, there's things in life that most people don't understand. I wasn't meant to be born. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have even been around. I should have been in a hospital most of my life. Or at least a large part of it. How screwed up I was. It's just called luck. That's just how it is. All this God, this big thing. Ain't there. Ain't there. You either get lucky, or you don't. And get lucky.
Following the unbelievably shocking and callous confession, Ethan is placed under arrest and taken to jail. Consistent with what we've seen so far, in no way does he even show 1 ounce of regret for his monstrous actions. After taking a closer look into Ethan's home, a mountain of evidence was uncovered. In Ethan's bedroom were 2 toy figures, one of a man holding a chainsaw and a shotgun, while the second was none other than a replica of Patrick Bateman. They also discovered a rolled-up dollar bill with white residue next to his computer. In addition, they also found a blue American body armor ballistic vest in the living room. According to one of the reporting officers, he noted that from his training and experience, it's common behavior amongst many previous school shooters to have owned a vest of this type, while also murdering one or both parents. This discovery led authorities to believe that Ethan may have also been planning a school shooting. Not only that, but investigators located the many films and books that Ethan grew to love. Some of the most notable movies being that of American Psycho, Gacy, Ted Bundy, Dahmer, serial killers, natural-born killers, and The Shining. His book collection included many famous titles. Of course, American Psycho, but also Bad Men Do What Good Men Dream, The Psychopathic Mind, Snakes and Suits, and Forensics True Crime Scene Investigations. It's clear that American Psycho made the biggest impact on Ethan, and in the end, police shockingly found 25 different ways in which Ethan imitated the character Patrick Bateman. In addition to the previously mentioned similarities, Ethan would also share thoughts of committing a homicide. He would regularly control Judy. He idolized material possessions such as high-brand cologne and body wash. He apparently bragged about having meaningless intercourse. He expressed how he wanted to murder the homeless and how he believed that his friends are stupid. But most eerily of all, the teenager wanted to fulfill his disgusting desire to murder someone in cold blood, and he chose his own mother. In December of 2007, Ethan Wyndham was charged as an adult with first-degree murder. He eventually pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, in 2012, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that life sentences for juveniles were in violation of the Eighth Amendment, where cruel and unusual punishment is prohibited. As a result, in 2019, Ethan was resentenced to 26 years behind bars. He's already served 16. He will be eligible. An unusual punishment is prohibited. As a result, in 2019, Ethan was resentenced to 26 years behind bars. He's already served 16. He will be eligible for parole in 2033.
Huh. Well, I mean, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. 26 years? I mean, that dude is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That dude is kind of crazy. Hold on, I didn't even see. Let me see what the predictions went. Yes, no, yeah, 93% on yes. Yeah. That guy definitely did it. 100%. That guy was crazy. Eventually, he just came out and said, "Yep, that's me, guys. 100%." Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and I'm going to Alright, bet. I'm gonna make a PB&J. Oh wait, I just realized. Oh, the Twitch thing is behind me. Like the viewer count. Hold on, let me get rid of that. Okay. I didn't even realize that's all right now. Alright, I'm gonna turn on one of my own videos, go make a PB&J, eat it, and be right back. So I'll be back very shortly. I'm just gonna go eat real quick. Hello guys, it's DB Grinder here, back at it again with another video, and this time we have. Oh my gosh, wait, I'm way too fast on 1.25 times speed right there. Okay. Kevin Cater with 602 rating versus Mirage Knight with 305 rating. So it's going to be another high rated DB video. And hopping right in, we're going to see Mirage Knight win the rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And they will decide to go first, 40 versus 40. Gotta love to see it. I can't even take my hand off the mouse, otherwise it's going to fall. Then we have Arvata, Kieran, Talents, Wanted, Barong. They have Hydrant, Airlifter, Wanted, Imperm, and Extinguish. So they're going to go ahead, activate Wanted, go search out Black Witch, and then discard Extinguish, summon Black Witch effect, go set original, send Black Witch, bring out Hydrant, okay, Hydrant effect, go search out Turbulence, sure, we have Wanted draw at some point, we're going to go Airlifter effect, go grab out Emergency, and then we will link off, go up into a link Kuribo, then link those off, make an SP, banish, summon out Turbulence. I mean, let me think. So Black Witch, Hydrant, Airlifter, SP, Turb. Yeah, I guess it makes sense to go in the link Kuribo. We're playing into it either way. Turbulence effect. I mean, we can beat it anyways. But we're going to go ahead and set 4 from the deck. Emergency Trap, Alert Rescue, Emergency, summon out the Preventer, then send Preventer, Preventer effect, summon out Hydrant, and then Emergency set Extinguish. They said misclick. Okay, so they're going to go Alert, go grab out Impulse, and then link off up into an Appaloosa. Sure. And then go ahead, set Imperm Pass, so we just keep the original and stuff in graveyard for follow-ups, so that means, I don't know why we'd do that, we already have Hydrant in hand, they draw Wanted, I guess it's fine, we can send Hydrant, so that means we play 3 for sure. Wanted, grab Black Witch, and then main phase, we're gonna go normal summon out Arvata, and then rescue to summon back out the Preventer from the graveyard, sure. Extinguish on the Arvata. And then chain Kieran. So what's the point of wanting to even pop the Arvata, really. Okay, we're gonna Appaloosa to stop Kieran. They chain the Arvata, then we chain Impulse to go ahead and summon. And then they said, okay, so bring out Fire Engine, and then destroy Barong, summon out Kieran, extinguish, destroy the Arvata, and then, why is Kieran destroyed then? Because this will resolve. Okay. Then, because Arvata effect, I negated Appaloosa. Why is that in graveyard? Destroyed from Kieran. Oh, I see. Okay, so they will Appaloosa to stop Arvata, and then Kieran will summon out Arvata, and then pop. So pop the Fire Engine. Then they said, think what to destroy. Impulse in hand. No, I used Impulse. Wait. Okay. Okay. So card in hand is unknown. Yup. Talents take. Chain Emergency. Summon Turbulence. Send out the Preventer. And then take Turbulence. Preventer, summon back out Airlifter effects, search out Headquarters, sure. Summon Black Witch, send Wanted, no Black Witch effect. And then Battle Phase. So we don't use the effect of it. They're going to contain the Black Witch there. And then they're going to go Arvata, beat over Airlifter, main phase 2, go up into a Hida. And then Hida effect. Chain Appaloosa to stop that. Sure. Link off. Make Dark Charmer. Chain Imperm. Okay. So I mean, Rescuers did play a little bit weird there, but it works out anyways. So on to the next game. We will go ahead and we will see Kevin go first. We have Ponix, Black Witch, Skill Drain, Sanctuary, Imperm. They have Droll, Turbulence, Rhoda, Alert, Ash. You know, this is a great 2-card combo. Skill Drain plus Imperm. God, yes. Okay. Maybe decided, like, draw out of their deck or something. Because usually, like, Imperm's, like, a pretty easy side out going first. It's not really that good. Normal Ponix, effect, grab Skyburn. And then they're going to drop Droll, Sanctuary in the island, and then summon out Black Witch by sending Sanctuary. Doesn't activate in hand, by the way. Then Black Witch effect goes set Wanted, and then set Skill Drain, Imperm, Skyburn, pass. They draw Contain, and then activate Rhoda to go search out Airlifter. Normal Airlifter, they said think on the ad. Why would you Skill Drain now? You'd want them to summon Airlifter and activate the effect, right? Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't. Doesn't this actually play into more things? Because they could go like normal Airlifter effect and then chain Emergency, and you can't even like chain Imperm if you wanted to because the monster's already negated. So I don't see the point in that. Airlifter, Battle Phase, beat over Ponix. Maybe I'm just missing something. Nah, there's no shot. Draw Talent, Standby Phase, add back Ponix. And then main phase, Wanted go search. That's gonna grab out the Black Witch. Okay. Battle Phase, beat over Airlifter, main phase 2, Island, chain Ash. Also, why didn't we Island in main phase 1 to try to get more damage in? Because, you know, we could go, like, destroy, grab something out from deck. I guess it depends what we're going for. But now we're going to go Talents like a hand. They admit defeat. So, moving on into Game 3 now. We're going to go ahead and we will see Rescue Ace go first. We got Imperm, Snake Eye Ash, Talents, Lightning Storm, Island. They have Headquarters, Prosperity, Turbulence, Black Witch, and Original. So they're going to go discard Headquarters, summon Black Witch, effect, go set Wanted, Original, send Black Witch, and then bring out the Hydrant. Hydrant effect, chain Imperm on that, Pot of Prosperity, go banish, banish 6. And then, okay, they play Super Poly in their deck. Look at the top 6. We see Emergency Alert, Okay, so they're gonna grab the emergency there, you know, put back, draw, emergency, ash, hydrant, all that stuff back to the bottom. And then we're gonna link off hydrant into a link Karibo, banish, summon out turbulence, and then turbulence effect, turbulence, and then chain emergency. So summon hydrant, go ahead, set from the deck. Okay, I mean, like, sure. Yeah, I guess that would play into a lot of things, though. And also, yeah, that doesn't work like that either, because emergency stays face up on the field until the whole chain resolves. So turbulence can actually only set 3 there.
Guy?
So they also messed that up there. I feel like that was just... Alright. Alright. If y'all want to watch the rest of that, you know, you can go to the YouTube channel, because there's no shot I'm going to sit here and watch my own video. But, oh, wait. One sec. Hold on, y'all wanted to see the sandwich I made. So I took a picture of it. Hold on. Let me open up my profile. Okay, here we go. There we go. So, yeah, got a nice PB&J. You know, always a solid 10 out of 10. Always a solid 10 out of 10. Took me a second to realize it wasn't a slice of bread with a single dollop of peanut butter. Hey, I mean, you can see the peanut butter right there. It's not a crazy picture, okay? I'm not... what do you think I am, bro? You think I'm a picture taker, dog? I'm just out here. I made a PB&J. I took a quick picture of it. I slammed the PB&J, and I was out of there. Bruh, the jelly pimple is high art. Said me showing off my deck list. Nah, he got the little crust on top. No. I was gonna say, I didn't mean to do that either. That actually got jelly on my thumb. Oh, that was a little bit annoying. I was like, oh wow, now I gotta go wash my hands. Okay. But alright. We're done roasting my food, okay? It's a PB&J, man. It's a PB&J. It was good though. It was good. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. You can't even complain about a PB&J. PB&Js go crazy. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Oh, here's another one from them that we can watch. Another Explore With Us video. Okay. It looks solid. It looks insane. That's what it looks like. I'd rather have that than a steak, medium rare, cooked by Gordon Hamneys. God no. Oh God no. Alright, here we go. So we have sister loses it after discovering her brother's darkest secret.
You killed my mom.
What was the last time you showed your mom?
We just went to...
This was the exact moment that Kevin Davis's sister realized her own brother had done the unthinkable.
Someone just knocked on my door. He said he just murdered someone. I'm scared. I'd always loved my mother, I guess in the wrong sort of way. I'm a cruel, disgusting person.
Many documentaries and news sources haven't dared to disclose the brutal details of his crimes, when it isn't the murder itself that's the most gruesome thing about a case. You know you're dealing with an especially twisted individual, one who even left haunting notes behind for the police. On March 27, 2014, the executive director of Dueling Hospice, Celeste McGraw, received a call that made her uneasy. Her employee, Kimberly Hill, hadn't arrived at the nursing home where she was scheduled to care for patients that afternoon. Kimberly was noted to be a devoted, loving hospice nurse who would never abandon her patients and rarely missed work. Immediately, Celeste suspected something was deeply wrong. She dialed Kimberly's number, hoping to hear her voice on the other end, but the call went unanswered. When a fellow employee told Celeste that the police had called to see if Kimberly was at work during a wellness check of her, Celeste decided she couldn't anxiously wait by the phone for answers any longer. She and the director of patient care drove to Kimberly's home located at the Windrush Apartments in Corpus Christi, Texas, to try and get to the bottom of her unsettling and mysterious absence. But, to their horror, When they arrived at Kimberly's apartment, they found it awash in the red and blue lights of police cars outside the doors. Celeste pulled a police officer aside to ask questions, only to have them apologize and tell her that an incident had occurred, but they could not give further details at the time. Celeste had just spoken to Kimberly the day before on March 26th. Kimberly seemed to be in good spirits, and nothing was out of the ordinary. Now things were wildly different. The next day, Kimberly's 51st birthday was meant to be a day of celebration, a day to honor everything that Kimberly was, and indeed, there was a lot to honor. She was a devoted hospice worker and mother, and during the Gulf War, Kimberly was a Marine corporal who served as the only woman in her Saudi Arabian work sector. But instead of celebrating all that Kimberly was on that day, it will forever be marred by the horrific reality of what happened to her less than 48 hours before at the hands of a killer that no one could have ever suspected. The nightmarish, unbelievable story began around 10 a.m. on March 27th, just hours before Celeste even realized Kimberly was missing, when LaWanda and her husband Timothy were surprised by a knock at their door in Robstown, Texas, about 15 miles away from Kimberly's home in Corpus Christi. Usually, Timothy would have been at work by that time of the morning, but that day he decided to take time off and stay home. Had he not, LaWanda would have had to face the murderer on her front steps.
Wait, I wasn't trying to do that. Suspicious? I don't know. He decides to take off work that day, specifically? I don't know. Writing that down. Taking notes. Oh, what are we watching? It's called Sister Loses It After Discovering Her Brother's Darkest Secret. We're like 1 minute in. So it hasn't been much. They've just been like building the background story.
All alone. Outside, a young man stood on their front porch, looking calm but rather withdrawn and serious. Through a crack in the door, LaWanda asked what he needed. In response, he asked her to come closer. Not yet wholly alarmed, LaWanda opened the door. What he said next would change the peaceful day she had planned with Timothy entirely and chill her to the bone.
911, like, is there an emergency? Oh, yes, ma'am. Someone just knocked on my door. He's here at my door right now, and he wanted me to call 911 because he said he just murdered someone. Okay, and he's there right now? Yes, ma'am, and I'm scared. And he said he murdered someone? Yes. Okay, is there any way that maybe I can speak to him? Would you like to talk to 911 on the phone?
Hello?
So what's going on, sir?
Oh, as I said, I've murdered someone, actually.
After being asked for details about the murder, the man nonchalantly told Timothy that he had killed Kimberly Hill with a hammer. Timothy asked why, to which the man would only eerily respond with lots of reasons. The man refused eye contact with both Timothy and LaWanda and fixed his gaze on the road throughout their interaction. Police took quite some time to arrive, so long in fact that LaWanda called the police a second time, asking when they would arrive. While they anxiously waited,
Like, what? Like, what are you doing that's more important than that? That's what I want to know. Like, what are you doing that's possibly more important than that? Literally nothing.
Sure of who exactly was standing at their doorstep, LaWanda offered the man a drink. In response, he told the couple that their kindness made him nervous because, according to him, no one had ever been nice to him before. When the police finally did arrive, the young man put his hands up, surrendering. He confessed once more to the deputy on the scene that he had murdered Kimberly with a hammer. Of course, that wasn't even half of the horrific truth of what he did. With his confession, the police took him in for questioning. Soon after, they reported to Kimberly Hill's apartment. They found the door locked, so they contacted a maintenance person to give them a key that would give them access to the apartment. What awaited the police behind the locked door would not only horrify them, it would weave a tale so tragic, so unbelievable, that it would appear like something straight out of a horror movie. Upon entering the home a little after 10 a.m. on the 27th, police were instantly met with a disturbing scene. The couch in the living room appeared to be covered in evidence of a sickening event. Next to it, some of Kimberly's blood-stained clothes lay in a pile. A trail of the red substance and what appeared to be drag marks led from the couch all the way down the hallway, one that was adorned with family photos of the smiling, happy family. The trail led into the bedroom, where officers found the body of Kimberly Hill on the bed. She had 18 lacerations to the head. Beside Kimberly on the carpet was a hammer, also covered in red, consistent with the young man's story. But that wasn't the only weapon found at the scene. Police also discovered a knife on the couch where the initial attack looked to have taken place. In the bathroom, police discovered what appeared to be the young man's clothes in a heap next to the bath. His shoes were covered in long blonde hair that looked to be Kimberly's. The socks in his pants were speckled with red. Along with all of this, there was a smear in the bath as if someone had tried to wash off there. Woven throughout the cozy family home-turned-crime scene, the police found that the murderer had not only left evidence of the brutal attack, but also taunting notes seemingly addressed to police and to the innocent people who lived inside the home. One was addressed to Desiree, Kimberly's daughter. The twisted letter had been purposely left on top of the trail by the couch. Its demented message read, "Don't lose your head. She may yet live, although I doubt it. Hurry, Desiree. Sincerely, your brother." The person whom police already had in custody, the young man.
That's crazy. So do we even gamble on this one? Nah, dude. There's just no shot.
Who had confessed to murdering Kimberly with a hammer was none other than her 18-year-old son, Kevin Jazrael Davis. And not only had he murdered his mother, but he left the cruel note taunting his half-sister. At the time of the murder, Desiree lived in a separate apartment in Corpus Christi with her boyfriend. After the discovery of her mother's body, Desiree came to speak with police. Her boyfriend was also present, though off-screen, for most of the interview. The following interrogations have been analyzed by a qualified team, including an individual with a master's of social work, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a licensed professional counselor.
Do I have peanut butter on my face right now? I might have had some of that PB&J on me. I'm not even gonna lie.
I'm sorry, I heard that, sorry.
Hi.
Sorry. Okay. We're working on case right now. Okay, about your brothers.
You killed my mom.
What was the last time you killed your mom?
I just went to...
Understandably, Desiree is heartbroken after finding out that her half-brother killed her mother. It's hard to imagine the pain she's experiencing, and even with that, she's able to compose herself as police begin to question her about her brother.
Where I'm coming from. Oh, he's on the phone? He's a police officer in New Jersey also.
Okay.
Talked to me last night.
For what time?
She told me we kind of got in a fight, and he was just being disrespectful. I'm just saying real hurtful things. She called me. She said she called me when she felt stronger.
Okay.
And
Who got in a fight with you?
Kevin. Kevin was just being disrespectful or something, and it was something as simple as like this commercial came on for like eHarmony or some dating site or something, and he just out of the blue said, "Yeah, Mom, you gave up on love," and she said, "No, Kevin, I didn't give up on love, but even if I wanted to find love and I couldn't and have anybody over because you're here." And I mean, that's my mom. Really, she loves this kid. You know, she was just. It's not like they had a horrible like relationship. He just.
Mm-hmm.
He really. I can't think right now. He really had social issues. He was kind of born just different. Like, he had severe ADHD. He really doesn't have any friends. His dad is no good, you know. He came to live with me for a little bit, and she wanted him back, you know, for one last chance. Like, we can make this right to start going to school and stuff. And she just bought him a $100 jacket that she knew he'd just throw on the floor just because she thought he'd like it, you know. She cared about him. She didn't just... my mom's not cruel, you know. He would pop off at the mouth and tell her crazy stuff, you know, like, you know, you bad bitch, stuff like that. And she would just, like, let it eat her alive, you know. Like, yesterday she was just really upset. And I was just trying to calm her down. And she said, yeah, you know.
Right. When's the last time you saw Kevin?
Picture your face right now. The last time I saw Kevin is when we went out to eat. And her and my brother picked me up. And,
What day was that?
I don't know, I have to look back on my phone or something.
But was he acting just like that was that, or was he acting different?
He was acting normal. I'm pretty sure that this is just a spur of the moment.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna say that once she sees like the notes that were left behind for him, because there's no way that's a spur of the moment thing.
Right.
Type of thing.
He's always had a few issues?
Yeah. Like when he was little, out of nowhere, like he would just draw shit that was bad. People getting shot, stuff like that for no reason.
Has he ever threatened to kill you or your mom?
Never. No, never.
Well, we're gonna tell you this. We haven't told anybody else, but he wrote some notes before he did what he did.
Oh,
we were
wow.
worried about you because
you were on the list.
The note that police are referring to here is one of the many that Kevin arranged at the crime scene. Left on his desk, this note detailed his step-by-step plan for murdering not just his mother, but his sister, too. The disturbing plan read, kill mother with garrote. Afterwards, prepare to leave for good, tie up any loose ends. Buy axe from hardware store. Return ASAP and wait until nightfall. Go to Sis's apartment and kill her, anyone else in the way. Leave for the Greyhound bus ASAP. Pack lightly. Laptop and bag. Carry on. Then, in big celebratory letters, he wrote and underlined a single word. Victory.
He was planning on killing your mom and killing you, and then leaving town.
Crazy.
He was out here trying to hit a victory royale on his family. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's not. He admits it's not crazy. He admits it. You know, it was a fantasy. Got issues.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's got issues. That's what he says.
Holy.
No, you were on the list.
In less than 15 minutes, the detective has pointed out to Desiree twice that she was on the list. It's possible that he's emphasizing this to dislodge any remaining familial loyalty she may feel toward her brother. This may encourage her to be completely honest with him about any warning signs Kevin displayed, or any problems he had in his relationship with his mother.
That's why I was worried about you. I wanted to make sure you were okay. And he said he hadn't hurt you yet.
No.
Yes.
My mom did not deserve this.
No.
I was telling her last night, you don't deserve this, you don't deserve this. And she was just like, yeah, I don't. I really don't.
Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to give the medical examiner your information. Okay? And what you need to do now is...
Yes, I look her.
Yeah, how much family...
My mom.
This is it.
Yeah, this was my family. It was my mom
You need to
and my
do
brother here.
anything you want to ask for us. Which is maybe we may have an answer if you want. How is he?
No, I don't want to hear that right now. Really?
All that matters right now is he's expired.
I'm pretty sure he probably put it in the worst way with a hammer. He stabbed her to death or something.
Desiree's comment here about how Kevin probably did it in the worst way is unsettling and unexpected. She claimed that she never saw Kevin being physical toward their mother, which makes it surprising that she is so certain that he was unusually cruel or violent in the way he killed her. It's likely that Kevin exhibited behaviors beyond verbal abuse that made Desiree believe he was capable of violence.
How was my brother during all this? Was he just straight-faced?
Yes. He's here in another room. Okay. He has to do anything. So he admits to it. He's got no bones about it.
I can't believe it. I guess they're gonna find out now, right? How she died or whatever.
If you're ready for it, I'll tell you. If you're ready for it. If not, we can hold on.
I gotta just like get it out. I can't just draw this out, you know.
You need it.
All right.
It's all right now. That's all we have.
That's so. That's worse than stabbing. That's worse than.
Well,
Oh my God.
yeah, he did.
Did you say how he was gonna kill me?
Huh?
Did you say how he was gonna kill me in the letter?
Probably the same way as her.
No.
Well, he
Can I see a face?
He had you in your list.
Can I see a face?
No.
Keep in mind that Kevin would sometimes stay at Desiree's apartment, which made the news of this plan all the more disturbing. Following this, the detective takes Desiree across the hall to fill out forms for the funeral and identification. Desiree's interview painted a helpful, though grim, picture for the police of Kevin's relationship with his mother. It seemed that Kevin had gotten into an argument with her prior to murdering her, and that he'd been acting cruelly toward her for some time. Even so, it was clear to the detectives that because Kevin had absolutely no prior history of criminal violence that anyone was aware of, Desiree never could have expected that Kevin was capable of gruesomely murdering their mother, and planning to do the same to her. As Kevin waits in the room for detectives to arrive, he sits almost motionless for a full minute. The officer in the blue shirt presents Kevin with his written Miranda rights and walks him through them, having him sign the document to ensure he understands what is about to take place. Though it would seem like the killer confessing and writing his plan out on a piece of paper would give the police all the information they needed, the crime scene and confession brought about more questions than answers. Fortunately, law enforcement wouldn't have to dig to get the details of what happened the night that Kimberly was killed. He confessed to every minute detail of his heinous crime.
And earlier, you talked to some people, you want to get some stuff off your chest. We're here to listen to you. Why are you here? What happened? Tell us what happened.
Well, has anybody gone to the house yet? Do you really?
We have, but we want to hear it from you. Or we have an idea. You're the only one that can tell us. Start at the beginning, man. What caused all this?
I'm bored with life. I don't like life. I don't like people. I don't like living, basically.
Kevin's comment is a clear red flag for other mental health disorders as well, such as antisocial personality disorder. Those with extreme antisocial personality disorder may be classified as psychopaths. Psychopathy is associated with abnormalities in the brain's reward systems, including the prefrontal cortex and the limbic system. These regions play a crucial role in experiencing pleasure and motivation. Psychopaths may have a reduced sensitivity to reward, leading to a diminished ability to experience pleasure from ordinary or mundane activities. As a result, They may seek out intense or risky experiences to compensate for this deficit. They also tend to have difficulties with emotional processing and empathy. The emotional circuits in their brains leave them with a reduced capacity to experience emotions on any deep level. This blunted emotional experience may also contribute to their constant search for stimulation and excitement in order to garner an emotional response. But it's not just the diminished ability to experience positive emotions that lead to these risk-seeking behaviors. Psychopaths often exhibit reduced fear and anxiety responses compared to the general population. Research suggests that this could be due to differences in the amygdala, a brain region involved in processing emotions and detecting threats. This diminished fear response may contribute to their willingness to engage in high-risk activities that would normally elicit anxiety in others.
There's really nothing anything to...
He just said so many words, I couldn't even keep up. So this dude's crazy. And he don't think like a normal person. There we go. Yeah. He said, you getting any of this? Bro, there was so much said. There was like a minute and a half of just knowledge.
Pressing about it. It is what it is. And so, I wrote the note.
The note that Kevin is referring to here was one of the most disturbing to be found at the crime scene. This note, titled a life resignation notice, soon after finishing the note, Kevin flipped the page over and wrote out the murder plan referenced earlier. The life resignation notice is dated March 26, 2014 at 6:51 p.m. and reads as follows. I had a change of heart. I said I was going to do it, and so now I need to stick to my word. I'm a man after all, albeit a hilarious one. Too much damn work, so many obligations. Seriously, people. But most of all, me. By the way, I've always fantasized about murdering you too. It's kind of funny how you never really know someone, not even your own son or brother. Sorry for the bathroom mess, Mother. Good luck recovering from the shock, you two. Sincerely, or not, Kevin Jazriel Davis.
Yo. That was wild. He wanted to do that to his own mom?
P.S. I killed that stupid gray cat because I was bored one day.
Hey, yo, chill. Come on now. Ain't no need for all that.
Sorry.
I did.
When did you write the note?
Around 6-ish, 7-ish.
Today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
Okay. That's on the afternoon or morning?
Afternoon.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then...
She get upset with you?
Well, no, actually. I mulled it over. And then on a whim, actually, I turned it over, wrote a plan to kill both my mother and my sister, quite frankly. That's always been a thing of mine.
Is it like a fantasy thing?
It is, actually. So, that didn't happen. The best laid plans never work out, apparently, or at least the one scribbled on a piece of paper. Because she had decided she was sick of this stuff. She was going to go send me to my sister again. And so I kind of leapt off in a fury and just did it right then and there.
Okay. You did what?
Well, I tried to her with a cord, ripped cord from a video game console controller. That didn't work, huh?
What was inside of your brother's finger?
She was sitting on the couch watching TV.
Okay.
That didn't work out too well. She started screaming, and so I went to her room, opened a drawer at the very bottom to the right. I pulled out a hammer. I went back in the living room, and well, you kind of get the gist from there. And she was out pretty quickly. Kind of tried to play dead at first, but then I finished it.
So you hit her with a hammer when she was sitting in the sofa in the living room?
No. First, I tried to strangle her, and that didn't work. So I grabbed the cord, so I raced back into her room, grabbed the hammer, came back out, and then did it.
How many times did you hit with a hammer in the living room?
At least 20.
Kevin reported that his mother was out pretty quickly after he hit her with the hammer, yet he also admitted that he hit her at least 20 times. This is what is referred to as overkill. This may be indicative of pent-up rage. Although cases of a child killing a parent are rare, the use of overkill in those cases is common.
Then she was still alive. I dragged her into the room, as you probably clearly saw.
Did you use a knife on her?
Actually, I was going to, but no, I didn't get to do that.
I guess you never got to stab her with a knife?
No.
It was all with the hammer?
It was all the hammer in my hand.
Where did you hit her with the hammer?
The head.
All in the head area?
All in the head, I believe. I may have gotten her hand because she was covering herself.
Okay. Is this in the front or the back of the head?
Top, back, mainly. No, actually, the entrance wound is around yonder somewhere here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I lost into a corpse.
Okay.
Huh? Yeah. You can't just throw that in there, bro. That's such a crazy...
Did you change in the bathroom? Did you?
I did. I took a bath before then. I really, well, that's a little personal, but yeah, I needed to clean it off, and so, and then I changed, yeah.
Okay. How about your sister? What's your sister's name?
Desiree Hill.
Is she okay?
She is okay, yeah.
Okay. Where does she live?
At an apartment actually very near here. That big kind of Hispanic thing, like Spanish-looking building.
Mm-hmm.
It's an old apartment complex with a code.
Was it a fantasy of yours to kill her as well?
It
and
was.
Did you write down that on your note?
Oh, I did, actually, but I decided against it because, well, I'd had my fill of killing. It seemed a little much.
Mm-hmm.
A little too excessive, yeah.
Kevin stating that he had his fill of killing indicates that the murder and assault of his mother may have actually had some sort of emotional effect on him. However, it's possible that his lack of empathy and emotional detachment makes it challenging for him to describe the nature of the effect. Some studies of psychopathy suggest that rather significant events, such as death, allow psychopaths to feel an emotional high. For now, his need to experience an emotional high seems to have been met, but something he says later indicates that he's insightful enough to realize that high will soon fade.
So what's this video called? It's called Sister Loses It After Discovering Her Brother's Darkest Secret.
So after you went in and you killed her, then you took her clothes off, or what? Or was she already...
I actually had to drag her by her clothes to get her in there. It was very laborious, actually.
She's a pretty big woman, she's heavy.
Yeah.
Hey, she's your natural mother? Biological mother?
Yeah, actually she is my natural mother.
Okay, great. What kind of thrill did you get?
I'd always loved my mother, I guess in the wrong sort of way, but a kind of love, I guess. Maybe some rage. Maybe just a little.
Kevin referring to his rage and then diminishing it by saying maybe just a little in such a calm way is indicative of the inner turmoil he was experiencing and his struggle to express his emotions clearly.
Yeah.
All right. Have you killed anybody else before?
I have not.
You just fantasized about it?
I just fancy, yeah.
How long have you had this thought for you in?
It's around my preteens, actually. Yeah.
You ever seek any kind of medical attention, psychological? You feel like you can cope with that?
Nope, I never really seeked help, actually. I just accepted it as a part of me. I wasn't really ashamed of it. It just was what it was.
What kind of... Well, let's talk about the notes that you wrote.
Just is what it is. It is what it is.
How many notes did you write?
3.
3. There was one in the living room.
Yeah.
That one was addressed to who?
Desiree, my sister. Because I knew she's a good girl, but rather sensitive. I knew she would lose her head if she kind of saw that.
You remember what the note said?
Keep your head. Hurry. She might still be alive, although I highly doubt it in parentheses. Something along those lines, yeah.
But when you wrote the note, you knew your mom was already dead?
Oh, yeah, I knew it. And, you know,
you were just messing with Desiree by writing that she might still be alive?
Yeah, my sick sense of humor. Okay. I was pretty well off my rocker by then.
All right. And then there's a second note in your mom's bedroom. What did that one say? Do you remember?
Chase me.
Was that addressed to the police or to who?
I was in a very playful mood at the time.
Okay.
I just wanted to run. Just wanted to see how far I could get. But...
Yeah. So what, your plan was to leave town? Or what, according to one of the notes that you wrote?
Oh, yeah. The Greyhound bus. I was going to try to get out of the state or anything, really.
But I guess something else happened. You ended up at somebody's house?
No, actually. I told you my plan was foiled because she talked to me. She said my sister's going to come pick me up now, like in a few minutes. Go over to her, and that's when I said it's time to act. Now or never.
I see.
I just went over to their house to use their phone, and then I was using their phone, so I thought I might as well tell them when they asked me questions. I mean, they had questions on using their phone.
Where was this at? Where did you end up at?
Ultimately, I ended up in the backwoods of a ditch.
Here in town or out of town?
Robstown.
In Robstown. How'd you get over there?
In Corpus Christi, I biked halfway, and then I got to the train tracks, and then I ditched the bike in the thick woods, and then from the train tracks, I just walked.
To Robstown?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you came up to was it like the first house that you saw, or how did you go to this house to ask to use the phone?
Initially, my plan was just to run as far as I can, but then I ended up crying my eyes out in like the thick woods, like, what did I do? And I realized, you don't know what you lost till you've already lost it.
Kevin's decision to run away was likely an impulsive act. After the adrenaline wore off from the murder and the physical exhaustion set in from biking into the woods, it's possible he realized that he didn't actually have a real plan in place to sustain himself for a life on the run. His comment about not knowing what you have until you've lost it is a common phrase used in grief, though here his lack of emotion indicates that he may not be grieving his mother, but grieving what she's provided for him. He was presumably dependent on his mother financially, so with her gone, he may have realized that Jill didn't look too bad compared to living on the streets or hiding in the woods. He'd already expressed interest in ending his life, so the death penalty may not have been a deterrent for him turning himself in.
What brings you here other than your life? You just give up on life now and you need to tell somebody what happened, basically, right?
I guess, yeah.
Your inside is you want to do one thing, but your inside tells you more like your heart, right? Talking out of your heart. You feel sorry you did this to your mom?
In a way, yes, but I wouldn't take back what I did. It's strange, really. I did love her. In a way.
Has she been mean to me?
Oh, no, she's been the best mother.
Okay, so there's nothing that she did?
Oh, absolutely nothing, no.
If I was to ask you, what did she do to deserve this, what would you answer?
Absolutely nothing. I'm a terrible, disgusting person, yeah, basically.
How'd you come up with the idea to kill her?
How did I come up with it?
Yeah, was it?
It's been a developing idea in my brain.
After this, the detective asks if books, movies, or video games sparked the idea. Kevin says that the media he consumed asks if books, movies, or...
It's a Pokemon movie, bro. There ain't no way he got this idea from a Pokemon movie.
Or video games sparked the idea. Kevin says that the media he consumed didn't plant the seed, but it did egg him on.
I'm just interested because it's something unusual and you're here telling us about it and you appear to be a nice guy. You appear to be a good guy. You're not yelling and screaming at us.
You're very rational.
You're very rational. You're a pretty good guy. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's all.
No, bro, Pokemon taught me 10 times 10 is 100. That's what Pokemon taught me when I was a kid. That's how I learned that. Nothing like that.
Well, despite how I ended her life, I'm kind of more fascinated by the more artistic ways of murder, in a meticulous manner. I mean, such care, such love.
Where did the hammer come from that you used?
From her drawer.
Okay. And then after you killed her, you just left it there, the hammer?
I did.
Yes, that's the one you used?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there was some blood in the knife, but you said you never used it? I guess just blood just from where you grabbed it around the...
Yeah, actually, I used the knife in the living room, and then didn't I take it with me?
Explain to her how you grabbed her so that you wouldn't leave such a mess in the carpet.
That...
Did you carry her from underneath the arms and just drag her, or how did you drag her?
It was very sloppy, actually. Yeah. I kind of just winged it. I dragged her from her shirt. I dragged her by her legs. I dragged her by any way I kind of felt.
Okay.
I don't really exert physical labor, too, so I'm not a very strong person.
Should be there, all right.
Yeah.
You have your own bedroom there?
I do.
Okay. All right. So the note where you wrote the plan that you were going to leave town and kill your mom, kill your sister, that was the one that we found there. We found it in one of the bedrooms. Not where your mom was, but the other one. That was your room?
Yeah.
Two-bedroom?
The big, blank, sloppy looking, yeah.
Okay. But your sister didn't live with you guys?
She did.
Did you ever tell anybody else what your plans were? That, what you wanted to do, your mom or your sister?
No, but over the years, there were since. As a younger boy, I was a lot dumber, a lot more angsty, I said things, but I guess they basically brushed it off. I guess the hints were everywhere, but they're my family. Family looks past that kind of stuff, or they try to not look at it.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, what do you consider yourself? I'm going to use a dirty word, okay, but I don't mean to insult you, okay? Do you consider you mentally disturbed? Do you consider yourself crazy? What do you consider yourself, any of those? Or do you think you're okay? You just got some bad thoughts?
I'm not mentally disturbed. I mean, I'm sane. I know exactly what I did. I know that it's wrong, in the traditional sense of wrong.
Well,
it was just a fantasy you had. You had to carry it out.
Yeah.
That's it.
Do you still feel like you're done with your mom? Do you still feel like you want to keep on killing?
I came here to pay for my crimes, so I guess I should continue with the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Truthfully.
Yes, definitely.
I would kill again.
Mm-hmm.
How about us?
Oh, no, rather, men aren't my thing, actually.
Women?
Yeah.
Okay. You have a girlfriend?
I don't. I've never had a girlfriend.
I tell you what, give me your fancy. What would your fancy killing would be? Your ace killing, what would that be?
This is a little peculiar on camera. Okay,
I'm not surprised at what I'm going to hear, but you tell me.
Maybe dressing up in a nice suit, sneaking into her house, disabling her boyfriend. I'd bring a pretty dress with me to dress her up in.
Oh, sorry. I just gotta listen to this one more time.
This is a little peculiar on camera. Okay,
I'm not surprised. surprised at what I'm going to hear, but you tell me.
Maybe dressing up in a nice suit, sneaking into her house, disabling her boyfriend. You know, yeah, I'd bring a pretty dress with me to dress her up in. I was always into, but after that last blunder, I guess maybe something big and sharp would be more along my thing. I prefer my women dead. I'd dress her up, I'd stitch her up, then I'd go to town, and it would be a night to remember. And then I'd kind of just burn everything and run for the hills.
So before that, you had never had.
He said, "I prefer my women dead." That's crazy.
Well,
obviously
Kevin
the
takes a
answer's
long
no.
pause here to decide how much he wants to reveal to the detectives. What he's about to disclose to them takes his sickness to another level. And yet he remains nonchalant as he tells them the horrifying truth.
I guess since I'm being quiet about it, I might as well tell you now. Yeah, it's on the note too, the PS part. We used to have a gray cat named Claire. Body's a body in the end. Piece of meat. I guess it's harsh to say, but...
Kevin disclosing that he sees a body as nothing but a piece of meat.
No, not the cat, bro.
Makes the probability that he has antisocial personality disorder highly likely because of his flagrant disregard for all life.
But no, I don't necessarily mind. I'll face the music. Whatever happens, happens. Yeah. There's not a happy ending for me.
Tell me, what do you think should happen to you? What do you think your punishment should be?
Whatever the judge, the people, jury deems fit. I can rot, I can suffer for years, or I can be given the death penalty, whatever they think is for me.
What do you think you deserve? Kill your mom.
I deserve to rot and suffer. I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, I want to give you some options here.
It is what it is.
10 years probation, 20 years in the pen, 100 years in the pen. What do you prefer from those series?
100.
The maximum.
I suppose. I mean,
I admire your mind, man. You don't sit here and try to baby yourself to death.
Came here to face the music, I guess. Gotta.
Yeah, right.
It is.
Thank you, brother, man.
Thank you, brother, man.
Anything else you want to add about what happened that's important that we should know?
Not really. I'm interested in other colorful details.
Have you ever heard your sister?
No, I haven't.
No. Anybody else?
No.
This is the first time you're saying that, that you killed somebody?
Yeah.
A person, not an animal?
Yes.
Do you want to know what's going to happen to you now?
Oh, sure.
Okay, very simple. You're going to be booked 15 years at the county. It's pretty particular city vicinity. You charged with murder. Then you will be transferred over to the county, where, of course, you'll go to the county jail. They'll set a bond for you and everything else, and if you can afford to get out of jail, then so be it. And if you can't, sit there until your trial. And there may not be too proud of you.
Oh, of course. I don't expect people to think very highly of me after this.
Hey, like I said, I admire you for your honesty. You were honest with us. You didn't try to...
Following Kevin's confession in his interview, he was arrested. Though at first he pleaded not guilty to murdering his mother just as his trial began, he entered a guilty plea. According to his attorney, he was offered a sentence of 60 years in prison, but Kevin refused. Perhaps it's because he truly thought he deserved more time, or maybe it's because, for some deeply misguided reason, he thought he was going to escape the charges altogether. At the trial, the jury was shown Kevin's interview in its entirety, and also heard some additional details. It's no surprise that after that, it only took the jury an hour to deliberate and find him guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison, and at the time of this video's posting, he resides at the John Montford Psychiatric Unit in Lubbock, Texas. It's unknown if he received a mental health diagnosis sometime after his arrest, but his placement in the psychiatric facility makes that seem likely.
That was crazy. That was crazy. That dude did a lot of messed up stuff. It got worse and worse. You know, honestly, killing his mom was like, not even, I mean, that's probably the worst thing he did, but like, you know, there's other things he did that were up there. That was crazy. But, alright, I'm going to hop off stream now. I gotta make some pasta. Yes, sir. Hold on. Let me find... Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna read this guy. I know he's not playing YuGiOh right now, but he usually plays YuGiOh. Let's see, raid. So, alright, see ya. Enjoy the pasta? Yeah. Nah, the murder was the easy bit to stomach. Yeah. It's crazy to even say that, but yeah, literally. It was like the easy part. Oh, okay. Alright. Oh, I didn't even realize I'm not following him. Okay. I'm gonna follow him. I didn't realize I wasn't following. Okay. Doop. But, alright. Oh, wait. Accidentally full screen. Alright. I'll see y'all probably tomorrow. Peace! See ya. And then, let me know if the audio sounds good. It should sound good, but let me know if it does or not.
Did you want to comment at all?
No, thank you.
No?
A painful and devastating journey for justice for the victims' families. Crown argued the killer should not be allowed to apply for
This dude's got a big forehead.
parole for 50 years.
On September 27th, 2017, in the city of Vancouver, Canada, Diana Ma Jones and Richard Jones, a couple going about their routine at home, were about to face a nightmare they could never have imagined. What initially seemed like a home invasion and robbery spiraled into a brutal double murder that sent shockwaves through the community. Surprisingly, most of the murder weapons were carelessly left behind, and soon it became clear that the evidence and crucial clues all pointed to one individual, Rocky Rambo Wei Nam Kam, a 25-year-old man who had planned the crime meticulously. He also had a clean record, was never involved with the police, and showed no—
Alright, I feel like I gotta say it. That's a really long name. Like, that's like 5 names in one.
no obvious signs that would lead to such an atrocity. Weeks after the tragic incident and a thorough investigation, the main suspect, Rocky, was arrested and brought into the interrogation room. Despite the overwhelming evidence pointing towards Rocky as the perpetrator, the detective is determined to uncover motives and possibly get a confession regarding the killings.
Hey there. How are you?
Good.
I'm Sergeant Leah Terpsma. It's good to meet you. How are you today? I guess you've had better days.
Yeah, honestly, they kind of set him up for that, naming him Rocky Rambo. Not gonna lie, they kind of set him up for this life.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Well, you're Rocky, are you? What should I call you? Is that the name you like?
Rocky.
Yeah, okay, I'll call you that. Call me Leah, of course. I've come in to talk to you about what's going on, because I'm sure you're wondering what's happening. And there's a lot happening, of course, in an investigation like this. Pretty often there's a lot of people that we need to talk to. Yeah, make sure you let me know, Rocky, if there's anything you need for your comfort today. So I'm going to get some sandwiches going. So do you have any understanding of why you're here today?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's your understanding of the reason you're here today?
They said I'm under arrest for 2 counts of murder.
Yeah, do you know anything about that?
The name of it.
Do you know those people? No, you don't know them. Okay, good. What kind of work do you do?
I know specific job that I know. And this one I don't know.
You don't know? You're still searching?
What? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? He said, yeah, I don't have a job, but I don't know. I don't know.
I'm willing to do many things, but not much I can do.
Normally what?
Not much I can do.
How come? Because I
I
think
was studying.
Simon told me that you also had been educated in, was it economics?
Yep.
What kind of job would that give you?
Working bank, companies.
Oh.
Yeah.
The detective begins by asking personal questions that might not directly relate to the case. Rocky introduces himself and explains that he was born in Hong Kong, moved to Alberta, then to Calgary for studies, and eventually settled in Vancouver for work. Rocky's relationship
I thought this was Canada. I didn't want to say it, but that girl that the interrogator sounded Canadian.
with his family appears average. Although not much is publicly known, theories suggest that Diana Ma Jones, one of the victims, resembled his own mother, possibly playing a role in the tragic and brutal act.
So where did you go to school?
You mean university? Calgary?
Was it hard?
No. It's too easy.
Too easy? So you're pretty smart?
No.
So, it was easy for you, but you're not smart.
Man, those sandwiches are looking so good right now. Oh my god. I'll confess to it. Give me some sandwiches, bro.
It's just easy in the university, maybe.
How are you doing? How are you feeling these days?
Right now, not so good.
No. How are you sleeping at night? How are you sleeping at night?
Can't tell me that's not Canadian. Come on. A little bit. A little bit.
Like what?
Oh, it's so good.
Nothing special.
Oh, the crunch.
Is anyone gonna miss you? Is anyone gonna miss you? Do you have a woman on the go or a
No.
You can't tell me she does not sound Canadian. Come on.
partner on the go?
No.
On the go?
One thing you should know, Rocky, is that I'm not here to hold you. I'm here to make sure that if you have something to say about this, whether it's to tell me that you didn't have anything to do with it, I'm here to receive that information from you.
Yeah, but
Whatever
even
it is.
if I tell you that, you wouldn't release me because of that. I want to play video games, but, well, that's not much of a choice.
No, we don't have a lot of video games, Rocky. That's true.
Rocky's remark about preferring video games during his interrogation might seem lighthearted, but it carries a much deeper meaning. While Rocky graduated college with ease, he wasn't as motivated to find a job. Instead, his true passion was playing video games. He spent as much as 15 hours a day gaming, relying on savings and his parents for financial support. Media outlets blew up his gaming habits, especially his love for relatively violent games like Skyrim, linking them to the double murder. Surprisingly, his gaming addiction, even his so-called gaming conscience, became part of his defense during the trial. It turned this case, and especially the court trial, into a heated debate on violent games, possibly...
Oh my god, I hate that so much, bro. Like, bro, I've played I played Skyrim before, played Call of Duty, I played Halo, played Resident Evil. I started playing shooters when I was in, like, 1st grade. Like, come on now, bro. It's not, yeah, bro. I said not this again, it's not the 80s anymore. Yeah, like, come on.
Causing such killings.
Do you think it's fair?
Fair what?
Well, you just mentioned a few things that you'd rather be doing. Rather be eating.
It's not the matter of fair. It's just... I don't have any power. If you need to hold me, I can't refuse.
You're quite right that you don't get to play video games. You don't get to walk out of here, but you do have a lot of power, Rocky.
I'm sensing some... Not something I would hear. Feel like a trap.
Okay.
The detective alternates between showing empathy and adopting a confrontational approach during the interrogation. This technique aims to induce substantial stress and confusion for the individual being questioned, strategically applying psychological pressure that could potentially lead to the suspect's emotional breakdown and a confession. Furthermore, the strategic positioning of the folder between Rocky and the detective is far from coincidental. This is an added element of stress, since it is likely that the folder holds vital information regarding the case. Feeling the weight of all this, Rocky nervously admits he feels trapped. He finds himself in an anxious state of anticipation, unsure of what lies ahead. He can only speculate about the folder's contents, and he will have to wait for nearly an hour before the evidence concealed within it is finally revealed to him.
The trap, if it's set,
This is the
was
sandwich.
set by you.
Oh?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to show you some things, and they don't have anything to do with me.
Okay.
And they have everything to do with you.
Right now, Rocky, we have done a thorough investigation about what happened in that house. And
you and I both know what happened in that house.
I don't know, actually. You haven't told me.
Okay. Well, maybe you don't know this house. Let me ask.
You're making me nervous.
Why? Do you know this house? Maybe you don't know what happened in that house.
I have nothing to say.
Have you been inside this house?
I don't want to talk about it.
So is that a yes?
I don't want to talk about it.
The sentence, "I don't want to talk about it," is repeated multiple times during the interrogation, leading us to question whether Rocky is deflecting blame or actively avoiding memories of the day of the murder. The crime scene was gruesome, and Rocky had no prior connection to the victims. The motive behind the killings remains unknown, making it one of the most senseless acts of violence. While there might be a sense of shame in admitting to killing without reason, the cold nature of his actions suggests otherwise.
So he just walked up into a random house and did it? That's crazy. Yo, pleading the fifth insane.
I don't know why this happened, Rocky. I really don't. But I'd sure like to know why. I'm gonna tell you something about that guy. That man. He
was pregnant.
He isn't a very nice guy.
What? Oh?
That man that died. He's not a very nice guy.
Oh?
Did you ever meet him? In the street or at the shopping mall or anything like that? I've heard from lots of people in the neighborhood because he walked a lot in the neighborhood and he had a problem with alcohol. And he wasn't a very nice man. He was rude to people at times.
The detective attempts to cast a negative light on the 68-year-old victim, Richard Jones. She's hoping Rocky might agree to some terms, but his unresponsive demeanor makes it feel like talking to a wall. Even if the claims about Richard being a drunk who could be unpleasant to others hold some truth, one can only speculate on what could mentally justify the brutal crime scene where he was stabbed over 100 times.
I don't know, I'm trying
100 times is crazy.
to connect the dots. I'm trying to find a reason for this to happen because it either happened because of something that was going on with you separately, or 1,000 things, like I said, that's happened in the last years that has caused something with you, or maybe it has to do with these people. I've been sitting in this room with lots of different kinds of people, and you seem very polite to me.
No.
You do.
No.
You're okay. You just be yourself. You just be yourself. You're gonna be fine. I know this is scary. What?
Not that far. Well, I'm going to lose my patience. I'm kind of sure. It's just, well, I don't know how long can you hold me, but I don't know.
I want you to know something. I want you to get this in your head. We're holding you.
Yeah, yeah, I know that. So
And wait till you see what's here. Because I want to remind you, I was just talking about September 13th. Do you know where you were on September 13th?
How about remember?
I can show you how to remember because I know where you were September 13th. You want to know where you were?
I don't want to talk about it.
You were at the Canadian Tire buying these gloves.
Oh?
And buying this hatchet.
Uh-huh.
And buying this hat, son. I got you on video doing those things. So I don't want you to sit there thinking this is nothing. I don't have to worry about this. You have to worry about this, Rocky.
2 weeks before the murder, Rocky's
That's tough.
purchase of multiple items was captured on CCTV. Despite the apparent planning of the crime, his exit from the scene was surprisingly careless. At the crime scene, a collection of items was found, all left behind by Rocky. This included his baseball cap, a knife, and the blood-stained hatchet.
No shot he left his baseball cap behind. Like, bro, like the hatchet, the knife, like that's a huge misplay, but sure, but like your hat, there's no shot you leave your hat behind.
That had been used to stab Richard and slash Diana's throat. Interestingly, the hatchet's barcode was left intact, serving as the vital link between the weapon and the recorded CCTV footage. Before the killings, Rocky hid behind a tree.
Nah, you know this dude was like, yeah, bro, I'm about to go do this. I'm going to take the hatchet home. I'm going to wash it off. Then I'm going to return it. Dude was trying to be a cheapskate about it. That's crazy.
Waiting for Diana to bring the groceries inside. He then forced his way into their home. When Diana screamed, Rocky tried to silence her, but ended up using the knife and hatchet he had in his backpack to kill the couple. After dragging both bodies to the shower, he drank some milk from their fridge and ate a peach before leaving the scene.
Eating a peach is crazy. Nah, that's the craziest part about all this. That's the craziest part about all this. He drank their milk and ate a peach.
The disregard for leaving evidence was later exploited in court to argue that Rocky, who had a gaming addiction, operated under a so-called gaming consciousness during the murder. The claim was that he struggled to differentiate between reality and the virtual world, which could explain his excessive stabbing of Richard because he only stopped once no sign of life was left.
Now I've told you that I know you went shopping on the 13th of September, and that I have your image, your face, buying these things, and I have the receipt to prove that, and I'm going to show you that video so that you can start trusting that what I'm saying is true. What's your position?
Waiting for you to get those video.
A losing position? Not a good one.
Okay, let me get it.
You're gonna get it anyway.
Yeah, for sure I am. For sure I am. I'm trying to establish some level of trust with you, Rocky. Okay? So I'm going to show you those videos, okay?
Hey.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
I know you're not good.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know. Here, fix this for me.
More food.
Please. Thank you. Okay.
Helping the cop is crazy. There's no shot I'm helping the interrogator. That's trying to throw me in prison.
Yeah, this is what I want to show you.
The detective begins to review the CCTV footage, clearly capturing Rocky at a Canadian Tire store. The footage shows him navigating through the store's aisles and eventually purchasing the very hatchet and baseball cap that were later found at the crime scene. He also acquires gloves, although they were not found at the scene. Similar gloves had been purchased during the investigation to account for certain blood marks left behind. Interestingly, the detective positions herself beside Rocky, creating an environment that feels more like a group project than a typical interrogation. While this approach might appear to ease the tension, it's Rocky who finds himself backed into a corner, both physically and mentally. There's no escape from the overwhelming evidence, and this becomes the point at which Rocky can no longer deny the truth.
Do you remember not very long ago, I think maybe just a few days ago, less than a week ago, you were at the grocery store? Remember being at the grocery store and there was a girl there? She had a sore arm. I can see from your face that you're lighting up. You can remember that very well. But that woman with the sore arm, that was a policewoman. What did you do? You did one of these. Remember that? Do you know why you did that for us?
Wait.
Why we had you?
Wait, do what?
What did you do? You did one of these. Remember that? Do you know why you did that for us?
What's that?
Why we had you do that? What do you think? Well, the reason we had you do that for us, Rocky, was we were looking for your DNA. One of our investigators found the serial number on that hatchet and found out that Canadian Tire is the only place that sells that.
Nah, he got played so hard. They got his DNA directly from him because they took a woman and made it seem like they were flirting with him or something. That's crazy.
And then Canadian Tire pointed out, hey, this is the only sale of that hatchet. We'll show you the video. So they showed us that video of you buying the hatchet, the hat that happens to be the same hat that we found in the house under the kitchen table. And when I saw this scene with some obvious evidence that's obviously going to be full of your DNA, I don't know why it was left there.
There's nothing to say.
I mean, that theory obviously offends you, but I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of what happened there. And without you, I can't really do it. I can only say, I know Rocky's responsible. I know Rocky's going to be charged with murder. That's all I know. Some people do this kind of thing to draw attention because they feel neglected by their parents, they feel neglected by their family, they don't have any friends, they're lonely, and they want some attention.
Calling them out like crazy.
I don't know.
Go out then. Go out. Meet people.
Mom.
Why kill people?
Rocky was often seen as a loner, keeping a small circle of friends. He explained that most of his friends were online, fitting his preference for isolation. His chuckle and comment, "Go out, meet people. Why kill people?" almost sounds like he's talking to himself. This statement is both shocking and sad, suggesting an alternative that could have prevented the tragic killings. Throughout the interrogation, Rocky's laughter is consistent. It shows he's nervous and feels the whole situation is senseless. He understands that he might spend his entire life in prison for the double murder, a crime for which Rocky himself might not even have a rational motive.
What is a good reason? Because there are good reasons to kill people. I mean, it doesn't make them lawful, but there are good reasons to kill people, right? There's war, and there's revenge, and somebody's sleeping with your wife, and somebody insults somebody else on a very serious level. I don't know. Robbery sometimes is why people do it. I mean, those aren't lawful reasons, but they are reasons.
Well, like, you know, insulting somebody and then you killing them, you know, that's like, obviously that's not good. That's obviously not a good reason to do it. Well, like, yeah, I guess if someone's like robbing your crib, like, sure. But not you robbing their crib.
What's the reason for this?
I have nothing to say.
After 5 hours of interrogating Rocky, there's a short break, during which the detective takes a different approach to break him. She puts up all the evidence on the wall, going over each piece one more time. She explains how the items left behind match the CCTV footage where Rocky was spotted and how his movements around the victim's car were recorded on camera. She also points out that his DNA is all over the crime scene, and specifically also under Diana's fingernail during the autopsy. Most of this evidence has already been discussed with Rocky. At this point, both sides understand that this repetition aims to mentally exhaust Rocky and make him realize the undeniable truth, pushing him toward a potential confession.
This is the report from the autopsy where they took the fingernails off Mrs. Ma Jones. Is there any reasonable explanation for why Mrs. Ma Jones would have your DNA under her fingernails? It's been a very long time when somebody is faced with something like this, that someone...
I mean, if he's gonna lie about it, he may as well like full committed and lied about that too. Should have been like, I was clapping grandma's cheeks, you know. It gotten tons. Then I dipped, and someone else went and did that.
Coldly.
Not me. Not me.
And
Not
offer
me.
no apology, no remorse, no...
If I say, what? You gonna release me?
This moment perfectly captures Rocky's mindset. He comes across as cold-hearted and egotistical, showing no interest in explaining anything to alleviate the pain for his family or the victim's family. While he's not mistaken that his words won't set him free, his nihilistic outlook suggests that, to him, nothing holds any significance anymore. He sees no point in speaking, as it won't change his fate or his sentence. This is why most of what he has said during the interrogation is that he does not want to talk about it.
Wait, why didn't the lady, the interrogator, go, well, you know, if you confess, oh, I guess you can't say if you confess, I'll give you this. Well, I mean, you can. Be like, all right, look. I don't know how it works in Canada, but I know that you could be like, yo, if you confess, you know, maybe I'll try to work it out with the people, and I'll try to get you a Game Boy Advance up in there, you know, get you some video games to play.
The reality is that 2 lives were lost without any apparent reason in the most gruesome way imaginable. Even though a few hours earlier his own brother urged him to tell the truth, at this point, nothing matters, because Rocky knows that he will most likely spend most of his life behind bars. It is all over for him.
Don't you understand that after all this conversation, you're not being released? No matter what.
I know.
You've killed 2 people, man. You're not going anywhere. This isn't about being released. This is about helping other people. But you don't care about that. That's all I've been talking about all night, is you helping other people. You've done enough to hurt other people, that's for sure. But you're just sitting there coldly. I don't have anything to say. I don't really give a shit.
You're not me.
No, I certainly am not.
Oh.
Because you know the difference? I have empathy for other people, and I care
No,
about other
you're
people.
not being charged for murder.
I didn't kill anybody either. That's the difference, man. It's such a simple thing to give people, and you won't even give them that. You know, Rocky, I can sit there and I can feel that you are feeling something. I can see that you're emotional. Why aren't you taking this chance to at least express remorse? Maybe today you're not ready to talk about the whole ugly story, but at least say you're sorry. For what? You're an animal.
I'm gonna turn this up.
At the end of the interrogation, Rocky speaks to himself in Cantonese, expressing that all of this...
Alright, never mind. Let me turn it back down. I thought I couldn't understand it because he was whispering.
This appears insane to him. He says that he never killed anyone and questions why he should feel any remorse. It's puzzling how almost 9 hours of continuous interrogation on a single day didn't lead to Rocky confessing or admitting to any involvement, even in the slightest way possible.
Rocky Rambo Wayne Nan Cam, now 27, randomly attacked 2 innocent strangers. Diana Ma Jones fought for her life as Cam slit her throat. Her husband, Richard Jones, slashed more than 100 times. Crown tried to convince the judge Cam poses a lethal threat to the public.
Well, it's based on the circumstances of the offense, the nature of the crime, and the lack of an explanation for why Mr. Cam committed these murders.
During the trial, Rocky pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder. Despite his plea, the evidence against him was overwhelming. In his defense, the concept of gaming consciousness was used as an argument. This theory aimed to emphasize Rocky's severe gaming addiction to the extent that he couldn't distinguish between the real world and the gaming world. This narrative linked to the widespread belief that violent video games might contribute to increased aggression and, in extreme cases, lead to actions like those committed by Rocky Rambo. However, the judge dismissed this explanation. Ironically, even Rocky himself...
Yeah, I never watched Friends, but this kind of looks like the dude off of Friends. I can't lie.
Himself appeared perplexed when asked if he felt like he had pushed a button to summon his hatchet before killing the couple. Ultimately, Rocky was sentenced to life in prison for 2 counts of first-degree murder, with a minimum of 25 years before he's eligible for parole. The judge mentioned that there isn't sufficient evidence to prove that Rocky Rambo Wei Nam Kam would pose a danger to the community after 25 years, but also emphasized that parole is not guaranteed. Ultimately, the cause behind such a violent outburst that led to the deaths of Diana Ma Jones and Richard Jones remains shrouded in mystery. Both lives were tragically cut short, and no sentence could ever rationalize or justify the horrifying actions they endured.
It's wild. But he should have just not did it. Weird. Or should have not left his hat, not left the hatchet, not leave all of the evidence at the scene. Shouldn't have bought it a week before. It made it too easy, man. It made it too easy. You gotta at least be like that one 16-year-old that, like, at least had a plan. It was a bad plan. It was a really bad plan. It was really dumb. He literally just... Yeah, it was dumb. But, hey. At least he tried a little bit harder. Gamers truly are the most oppressed race. Okay, hold on. Let me change this to a little bit faster. And also, let me grab some water real quick. Hold on. Let me, like, run and grab some water super fast. And then I'll be right back. And then we'll start that video. Alright. Put that down. His body language and demeanor doesn't suggest it at all. Watch true crime one time type of comments. Hey, bro. All I'm saying is I'm the true crime grinder. What I say goes. Nah, I'm playing. Imagine. Okay. So... let's hop right into this one. I'm not even going to say the title of it. We're just going to hop right in.
That guy just admitted he killed my daughter! He said that he went out one night and he went to some girl's trailer and went in with the intention of kidnapping her.
It's not that I don't feel emotion, but I keep a very tight rein on it. I used to go to high school with him. He was creepy to me. There was death, the high priestess. Killed my goddamn sister. Shit!
From the moment Lee was born, Max Porter was very protective of his little sister. The two remained as thick as thieves all throughout high school. And when Max went off to college to major in massage therapy, Lee followed him as soon as she could, even going into the same major. Unfortunately, these siblings couldn't be joined at the hip forever. And when Max moved to California after college, Lee began to struggle. She fell behind in school and eventually dropped out. At 19, she began a relationship with a 38-year-old man named Jesse. According to interviews with Jesse, it was while dating him that Lee found herself immersed in a world full of parties, drama, and heroin. This went on for months, with Lee's friends and family noticing her rapid decline into addiction and depression. In May of 2014, Lee made a concerning post on Facebook. Some nights, I can't sleep. I end up staying up all night thinking of all the things in my life I f***ed up. You'd think after trying really hard to get back up on my feet and actually doing it, I'd be proud of myself, but nope. I simply can't get out of this state of depression. I would love it if someone would talk to me right now, with an open mind and heart. Lee's DMs were soon filled to the brim with people reaching out to help her. One of the many friends and family members who reached out was a man named Christopher Wade. The two had known each other in high school, but hadn't been incredibly close. Regardless, Chris reached out and told Lee that if she ever needed someone to talk to, he was always there. Seeing him as someone who cared about her well-being, she began confiding in him about the struggles she'd been going through. Jesse was planning on moving away in order to get clean, meaning Lee was about to be homeless. She also told him about her struggles with addiction. Despite the bad choices she'd made, Lee wanted nothing more than to get her life on track, and she was determined to get sober. Eager to help his friend, Chris offered to be her accountability partner on her journey to sobriety, and he even offered to help her move into a friend's house on June 3rd. With some hope for the future, Lee was looking forward to June 3rd and getting her life on track. However, the date came and went, and those closest to Lee realized that no one had heard from her in over 24 hours. While it might be normal to go days without hearing from a friend or relative, Lee always kept in contact with people, and she would update her Facebook page multiple times a day. Silence from her could only mean one thing. Something was terribly wrong. The last thing Renee, Lee's mother, had heard from Lee was that she was planning on going to Chris's apartment on the 3rd. Renee called Chris to ask if Lee was with him, and he told her that Lee had left his apartment on the 3rd and had gotten into a mysterious truck. Not thinking much of it at the time, Chris informed Renee that he hadn't heard from Lee since she left his apartment, and he was shocked to learn that no one else had either. With no sign of Lee anywhere, Renee got the police involved, and Facebook groups were quickly organized to help find any information regarding Lee's location. After a week with no sign of her anywhere, the police began interviewing those closest to Lee to see if they could shed some light on what may have happened to her. Eager to find her, Chris spoke to police in the hopes that maybe he could help them track down the mysterious truck he had seen Lee get into. The following mostly never-before-seen footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, and a licensed professional counselor.
So I understand that.
Yeah, but now it's being reviewed by the crime grinder, so come on now.
But Lee actually came and spent some time with you.
Yes.
And you kind of repeated that story ad nauseum, so I'm not going to go through a lot of the details as to that because I've read the reports. And you went through pretty much in detail with Detective Lopez this morning about how.
Wait,
you know, she
is this the brother, or is this the guy she was texting?
started messaging you back and forth on Facebook and the last
Never
couple
mind.
weeks. And
Oh, found
stop
it.
me if I'm wrong and correct me if I'm wrong, but let me just summarize this a little bit. She had been messaging you, telling you that her relationship was going bad, asked you about maybe having a place to stay. You agreed to let her do that.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Why would she ask you for a place to stay?
She didn't ask me. I offered it to her.
Okay.
And as far as it wasn't that it was going bad, it was that she had already broken up with her boyfriend. I asked her if she needed a place to stay or if she needed money or anything like that. She never asked me for money, but she did initially take me up on having a place to crash for a while until she got back on her feet.
As soon as detectives begin questioning Chris on his relationship with Lee, his hand comes up to his face. This could be a sign of discomfort and self-soothing, which detectives will likely take note of. However, being in an interrogation in front of police would make anyone uncomfortable.
Tell me, Chris, why would you be so generous and offer to let your place be used by a young drug user?
I guess the best answer to that would be is because she's a friend. And I'm extremely loyal to my friends. If any of them, even the ones I haven't spoken to in years, were to ask me for it, I'd give them the shirt off my back.
Chris starts out his response by saying, I guess the best answer would be. This seems to imply that he's not just answering, but instead, he's thinking about the best way to answer and the way that would be the most acceptable to the detectives. The truth would likely be a bit of niceness mixed with a bit of self-serving motivation. While this is a completely standard motivation for helping someone, Chris is clearly worried that this might make him look suspicious. His words here are likely a slip-up, as they show he's more interested in giving the best answer rather than the truth.
I asked her, where am I meeting you so we can go and get your stuff and get you moved in. I tried asking her several times on that, but she never really replied to that. She would always change the subject.
Did she ever get mad at you and act like you were prying?
No, not to my knowledge.
So during this most recent time when she was spending time with you, was she ever angry?
No, she was very depressed though. Then around 1 o'clock, we went over to the Boston Market off of 92nd and Sheridan.
During this time you were with her, did she talk about her drug problem at all?
Alright. I started a prediction on who you think did it. Is it the brother who did it? Or is it this dude who did it?
I asked her how she was doing, and she said she was doing good, and then she had...
Wait, I should have put neither. Wait, I should have had a third option for neither. Wait. Hold on. Let me cancel that prediction. Hold on. Actually, I'm gonna save on to it just for a little bit, and then we'll do that. Because there might be another person involved too.
Haven't had any temptations or have been using again.
Did she seem like she was high at that time?
Not really. It seemed, now that I think about it, that she was more coming down off of it.
Chris states that he believed Lee might have been coming down off of a high. The short-term effects of coming down would be an elevated heart rate, elevated breathing rate, and an increased blood pressure rate, making the individual seem almost panicky. From how we've heard Chris describe Lee that day, she seemed to be calm and quiet to the point of appearing depressed. Based on this description, it seems unlikely that she was actually coming down off a high.
When you said that she was depressed, what did you mean by that?
She had told me she was depressed,
She told you she was?
Yes.
She came out and said, I am depressed.
She texted me on Tuesday morning and said, I'm feeling kind of depressed. Can we hang out?
Okay.
And so I said, okay. And I was making sure that I was trying to keep her as optimistic as possible.
How are you doing that?
I treated her out to lunch. I was being as courteous as possible to her, asking her, you hungry? You want something to eat, some snacks, something to drink when we got back? And she seemed to be somewhat receptive to that, but throughout the whole time, the smiles never went to her eyes. Well, normal smiling will cause the eyes to start to crinkle a little bit, to squint. But when she was smiling, it was just with her mouth. There wasn't any eye movement.
So what does that tell you?
That tells me that she was that she was telling the truth when she was depressed. But now that I think about it, with her cutting down, it just might have been that she didn't like lying to me.
Chris is a student of criminal justice at Everest College, so this observation may be something he picked up in a class on nonverbal communication and behavioral analysis, though it also indicates that he was watching her very closely.
That's crazy. I didn't even think about that. So if you like ha ha ha, ja ja ja, versus like a real, okay, maybe, I don't know.
So you guys were together then that afternoon after you've eaten at the restaurant?
Yeah.
You're back at your place playing video games?
Yes.
How long did that go on for, you think?
I think it went on for maybe 2 hours or so.
A couple hours?
Yeah.
Does she bring up the depression issue anymore?
No, she doesn't, but I still keep an eye on her.
So you characterizing her behavior then that afternoon as being depressed? Is that what you're
Yes. As depressed, but not self-destructive.
By stating that Lee seemed depressed, Chris appears to be leaving open the option that Lee might have taken her own life.
We were just getting ready to get back in the video game, then she leaned in and kissed me. I was letting her go as far as she wanted. Then when it led to the bedroom, we kind of flip-flopped between who had the wheel, so to speak.
Well, before you actually went into the bedroom, was there some discussion about her?
When she started taking off her sweater, I broke it off and asked, are you sure about this? Is this, I'm not asking you to do this. I made it very clear that I was not going to impose that on her or any sort of implication towards that.
Did you end up using a condom?
No, I did not.
So she didn't ask you to, and you didn't have one of them?
I offered to, but she said no.
Was there ever any concern on your part that maybe she'd been pretty active and possibly were putting yourself at risk for an STD?
And that's always a possibility with anyone you meet, but that didn't really occur to me until after.
Really? I mean, a non-drug user who's doing dope and no place to live, and
well, it seemed to me from my discussions, and I know I'm saying that a lot, but it looked to me from the way she was wording things and the way she was talking that she hadn't really gone that far to get drugs. And I got sort of a confirmation from this from her boyfriend, who admitted to using with her for a while, but then started cleaning himself up, that she didn't really like the idea of paying for something.
Although the detectives don't know it yet, this statement from Chris would later play a vital part in their investigation.
Afterwards, she just asked, I'm tired, can I just pass out for a while? And then about, an hour and a half back.
As he speaks, Chris has been engaging in a lot of face-touching and stroking behaviors. This kind of continuous movement can indicate doubt or uncertainty. The person might be unsure about a particular idea, question, or situation, and the repetitive gesture could be a self-soothing or comforting behavior used to manage stress or discomfort.
Yeah, so crazy, because I feel like when I'm on DB a lot, and I'm like really doing combos and stuff, like really just sitting there doing combos by myself, I feel like I'm always sitting there like this. Like hand on my face, literally holding it like this. I feel like that's how I'm always doing it. So, does that mean I'm stressed doing combos?
Occasional chin stroking wouldn't necessarily
so.
be suspect, but Chris has constantly had his hand to his face throughout the interview.
When I came back home, and I let him know that, I had a guest over that we were.
Well, I'm not. No, not when I'm playing against somebody. I'm talking like when I'm building a spreadsheet, like doing combos. I literally sit there like that same position every single time. But
not decent.
Probably not.
Chris appeared to cover his mouth here. This could be an indication that some part of this statement is either a half-truth or a lie, as sometimes people try to literally cover their lie as it comes out of their mouth.
What did she say inside the bedroom then?
Well, for the most part, she was asleep in my bed. Then afterwards, I was out there. I was out in the living room. We were talking. We're talking. That's my roommate's name. Then she said something that caused a light bulb, and that. And I started thinking, and she had that bag with her that she didn't let leave her side. She went out to get something from her car. She would bring that with her. She brought
What bag you're talking about?
It was a purple bag. I think it was a Cromwell bag.
You're talking about those little bags that they carry around.
Bro, why? It's like in the last like 4 videos we've seen three Crown Royale bags. Wow, why does everyone got Crown on them like that?
Yeah.
Statues, that type of thing.
Yeah.
The bags aren't that cool.
In fact, you later.
We're not 14 anymore.
Yes. Afterwards, I saw her drug paraphernalia. I only went through the Crown Royal bag.
So you found out while she was sleeping?
Yeah.
You woke her up?
Yeah, I woke her up very gently. I apologized to her because I looked into the bag.
What was her response to you violating her privacy?
After I explained myself to her, I think she was annoyed that I had done it without her permission, but I think she understood where I was coming from. Because, as I told her, I was worried about her. So I just wanted to make sure that she was okay.
Notice the change in pitch and rushed way he says okay.
Make sure that she was okay.
He's not being very forceful with the word, as if he knows she wasn't okay. As well, deceptive people often engage in what is known as emphasis. Emphasis could include many behaviors, with one such behavior being repetition, where the deceptive individual repeats a key point or phrase that supports what they want to instill in the listener's mind. In this case, Chris is repeatedly mentioning how he's a nice guy and was very gentle to Lee, even when he was waking her up and confronting her about her potential drug use.
I woke her up very gently.
It's possible that there was a time when Chris was not so proper and gentlemanly with Lee, so he may want to emphasize this supposed gentlemanly side of himself in order to hide his darker side.
After I woke her up, she still seemed kind of depressed, but not as much. So
that you woke her up to confront her about the drug paraphernalia?
Yes, and she still seemed kind of depressed. So I did what I don't normally do. If someone asks me to do a tarot reading for them, I will do a tarot reading for them. But other than that, there's not very many people that I will ask if they would like me to do a tarot reading for them. After I laid out the cards, the first thing that popped out to me were that there were 3 of the major arcana. Those indicate something significant.
Show me what you did.
Okay, well,
I mean, it's better if you show me and explain it, because I'm completely lost.
Notes about some of Chris's past tarot readings would eventually make their way into the hands of law enforcement. His entries clearly expressed just how seriously he took his interpretations of the meanings behind the cards. One note in particular was especially ominous. It read as follows: The Devil Reversed. This is a curious card to reveal in this position. The devil represents the base nature of man, the primordial chaos as opposed to the reasonable order. The devil is known as the sin card, representing murder, lies, deceit, trickery, and other such things. It is unclear which meaning is right. Based on the position and the reversal, it could mean that I must stick to the straight and narrow. Transversely, it could mean that, in order to get the results I desire, I must do something morally wrong. In time, it seems the meaning behind the card became all too...
Whoa, read the last sentence. What do you... read the last sentence. Or it could just mean I'm going to get laid. Why'd you skip over the last sentence?
I must do something morally wrong. In time, it seems the meaning behind the card became all too clear for Chris.
There's no shot. He wrote all that out, and he's like, nah, just be... Nah.
The cards I used, I remember 2 of them well. I'm about 95% sure on what the other 3 were. There was Death, the High Priestess, the Three of Cups, Ace of Wands, and Judgment.
Judgment.
Overall, I thought that this was was one of the more optimistic readings that I had ever done. A lot of these cards, like literally almost all these cards, Death accepted, are very positive cards. They don't have any sort of, not necessarily negative meaning, but the negative meanings that they do have are not as significant as she would come to physical harm or anything like that.
So you told her it was an optimistic reading?
Yeah, so I told her that based off of, what the cards were saying, as well as what she had told me, that this, though it may not seem like it at a good time, is actually going to be very good for her.
Following this statement, Chris can be seen rubbing his face, which is another sign of his possible anxiety and lack of confidence. Detectives then pivot and begin asking Chris for more information regarding the mysterious truck that supposedly picked Lee up that day.
So how would somebody who contacted her and left either a message or her phone notified her, gave her a notification, how would they even know where she was at?
Honestly, I thought that was her right. I didn't know if she had a car or not, because she said she needed my car to help with the storage for moving. So I thought that meant she didn't have a car and that she had gotten a ride up here from somewhere else. It wasn't until Friday afternoon that when her brother Max called me that I even realized she even had a car.
This is actually a lie. Lee's car was found abandoned at Chris's apartment complex. Not only does this show that Chris is being dishonest, but it also calls into question why Lee would get into a mysterious truck if her vehicle was with her. Had she been planning on coming back?
Well, earlier you said that she would keep that bag with her at all times. She went out to her car. Oh.
Here, Chris is caught in another of many lies. When confronted over his conflicting statements regarding Lee's car, Chris stops talking and can be heard taking many deep breaths.
He's crying.
When individuals are anxious, the body needs more oxygen, so people will use various methods to get that oxygen, such as breathing deep or sniffing.
Have you ever traveled with her anywhere after that?
No.
Once she got in that truck and left your parking lot, you have not
That was
seen
the
her
last
since.
I have seen her.
Where did you go with her?
The only place I went with her, besides within my apartment, was to Boston Market, and I showed the officers when they arrived the receipt for the Boston Market.
You didn't go anywhere else with her?
Nowhere else.
Have you traveled yourself towards the DIA, up towards the airport at all in the last couple of days?
No.
Since she's left, you've not gone out that direction?
No, not at all.
There's schools up around
I take
Grant and 92nd Grant.
Yes.
Have you gone east of there?
No, not really. I don't really get out all that much. For the most part, I might go out maybe once in a blue moon and have a drink at the bar. But other than that, I stay at home, watch movies or work on my book or whatever, or what have you.
So we would need to get a printout from your phone's provider. Who's your phone provider?
TrackPhone.
I know it's TrackPhone. Is that the actual company that provides the service?
Yes.
And TrackPhone was able to give us the coordinates for every time your phone pinged somewhere.
Yeah.
Which they can do. I don't know if you know what that
Yeah.
means, but when your phone is activated either by receiving a call, sending a text, whatever, receiving a text, it bounces off of a cell tower.
Yeah. I understand.
So if we traced your phone, what would it tell us?
Notice how this is the moment that Chris decides to tidy up the cards, which is likely a grooming behavior. This suggests that Chris is feeling anxious about the information his phone may reveal about his location. Individuals may engage in grooming behaviors in order to expel nervous energy. This may take the form of grooming themselves, such as adjusting the collar of their shirt or smoothing out imaginary wrinkles from their clothes. It may also involve grooming their immediate surroundings, such as wiping dust off the table, moving a water glass, or in Chris's case, stacking up his tarot cards.
So, YMW Melly got caught up. People just gotta turn off their phones. It's literally like a GPS for the cops to catch you afterwards.
When Chris is asked about what his phone data will show, you can see him covering his mouth, which can be a sign of deception, as individuals may do this as a way of literally covering a lie. Now that detectives know the supposed story of what happened to Lee on June 3rd, it's time for them to ask Chris some hard-hitting questions. Unbeknownst to him, they've been doing their research on him over the past week, and they've discovered some very disturbing information straight from Vicky Wade, Chris's own mother.
Can you fill me up in a little bit of Christopher's history growing up?
Yeah, he went into the Army.
How did he do it? He did some deployment time?
He did some deployment time. He started having nightmares in deployment, and they sent him back.
Okay. Did he get discharged?
Yes.
And what was that? Was that a medical discharge or?
It was a medical, yeah.
For psychiatric reasons?
Yes. And he said he didn't get a lot of sleep. They didn't have the barracks set up to where the night crew could sleep. I don't know if that contributed to the hallucinations. I'm not sure exactly what he was hallucinating.
What would make he had hallucinations?
That's what he told me.
He did?
Yeah. That's what Chris told me.
When was that?
When he was in the Army after he got back.
What kind of hallucinations?
It's possible that the stress from the deployment triggered Chris to experience psychosis. It's also a possibility that he faked symptoms to get out of the military. But typically, military doctors are able to assess for malingering, which is when someone exaggerates or fakes illness.
Growing up, his dad was into... And Chris found it online at a very young age. Chris was pretty messed up with it in high school.
Okay.
He stashed pictures of every sort.
What was he looking at?
Well, I call it pretty hardcore. It was...
Are you talking about like bondage stuff, or is it just strictly...
No, not really
Why does his mom know about all this?
bondage, just ugly stuff. I heard things from... the principal called me one day and said he had touched a girl inappropriate at school.
How old was he then?
That was the sophomore, junior year.
When's the last time you talked to him, you said?
The last time.
Yeah, hate it or not, that's the optimal setup right there. Bed on the ground, pillow, blanket. God, yes. Got the laptop charger to the left. Got some food. You know, you got the McDonald's cup. What is that? Is that an empty cookie thing right there? Some Cheez-Its. Bro, come on. This is... That boots at the end of the bed. All I gotta say is maybe take this, flip it the other way around, put the pillow right here so that way you're closer to the outlet. Charge your phone, you know? Oh, my bad. You can plug it into the laptop. It's right there. My bad.
When he talked was a week ago. He was home not this past weekend, but the weekend before. And he's got a new girlfriend, and we were talking about that, and some of the concerns that I had in this situation.
Let's see. What else is there? Man, there's no shot. You just got like a bunch of empty 2-liters everywhere. I think those are some dip cans. That looks like that was stolen from like a restaurant.
Well, she told him that she wanted to talk to me. She's pregnant, not by Chris, but by another man. And Chris was... The feeling I got is Chris was trying to rescue her from some bad boyfriends that she's had.
Oh, okay. There's no shot you have all your Call of Duties laying out like this. Alright. Like, even the other stuff is pretty bad. Like, all this, like, there's no shot. But, like, there's no shot you leave all your video games laying out like this. No shot.
Trying to rescue vulnerable women seems to be a pattern with Chris. Not only did he do this with his pregnant girlfriend, but he also tried to do something similar with Lee, offering her a place to stay and some money as soon as he learned she was down on her luck and recovering from an addiction.
I asked her if she needed a place to stay or if she needed money or anything like that.
This grandiose complex may make Chris feel like the savior or hero who is protecting all of these women.
I mean, I don't know. I really appreciate you opening up to me and calling me down.
It's really hard because I don't want him to get in trouble for the past stuff.
Right.
Armed with this disturbing information,
his mom self-snitched. I don't want to get into trouble and then snitched on him. Like, what?
It's time for detectives to confront Chris.
Well, the family's pretty concerned about this whole topic.
Yeah.
And you know, they're being accusatory towards us.
Yeah.
Directed at you, and they're upset at you about this whole thing. They think you took advantage of her.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they actually think that you did something to her.
Honestly, I don't know where that's coming from them. I don't really know the mother all that well, but...
Well, let me tell you one place it's coming from.
Okay.
It's coming from family, friends, and specifically related to your mother.
Mm-hmm.
Telling people things about fantasies that you had in high school.
Well, there wasn't anything like that concerning Lee.
Well, how about just fantasies that maybe you might have shared with either your mother or other family members or people about what some of the fantasies might have been in high school?
Honestly, my fantasy life is private. I keep that completely separate from my normal life. And
most people do, but this was enough that it's out there. We have people telling us now that you had fantasies in high school of wanting to kill women and bury them in the woods.
He said that he went out one night and we didn't know it, and he went to some girl's trailer and went in with the intention of kidnapping her and taking her out in the woods. The dog started barking or something, and so he got scared and left.
Did he say what his plan was to do when he kidnapped that girl?
He was going to take her out in the woods.
What would you do? And kill her?
From how she describes it, it seems like Vicky heard that her son was experiencing the desires of a serial killer and did nothing to intervene or get him help. While the incident with the girl in the trailer was 5 to 6 years ago, it's likely that Chris's desire to take advantage of a woman never went away. He just learned that it could be hazardous to act on those desires directly, so he adjusted his method. He may have believed that by zoning in on vulnerable girls, he could live out some of his fantasies without as much risk.
Okay, that was... trying to remember that, but,
It seems unlikely that Chris wouldn't remember what the detectives are talking about, and his acting skills don't appear to be fooling them.
Do you understand why? Yeah, I understand that we as the police department and the people that here work here, and now are looking into this young lady who's missing. Under suspicious circumstances, in the sense that she's dropped off the map, not making calls to anybody that she normally talks to almost on a daily basis.
Yeah, I understand.
We're getting calls and we're getting contacted by the family who said, you did something to her. I don't know. I don't know you from Adam, but some of these people know you pretty well. To the point that they knew what some of your fantasies were in high school.
Honestly, I never told anyone my fantasies.
Not even your mom?
No.
Did you ever have any discussions with your family about your orientation?
Well, he said, I didn't tell anyone about my fantasies. He should have said, nah, that's crazy. I don't have those fantasies. What are you talking about? They're capping. All of them.
No.
Did they ever confront you about that? Did they ever suspect that maybe you might be gay?
Honestly, I'm bisexual, but they don't need to know that. And that's whatever I do with whoever I do it with is my business.
So that was never an issue with you and your parents or your family?
If they have any suspicions about that, they kept it to themselves.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Chris takes 2 pretty large drinks.
I was gonna laugh if it paused and the narrator was just like, yeah, his dad hated gay people. And then
of water during this line of questioning.
Like that.
The department and the people that here work here, and now we're looking into this young lady who's missing. Okay.
He keeps drinking, man.
This is often considered nonverbal communication, indicating nervousness. When a person is anxious, the fight or flight response is triggered, which can cause the throat to become dry. This could explain Chris's desire for water in those moments of high stress when these topics were brought up. Additionally, when some people are nervous, they will drink water or do some other kind of action to diffuse the awkwardness they may feel. The act of grabbing a cup of water in front of them allows them to focus on something else aside from the intense stare of the detective sitting in front of them.
Well, Chris, I'm going to ask you flat out, right now. Do you know where Leah is? And did you do something to her?
I did nothing to her beyond what I've already said, and honestly, I have no idea where she is.
It's important to note that Chris doesn't outright say no when answering this question. This could be an indication of deception, as straight-up lying is hard for...
Hey, shout out to Hot Dog Auto 11 for the sub with the Prime. Thank you. Oh God, yes. I know the tournament's already over, but I'll put that money into the tournament prize pool that happened earlier. So, thank you, and Matrix also thanks you too.
For most people. Instead, by giving a vague, non-committal answer, Chris can still feel like he's partially telling the truth. The detectives will take note of this statement and his lack of actual denial. We also hear him use the word honestly here.
Honestly, when you put it that way, honestly, I'm bisexual, but honestly, I never told anyone my fantasies.
Something that he's said with increasing frequency throughout the interview. His increase in using this convincing statement is telling, as this behavior often shows up more when someone is hiding something and is desperately trying to convince someone that they're telling the truth, rather than actually being honest. Regardless of what Chris is saying to the detectives, they can tell that he's hiding something from them.
So is there a reason why we would find Lee's blood in your apartment? Or in your car?
We were trying to get a little more physical. We accidentally bumped into each other and had a nosebleed. And she had a nosebleed, but other than that, no.
Well, what do you mean other than that? She had a nosebleed, there's blood dripping, right?
Yeah, it was, and we cleaned it up, and it wasn't really anything, I didn't really think much of it at the time, so after she got up, I, cleaned up a little bit of a mess. I mean, it wasn't a major gusher, it was just a couple of drops.
Where at?
It's on my pillow.
I'm a little concerned that your story about your sheets
Yeah.
Chris begins covering his eyes in a movement known as eye blocking. This is a clear indication that he doesn't like where this conversation is going, and there's obviously something about this particular conversation about the sheets that he doesn't want to think about or hear.
Where are your sheets and your pillows?
My pillows are currently on my bed. As far as the sheets, I have no clue. For the most part, checking stuff in the laundry pile isn't something you really remember all that much. So it was routine, and it was covering the duffel bag, so when she grabbed the duffel bag, she might have thought that was just hanging out of it, and she'd stuff it in there.
Chris uses a selective memory statement, I have no clue, quickly followed by an exclusion qualifier for the most part. He also begins fiddling with his collar and ventilating his shirt. Though this is sometimes seen as a sign of lying, this movement is more clearly an indication of someone's anxiety, as they may be growing hot or uncomfortable as their body temperature, sweat, and blood flow increase due to stress. That, combined with him nervously rubbing his neck, constitutes a cluster of deceptive behaviors. He's clearly feeling the stress of the interrogation here.
You didn't get rid of the sheets?
No.
Intentionally get rid of the sheets because maybe they had blood on them?
No, sir.
If you did, no big deal. Tell us that. If you did it,
yeah,
and because you're freaked out that there's blood on there, she's missing, you're thinking, oh, people are going to think the worst. I better get rid of this. I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that, okay? But for you to tell me, I don't know what happened to him, that I don't understand. So
Because
that's what
I really do not understand. And if I had gotten rid of the sheets, wouldn't I have gotten rid of the pillow too? Why would I keep the pillow but not the sheets?
Was the pillow have a pillowcase on it?
No.
Did it?
No.
The thing's inconsistent to us based on the condition of your apartment that you would be all of a sudden in the middle of that experience taking your sheets and taking them off the bed.
It was afterwards, as I told him before. Yeah.
Even afterwards.
Yeah,
I
she
mean,
didn't have to use the restroom.
It seems kind of bizarre that all of a sudden I got to take the sheets off of my bed.
You understand? I mean,
yeah,
let's face it, your apartment's not exactly the tidiest. Okay.
I'd be the first to admit that.
So why all of a sudden after you're done having, you've been sleeping on this bed for hours, would you decide, oh, now is the time that I need to pull these sheets? It just doesn't make sense.
Honestly, when you put it that way, it doesn't really make much sense to me either. Yeah. But it seemed like the thing to do at the time because I did laundry the next day, so I didn't want to forget about it.
Note how Chris is rubbing his neck, face, and jaw while answering questions. These self-soothing behaviors are all signs of anxiety. As the detective's questions begin ramping up, so do Chris's signs of anxiety.
The thing we ask is for him to tell us the truth, no matter what the truth is. Okay? The worst thing you could do is lie to us. Absolutely the worst thing you could do is lie to us. Okay?
I understand.
So, think about it again. What's the deal with the sheets?
Oh? Is he giving up? Is this game one?
Yeah, I did get rid of them.
Oh.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't think of anything else.
Would you be surprised to know that her cell phone went out with those sheets?
What? Her cell phone?
Her cell phone ended up at the same place the sheets did at the dump.
That's GG?
Do not know. Honestly, I saw her leave with her cell phone.
How do you know she left her cell phone?
She picked it up. It was sitting by her purse.
It was sitting by her purse?
Yes.
Okay. So from the time she gets this notification, as you refer to it, and the time that she walked out the door, how much time?
Well, maybe 1-2 minutes tops.
So quick.
And now's the time, Chris, that you really need to be honest with us, because scientifically and through the pinging of the phone, we can tell where it was taken to.
Okay.
So was there a phone with the sheets? And what else?
This is not the time to try to cover your tracks. This is the time for you to be honest with us.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the words to say, because I'm trying to find the right words, because I know that I have been untruthful, but yes, her phone was with the sheets.
Oh.
Was she with the phone in the sheets?
Hey, shout out to Matrix YuGiOh for the sub with the the sub at tier 1. God, yes. Wait, is that like the Matrix that just won the tournament? Wait, okay, I was gonna say, because I was gonna add that, I mean, I can add that money to the prize pool if you want me to. But honestly, I've said yes. Honestly, you've taken like hundreds of my dollars already. Take more. Please. Please. Next time it'll be a post-Phantom Nightmare tournament so you can take my money again.
No.
God, yes.
Chris, it's time for you to really be honest with us now because I was about
She was not with the sheets. Is she lying in the dump somewhere? No. God, no. You understand what we're asking this, right? Yeah, I understand it, but still, that's... So where is she? Honestly, I do not know. She left and got into the truck.
Nobody knew where she was at, Chris.
I know that.
We've got her text messages.
Yes.
We've got her phone records. And we know everybody who she talked to that day.
We have phone records, we have cell tower.
I thought that was prearranged, okay? I thought that she had prearranged to have someone pick her up, and then...
Chris, this is a place where you don't tell us what happened to Lee. This is your one and probably last opportunity to do this voluntarily.
A few minutes earlier, Chris appeared to almost be in the confession body posture, where he was bent forward. However, when the detective pushed him for information, he began to adjust his story again. Perhaps if the detectives had used the tactics of asking him open-ended questions and trying to get him to tell his story without interference, he may have been close to a confession. It's possible that the detectives saw Chris was almost in the confession position and thought if they prodded him, rather than sat back and waited, that they would get the confession. Instead, they pushed a bit too hard, and he shut down.
And I'm being accused of something.
What do you think?
It sounds to me like yes. And I maintain my innocence, but I would like a lawyer.
Well, by doing that, what you've now done is that you've caused us to have to stop our interview with you.
Yes.
Yep.
And I will give you a business card, and I'm going to tell you.
Not to get out of town?
No, I'm going to tell you that if you want to initiate any conversation with us from here on out, you're the one that's going to have to do that.
I understand.
With that, Chris is given a business card and is allowed to leave the station. Over the course of the next 6 days, the detectives continue their investigation into Chris.
Bro, this doesn't even look like him. This doesn't look like the guy at all.
Collecting as much evidence as possible in order to secure an arrest warrant. However, before a warrant could be secured, the police received a shocking 911 call.
911.
Yes, I'd like to confess to Maria.
Oh.
Okay, what happened?
It's the case being handled by detectives, it's the case being handled by detectives Lopez and Lynch.
Detective Lopez and Detective Lynch?
Yes.
Where are you at?
I'm at the park here in Westminster. It's on Cherry Street. I don't know the crossroads, but it's pond.
You're near the pond?
Yep.
What is your name?
Christopher Wade.
Detectives were stunned. Less than a week ago, Chris had been adamantly denying that he had anything to do with Lee's disappearance. And now here he was, confessing to her murder. What had changed? As insinuated by detectives during Chris's first interview, Lee's family were desperate to find out what happened to her. Max, Lee's older brother, knew that Chris was somehow involved in his sister's disappearance, and he was tired of waiting for the police to make their arrest. So he took matters into his own hands. In an interview conducted on the same day as Chris's 911 call, Max described how he and Jesse, Lee's ex-boyfriend, worked together to discover the truth.
The last couple days, me and Jesse have been playing buddy-buddy with him over text, trying to make him think that we didn't think he did it. We got him to meet up with us to do a tarot card reading for my sister.
Despite the emotional stress he was under while being near Chris, Max had the smart idea to record every single thing Chris said to him. The confession tapes begin with Chris doing a tarot reading for Lee, claiming that it will give them an idea of her current situation.
This isn't the best reading, the best omen for a reading I've done, but it is fairly positive. I don't see any indication of anything who would want anything or anyone who would want to harm her or physically impede her in any way. But I do see that when she's coming out of this, she'll be the better for it. I don't know about different, but I think that she will be a changed woman when she comes out of it. It's the only card that has any bad, I guess you could say bad omen would be the Two of Swords. The Five of Wands is a neutral omen, but it indicates paranoia, so she might be feeling really scared right now. But the Three of Pentacles and the Lovers are both very positive, as is the Six of Pentacles. So I would say there's every chance when she's found, it'll be safe and sound.
It's possible that one of the reasons Chris enjoys doing these tarot readings is because he's able to get people to listen to him and pay attention to him, something he never got in high school, and likely hasn't gotten much of as a young adult. It could also give him a sense of power over others, as some people make decisions about their life utilizing these readings, and it's another way to make them do what he wants.
Alright, chat, do any of y'all believe in these tarot cards? I'm not gonna lie, they sounded kind of dumb. He was like, this is +1, that's -1, that's +3, that's -3. Like, it kind of reminds me of how people think of, like, I forget what it is. I think, like, backjack, like, counting cards. Like, it sounds so dumb. I don't know what that is, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it just sounds dumb. It just doesn't, it sounds so dumb.
So, Chris, I have one more favor to ask of you.
Okay.
Not as a suspect and family sitting here, but as
a friend.
Friends and acquaintances and a group of people that used to know each other and all are worried about this girl that's missing.
Yeah.
Instead of me and Max, maybe badgering you with questions, would you just tell all of us as friends, like once and for good, like just what happened that day while she was there, when she got to your house, and just what took place?
Okay.
For our peace of mind.
All right.
I'm confused why you told me you can't talk about all this. And you're talking about all this. I mean, it's good that you are. It's good that you are. But they would tell me not to talk to you. They wouldn't tell you not to talk to me.
Yeah.
No.
It's hard to explain the things that go on in my head sometimes to someone else, but...
Chris, your stories, they didn't add up at all. Not one. You told different things to other people. If you had something not to hide, you would have told the truth the whole time. You're not.
Why did you keep things back?
Why
the first time you told the story?
I will be going forward with the police about this. I haven't yet because I'm trying to find the right way to do it, so...
This is the right way now. This is it. This is it.
I know. But what I say right now, it's going to be very hard, but until I come forward with them to it, it'll be within the week, I swear to you. But I'm gonna have to ask you to keep it to yourselves until then.
You tell me right now what happened to my sister. You know what happened to my sister.
Yes.
You know if she's alive or if she's dead. You know.
I do. Unlike in my original story, afterwards, she wasn't tired and didn't ask to pass out. She tried to use that to manipulate. She wasn't yelling, but she was very venomous. And she grabbed the knife that I keep by my bed. And when we go back, I can show it to you.
What happened with the knife?
She grabbed it and pulled it out and tried to attack me, saying that she would stop attacking me if I agreed to buy drugs for her. I don't know, but there was desperation in her eyes.
She wouldn't do that, dude. She wouldn't do that, Chris. Stop lying. She wouldn't do that.
I'm not lying.
She wouldn't do that.
Keep going. I'm sorry. I am not lying.
Okay.
She thrust at me twice. I dodged the first one, then I grabbed her hand on the second. And when she thrust again, I turned, grabbed her, then stepped forward and twisted her around so that her body was in between me and the knife. And then I placed my hand at her throat. I didn't start squeezing until after she kept going. I said, we can end this right now. There will be nothing. I won't say anything to anyone. Just please drop the knife, and I'll let you go. You can get dressed. You can leave and go wherever. And she said that she would stop when either she was dead or if I agreed to buy her drugs. I told her I did not want that. I told her straight up to please stop and get dressed and go. But she used both of her arms to push against me with the knife, trying to cut my arm to get me to let go so she could keep attacking. So I started squeezing on her throat.
There's no way Chris could have positively known Lee's intent in that moment. It's also worth noting that Lee was only 90 pounds, making it hard to believe that...
Oh, bro, I'm not gonna lie. If you weigh 90 pounds and you put a knife to me, bro, I'm cooking you. I'm cooking you like crazy. 2-0 back to back to back. Easy.
Chris was struggling to overpower her and get the knife. This is what makes his story sound just like that. A story. He's decided that the only way out of this is to claim that anything that happened to Lee was in self-defense.
Honestly, I thought that her muscles would relax when she went unconscious, and that I could gradually move the knife away and let her go and let her regain consciousness, but that didn't happen. I've been running through my head trying to figure out why. She kept on fighting and fighting. I kept on telling her to drop the knife and I would stop, drop the knife and I'll stop. You can, and I will leave the room. I'll be waiting out in the patio. You can get dressed, you can go. I'll stop talking to you completely. But she kept shaking her head no. Adrenaline was rushing through. I didn't see her stop shaking her head, but she was still pushing against my hand. So, but then it was like a rubber band snapped and it just went completely lax, and it took me completely by surprise, and I ended up cutting her. It wasn't very deep. It was about an inch and a half cut along her sternum. That took me.
Okay, what's a sternum? Isn't that like the butt? Or, because I feel like he's talking about her throat. But I thought middle chest, center of chest connects the ribs. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, half an inch is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, but okay. I mean, that's not dead, right? Like, you wouldn't die from that.
Completely by surprise, and I dropped her. She landed on the floor. I turned her over to check and make sure she was still alive. I didn't check on her throat because I had just been grabbing there, so I didn't think I could get a clear reading off of that. So I checked her wrists, and when I didn't find anything there, I checked under her arms and then the inside of her legs as well. And I keep going back and thinking I could have handled that better, but I just panicked.
Although
instead of reading her wrists and stuff, you should have started reading the tarot cards. See what her future is going to be.
Had suspected it already. This was the first time Lee's death had been confirmed.
After she went limp, and I checked the pulse and didn't find anything.
So you couldn't call Blue Cross, though? You didn't.
Honestly, I was
like bring her back, or did she?
Well, hold on. Yeah, what happened after she went limp? After she went limp, and I checked the pulse and didn't find anything.
Hey, yo, she got some nice eyes, though.
I'll admit it, I flat out panicked. After I was...
That's a crazy picture to put in the murder
coherent enough
documentary,
to start
though.
functioning again, I'll admit it, I wasn't rational, and I did things that I should not have. I should not have done it, but I covered everything up.
Just like we saw with his initial interview, Chris is back to using convincing statements. We can hear him using statements like honestly and God's honest truth in order to try and manipulate everyone into believing him. It's possible that one of the motivations behind this confession is that it's possible he knew the police were on to him, and it was only a matter of time before they arrested him. He may have wanted to test out his self-defense story on Lee's loved ones to see if they believed him. If they weren't buying it, he would then have some time to adjust his story to make it more believable for police. Chris likely had no idea that he was already being recorded.
I took her body, and I put her clothes back on. Then I laid her on my bed.
You be giving psycho vibes or no, I don't think you got the joke. I don't think you got it. I should have used my mouse for sure.
And covered her in a blanket while I was trying to figure out what to do. I didn't wrap her in them or anything like that. I put a bag over her head just because even though I kept whispering to her, I'm sorry it came to this, Lee. I'm sorry. I was sobbing it to her while I was doing this. I felt guilty over what had happened. After I got rid of her, I didn't want the smell to attract anyone. And they were those odor control trash bags. So I figured I'd lay a couple over her. I put a bag over her head, and then I placed two on top of her.
Concealing the victim's face is often done for a few different reasons, but in this case, the only likely reason is due to emotional detachment. Some killers cover their victim's face as a means of distancing themselves emotionally from them. By concealing the face, they might create a psychological barrier to dissociate themselves from the person they have harmed, making it easier to commit the act.
The rear eyes is crazy, I can't lie.
Due to Chris's pedantic speech, it's hard to tell if he's being honest. He sounds very dramatic at times, such as when he's talking about sobbing to Lee's corpse, as if he's trying to convince the others that killing Lee and hiding her body pained him. The emotion he's trying to portray doesn't match up with the horrifying story he's telling. It's also worth noting that Chris was incredibly meticulous in terms of the steps he took to hide the body, such as using odor-controlled garbage bags. It's almost as if he had planned this in his mind and in his fantasies for a long time.
Afterwards, my roommate walked in. He was early, and I just told him that I had a guest over and that she was sleeping. Before he had got home, I had used some rags to clean up the blood, and I put those into a grocery bag, and I put that into the duffel bag with her. I carried it out. And at first I tried the waiting game. When 2 o'clock in the morning rolled around and he hadn't gone to sleep, I decided to try and sneak it past him. I was taking it out. I don't think he would have noticed if I hadn't said anything, but in case he did notice, I just said I was taking something to my car. But I didn't take her to my car. I knew that if I was gone for any length of time, he'd get suspicious. So I did the only thing I could think of, and God help me, I put her in the dumpster.
It's important to note how Chris repeatedly refers to Lee's body as it. Referring to her as it may allow Chris to forget that this is a human body of a girl he has known since high school, thus letting him distance himself from his own terrifying acts.
I know you won't believe me, but I will be turning myself into the police. I will tell them...
No, you're going to jail right now. You're going to prison right now. Where do you think you're going, man? You think I'm just going to let you walk away and drive away? You killed my goddamn sister. No, wait for...
Come on, let's...
Get up, phone, get out of it. All this recorded. Call the cops. They're already on their way.
Having finally heard enough, Max did...
He said, "Give me away from him." I would have at least hit him with like a 4-piece chicken nugget. Come on now.
What likely everyone in his shoes would want to do. He punched Chris. Chris was forced to call 911 shortly after that, and the police soon arrived to arrest him. Max was also brought down to the station in order to give a statement to police.
He says that she tried to attack him for drug money when I was going to give her money, and she knew it. So why would she go that far? She would just be like, my brother's going to give me money off and leave.
Max certainly brings up a good point. It makes no sense for a 90-pound woman to start a fight with a man who is nearly 6'3" when she knew she would be able to buy substances as soon as she met up with her brother.
The first time I talked to him, he told me the basic things. She came over, they talked, she fell asleep, he looked through her purse, found paraphernalia, not heroin itself. That's a lie. There was no actual heroin in her purse, like, at least I don't think so, and I really doubt it, because if she had it, she would be trying to kill him for drug money, which that's another inconsistency in his life. She had heroin on her.
Again, Max's logic checks out, and it makes sense that he immediately suspected Chris was somehow involved. Aside from pointing out the issues with Chris's story, Max also points out inconsistencies with Chris's character.
What about the fact that he said he did it?
During his initial interview, Chris made sure to emphasize how much he loved his friends and how he would be willing to sacrifice anything for them. However, Max's interactions with Chris show a different side of him.
One thing that specifically pissed me off is because he messaged me and he was upset that the media went to his house. He was upset at me and my mom because we told the media the apartment number, which I don't remember us even saying that. So I told him, I was like, I'm really, really sorry. Like, my mom must have said something. She's just worried sick about her daughter. You know, like, come on, man. And he's just like, and he says, well, tell your mom thank you for all the migraine she's given me. And I hope she gets a migraine herself for all the pain she has caused me.
Despite Chris claiming that he would do anything for those he cares about, he reveals his profound selfishness when he wishes a migraine on Lee's mother. People with antisocial personality disorder seem to completely delete from their awareness how they contributed to or caused a problem. They only see how other people's actions affect them. Chris's insistence that he is a gentleman despite clearly not acting like one could also be an indicator that he has significant grandiosity and narcissism, something that is very typical of people with antisocial personality disorder. It's possible that Chris believed himself to be superior to other guys, i.e. the bad ones who mistreated girls like Lee and his own pregnant girlfriend. This is, of course, a paradox because Chris had long developed desires to kidnap, assault, and murder.
I used to go to high school with him. In Cotopaxi. You know where Cotopaxi is?
So how long have you known him?
This is in Kansas City in the mountains. We all knew each other.
I've heard of that, yeah.
This is how she knew him. I mean...
How old are you?
I'm 21.
And he was...
I don't know, like 22.
So he was like...
He was one grade up.
This is like a small, where it's like K through 12,
exactly,
basically. No.
Yeah.
So how many years did you know him total?
He was only an acquaintance to me. I never really hung out with him.
But it was a small enough school, though, where you did...
Yeah, it's just like, not once did I ever, like, give
or anything like that. I wasn't that kind of kid in high school. It's just like I talked to him sometimes, but I never like was like really buddy with him. You know, like he's an acquaintance, he's someone I knew at school. You know, I didn't really. He was creepy to me
in high school.
He just looked like he was creepy, and that was it for me right there. I talked to his mom like 2 days ago because I heard that he had thoughts of killing a certain girl while he was in high school, and I wanted to confirm it.
All these plans to assault girls demonstrates that Chris was a ticking time bomb. Sadly, his verbalized desires were not taken seriously. Typically, when a person has such morbid thoughts, it's likely not long until they act on them. Oftentimes, they just need to be presented with an opportunity, a situation where they feel they can get away with it.
You described Chris as being creepy in high school and weird. Can you describe, the creepiness, what, things that he did that would cause people to characterize him as being creepy and weird?
I seen him in high school and he looked frustrated with himself all the time. And he also, just the way, how you could just see somebody and just know that they were just weird, and it's not even like with drugs or anything. He's just really weird. I know that he thought he had a mental disability. I don't know what exactly it was, but you can kind of tell when you see him. And his mom even said that he did. He actually would think, and his mom told me this, and it totally brought back my memory of like when I did go to high school and what I did hear about him. And then he would get frustrated with girls because in his head they would be flirting with him. And I talked to everybody I went to school with, not one. Nobody flirted with him. Not one person. And he would think that someone's flirting with him, and he would get really upset and frustrated. Mood would change all the time in high school. Like one day he's like talkative a little bit, one day he's just silent.
This could be an indicator that Chris may have struggled with social cues. It's also possible that he was showing signs of grandiosity beginning in high school, and he wanted to believe that girls found him desirable, only to become frustrated and angry when that didn't turn out to be the case. This may have contributed to Chris gradually developing anger towards girls, which ultimately accumulated and led to him wanting to seek revenge against women in general for not acknowledging him. With the insightful information they'd gathered from Max, and now that Chris had confessed, it was time for detectives to once again question him and get to the bottom of what actually happened to Lee. Only this time, he has his attorney with him. Much like his confession in the park, Chris's story starts out similar to his original story. Lee came over to hang out, the two got food, played some video games, and then Lee kissed him, leading to the two sleeping together.
Then afterwards, she wasn't tired, but she did try to sweet talk me into buying drugs for her. And when I told her that no, I wouldn't buy her drugs, she escalated from there, trying just regular persuasion, then coercion. She wasn't yelling, but she was very acidic in her words.
Chris's nonverbal communication is locked down tight. His hands are tightly clasped, and while it's hard to be certain based on the angle, it looks like his ankles are tightly locked underneath him. This indicates a high level of defensiveness and anxiety. He's not open to the officers at all, or even his attorney.
And I tried to explain to her that this was an unplanned thing, that was her from the start. I had no other feelings for her beyond that of a friend. Then she grabbed the knife that I keep by my bed.
Grabbed a knife?
Yeah.
From where?
It was between my bed and the wall. She grabbed the knife and pulled it out. And she started threatening me with it.
Immediately, there's some issues with Chris's story. First of all, he claims that he has no feelings for Lee other than friendship. However, according to his Facebook DMs with Lee, that's not quite true. When Lee was briefly considering moving in with Chris in order to stay off the streets, he told her she could sleep in his bed and that he wouldn't mind having a relationship with her. Lee made it clear that she wasn't interested in Chris.
Wait, I was reading it. Alright, we got a couch for you to crash on, or I can crash on the couch and you can sleep in my bed. Either way works for me. I don't care if you're not looking for a relationship or anything like that. Not that I wouldn't mind one, LOL. But I'll keep myself to myself. Alright, bro, I'm not gonna lie. It's like a weird text. He's like, yeah, bro, not looking for one, but like, bro, I wouldn't mind to have one.
In his bed and that he wouldn't mind having a relationship with her. Lee made it clear that she wasn't interested in Chris.
Okay, just wanted to make sure it's not what I'm looking for. He's got out of an abusive relationship, and that's why I'm about to be homeless.
Calling into question whether or not she would have actually slept with him, or if this is just another thing Chris is lying about. Additionally, Chris claims that Lee grabbed the duct tape knife he kept between the wall and his bed, considering that this was the very first time Lee had ever been in Chris's room, so it's hard to believe that she would know that the duct tape
Bruh, like, look at all the hair. that's on this dude's counter. And okay, they're not used. Okay, they're not used, but they're still there.
Object poking out from between the mattress and the wall was a knife.
Then she started thrusting it at me. It was overhand, straightforward, and I kept a firm but not too firm grip on her hand. Please stop, and I'll let you go. You won't hear anything about this from me to police report or anything like that. You can get dressed, you can grab your stuff, you can go right now. I won't stop you. And she said no, it was not going to work out like that.
That's exactly what you said?
Well, she said no, if I can't have drugs, then I want to die.
It's interesting to note that Chris telling Lee he would let her go free and never speak with her again sounds more like something you would say to someone you had just attacked, as opposed to something you would say to someone who is attacking you. His hand covering his chest is a protective gesture, which would make sense as he's talking about allegedly being attacked. However, the collarbone is a sensitive area of the body, and covering it could be a subconscious, self-comforting gesture. It may indicate that he's feeling vulnerable or emotionally guarded during this conversation. It could also be an attempt to create a barrier between himself and the detectives, signaling a desire to protect himself because he might not be telling the truth.
I guess I wasn't paying attention after a while because the adrenaline was getting to me or something. I didn't notice her stop shaking her head, but I did notice that she was still struggling against my hand. But then after that, I let go and I brought her to the floor. I laid her back down to the floor and I panicked.
At this point, do you wish to continue to speak?
As Chris continues his story, notice how his feet and body are angled away from everyone else at the table. This posture is commonly known as a closed nonverbal cue and could be an indication of discomfort and disinterest, as facing towards someone else when speaking to them is a sign of being engaged in the conversation. People's feet often point in the direction that they want to go. His feet are aimed away from the room, showing that he wants to leave. People can much more easily lie with their hands and mouths than they can with their feet, because we aren't taught to watch our feet when we lie. Now, having heard Chris's story about the fight.
Alright. So if I'm talking to somebody and their feet points the other way, I should just hit them with a, that's crazy. See you later. Alright, got it.
The detectives begin to pick away at his questionable story.
Did you have her after she was dead?
No. Ew. That's...
He said ew.
That's not even in anything of my fantasies even. I mean, my fantasies from high school have gone pretty dark, and that wasn't even in there.
So you say that's
good.
Your fantasies. What are your fantasies?
I'm going to say, again, counsel you not to answer the question.
Chris acts very oddly when asked this question. Where most people would vehemently deny such a disgusting accusation, Chris gives an emotionless, no, ew. As he says this, you can actually see him shake his head up and down, almost like he was shaking his head yes, while verbally replying no. Once again indicating that while Chris may be telling the police one answer, he's clearly thinking about another. With Chris bringing up his dark high school fantasies, detectives try to dig a little deeper into his innermost thoughts.
When we talked to you the other night, you told us about a couple of girls in high school that you were still angry at.
I'm not angry at them now, but I was very angry at them in the past, and when I was in high school. I get it, they were just being kids now, but back then I was very, very angry at them, and I wrote down the things I would like to do to them in the journal.
And where's that journal at? The one that you wrote all that stuff in? Is that something you kept?
No, I didn't keep it.
This might seem a little bit bizarre to you, but are you under any kind of treatment for mental health issues right now?
No.
Have you ever been?
I have. It was because I was having nightmares in the Army. And the doctors there were more concerned about getting me a full night's sleep and making sure that I was fit for duty than they were about my mental health.
It's important to understand that any medical discharge for psychiatric reasons would have most likely involved a serious mental health diagnosis, which effectively rendered Chris unfit for future military service.
Do you hear voices?
No, but the main factor in me deciding to come forward with the truth is somewhat bizarre.
I'm going to ask you again to not reveal any further details.
It's important to note that an attorney cannot forbid a client from speaking with law enforcement. Even if they advise against it, the client is in control of the representation, and the attorney has to respect those wishes. Though it's not clear if Chris's attorney advised him to talk to police, It's pretty likely that the attorney told him not to, but Chris decided against this.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is just if you got mental health issues that we need to be aware of.
No.
Have you thought of yourself at all?
Huh?
So we need to be aware of.
Oh, okay.
No.
Have you thought of yourself at all over this thing?
Over this thing, I thought about it briefly, but my point of view is that the easiest course of action is very rarely the right course of action.
Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental condition? Again, I'm going to ask you to not respond.
That's my knowledge, no.
Are you aware of reality?
Yes.
Do you know where you are right now?
I'm in the Westminster Police Department in an interrogation room.
Chris's lawyer may have advised him not to answer this because it's possible that they are considering a diminished capacity or insanity defense. A key aspect of that type of defense is that the defendant didn't know the crime was wrong or didn't understand. Admitting to a known diagnosis suggests prior knowledge of the mental disease or defect, and therefore also its impact on the defendant prior to the crime. Admitting that he knew he had a diagnosis could eviscerate the chance of them using this defense.
Dude, this is honestly a lot more interesting when the attorney's there. I mean, obviously you should listen to the attorney and not talk at all, but like, interesting his opinion on it.
Despite his lawyer's warnings, Chris did eventually decide to come forward with this information. If you remember, Chris had told Max that he was already planning on turning himself in the week that Max got him to confess. Chris claimed that his tarot cards told him that if he didn't confess, the guilt would eventually destroy him, and he alleged that he was going to take his own life. But Lee's spirit had come to him and told him not to.
I'm not going to judge it right or wrong, but I do regret what I did, and I keep wishing that I could go back and do it over again to try and keep that from happening.
Do you think you should be punished? I'm going to ask you not to answer the question.
Yes and no. Yes, because
Dude, listen! Oh my god.
in my panic, I lied and I destroyed evidence, but no, not for her murder. And I'll accept punishment for her death, but not for her murder.
This is a very classic response by individuals with antisocial personality disorder. They often manage to twist stories around to place the victim at fault. As detectives prepare to wrap up Chris's confession, he tells them there's something important he needs to share with them.
When I came in here just a second ago, you said that there were some things you wanted to add to this. Now, before I forget that, and before we not give you that opportunity, I just want to give you the opportunity to add whatever you want to.
It's just that overall, I lived my life as not really emotionless as possible, but not very touchy-feely either. It's not that I don't feel emotion, but I keep a very tight rein on it. And at my grandmother's funeral, I probably cried maybe 4 or 5 tears total. And even with all the touchy-feely speeches and stuff at my brother's wedding, I didn't even shed a tear. So just to notify you of that, I have emotion, but I keep a tight chain on it. Because about the only emotion that I find any sort of value in is loyalty to friends, to family, stuff like that.
Even after confessing to murdering someone and covering it up, Chris is still doing his nice guy routine, claiming that above all, he values loyalty. With this final statement from Chris, his interrogation was concluded, and he was arrested and charged with Lee's murder. One of his criminology professors would soon come forward and state that he believed the criminal justice classes he took helped Chris learn how to manipulate a crime scene. In fact, as police continued to gather evidence, they spotted Chris on security footage at a 7-Eleven near his apartment, where he'd bought bleach and rubber gloves on June 4th, the day after Lee was killed, which he then used to clean up after her death. Though Chris later denied that he went into criminology to learn how to commit murder, he admitted that his classes helped him to predict the line of questioning in the interrogation room. And yet, it didn't help him. After his arrest, Chris made a few video calls to his friends and family, and they were interesting, to say the least. While talking to his mother, he alluded to the fact that he never expected to be in jail, perhaps because he didn't think he would be caught.
And they're getting ready to discharge me from medical into general population. They're sitting there saying, okay, we're going to send you to medium, you should be safe there. All you have to do is just tell them, if they ask you what you're in for, just tell them, domestic violence or something like that. And I just sat there and like, you do know my case is all over the news right now, right? Then he's like, okay, hold on a minute, let's see what we can do about that. Then next thing you know, they came in and checked me some fatigues for the minimum security.
Well,
Did they think there would be some violence in the other one?
They didn't say, but I would assume yes.
How do you feel about that?
It would be nice if people didn't jump to conclusions, but it's understandable. It's hard to follow what the lawyers are saying and not talk about everything, because like everybody in here is talking about what they've done, and it just feels impolite not to talk about it. But I just tell them it's still a kind of a sore subject.
You said that it would be sometime in September when the DA presents.
Okay. Well, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
So I've been
What is this?
trying to keep myself busy playing chess and checkers and relearning the game of Uno and Skippo.
On a few occasions, some of Chris's classmates video called him to offer their support.
But all of our friends are behind you, and we believe that we love you, and we wanted you to know that no matter what, you're still going to be here. We're still here for you, and I want you to feel alone, bro. Not gonna lie, dude. Like, we seriously been really, like...
She friend zoned him. She hit him with a bro and a dude back to back. That's full combo.
Stop, because a lot of people had to stay on your Facebook, so we definitely got on there and around having your back about that.
I certainly could use a hug right now. Yeah, how does one hold up?
Nah, he's not a give me a hug kind of guy. Come on.
Situations like this.
I can just imagine how you feel, dude. Like, I don't know. What's going through your head? Are you scared?
I'm not scared, but not bored.
Good. I'm glad that you're not like completely by yourself in there, and that people are intentionally just then I would have to like break in there so and defend you.
In another call, his classmate again emphasizes her support of him.
I think about you a lot, like more than you know, probably more than I should. Like, and I realized how much you meant to me until you weren't there anymore. It's like I don't know. I feel like it's a lot of people, but I don't want you to think that you are forgotten about or that you're not loved.
But I was already insane to begin with, so that didn't really help or hurt for me.
His classmates ended one of their calls by offering Chris some advice, but only time would tell if he would actually take it.
Yeah, know what the Fifth Amendment is? Yeah, we need to have a lesson here. Do I need to walk you through this? You have the right. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Yeah.
So shut up. Even if it's you and I know you. I know how smart you are, and I know how sarcastic you are. And I know when somebody pisses you off, you get smart and sarcastic without even thinking twice about it. And shit like that can get you in trouble. So watch your... Really?
The question was, would those who knew Chris still support him after police uncovered his truly deplorable secrets? While it seemed to many that this disturbing case was finally at an end, Chris still had several more disturbing secrets for the police to uncover.
Oh.
Ones that were so twisted, no one had yet suspected the true depths of his depravity. During their thorough search of Chris's apartment, they discovered a spiral notebook where Chris had written down his confession. The notebook told the same story that had already been told to police. However, some of Chris's deeper thoughts about the event were revealed. Maybe the inspiration behind his decision to document his demented version of Lee's death in writing was derived from one of his many past tarot readings.
Oh my god, it's these dumb tarot card readings, bro. They're not real. Like, oh my god, it's been like 10 times they've been brought up. Why does he care so much about these readings, bro? They're just random cards. So dumb.
One particular card, Judgment Reversed, may have struck a powerful chord within him. A note written by Chris read as follows. This card represents me. I believe that the deck is warning me of a character flaw within myself, that I am gathering bad karma, or it could mean I'm avoiding a decision for fear of the what-ifs. Apparently, he faced his fear and composed the letter. An excerpt from his chilling confession read as follows. Before I begin, let me again offer my most sincere apologies, both for the pain I've caused because of my fear, as well as the pain I'm about to bring by stepping forward with the truth. Lee is dead. Later in the letter, he wrote,
Wait,
I look truth.
no, okay, I did not murder her though. I am mostly responsible for her death. To my everlasting regret, much of the evidence that could have been big word was destroyed in my panic. Something, very little evidence to back up my words. I can't read that. And okay.
Lee is dead. Later in the letter, he wrote, I lied to try to protect myself out of fear that no one would believe the truth. Chris was right to feel fearful.
In all honesty, if I was the cop listening to me, I'm not sure I would believe me. It seemed the safer course of action to try to hide what I did. I was wrong to think that way. Wait, was I wrong to think that way? No, my concerns were justifiable. I have no witness to back up my story, and the other person that could have done it is now dead. Was I wrong to be act accordingly to that line?
However, nothing about his far-fetched story so much as resembled truth. Chris makes himself out to be the victim in these pages, pondering about what Lee would say to him if he confronted her for manipulating him. He also claims that Lee used him as the weapon of choice to take her own life, showing just how unwilling Chris is to take responsibility for his horrid actions against her. Alongside the notebook, police discovered something they never would have expected. Chris appeared to have several pairs of underwear which looked like they belonged to a girl much younger than him. Over the course of the search, the police learned that Chris was an avid writer. Whether he was writing down the results of his tarot readings, working on the manuscript for a novel, or just jotting down random thoughts, it seemed like they were always finding a notebook or a piece of paper with some writing on it. These writings all appeared to be harmless at first. However, closer inspection of one of the stories they had found proved to be more than concerning. Titled Uncle Dave, the story was written by Chris and appeared to be about a 32-year-old uncle abusing his prepubescent niece. To say the officers who discovered this were disturbed would be an understatement. Between this perverse story and the underwear that had been previously found, officers were becoming increasingly worried about how far Chris's depravity might go. As with Lee and many others his age, Chris would spend much of his time talking to friends on sites like Facebook, wondering if there could be evidence hidden away in Chris and Lee's Facebook DMs. Officers took Chris's computer and did a deep dive into his account. While the conversation between him and Lee would prove useful to the case, it was the other conversations on the account that really put detectives on edge. Based on the messages they were able to find, Chris seemed to have several women in online contractual slave relationships. He would find...
But with a mix of serious relationship, not a server or a dog, I will forgive your insolence this once because I did give permission to speak to your mind, but until your agreement with me is completed, there is no part of our relationship that is serious in the way that you use the term. You will be treated as respectfully as possible, but in return you must abide by all the terms that you agreed to, and you agree to refer to me as either sir or master. Okay.
Find women, often from foreign countries, who were in desperate need of money. He would promise them money in exchange for explicit photos, conversations, and complete control over their lives. For one particular woman, Chris even made her agree to let him kill her whenever he wanted, claiming that it would be legal as long as she signed a contract, stating that she was giving him permission to murder her. A message from Chris to the woman read as follows: If I have a legal document drawn up, stating that she became my slave of her own free will, I believe that would mitigate things severely. For this particular woman, Chris's message served as a reminder to refer to him as sir at all times. Oftentimes in the messages, the women would show reluctance towards some of the things Chris would ask of them, and he would manipulate them into eventually giving him what he wanted. Having promised money to several different women in exchange for these relationships, Chris often found himself short on funds for the month and would not give the women their money, even when they did follow his orders. This entire situation is indicative of Chris's sadism, as he seems to enjoy the power and control aspect of committing violence against vulnerable women. The police were horrified to discover the relationships Chris had with these women, and it was clear he was just taking advantage of vulnerable women who were willing to do anything to get money for their families. The more they uncovered about Chris's personal life, the more and more his claim that he killed Lee in self-defense began to fall apart. Unfortunately, things were only going to get worse from here.
How?
Continuing their search of his computer, the detective's worst fear was discovered. Chris had been looking at explicit photos of
God damn it!
children. Through his browser history, they'd been able to prove that he had been on several sites that hosted these disgusting photos. When paired with everything else they had discovered about Chris, detectives were able to put together a complete picture of this depraved individual. Chris preyed on vulnerability, which is why he sought out Lee with her addiction problems, women online with financial issues, a girlfriend who had become pregnant and was abandoned, and, most disturbingly of all, defenseless, powerless children. Unfortunately, despite the information given by Chris, Lee's body has never been found, though some of her clothing and her bag were eventually found in the local dump. Chris was eventually charged with first-degree murder, assault, evidence tampering, and the possession of inappropriate photos of minors. Realizing that he was looking at spending the rest of his life in prison, Chris supposedly cut a deal with prosecutors to plead guilty to second-degree murder and exploitation of a child in exchange for having the rest of his charges dropped. With this deal in place, Chris was sentenced to 48 years in prison.
That was wild. There's no way. It's like the last minute. I swear to God, every single one of these, the last 2 minutes is just the craziest part of them. They're like, yeah, bro, this dude's a murderer, but then and throws out everything else that's crazy. It's always the last like 2 minutes. It's always the last 2 minutes. So crazy, literally. Not gonna lie, they shouldn't let these people out. Yeah, that dude's wild. He's sentenced to 48 years in prison, and he's like, he said he was like 22 or something like that. So I mean, when he comes out, he's gonna be old, like old, like 70 and broke. But that's crazy. That's crazy. But signing contract to legalize murder is crazy. Yeah, like, just all of that was crazy. All of it. Hey, but shout out to the brother, bro. He kind of went crazy there. But alright, I'm gonna be ending stream now. But that, gosh, these people make great videos. I'm not gonna lie. I like their videos. Every single time one of them drops, I want to go over it. Every single time. Okay, let me get let me send y'all over to the Trishula TTV. Said, no, I just got here. My bad. I still gotta record another video for the channel, and I gotta eat some pasta. No one goes out broke of jail in 70. Wait, no one goes out broke out of jail in 70. I mean, to be honest, bro, if I, like, you know, I mean, if I got told I was getting sent to jail until I'm like 70, and like right now, if I was told that, bro, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, and anything. There's no way you're just doing that for that long. That sounds horrible. The True Crime Grinder signing out. Yeah, I'll see y'all. Have a nice day.